In the beginning, no one paid heed to this calamity. It was merely a wildfire, a drought, the extinction of a species, the disappearance of a city, until this catastrophe became intimately connected to everyone. On July 19th, 2035, there remained only 3,650 days until the complete exhaustion of Blue Star's energy. In an attempt to resolve the energy crisis, humanity endeavored various methods, from delving into the Earth's core to exploring the far reaches of the cosmos. Numerous nations continuously sought solutions to the dilemma of resource depletion, yet all efforts culminated in failure, further depleting the resources of Blue Star. Vast areas of fertile land succumbed to desertification. Vital resources such as water, oil, minerals, and coal dwindled rapidly. 80% of the region descended into barrenness. Amidst this existential crisis, the once stable peace was irrevocably shattered. Many military powers unleashed aggression, revealing their predatory claws towards weaker nations, engaging in widespread slaughter and forceful resource plundering. In an instant, cries of despair echoed throughout the lands, plunging the world into chaos. Yet, this turmoil offered no alleviation to the current predicament. After all, this was an energy crisis affecting the globe. Even the mightiest of nations, though managing to stabilize temporarily, faced a future shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. In the Dragon Kingdom, within a certain village, a handsome man clad in white silently gazed at the somber sky. With a grave expression, he murmured, "What has occurred will inevitably recur. What has been done will surely be done again." This man was named Suyu. 8 years prior, he had traversed to this planet, also known as Blue Star. A year after his arrival, a profound upheaval struck Blue Star, unleashing a series of catastrophic events. In the span of 7 years, he witnessed the transformation of this world from its initial tranquility into relentless strife. Suyu sighed deeply as he stared at the bleak heavens. Just as he was about to rise, a terrifying will descended from the heavens above. A solemn and ancient voice resonated within the minds of all the world's inhabitants. "Warning! Warning! The ancient forbidden land is about to descend. 185 nations worldwide will participate in the development of this forbidden land. Each nation will select 5 contestants to represent them in the perilous quest for resources and survival within the ancient forbidden land. This realm harbors abundant survival resources and various treasures, but is also fraught with unknown horrors, savage beasts, and countless malevolent spirits. The Forbidden Land encompasses deserts, snowy regions, rainforests, and inland territories. Upon entering, contestants will be randomly assigned zones, while others must be unlocked independently. The 5 contestants will be automatically linked to their nation's fate should one face peril and perish. Their country will incur corresponding penalties. For each contestant lost, the nation's resources will diminish by 1/10. Should all 5 contestants fall, half of the nation's resources will be forcibly seized, and the following day, 5 new individuals will enter the Forbidden Land. The remaining resources will be transferred to the ancient Forbidden Land for other nations to compete for. In the event of conflict between 2 nations within the Forbidden Land, warfare cannot be initiated in the real world for 1 month to prevent the annihilation of nations over resource disputes, thereby upholding the significance of the Forbidden Land. During its opening, nations may communicate with contestants. There will be 1 opportunity for communication each week, lasting 1 minute. Once contestants discover resources, safeguarding them for 1 hour will count as occupation. The resources will expand 100-fold and materialize within their respective nations. The visuals from within the Forbidden Land will be linked to the real world, broadcasted across major media platforms in real time. Viewers may switch perspectives to observe the conditions of contestants from other nations. Caution: the Forbidden Land is fraught with perils. Destined contestants must exercise utmost vigilance. Countdown to the opening of the Forbidden Land: 30 minutes. As the countdown progressed, the sudden turn of events left people across the globe astounded. Initially, no one seemed to care, but as information continued to flow and the astonished expressions of those around them became apparent, the gravity of the situation dawned upon the populace. Simultaneously, a resplendent aura manifested in the dim sky, its blinding brilliance rendering it impossible to behold. Moments later, the radiance began to dissipate, revealing a colossal floating island above. Surrounding the island was a cascade of luminous rays, piercing the earth below. Undoubtedly, this was the so-called Passage of Invitation. The sudden emergence of this mysterious floating island ignited the curiosity of countless individuals. The island appeared tantalizingly close, yet no matter the means employed, its true form remained elusive. Meanwhile, global leaders attempted various methods to gain clarity, all to no avail. Instead, a live stream titled Ancient Forbidden Land emerged on online platforms, featuring 185 options corresponding to the nations of the world. Chapter 2. The nations in distress. At this moment, the live broadcast room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any imagery. Nevertheless, a multitude of viewers flocked to witness the unfolding events. Was it true, the incidents occurring in the Forbidden Land? The options set for this live stream were indeed comprehensive. One might ponder, would the number of options diminish once those who ventured into the Forbidden Land met their demise? Undoubtedly, for with the loss of a nation, what purpose would a broadcast serve? How terrifying could this be? One could only wonder what perils lurked within the ancient Forbidden Land. The mention of demons and monsters was far too vague. The threats were utterly unpredictable. Coupled with interference from other nations, survival appeared exceedingly challenging. Indeed, the only hope rested upon the representatives from our nation being formidable individuals. Now was the time to urgently contact the government to secure as many military advantages as possible. Simultaneously, the leaders of various nations swiftly responded. Unable to prevent the opening of the ancient Forbidden Land, they resolved to adapt accordingly. A new national communique was issued, urging the chosen individuals to establish contact with their respective governments post-haste. This matter concerned the very survival of their nations, and they could not afford to treat it lightly. The expressions of those selected varied dramatically. Some exhibited an exuberant flush, filled with anticipation, while others were engulfed by despair, their spirits shattered. A few were blank faces, seemingly detached from the situation. Soon, news regarding the contestants from various nations began to surface. The beautiful nation had successfully located all of its chosen individuals, equipping them with the latest technological armaments. The Stick Nation had found 3, reputedly top-tier special forces operatives, possessing formidable prowess. The Little Sun Nation announced the selection of 3 contestants, comprising a ninja, a female onmyoji, and a wilderness survival expert. The majority of nations continued to relay updates. Yet Dragon Nation remained conspicuously silent, causing uproar across its platforms, with numerous voices of skepticism arising. It was known that the selected individuals from other nations possessed unique abilities. As the most legendary and charismatic country, they too were eager to learn who had been chosen. In a tall building within Dragon Nation, all senior officials gathered, their faces betraying their anxiety. As core leaders, their concern for the contestants was paramount. Even the military armament department had prepared a substantial array of resources, awaiting the arrival of the chosen one to bolster their strength. However, despite the time elapsed since the announcement, no insider information had surfaced. A heavy pall of unease hung over the several elders, creating an exceptionally oppressive atmosphere. The relentless countdown only deepened their sense of helplessness. Just as the tension reached its zenith, urgent knocking resonated from outside the door. The elder at the forefront cast a glance at the man beside him but said nothing. The man, understanding the cue, quietly approached to investigate. However, as he opened the door, an exuberant voice echoed within the room. Good news. Good news. A chosen one has come to see us. The sudden proclamation rendered the elders momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Yet, in the next instant, an elder clad in military attire sprang to his feet, seizing the newcomer by the collar, demanding answers. Is the information credible? Who is this individual? Speak swiftly. Take us to him. Even the other elders could not remain seated, their gazes fixated upon the newcomer, all eager to learn the answer. The visitor, undeterred by the grip on his collar, excitedly declared, his name is Leng Feng. He is a soldier from the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade. Upon hearing this, the military elder's expression brightened further, decisively responding, take me to him. Shortly thereafter, a flurry of orders was issued, and the various agencies within Dragon Nation sprang into action. They provided Leng Feng with state-of-the-art equipment support and established numerous departments to ensure the timely dissemination of information each week. Externally, a national-level commentary team was formed, inviting the Special Forces Commander, Lei Zhan, the Wilderness Survival Expert, Wang Lin, and the charming host, Ma Fanshu, to jointly analyze and commentate. With the nation's vigorous promotion, The live broadcast room was swiftly inaugurated. As the announcement was made, countless individuals surged into the live stream, and within moments, the viewership skyrocketed past 10 million, continuing to rise. Chapter 3. Good news approaches, bad news is coming. Within the live broadcast room, an abundance of comments flooded in as viewers observed the three individuals seated prominently. The questions were straightforward. Who were the 5 representatives from Long Country? At that moment, Ma Fanshu, glancing at the barrage of comments, spoke apologetically. I apologize, everyone. We understand your anxiousness. Currently, aside from knowing one of our elite soldiers, Cold Front, we have no information regarding the other 4 participants. Upon hearing this, the live chat erupted in chaos. What do you mean there's no information? Could the other 4 not be from our country? It was a time of unease. The disparity between their situation and that of other nations was glaring. While others boasted extraordinary individuals, they struggled to even identify their own representatives. The countdown is nearly over. Soon we shall know who they are. Let us just hope for swift survival. As the comments continued to flood the official live stream, the spirits of the audience dimmed considerably upon learning the news. Yet a flicker of hope remained. After all, it was confirmed that one special operations soldier would partake in the perilous expedition. Under such circumstances, the nation would undoubtedly provide substantial military support. At the very least, self-preservation should not pose a challenge. However, as the news spread, it became evident that Long Country lagged behind in comparison to other nations' capabilities. Those who idolized foreign powers felt an immediate sense of panic, leading many to contemplate immigration in hopes of aligning with stronger allies. The government, unimpeded, swiftly approved these departures, believing that such individuals leaving would ultimately benefit national unity. As directives were executed, the countdown reached its conclusion. When the clock struck 0, the radiant light that had graced the earth gradually faded. Simultaneously, the chosen ones vanished from Blue Star, embarking on their journey to the enigmatic floating island, the ancient Forbidden Land. Shortly thereafter, the previously dark screens of the live broadcast lit up. Billions across the globe eagerly selected their respective countries to enter the stream. Naturally, viewers could switch to observe other nations' broadcasts at will, complete with options for emojis and comments, showcasing a thoroughly refined system. In Long Country, the majority opted for the official live stream, which not only offered comprehensive coverage of the Forbidden Land but also featured commentary from official personnel. Who wouldn't appreciate such an efficient and effortless arrangement? Soon, the viewership peaked at over 10 billion. The Forbidden Land had finally opened, and the identities of the other 4 participants would soon be revealed. Could it be that they are reclusive masters or ancient practitioners? Someone mused, to which another retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. What masters? Have you heard of the Lightning 5 whip? I'm not prepared for that." As countless comments filled the screen, viewers expressed their thoughts. However, with the Forbidden Land now officially open, the deluge of comments made it difficult to discern the unfolding events. Many opted to disable the comments, allowing them to take in the stunning vistas of the ancient Forbidden Land. The first sight that greeted them was a vast expanse of golden sand, with parched landscapes ravaged by the blazing sun. There was not a hint of greenery in sight. Instead, endless stretches of yellow sand surrounded them. What captured everyone's attention were the diverse, dried footprints scattered across the ground. Some were enormous, spanning several meters, sending chills down their spines as they pondered the nature of their owner, while others were tiny, densely packed, evoking discomfort for those averse to clusters. The bizarre scenery left the audience in awe, affirming the ominous reputation of the Forbidden Land. As viewers marveled, 5 radiant beams of light suddenly materialized. Moments later, the first beam descended, its brilliance dissipating to reveal a tall figure clad in military garb, a heavy pack slung across their back. It was evident from their attire that this was a well-trained soldier. Having already received official news, the audience quickly identified him, Cold Front. As the sole elite warrior of the top Special Operations Brigade, his prowess was beyond question. While his appearance may not have brought novelty, it nonetheless provided a sense of reassurance to the viewers, instilling a sense of anticipation for the impending journey into the Forbidden Land. Eyes then shifted towards the remaining 4 beams of light, their identities sparking immense curiosity, especially since even the authorities lacked knowledge about them. Chapter 4. An extraordinary lineup. After a brief moment, the second beam of light dissipated, revealing a woman with fair skin, a tall stature, and a long sword in her hand. It must be said that upon her appearance, her flawless figure and striking beauty left the onlookers utterly astonished. She was a woman breathtakingly beautiful. However, The people of the Dragon Kingdom were not impressed. Upon seeing her, they were filled with skepticism. Even though she wielded a long sword, she could not escape relentless mockery. The reason was simple. This was a life-and-death moment concerning the survival of their nation. How could they possibly send a beautiful woman into such peril? It was not a deliberate attack, but merely an observation. Her appearance evoked the standard aesthetic of a two-dimensional character, leading one to suspect she might be a cosplayer. The long sword was perceived merely as a prop, devoid of any threatening aspect. Allowing such a liability to enter the fray was nothing short of foolishness. Yet, before the crowd could finish their derision, the third beam of light faded. A bald man, blindfolded with a red cloth, emerged before them. The familiar attire and visage prompted an audible gasp from the audience, who could barely contain their exasperation. Is this a blind man? Another cosplayer? Can we not select someone more competent? They lamented. Here they were, in a forbidden realm, and he chose to cover his eyes with a red cloth? Was he eager to hasten his demise? At this point, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were utterly disheartened. Their dismay stemmed from the fact that foreign practitioners, be they yin-yang masters or shamans, were individuals recognized by their respective nations, while Dragon Kingdom had yet to identify any such capable individuals. Thus, the online community was rife with doubts regarding their abilities. Moreover, a group of troublemakers mingled among the crowd, seeking to disrupt the unity of the Dragon Kingdom. As despair washed over them, the fourth beam of light vanished. Upon witnessing the figure that emerged, the crowd fell into a state of apathy. Their hopes for this expedition into the Forbidden Realm were dashed. The fourth figure donned a pale yellow robe, held a white Buddhist whisk, and was adorned with various talismans, with a peachwood sword slung across their back. This familiar appearance was astonishing yet disheartening. Was this truly the approach to confront the myriad dangers of the ancient Forbidden Land? Could they not take this more seriously? At that moment, the populace of the Dragon Kingdom was steeped in despair, their spirits frozen upon beholding the trio of cosplayers. Even the cold-hearted Cold Feng, present in the Forbidden Realm, felt numb. He scanned the three individuals beside him, and, finding no signs of exceptional capability, buried his face in his hands. Overwhelmed by the uncertainty of survival in a realm filled with peril, with three liabilities joining their ranks, hope seemed lost. If given the choice to withdraw, Cold Feng would not hesitate to expel them. Alas, it appeared that their fate was sealed. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the representatives from other nations, who were undeniably formidable, consisting of elite special forces, mysterious female yin-yang masters, and ninjas, a truly invincible combination. The representatives from the beautiful nation were equally impressive, combining special forces with advanced technology. The contrast was stark. The Dragon Kingdom was left with three cosplayers as their representatives, a reality both absurd and disheartening. They could only hope the fifth participant would be more dependable, someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Cold Feng. Otherwise, facing four adversaries would surely lead to their swift demise. Could it be possible that, despite the seemingly inadequate abilities of their representatives, they possessed unique skills? It seemed a new world of possibilities had opened before them. As the clamor subsided, the crowd turned their attention to the final beam of light. Slowly, the fifth figure began to take shape. Clad in a pristine white garment, with short hair and a youthful, gallant visage, he exuded an undeniable charm. Without a doubt, this was Suyu. His arrival ignited a flicker of hope among the crowd, though his attire appeared somewhat peculiar. His normal short hair and handsome face conveyed a sense of reliability. After all, he was undoubtedly a marked improvement over the previous trio of cosplayers. At the very least, he was a normal person. However, this revelation brought a sense of disappointment as well, for Suyu appeared to be an average individual, albeit an attractive one, a mere ornamental presence in a dire situation. Among the gathering, Suyu surveyed the crowd, bemused. Cold Feng needed no introduction, as a special forces elite. He was undeniably formidable, bolstered by the nation's technological advancements. Yet, the other three were remarkable in their own right. The stunning woman was none other than Bai Yuekui, known for her formidable prowess. To her left stood the genuine blind monk, not merely a cosplayer, instilling a sense of security. As for the elderly Taoist priest on her right, it was none other than Master Lin Fengjiao, whose unique skills were legendary, particularly when confronting the supernatural. What a truly magnificent lineup. Chapter 5, The Capable Work Harder. I understand Suyu surveyed his four companions, feeling an immense sense of relief. With such a formidable group by his side, survival was undoubtedly assured. Perhaps they could even conquer the Forbidden Zone. With this thought, Suyu's gaze sharpened as he addressed the four. Since we are all entering this forbidden land together, let us take a moment to get acquainted. I am Suyu. The elder, known as Jiao Shu, cast a wary glance at Suyu before responding with a smile. I am Lin Fengjiao, a Taoist from Maoshan. Bai Yuekui looked at Suyu, a flicker of admiration crossing her face. I am Bai Yuekui. Beside them, the blind monk clasped his hands in salute. Li Qing. As Cold Wind listened to the introductions, he couldn't help but grimace. A Maoshan Taoist. A Bai Yuekui. Dressed flamboyantly is one thing. But could their names be any more ridiculous? He glanced at the blind man and thought, how can someone blind possibly see? Even Suyu, clad in ethereal white, emanating an otherworldly aura, filled Cold Wind with skepticism. In the past, Suyu could have easily been a star, but now they were in the forbidden zone. Was he truly jesting with such a physique? Cold Wind shook his head in exasperation, eventually nodding, I am Cold Wind. From the Leng Feng Special Forces Brigade of the Military District. In Cold Wind's eyes, none of his four companions seemed capable of combat. They appeared merely to be here for amusement. Unbeknownst to them, Cold Wind silently regarded himself as the leader among the five. At the Dragon Kingdom's military headquarters. Upon the gathering of the 5 individuals in the Forbidden Zone, an immediate search directive was issued to ascertain the identities of the remaining 4. Aside from Cold Wind, the others remained unknown. Given the gravity of the situation concerning national survival, they had to take this matter seriously. Moreover, there was a brief 1-minute communication window each week. Gathering information promptly would facilitate further arrangements. Minutes later, the latest report reached the command center. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table received the report for review. Within seconds, his brow furrowed tightly. The reason was simple. The report contained all known information about Cold Wind, yet for the other 4, it merely stated their names followed by no such person found. Noticing the troubled expression on the middle-aged man's face, an aide quickly explained, I just activated the highest clearance to investigate. Despite employing all methods, there is still no trace of them. They seem to exist as if they were never part of this world. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, slammed the report down onto the table. Damn it, this is a serious predicament. Within the ancient forbidden land, after the 5 completed their introductions, silence enveloped them. With no indication of moving forward, Cold Wind, unable to bear the stillness, finally spoke up. Well then, since we have all arrived in this forbidden land together, we should unite and strive for resources. It seems everyone is rather reticent. Allow me to take up the mantle of leadership. As he spoke, Cold Wind's conviction was evident. This was to be expected. He had extensive combat experience and had commanded the Warwolves on numerous missions. Therefore, it was only natural for him to assume the role of captain. In response, Bai Yuekui remained silent, her hands caressing the long knife she held. The blind monk gazed expressionlessly into the distance, his red scarf casting doubt on whether he could indeed perceive the scenery. Suyu, however, fixated on the ground, was engrossed in studying the newly acquired template. The moment he entered the Forbidden Land, a novel template interface had materialized in his mind, one specifically for the Super Beast armament. By simulating the corresponding roles of the Super Beast armament, he could harness all their abilities. The greater the degree of mimicry, the more potent the resultant power. Upon initial binding, he was granted the templates of Lin Fengjiao and Langya, along with their respective energy locks. In simpler terms, Suyu could now arm himself with the energy locks at any time and even summon the Super Beast armament, transforming into the illusory Lin God and the Dragon War God. Of course, this was contingent upon achieving a sufficiently high compatibility. Otherwise, even the most basic energy lock armament would be unattainable. Furthermore, there existed a plethora of additional armament templates, such as Yilin and Tianyu, even including the likes of the King of Hades and the Snow Emperor. However, Suyu currently lacked the means to unlock the armaments of the other individuals. He remained deeply engrossed in exploring this new template, completely disregarding Cold Wind. Only the amiable Jioshu, observing Cold Wind, smiled warmly and said, very well. Since this young brother Cold Wind wishes to assume the role of captain, let it be so. Thus, amidst the indifference of the others, Cold Wind successfully ascended to the position of captain. In his eyes, it was only fitting that he should bear this title. After all, he was an elite forged in the crucible of the military, wielding the nation's heavy weaponry. Was it not natural for him to lead? As for the elder Taoist, the woman, and the blind man, he dismissed them as inconsequential. The only one who seemed somewhat capable was Suyu. Yet his physique was too feeble to bear any responsibility. Without question, the role of captain was his alone. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the Forbidden Beast. Subsequently, as the captain, Leng Feng naturally bore the heavy responsibility of leading the group onward. After all, their primary objective in this desolate ancient forbidden land was to seek out resources. At present, the landscape around them was nothing but barren desert, clearly devoid of any potential resources. Therefore, the 5 of them, under Leng Feng's guidance, pressed forward into the heart of this desolate territory, despite the absence of immediate threats. The relentless intensity of the sun overhead caused Leng Feng considerable discomfort. As a top-tier Special Forces commander, he endeavored to persevere, yet his bodily moisture continued to dwindle, with beads of sweat cascading down his face. Half an hour later, Leng Feng was drenched in perspiration, occasionally sipping from his water bottles to stave off dehydration. Wiping his forehead, he surveyed the other 4 companions, only to discover their expressions remained calm and composed, devoid of any signs of distress, remarkably. Even the seemingly fragile woman among them appeared unaffected. This left Leng Feng astounded. Were these individuals impervious to the oppressive heat? Was the blazing sun merely a figment of his imagination? Just as Leng Feng wrestled with his incredulity, a blinding flash of white light flickered before his eyes. The sudden anomaly startled him, prompting a quick admonition. Get down. There's a sniper. His urgent warning momentarily stunned the others, who exchanged bewildered glances, questioning his sanity. Was this fellow having a fit? What exactly was a sniper? After all, it was hard to believe that a man who seemed so robust could be spouting such absurdities. Amidst the confusion, Jioshu finally broke the silence, inquiring, "Young man, what is a sniper? Why should we lie down on the sandy ground?" Leng Feng cautiously lifted his gaze and noticed the 4 of them looking at him with curiosity, just as he was about to explain. At that moment, the blind monk scratched his bald head, causing sunlight to reflect off it. This sight left Leng Feng momentarily speechless, understanding that he had misjudged the situation. The so-called sniper was merely the reflection off the monk's shiny head. Embarrassed, he felt his cheeks flush and was at a loss for words. Rising to his feet, he faced the astonished expressions of his companions, unsure how to proceed. Jioshu, with a twinkle in his eye, attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Did something happen just now? It seems nothing has occurred." Hearing this, Siyu subtly glanced at Jioshu and nodded in agreement. Leng Feng covered his face in despair. This was mortifying. Not only was Leng Feng flustered, but the audience watching the live broadcast from Langya was equally astonished, leaving even the official host momentarily speechless. Unable to continue. In the ancient Forbidden Land, Leng Feng cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. It was merely an accident. Let us proceed as normal. The others offered no further comments and resumed their journey, for exploring the forbidden area was of utmost priority. Other matters could wait. However, after taking just a few steps, Siyu halted, prompting Jioshu, the blind monk, and Bai Yuekui to do the same. Only Leng Feng continued forward, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he noticed the others had stopped. Why has everyone halted? I already explained that it was a misunderstanding. Can we not dwell on it? The blind monk shook his head, stating, "There is danger ahead." The other 3 readied themselves, while Leng Feng, filled with frustration, assumed they were mocking him. He retorted, "What danger could possibly lie ahead? It's nothing but endless sand. Let us not waste time and move forward." Boom. As Leng Feng's words fell, an abrupt change occurred. The once still yellow sand erupted violently. A colossal lizard, approximately 5 meters in length, leaped forth from the ground, its golden scales blending seamlessly with the sand. Had it not been for the vivid crimson of its tongue, it would have been nearly impossible to detect this monstrous creature. The giant lizard scrutinized Leng Feng, its hot breath enveloping him in a foul, oppressive aura. This unexpected turn of events sent Leng Feng's countenance into a state of alarm. Sensing the terrifying presence of the creature before him, he instinctively turned and fled. Though he was armed with modern weaponry, the prudent course of action was to create distance first. Should he find himself unable to draw his weapon and be overwhelmed, it would be a grave miscalculation. The colossal lizard did not immediately pursue. Its amber eyes scanned Suyu and the others, seemingly hesitant about whether to strike. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Leng Feng successfully distanced himself from the beast and rejoined his teammates. As captain, it was his unwavering belief that he must protect his comrades in the face of any unexpected peril. Chapter 7. Run. Don't all die here. Warning. Warning. The Dragon Country team has encountered an E-level forbidden beast, bloodthirsty lizard. Warning. Warning. The Dragon Country team has encountered an E-level forbidden beast, bloodthirsty lizard. Warning. Warning. The Little Day team has encountered an F-level forbidden beast, scythe mantis. Warning. Warning. The Little Day team has encountered an F-level forbidden beast, scythe mantis. Warning. Warning. The Wumali team has encountered an F-level forbidden beast, swift-tailed weasel. Warning. Warning. The Wumali team has encountered an F-level forbidden beast, swift-tailed weasel. Suddenly, a chilling female voice began broadcasting globally. In the live broadcast rooms of Dragon Country, Little Day, and Wumali, red lights flickered, signaling that the contestants from the 3 nations were in peril. The terrifying forbidden beasts of the Forbidden Zone made their first appearance before everyone. Goodness, that lizard is enormous. I wonder if Cold Front can withstand it. Despite the advantages of firearms, this lizard is genuinely frightening. We should make haste and flee. With such a size, one step could easily crush a person. My advice is to run. Maintain a safe distance from firearms. Being this close is tantamount to inviting death. In the official live broadcast room, the host Ma Fanshu wore a worried expression. Her gaze swept over to Captain Lei Zhan, and she quickly inquired, Captain Lei, have you encountered such situations before? How did you handle them? Hearing this, Lei Zhan furrowed his brow deeply. Lizards of this kind generally pose no significant threat. We have previously encountered similar lizards, which we easily dispatched with firearms. However, those lizards were much smaller than this one. Currently, my recommendation is also to flee. To avoid direct confrontation, beside him, survival expert Wang Lin sighed heavily. Lizards inhabiting desert terrains, aside from their ability to change color and remain undetected, move with remarkable speed. Their paws sinking not into the yellow sands. Humans cannot outrun them. As his words fell, Lei Zhan and millions of viewers looked ashen, their hearts filled with despair. They could not match the speed, size, or strength of the beast. This was evidently a dead end. The expedition into the Forbidden Zone had scarcely begun. Yet it appeared to be reaching a grim conclusion. Moreover, if all five perished, even Dragon Country would not remain unscathed, facing annihilation and disappearing from this world entirely. This outcome was something no one was willing to accept. Alas, the speed is astonishing. Though I knew such a day would come, I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Who could say otherwise? We had barely set forth when we encountered an E-level forbidden beast. Is this not a deliberate attempt to obliterate us? I refuse to accept that the Little Day team faced an F-level beast while we faced an E-level. There must be foul play. It's laughable. Can we truly shift the blame? If one fails, must they blame their surroundings? Have they not considered the caliber of contestants they have? Bald men, blind seers, women, what a motley crew. I am truly grateful that I recently switched my nationality. Otherwise, I would likely be in dire straits now. I support this. Just the other day, I changed my nationality to avoid sharing their fate. What a relief. In an instant, the comments from Dragon Country erupted. Some lamented the impending calamity, while others rejoiced at their clever escape. Meanwhile, foreign viewers mocked them mercilessly. The entire live broadcast room was abuzz with activity. Simultaneously, within the ancient Forbidden Zone, Cold Front stood before his four teammates, confronting the colossal lizard with a cold resolve. You all need to flee. Let me hold this giant lizard off. With that, he began to draw the officially supplied weapons, hoping they would prove effective. Yet, the four by his side seemed oblivious, making no move to escape. This scene filled Cold Front with both frustration and a deep sense of gratitude. Although his teammates lacked strength in this critical moment, they did not flee in panic but chose to stand and face the forbidden beast alongside him. Such camaraderie moved Cold Front immensely. Not only Cold Front, but even the viewers from Dragon Country were equally touched. Faced with the terrifying E-level beast and the looming threat of total annihilation, they chose not to abandon their comrades but to fight side by side. This filled them with pride. This is the spirit of Dragon Country. Well done. Though these four may be somewhat eccentric, they did not bring shame upon our nation. Ultimately, it is just death. Who has not faced mortality in life? It is merely a matter of time. Their bravery deserves my utmost admiration. Without further ado, if given the chance in the next life, I would choose to be a citizen of Dragon Country again. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live. In the live broadcast room, the comments continued to flood in. Despite their unwillingness to perish in the face of such brutal reality, maintaining the honor of sacrifice remained a source of solace for them. Chapter 8. The Blind Monk Strikes. However, the actions of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens were met with skepticism from other nations. The citizens of Beautiful Country remarked, "What a sight! Entering only to face total annihilation. The Dragon Kingdom is doomed. How delightful!" Meanwhile, the sun never set citizens questioned, "Are these Dragon Kingdom folks insane? What era are we in to still engage in such antics? If they ran separately, they might stand a chance." The Little Sun commenters expressed disbelief. "Oh dear, are the Dragon Kingdom's competitors truly this inept? They're on the brink of extinction right from the start. We can easily crush F-grade forbidden beasts." Within the ancient Forbidden Lands, Cold Blade gripped the latest weapon, ready to fight with all his might. The massive lizard seemed to sense the impending danger, emitting a thunderous roar. Yet, just as Cold Blade prepared to pull the trigger, the blind monk beside him executed a powerful kick, transforming into a streak of light, and in the blink of an eye, he was already before the giant lizard. "Come back! Hurry! Come back!" Cold Blade shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. In that moment, the blind monk landed a punch squarely on the lizard's snout. A sickening crack followed by a splatter of viscous fluid echoed through the air. The lizard's nose crumpled under the force of the blow, its bone shattered. Crimson blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Roaring in agony, the bloodthirsty lizard was driven into a frenzy, its furious gaze fixated on the blind monk. It raised its claw, intent on swatting away the insignificant insect before it. However, before the lizard's claw could descend, the blind monk pivoted, delivering a ferocious tail kick that sent the lizard's head soaring, nearly toppling it over. Its offensive was abruptly halted. Almost immediately, the blind monk unleashed a flurry of punches, each as relentless as a downpour, striking the lizard's throat with merciless precision. The sound of cracking bones reverberated continuously, enough to send shivers down one's spine. The visceral impact and the splatter of blood painted a vivid picture of the lizard's suffering, which was almost unimaginable. With each punch, the lizard's throat caved in further, a torrent of scarlet blood staining the golden sands. After delivering dozens of blows in mere moments, the blind monk leaped into the air, bringing his foot down forcefully upon the lizard's head, burying it into the sand. The once vibrant life force was extinguished, fading into oblivion. As the blind monk's feet touched the ground, he expressionlessly wiped his palms, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Uncle Gio glanced at the blind monk with a smile, nodding approvingly. Bai Yuekui occasionally cast curious glances at Suyu, intrigued by the man in white. Suyu, however, remained engrossed in studying the template for super beast armaments, oblivious to the unfolding events around him. Only Cold Blade was left in utter astonishment, his eyes wide in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly ordinary individual had just annihilated a 5-meter-long lizard with sheer brute force. Is this truly a human? In the live stream, a chilling silence enveloped the millions of viewers, with no comments flooding the screen. Even the official commentators were left dumbfounded, their expressions mirroring Cold Blade's shock, eyes nearly popping out of their heads. My heavens! Is this truly a human? Not even the legendary Wu Song, who defeated a tiger, displayed such absurdity. Could this be the legendary blind monk? Moments later, the audience snapped back to reality. What on earth? Is this a man or a ghost? A fist that could kill a 5-meter lizard. This isn't something you see in a film. Could he be a practitioner of ancient martial arts? It was highly plausible. Otherwise, how could someone possess such a ferocious punch? The line between fiction and reality blurred, leaving viewers in awe. In an instant, the audience was captivated by the spectacle before them, a torrent of varied comments flashing across the screen. Concurrently, a cold female voice resonated globally, announcing, "Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom! First kill of an E-grade forbidden beast. Reward: all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom will have their strength doubled and lifespan increased by 1 year." Following this proclamation, numerous streams of light descended from the floating island high above, surging into the bodies of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens. Their physiques experienced a remarkable enhancement, their strength doubling exponentially. This sensation was intoxicating. I feel invincible. The beast lying dormant within me has awakened. Ahahaha. My goodness. Is this what it feels like to ascend to divinity? Within the live stream, Ma Fanshu, sensing the change within himself, spoke cheerfully. I knew our Dragon Kingdom harbored hidden masters. Thanks to them, we not only escaped the jaws of the lizard, but also gained such astonishing benefits. Indeed, thundered Lei Zhan, nodding vigorously. As a special forces soldier, he had reached a certain limit regarding physical development. Now, feeling the surge of doubled strength, he was overwhelmed with excitement, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of energy had been awakened within him. If not for the circumstances, he would have surely let out a triumphant roar. Chapter 9. The one-sided domination beside him. Wang Lin chuckled as well. To think that our dragon country could harbor such exceptional talent. Although the attire may appear somewhat peculiar, the strength demonstrated is truly formidable. For the time being, we can somewhat alleviate our anxieties, at least when encountering E-rank or lower forbidden beasts. We need not worry in the slightest. Moreover, it seemed that Li Qing had not yet unleashed his full potential. The dominance displayed was entirely one-sided. Perhaps, when confronted with the more terrifying D-rank forbidden beasts, he might still possess the capability to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, I noticed a minor detail earlier. After the bloodthirsty lizard appeared, aside from Cold Feng appearing somewhat tense, the other 4 remained remarkably composed. Could it be that they were already aware of Li Qing's extraordinary prowess? However, they only became acquainted with one another upon entering the forbidden area. Logically, they should have been entirely unfamiliar with each other beforehand. Ma Fanshu pondered thoughtfully. I recall that in some fantastical novels, there exists a form of aura sensing among masters. Could it be that the other 3 are also first-rate experts? As these words resonated, the millions of viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. The previously incessant barrage of comments dwindled to a mere fraction. Everyone instinctively began to contemplate. Soon after, a terrifying thought infiltrated the minds of all. Could it be that if this conjecture holds true, Dragon Country is indeed invincible in this realm? With 4 extraordinary beings, who could possibly rival them? Truly, they stand at the pinnacle of existence, surpassing the mundane world. Once clarity dawned, the Dragon Country live stream erupted with a flurry of comments. What now? Can one still rejoin the Dragon Country nationality? I acted impulsively back then. I shouldn't have joined the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Regret. Oh, the regret. Why did I have to change my nationality? Can someone enlighten me on how to revert back? Hoping to return? Perhaps in the next life. Indeed, a gaggle of sycophants. Only now realizing the need to curry favor? Weren't they quite pleased with their previous criticisms? Warning. The Little Day Country is encountering an F-rank forbidden beast. The battle has persisted for 10 minutes, resulting in 1 casualty. In 1 minute, 10% of the resources of the Little Day Country will be forcibly plundered. Warning. The Little Day Country is encountering an F-rank forbidden beast. The battle has persisted for 10 minutes, resulting in 1 casualty. In 1 minute, 10% of the resources of the Little Day Country will be forcibly plundered. Warning. The Little Day Country is encountering an F-rank forbidden beast. The battle has persisted for 10 minutes, resulting in 1 casualty. In 1 minute, 10% of the resources of the Little Day Country will be forcibly plundered. Warning. The Woomery Country is encountering an F-rank forbidden beast. The battle has persisted for 3 minutes, with all 5 casualties. In 1 minute, half of the resources of the Woomery Country will be deducted. Warning. The Woomery Country is encountering an F-rank forbidden beast. The battle has persisted for 3 minutes, with all 5 casualties. In 1 minute, half of the resources of the Woomery Country will be deducted. Warning. The Woomery Country is encountering an F-rank forbidden beast. The battle has persisted for 3 minutes, with all 5 casualties. In 1 minute, half of the resources of the Woomery Country will be deducted. Congratulations to the Little Day Country for the first successful kill of an F-rank forbidden beast. Reward. All citizens of the Little Day Country will have their lifespan increased by 1 year. Congratulations to the Little Day Country for the first successful kill of an F-rank forbidden beast. Reward. All citizens of the Little Day Country will have their lifespan increased by 1 year. Congratulations to the Little Day Country for the first successful kill of an F-rank forbidden beast. Reward. All citizens of the Little Day Country will have their lifespan increased by 1 year. A cold, female voice resonated methodically, delivering news that shocked the entire globe. In the Dragon Country livestream, Ma Fanshu spoke with a slight smile. The recent unexpected events prompt us to take a moment to review the replay from the Little Day Country. With that, he adjusted the screen to focus on the Little Day Country, rewinding to just before the encounter with the forbidden beast. The scene remained the same, amidst the desolate desert. For diminutive figures accompanied by a strangely attired woman traversed together. At the forefront was a middle-aged dwarf, burdened with a massive backpack, wielding a sophisticated instrument to scan the yellow sands. 2 soldiers flanked him to provide vigilance. Behind them, a suspiciously cloaked man eyed the sole female with a hint of trepidation, as though he had suffered a significant loss previously. Not far from the 5, a golden mantis lay in wait, its gaze fixed hungrily upon them, patiently anticipating its prey to enter its striking range. Moments later, the leading middle-aged dwarf approached the sandy ground beneath the forbidden beast. Lacking any sense of danger, he continued to scan with his instrument. Meanwhile, his 2 guards took the opportunity to slack off, occasionally glancing at the woman behind them. In the next instant, the long-awaited mantis sprang into action. Its form moved like lightning, directly targeting the middle-aged dwarf below. With a swift motion, it severed his head cleanly, leaving no time for a reaction. Its bloodied forelimbs swung menacingly towards the remaining 4. This sudden turn of events left the 2 guards momentarily stunned, their attention diverted by the difference in coloration, failing to notice the position of the forbidden beast. As they watched the mantis prepare to strike again, the tension in the air was palpable. Chapter 10. Just call me Xiaofeng. Humph. The alluring woman behind let out a cold snort. Raising her right hand, she recited an obscure incantation. In an instant, a dim blue light shot forth, striking the scythe mantis with precision and shattering its form. The mysterious Onmyoji successfully rescued the remaining 2 individuals. The replay of the scene came to a close. Despite the formidable prowess of the enigmatic Onmyoji, The loss of a contestant represented a significant setback for the Shao Rizi nation, with resources forcibly plundered by 1/10. As for the reward of longevity for the first kill, it held no allure whatsoever. In a moment, the live broadcast room of Shao Rizi was filled with wails. It's over, it's over. Our resources have been reduced by 1/10. How are we to survive? Which benevolent great nation will bestow some resources upon us? In the Langya broadcast room, Ma Fanshu wore a grave expression as he withdrew his gaze. Though Shao Rizi had lost 1/10 of its resources, one of its contestants was a mysterious and formidable Onmyoji, making the upcoming exploration of the Forbidden Grounds a daunting affair. They might very well acquire terrifying resources in the future. It must be said, despite Shao Rizi being a mere speck on the map, it still possessed some semblance of significance. However, when compared to Langya, it remained vastly inferior. Soon after, Ma Fanshu replayed the footage from the Wumali nation. This obscure little country lacked any extraordinary talents. Faced with the assault of an F-grade forbidden beast, they had no means of resistance. After briefly withstanding the onslaught with firearms, they were all annihilated. The brutal and cold-blooded scene left the audience of Langya feeling immensely grateful, reflecting on their fortune to be born in such a great nation. Rich in mysterious entities. Yet, the events did not conclude there. The reduction of resources for Shao Rizi was not easily discernible to those outside the country. But the obliteration of Wumali was a different matter altogether. After a minute's countdown, a streak of light shot from the floating island. And then a terrifying hand appeared in the skies above. Under the horrified gazes of all, it descended abruptly. In an instant, the once vibrant realm was devastated. Countless cities and villages were annihilated, and the land was marred with pools of crimson. All living beings were eradicated, leaving no trace behind. The domestic resources were entirely stripped away, creating a desolation of death. This upheaval sent shivers down the spines of numerous smaller nations, who fervently prayed for their contestants, hoping they would not encounter the wrath of a forbidden beast. Even many great nations were gripped by fear. The imagery was simply too horrifying. The colossal hand blotted out the sun as it descended, erasing a civilized nation without leaving a single record. The harsh reality lay bare before all. The chosen ones represented the fate of their entire nations. Should all 5 chosen perish, their corresponding nations would follow suit into oblivion. This proclamation from the very beginning was no jest, but a stark message to all on Blue Star. They possessed the capability and would act upon it. In an instant, the live broadcast rooms of various nations fell into a heavy silence. Even with extraordinary talents among their ranks, fear permeated the atmosphere. After witnessing the annihilation of a nation, everyone felt a deep-seated dread. Even the people of Langya were shaken. Though they had the means to protect themselves against D-grade forbidden beasts, what of C, BA, or even S-grade? Would they truly possess sufficient power to safeguard themselves then? This question plunged all into profound contemplation. In the ancient Forbidden Grounds, Leng Feng cautiously approached the corpse of the lizard, observing the damaged skin at its throat and the shattered bones. He was utterly astonished. Approaching Li Qing with a look of disbelief, he raised his thumb in admiration. "Brotherly, you truly are a hidden gem. To have slain such a colossal creature is remarkable." Li Qing, however, waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trivial effort. No need for excessive praise. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Upon hearing this, Leng Feng forced a bitter smile. No. I cannot accept the title of captain. Just call me Leng Feng, or Xiao Long, or a Feng will suffice. The title of captain, I believe brotherly is far more suitable for. Li Qing, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Isn't that against protocol? You are undoubtedly the strongest, most active, and experienced among us. The captain must be you. Besides, you were elected by everyone. How can we change that so casually?" Upon hearing this, Leng Feng felt as though he might kneel before him in jest. What a joke. The reason I accepted the role of captain was because I thought you all were nothing but novices. Had I known you were so formidable, I would have certainly made you captain. That massive fist, it crushed a 5-meter forbidden beast. Even with exoskeletal armor, I wouldn't withstand a single blow. If you insist I continue as captain, wouldn't that be a recipe for my demise? As he contemplated this, Leng Feng could not help but shudder, glancing cautiously at Li Qing. Previously, he had mocked his bald head, calling him a dead bald donkey. Now, if accounts were to be settled, he feared he might truly be crushed to death. Chapter 11. Investigating the ability lock. After a brief silence, Leng Feng spoke with utmost sincerity. "There is no need for further modesty, brotherly. From now on, we shall heed your arrangements. Please, share your thoughts on our next course of action. Upon hearing this, Li Qing quickly waved his hand, saying, there is truly no need for such formalities. I am not one for contemplation. I prefer the simplicity of throwing punches, day in and day out. Perhaps you should consult Brother Suyu. Let him decide. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Suyu, who was deep in thought. Noticing he was being addressed, Suyu set aside his examination of the beast-armed templates and casually replied, it is getting late. We should find a place to rest for the night. We cannot leave this area in the immediate future. We can set out to search for resources tomorrow. Though his words carried a sense of righteousness, deep down, Suyu harbored a selfish motive. If they pressed on without pause, he would be unable to focus on studying the templates of Lin Feng and Langya. Should they encounter an insurmountable monster, he would be unable to arm himself, which would surely lead to calamity. The notion of seeking resources could wait. Once he grasped the means to arm himself, everything else would fall into place. Very well, let us proceed according to Brother Suyu's wishes. The other three expressed no dissent, readily agreeing and centering their focus around Suyu. This scene left Leng Feng quite astonished. He instinctively scrutinized Suyu, speculating about his identity. To Leng Feng, Li Qing already appeared as a formidable figure, likely a legendary practitioner of ancient martial arts. Yet, this fearsome individual exhibited such courtesy towards Suyu. Could it be that this distinguished man in white was a truly extraordinary character? Subsequently, the five chose to remain where they were, deciding against further exploration. Thus, their initial foray into the Forbidden Land came to a halt. As dusk began to settle, Leng Feng retrieved his campfire equipment, hoping to impress his companions and showcase his substantial resources. However, the others chose to disregard his efforts. Suyu, possessing the template of Lin Feng, felt no trepidation towards the sudden drop in temperature. Jiu Shu, being a top-tier Taoist from Maoshan, was laden with talismans, making it exceedingly easy for him to ward off the cold. Bai Yuekui and Li Qing, both possessing extraordinary strength, were similarly unfazed by the desert's chill. Only Leng Feng, as an ordinary person, found himself unable to withstand the elements. Thus, while it appeared that he was considering the well-being of the group, he was primarily ensuring his own survival. Soon, night enveloped them. The biting cold wind relentlessly assailed Suyu and his companions. Despite the protective warmth of the campfire, Leng Feng gritted his teeth, feeling the chilling grip of the night air. The temperature fluctuations of the Forbidden Land exceeded his expectations. The fierce wind sent shivers through him. And without the campfire's warmth, he doubted he could endure the night. In contrast, the other four remained remarkably composed, unaffected by the biting wind, maintaining an air of calm indifference. Not far away, Suyu sat cross-legged on the sand, clutching a red token marked with a Qilin insignia. This was the ability lock that Lin Feng had used for arming himself. With the aid of the template, Suyu could utilize it normally. Indeed, if he replicated Lin Feng's actions, his compatibility would increase, enabling him to summon a super beast for arming. Given the terrifying nature of the Forbidden Land, summoning a super beast would allow Suyu to push through their current location with ease, facilitating the collection of resources. However, he found himself unable to do so at present. Upon activating the super beast arming template, he felt a profound energy, what was referred to as the anomalous energy. Following the template's replication, Suyu's speed of cultivating this energy reached an unprecedented level. Feeling the surge of anomalous energy within him, Suyu instinctively tightened his grip on the ability lock, yearning to arm himself. Yet, upon reflecting on the current situation, he chose to exercise restraint. Even so, the terrifying energy within him continued to surge. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the stillness. The unexpected disturbance drew the attention of Bai Yuekui and the others. Before they could inquire further, an overwhelming aura, accompanied by intense heat, erupted from Suyu. Invisible ripples spread outward, unleashing waves of heat that obliterated the previously frigid air. The oppressive warmth enveloped the area for miles around, and this was still under Suyu's considerable restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, the consequences would have been unfathomable. The sudden turn of events left the others in shock. As the energy dissipated, Jiu Shu sprang to his feet, hastily retreating to distance himself from Suyu, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Power Not Far Away. Bai Yuekui and Li Qing wore frowns of concern. They had always known that the seemingly ordinary Suyu was far from an average individual. Yet, It was only now that they began to truly sense his extraordinary power, a force unlike any they had encountered before. It surged and roared, brimming with vitality. To say that this power could effortlessly annihilate an F-grade forbidden beast would not be an exaggeration. The most crucial point was that this was merely a casual display. Should Suyu truly enter a state of combat, his lethality would undoubtedly escalate. In stark contrast to the intense reactions of the trio, Leng Feng merely felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. If he had just been in a frigid cave, now he found himself basking under the midday sun of winter. Despite being in the depths of a cold season, he was enjoying a remarkably comfortable temperature. This led him to unconsciously emit a contented sigh, reveling in the exquisite comfort, entirely oblivious to the terrifying energy that surrounded him, which could claim his life at any moment. This was the advantage of being a normal person. Unperturbed by the dreadfully overwhelming energy, he remained calm. Of course, if the energy were to spiral out of control, he too would meet an untimely end, albeit without any understanding of what had transpired. Nevertheless, Suyu would ensure that such a scenario did not occur. Upon sensing the anomaly, he swiftly concentrated and reined in the energy. Soon, the terrifying fluctuations receded like the tide, and everything returned to its original state. Yet, the flicker of fear in Bai Yuekui and the other's eyes indicated that what had just transpired was indeed real. When Leng Feng felt the comforting warmth dissipate, he opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. He first noticed Suyu rising abruptly, then observed Bai Yuekui and the others dispersing to avoid him. This left him utterly bewildered. What are you all doing? Are we under attack from another forbidden beast? The others, however, paid him no mind. A few seconds later, once Bai Yuekui and the others confirmed that there was no immediate danger, they returned to the vicinity of the campfire. At this moment, their gazes toward Suyu brimmed with newfound respect. Jioshu clasped his hands together in admiration, saying, I sensed young brother and Apos' immense prowess earlier. And upon witnessing it just now, it is indeed extraordinary. Bai Yuekui and Apos' eyes sparkled with a unique light, though she chose not to elaborate further. Only Li Qing, brimming with battle intent, spoke up. Suyu, I wish to spar with you. Either I shall defeat you, or you shall defeat me. Upon hearing this, Suyu was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and replying, Rest assured, that day will come. For now, we remain within this forbidden land. Let us all take some time to rest. All right. The three agreed in unison, while Leng Feng remained utterly perplexed, his face a mask of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? After everyone resumed their seated rest, Suyu quietly stowed away the energy lock, elated by the immense otherworldly energy coursing through him. Given his current strength, even without the energy lock, he could still engage in super beast armament. In contrast, the chosen one, Lin Feng, had taken 7 days to achieve super beast armament without relying on the energy lock. By comparison, Suyu had utterly outclassed Lin Feng in every conceivable aspect. If this trend continued, he might soon be able to summon the nebula body, which filled him with increasing confidence about the forthcoming endeavors in the Forbidden Land. A night passed without incident. The following day dawned. The blazing rays of sunlight enveloped the earth. The various national teams in the ancient Forbidden Land welcomed the second day. Just as the sun began to rise, a chilling female voice echoed across the globe. Morning. The Kingdom of Nilan has encountered an E-grade forbidden beast, the golden-furred lion. The battle lasted 1 minute, resulting in the complete annihilation of 5 individuals. 1 minute later, half of Nilan's resources will be seized, and in 1 day, another 5 individuals will be extracted from Nilan. Morning. The Kingdom of Mark has encountered a D-grade forbidden beast, the soul-eating ant. The battle lasted 1 minute, resulting in the complete annihilation of 5 individuals. 1 minute later, half of Mark's resources will be seized, and in 1 day, another 5 individuals will be extracted from Mark. Warning. The Kingdom of Debinio has encountered an F-grade forbidden beast, the white cicada. The battle lasted 1 minute, resulting in the complete annihilation of 5 individuals. 1 minute later, half of Debinio's resources will be seized, and in 1 day, another 5 individuals will be extracted from that nation. Barely into the second day, 3 nations had suffered devastating attacks from forbidden beasts, with all 5 selected individuals perishing. The corresponding nations would lose half of their resources, an undeniable catastrophe for them. Should the next 5 entrants also fall, their resources would vanish entirely, leading to inevitable extinction in a short time. 1 minute later, in the gaze of countless terrified onlookers, 3 beams of light shot forth from the floating island once more. The familiar, colossal handprint descended, claiming half of the resources from the 3 nations. Although many nations participated in this competition, The complete annihilation of 4 nations' teams in quick succession sent chills through the remaining human populace, especially for the weaker nations. They prayed fervently that their representatives would not encounter these horrifying forbidden beasts. They sought no rewards, mere survival was their utmost success. Even if they had to play the role of the underdog, as long as they lived, it was inconsequential. The chain reaction triggered by the annihilation of all selected individuals was beyond their capacity to endure. Even some of the top-tier nations regarded this with deep trepidation. Chapter 13. The Quest for Resources. However, within the enigmatic and perilous confines of the ancient Forbidden Grounds, crises are not the sole inhabitants. As competitors from various nations confront the specter of death, countless opportunities await them. Aside from the aforementioned 3 nations that faced annihilation, others have seized their fortunes. Congratulations! Survivors from the beautiful nation have discovered a cubic meter of bronze-level water resources. In 1 hour, this resource will expand 100-fold and manifest within your nation. The icy voice echoed once more from above, this time heralding not destruction but opportunity. In the live broadcast room, Ma Fanshu, eyes wide with astonishment, swiftly switched the feed to the Beautiful Nations channel and replayed the earlier announcement. In the Beautiful Nations encampment, 5 selected individuals meticulously packed away their camping gear, preparing for exploration. The team leader, Rogers, serving as the spiritual beacon of the Beautiful Nation, called the 4 others to assemble. He then activated the exoskeleton armor on his right arm and spoke solemnly. Our mission in the Forbidden Grounds is to assist our homeland in locating resources to the best of our abilities. It is time to deploy the scouting equipment we prepared in advance. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 grew serious, and they too activated the exoskeleton battle suits bestowed upon them by their nation. Soon, the 5 were enveloped in the gleaming armor, reflecting the cold light of the rising sun. Without delay, Team Leader Rogers initiated the scanning device on his right side, and a miniature mechanical apparatus emerged, settling onto the sandy ground. Subsequently, the other 4 activated their respective scanning devices, each containing a small mechanical scanning apparatus concealed within their exoskeleton suits. Once activated, they would automatically assemble. This was the latest invention of the Beautiful Nation, a reconnaissance device designed primarily to detect the presence of resources in the vicinity: water, food, ores, metals, and more. It also boasted state-of-the-art imaging technology capable of identifying any living entities nearby, making it an unparalleled boon for special forces operating in wilderness or foreign terrains. Shortly thereafter, the 5 miniature scouting machines began their exploration. It must be noted that the Beautiful Nation's luck at the outset was indeed remarkable. In just 1 hour, the 5 machines successfully unearthed a water resource. Though it was merely of the lowest bronze level, its volume was equivalent to 5 football fields, an inexhaustible supply for the quintet. Moreover, under the regulations of the Forbidden Grounds, all discovered resources would be returned 100-fold to the corresponding nation. Thus, 500 football fields worth of water resources would eventually manifest in the Beautiful Nation. This news exhilarated the populace, for amidst a global resource crisis, water, the essence of life, was undoubtedly among the most vital resources. In that moment, an elated team leader Rogers prepared to conduct the certification ceremony. Once completed, and after a duration of 1 hour, the corresponding resources would materialize. However, just as the certification was about to commence, a massive spider suddenly emerged from the sand. Its crimson maw agape, fixating hungrily upon the 5 diminutive beings before it. This was an F-level forbidden beast, and the water resource was its vital habitat. Upon realizing its precious resource was under threat, it charged forth with the intent to annihilate Team Leader Rogers and his companions. Regrettably, as the lowest tier of forbidden beasts, it ultimately lacked the strength to contend with the meticulously crafted exoskeleton armor of the Beautiful Nation. Instead, the laser devices equipped by Rogers and his team proved devastatingly effective against it. In mere minutes, under the relentless barrage of their lasers, the formidable beast was vanquished. With the threat of the forbidden beast neutralized, Rogers effortlessly completed the certification ceremony. After safeguarding for 1 hour, the water resources would indeed manifest 100-fold within the Beautiful Nation. The citizens watching the live broadcast erupted in jubilant cheers. Incredible! Our leader is truly a hero of the Beautiful Nation, displaying such clarity of thought. Just the 2nd day in, and he has secured such a vast resource. Our leader is invincible. The Beautiful Nation is invincible. The crisis surrounding our water resources is no longer an imminent threat. What about those fools from the Dragon Nation? Why aren't and Amp, Oppos, they flaunting their bravado anymore? Does enhanced strength and longevity truly matter? What we lack most at present are resources. Without them, all strength is futile. We would starve. Oh my God. I have never felt such gratitude as I do now. Being a citizen of the beautiful nation fills me with immense pride. The beautiful nation is the true sovereign of the forbidden grounds. Chapter 14. Uncle Gio. Wait for me to draw a talisman. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, Ma Fanshu gazed at the replay before her, a flicker of envy glimmering in her eyes. Ever since the onset of the resource crisis, water scarcity had persistently plagued every nation. At this moment, witnessing the beautiful country acquire such an immense water resource made it difficult for her not to feel a pang of desire. However, as a member of the Dragon Kingdom's hosting team, she swiftly concealed her envy and stated with solemnity, "Congratulations to the beautiful country for becoming the first nation to obtain resources from the Forbidden Lands." Beside her, Lei Zhan sighed and remarked, "The most precious water resources. When will our country be able to acquire them?" Indeed, Wang Lin nodded gravely. Since the resource crisis began, water has been the first to dwindle. As the essence of life, the demand for water is truly vast. It is required for daily use, agricultural cultivation, and nurturing plants. Moreover, as a populous nation, our daily consumption of water is extraordinarily high. Let us hope that the chosen ones from our forbidden lands can also find ample water resources. The sentiment was not limited to the three hosts. There was widespread lamentation within the Dragon Kingdom. I simply cannot accept this outcome. Why did the damned beautiful country discover water resources before us? Why have we not found any? As they had stated, water resources were indeed invaluable to our nation. I hope that Leng Feng and the others can swiftly locate water resources. After all, it is likely that Leng Feng possesses exoskeletal battle armor too. At that moment, individuals from the beautiful country continuously flooded into the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Observing the ongoing lamentations, they could not help but boast. Are you envious? Do you yearn for it? Huh. It's futile. No matter how much you envy, these resources belong to our nation. We are the undisputed first in the world, while you remain far behind. Indeed, the chasm remains. You shall continue to be the perennial second within the ancient forbidden lands. Upon hearing the cold female voice's announcement, a look of annoyance crossed Leng Feng's face. Even without viewing the replay, he could surmise that the opposing party had utilized micro-exploration devices on their exoskeletal armor. Such technology was not a secret to him as a chosen one. The beautiful country possessed such devices, and as a superpower, the Dragon Kingdom naturally had them as well. However, the equipment was relatively large, necessitating distribution across multiple sets of exoskeletal armor to gather signals and survey resources. Yet, since the Dragon Kingdom initially could not locate others, only Leng Feng possessed such equipment, making resource discovery somewhat more challenging. With no other choice, Leng Feng approached the group of four, a frown etched across his face, and spoke, "Everyone, let us not force anything. Let us discuss this. Currently, the beautiful country has already obtained the most precious water resources, which is not a favorable circumstance for us. After all, we are uncertain how many resources exist within the ancient forbidden lands. If other nations seize them all, would our journey not be in vain? This morning, I deployed top-tier precision equipment for resource exploration. Although there have been no findings thus far, I fear the path ahead may lead to nothingness, devoid of any resources. We need to deliberate on which direction to pursue in order to find resources." Despite Leng Feng's eloquence, Suyu remained silent. Beside him, Bai Yuekui also disregarded Leng Feng. Her gaze fixated on Suyu, harboring deep curiosity about this enigmatic man. Li Qing, on the other hand, listened attentively for a while. Yet he had no special methods for locating resources, thus his listening was ultimately in vain. It was then that Uncle Gio, upon hearing Leng Feng and Oppos' words, felt a spark of inspiration. ISN and Oppos. It's simply a matter of locating resources? That should not be overly complicated. With newfound determination, Uncle Gio waved his hand and declared, "What my young brother Leng Feng says holds some truth. Since our primary objective is to seek resources, I shall demonstrate my abilities." Surprised, Leng Feng scrutinized the talisman-adorned Taoist with deep skepticism. "Taoist, are you certain you can manage? If top-notch equipment fails to uncover anything, how can you?" "Let's not exaggerate." Uncle Gio responded with a calm smile. "I cannot make sweeping assertions about other matters, but in the search for water resources, I possess considerable confidence." With that, He no longer engaged with Leng Feng and instead began to arrange formations in the sandy ground, applying talismans. This scene piqued the curiosity of everyone present, even causing Siyu to glance over, eager to discern what methods Uncle Gio possessed. Chapter 15. Madness? Mocking the heroes of the Forbidden Lands? Within the Dragon Kingdom and Ampos' live stream, countless viewers expressed their disdain for the old priest and Ampos' assertions. Deep down, they harbored prejudice against this oddly dressed Taoist. At this moment, witnessing the priest and Ampos' earnest demeanor, they could not restrain their scornful remarks. Why does this priest meddle so much? Would it kill him to refrain from pretending? Does he truly believe that donning a robe elevates him to the status of a celestial master? In these dire times, he still spreads his fallacies. How did such a disgraceful character manage to enter the Forbidden Lands? Alas, how blind one must be to ignore the commands of Commander Leng Feng. Indeed, only Leng Feng possesses advanced technology. Have they not seen how the beautiful nation next door secures resources? What a bunch of useless individuals, the white-clad wastrels. The aloof and disdainful women, and the ridiculous, mad Taoist. What sort of characters are these? In an instant, the barrage of comments exploded. The overwhelming majority of the audience, spurred by the beautiful nation and Ampos' swift acquisition of resources, were seething with envy. Discontent lingered towards the few who disregarded Leng Feng and Ampos' suggestions. Even the proactive Uncle Gio faced their ire. This scene compelled Lei Zhan, the official host, to intervene. He angrily addressed the barrage, demanding the management to extract the IPs of these offenders. At a time when the nation and Ampos' survival was at stake, he would not tolerate any malicious slander directed at the valiant warriors on the front lines. If they were so capable, why had they not chosen to enter the Forbidden Lands themselves, while others were risking their lives to aid the nation in resource acquisition? How dare these couch potatoes mock them? Do not think that, faced with great peril, you can act recklessly online. I state unequivocally that those who have insulted will not escape justice. Lei Zhan and Ampos' sudden fury took Ma Fanchu by surprise. However, reflecting on the vile comments from moments prior, she found his response entirely justified. Yet, she harbored concerns that Lei Zhan and Ampos' words were merely a product of momentary anger. If no action were taken, allowing those miscreants to roam free would indeed be a tremendous farce. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom and Ampos' live stream, although the majority of the foolish populace were intimidated by Lei Zhan and Ampos' words, there remained those audacious enough to continue their taunts. Not only did they persist in ridiculing the selected ones in the Forbidden Lands, but they also escalated their mockery in response to Lei Zhan and Ampos' provocation. The derisive voices within the live stream grew louder, exemplified by remarks such as, "I and Ampos am right here. Come and catch me if you dare. If you don and Ampos, you and Ampos, re my grandson. The ones in the Forbidden Lands are fools, so what if I insult them? What is the problem? Laughable. You think you can trace my IP and catch me? You think you're important? Indeed, how arrogant. I'm terrified, please don't come for me." Such comments flooded the screen, and under Lei Zhan's provocation, the online imbeciles became increasingly brazen, treating the internet as a lawless domain. In response, Lei Zhan merely smirked, ignoring the comments in the live stream, and stated succinctly, "Just don't come crying for mercy later." Contrary to expectations of a furious backlash, Lei Zhan appeared remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence as if he were fishing patiently. This demeanor prompted many viewers to sense something amiss. Except for a few dim-witted individuals, the majority of others adopted a more subdued approach. They recognized that insults were not urgent. If no unforeseen incidents occurred, opportunities would abound in the future. However, should Lei Zhan and Ampos' words ring true, and they were indeed traced, then restraining their insults now would serve them far better against those foolish contenders. In an instant, the barrage became relatively harmonious, as all awaited the final outcome. It must be noted that the national response to the events in the live stream was remarkably swift. Within merely 5 minutes, reports of police and military apprehensions began to surface across various regions. Simultaneously, the Dragon Kingdom issued corresponding announcements, forbidding any online slander against the chosen ones in the Forbidden Lands. Below, images of several lowlifes being apprehended appeared, their faces obscured, yet their insulting IDs prominently displayed. Evidently, Lei Zhan and Ampos' statements in the live stream were no jest, but rather a reality. In response to those who believe the internet to be a lawless realm, the nation employed silver rings to signify the dire consequences of their arrogance. After all, regardless of the circumstances, they were still within the Dragon Kingdom's borders. The government was resolute in tracing the relevant IPs, a task far from difficult. As the latest announcements were released and numerous lawless offenders were captured, the once chaotic live stream returned to clarity. Each participant and Oppo's comments, while cautious, primarily lauded their selected representatives. Even when angry remarks surfaced, they were directed solely at other nations. Witnessing the military and Oppo's decisive actions, everyone adopted a more compliant demeanor. Chapter 16. The formation reaches completion in the live stream room of the Dragon Kingdom. Lei Zhan's smile emerged as the barrage of comments returned to normal. Earlier, he had remarked that some individuals had taken the situation lightly. Well, they could indulge in the country and Oppo's complimentary steamed buns. The white garments and silver gloves were indeed quite commendable. He believed that upon their eventual return, those individuals would transform into assets for the nation, gaining a profound understanding of the concept of national righteousness. Beside him, Ma Fanshu and Wang Lin nodded in agreement. Even within the live stream, there was a chorus of flattery. Captain Lei was correct. Associating with those scoundrels was truly a source of shame. Indeed. As citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, especially in times of national peril, unity was paramount. Internal strife was absolutely unacceptable. They doubted your discernment. And yet I had recognized the reliability of that Taoist from the very beginning. One need only consider whether the name Lin Fengjiao belonged to an ordinary person. At that moment, the atmosphere in the live stream room regained its previous harmony. Although there were occasional jabs from foreigners, they were swiftly silenced by the furious retorts of numerous Dragon Kingdom citizens. When it came to verbal sparring, the internet warriors had never lost. This spectacle left Lei Zhan and his companions both amused and exasperated. Within the ancient Forbidden Grounds, Jioshu disregarded Leng Feng and Oppo's skepticism, quietly arranging the talisman formations. Minutes passed, and Leng Feng grew increasingly impatient as he observed Jioshu and Oppo's continued manipulation of the talismans. To him, the so-called Taoist arts seemed utterly impractical. As a representative of New Age humanity clad in high-tech armor, he firmly believed that science was the most fundamental principle, although he had been profoundly shocked by Li Qing earlier. He still viewed it through the lens of scientific rationale, merely an ancient martial art that enhanced physical capabilities. Ultimately, it remained within the realm of the mundane, lacking transcendence. However, just as Leng Feng stepped forward to interrupt Jioshu and Oppo's formation, a long knife emanating a blue glow suddenly appeared at his cheek. The assailant was none other than the previously silent Bai Yuekui. This unexpected turn of events startled Leng Feng, causing him to retreat several steps. Once he confirmed that the knife posed no immediate threat, he could not contain his outrage. What are you doing? What do you intend to achieve by brandishing a weapon at a teammate? To be candid, Leng Feng had indeed been frightened moments before. The blade had approached him without a sound. Had this been a life-or-death gamble, he would have likely met his demise. This harrowing sensation left him deeply unsettled. In response, Bai Yuekui merely stated, "Do not interrupt him," and then turned away, leaving Leng Feng seething with indignation. At that moment, Suyu, observing with interest, stepped forward, refocusing his attention on Jioshu's formation, clearly indicating that whatever Leng Feng's intentions, interrupting Jioshu was out of the question. Li Qing, too, silently advanced a step, further extinguishing Leng Feng's fury. Without mentioning Bai Yuekui's mesmerizing speed or the enigmatic presence of Suyu, even Li Qing, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, was more than capable of overpowering him. With all three individuals resolute in ensuring Jioshu completed the formation, Leng Feng realized he lacked the strength to interfere. Reluctantly, he settled into a silent watch. Minutes later, Jioshu completed the arrangement of the formation, then leaped back, clutching a piece of yellow talisman paper which he hurled into the air. Defying the pull of gravity, the talisman hovered mid-air. With a grave expression, Jioshu began to inscribe upon it. Mystical patterns emerged as he moved his fingers, and soon, an obscure ancient script materialized on the talisman. Concurrently, the formation etched into the sandy ground radiated beams of yellow light that surged into the talisman. In the next instant, the formation dimmed, and the talisman shattered, scattering in all directions. This scene left Leng Feng utterly astounded. Wow! Even Suyu and Bai Yuekui displayed expressions of astonishment. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was left speechless. My goodness, it truly is Taoist magic. The ancients did not deceive me. It genuinely exists. Is this the profound heritage of our Dragon Kingdom? Terrifying indeed. The natural arts of the Tao are not mere words. I am stunned beyond belief. Even the foreign spectators in the Dragon Kingdom and Oppo's live stream, who had come to partake in the excitement, found themselves in awe. their expressions reflecting disbelief at the ethereal spectacle before them. Deep down, they were reluctant to acknowledge it, yet the scene was too stunning to dismiss. A whirlwind of complex thoughts enveloped their minds. As the host, Ma Fanshu excitedly exclaimed, "I never expected such extraordinary phenomena to arise within our dragon kingdom. I believe we will soon acquire our first batch of resources." Chapter 17. The Secrets of Talismans, Resources in Hand. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, yellow talisman papers burst forth, radiating a golden glow. These talisman papers, entirely detached from the realm of science, swirled with a pale golden light as they flew in all directions. At this moment, Jioshu sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly absorbing the energy around him. Without needing further elaboration, everyone understood the necessity of patience. Leng Feng silently retracted his miniature exploration equipment and remained seated to conserve his strength. After all, the resources within the Forbidden Land were not easily obtainable. Even if found, one would likely encounter terrifying beasts lurking within, under the shadow of unknown dangers. Restoring one's strength became of utmost importance. Even Li Qing and Bai Yuekui were diligently gathering their energy. Only Suyu remained indifferent, continuing to cultivate his extraordinary powers. As long as his energy reserves were sufficient, he possessed unshakable confidence. If ordinary armaments proved inadequate, he would resort to the super beast armament. There was no doubt he could crush the illusory Lin beast with a single stomp. Thus, a serene atmosphere enveloped the group. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jioshu slowly opened his eyes, a hint of fatigue flickering across his brow. The harvest he had gathered was substantial, yet the corresponding toll on his energy was equally formidable. Suyu was the first to sense Jioshu's awakening and promptly rose. Following suit were Bai Yuekui, Li Qing, and Leng Feng, their gazes filled with curiosity. Upon noticing this, Jioshu smiled and nodded, assuring them, "Rest assured, my friends, I have located several resource sites. They are far more abundant than previously reported." Upon hearing this, joy illuminated the faces of Leng Feng and the others, who could hardly contain their eagerness to collect the resources. Outside, the audience in the Long Kingdom and Appo's live stream was equally exhilarated. They had witnessed the enigmatic arts with their own eyes and held no doubts about Jioshu and Appo's words. The revelation of multiple resource locations sent waves of excitement through the viewers, with some exclaiming, "Mr. Lin is incredible. How fortunate our country is to have such a figure. Truly deserving of the name of the Long Kingdom." Within the ancient Forbidden Land, after Jioshu disclosed the locations he had found, his expression grew grave. "Though I have discovered numerous resource sites, apart from one not far from our periphery, the remaining locations harbor significant dangers. The talisman paper I deployed, originally intended for deeper exploration, was extinguished by a mysterious force. It suggests that the perils within are far from ordinary. To be prudent, we should first gather resources from the site near the periphery. As for the more remote locations, we can deliberate on them later." Jioshu's words cast a shadow over the faces of the group. Among them, aside from the inscrutable Suyu, Jioshu was a figure shrouded in enigma. If even this seasoned veteran exhibited trepidation, it was clear that great peril awaited them. Upon hearing this, the gazes of Bai Yuekui, Li Qing, and Jioshu converged on Suyu. As the most unique individual present, they instinctively sought to discern his thoughts. After all, they could not fathom the full extent of Suyu and Appo's abilities. For them, it might be a place of irreversible demise, yet for Suyu, it could be devoid of pressure. In response, Suyu merely nodded, stating, "Let us first acquire the resources from the nearest site. We shall discuss that mysterious location later." The other three nodded in agreement. Subsequently, after solidifying their plan, the five made their way towards the distant resource point. Half an hour later, Jioshu led the others as they traversed a small hill. Soon, a vast lake emerged before them, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. The water was exceptionally clear, with countless fish and shrimp frolicking within. The depth remained unfathomable. Truth be told, such a massive body of water should be impossible in a desert. However, given the nature of this forbidden space, the existence of such a lake was not entirely surprising. In the Long Kingdom and Appo's live stream, countless viewers were invigorated upon witnessing the vast lake. Wow, this water is astonishingly abundant. It and Appo's simply absurd. ISN and Appo's it larger than some football fields in the beautiful country? Just look at what true resources are. Freshwater resources. Currently, the most coveted freshwater in the world. I and Appo's am overwhelmed. Just this morning, we were envious of the beautiful country, and now, what are they worth? Where are those who were just boasting? Chapter 18. The Golden Water Resource. At this moment, the citizens of the beautiful nation, watching the vast water resources in the Dragon Nation and Apos' live broadcast, were utterly envious. How could such a colossal resource be encountered by them? With both the first kill reward and the immense water resource, should not the heavens favor us instead? What on earth is happening? In an instant, the netizens of the beautiful nation could no longer contain themselves, filling the screen with derisive comments. What arrogance and pride! They were merely fortunate. Moreover, such an enormous water resource, what terrifying guardian beast must be protecting it? It is known that even our bronze-level water resources are guarded by formidable F-grade beasts. Now, with such vast water resources, the guardian beast must be otherworldly. Indeed. Let us wait and see as the representatives of the Dragon Nation are torn apart by the guardian beast and become its meal. Ha ha, just imagining that scene is delightful. You Dragon Nation should prepare for your downfall. In the ancient Forbidden Land, Siyu and his companions slowly approached the lake, gazing at the boundless expanse of water. A profound sense of happiness welled up within them, especially in Leng Feng. As a member of the elite military forces, he was acutely aware of the water resource crisis faced by nations today. Other resources might endure for a while longer, but water, the essence of life, was a different matter. Since the onset of the resource crisis, water had been in a perpetual state of scarcity. Rivers were gradually drying up, becoming murky and scarce. The water levels in lakes were continuously declining, leading to the extinction of aquatic life. Without the irrigation provided by water resources, vast swathes of vegetation and crops perished. As someone who frequently engaged in battles, Leng Feng was particularly cognizant of these changes. Thus, his feelings were the most intense at this moment. Faced with the immense water resources before him, he could no longer restrain himself. He took a bold step forward and exclaimed, "Fresh water, vast expanses of fresh water. We have finally found fresh water. Our nation will no longer face a freshwater crisis." Just then, Siyu swiftly moved in front of Leng Feng, lifting him and pulling him back, coldly admonishing, "Fool, do you not realize that forbidden resources are guarded by forbidden beasts?" Upon hearing this, the anger on Leng Feng and Apos' face instantly transformed into fear, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Looking at Siyu, he was filled with gratitude. The audience in the live broadcast room was just beginning to comprehend the situation. Indeed, after discovering bronze-level water resources that morning, the beautiful nation had encountered an attack from a forbidden beast. With such a vast amount of water resources right before them, how could there not be a guardian beast? Had Leng Feng rashly charged ahead, he could have easily fallen victim to a sudden assault from a lurking beast. Losing a key member in such a manner would be an irretrievable loss. Bai Yuekui, observing the scene, coldly remarked, "You would do well to stay at the back, lest you perish unjustly." Leng Feng swallowed hard, somewhat dissatisfied. What if I could be of assistance? Bai Yuekui, upon hearing this, dismissed him with indifference. Firmly gripping her long blade and striding gracefully toward the lake, the gentle breeze caressed her face, her white hair flowing elegantly. It must be said that Bai Yuekui and Apos' beauty was truly exceptional. Just this scene alone sent countless admirers in the Dragon Nation and Apos' live broadcast room into a frenzy. Of course, many began to worry for her safety, fearing that she might encounter unforeseen dangers. In an instant, all eyes were glued to the screen, not wanting to miss a single moment. In the ancient Forbidden Land, Bai Yuekui approached the lake with remarkable ease. As she beheld the endless water surface, a sense of determination gripped her right hand. The long blade in her grasp emanated a dazzling blue light, a sight to behold. Following this, a faint blade aura shot forth, striking fiercely into the tranquil water and Apos' surface. A colossal wave erupted, sending cascades of water splashing. In the next moment, the lake began to tremble violently as a gigantic black tortoise slowly surfaced. Nearly 10 meters long, its shell was incredibly hard, sending a shiver down one and Apos' spine. Awakened by Bai Yuekui and Apos' blade aura, the tortoise was now furious, its small eyes fixed on her, filled with ferocity. In response, Bai Yuekui remained unfazed, showing no fear of the terrifying creature, and instead appeared eager for the challenge. Chapter 19. The Perfect Figure. Meanwhile, a cold female voice resumed its broadcast. "Warning! Warning! The Dragon Kingdom team has encountered a D-class forbidden beast, the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Warning! Warning! The Dragon Kingdom team has encountered a D-class forbidden beast, the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Warning! Warning! The Dragon Kingdom team has encountered a D-class forbidden beast, the Xuanjia dragon turtle." 3 consecutive chilling alerts informed the world of the terror of the forbidden beasts. Upon realizing the classification of the forbidden beast, the public was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Is misfortune upon us? Just yesterday, We faced an E-class forbidden beast, and today we are confronted with a D-class? The level of the forbidden beast had escalated significantly. Leaving many uncertain whether Li Qing could prevail, it felt rather ominous. If worst came to worst, perhaps fleeing was the best option? Resources could be forsaken. A D-class forbidden beast was far too frightening. Indeed, fleeing seemed the wisest course. Had they not heard the morning broadcast? 3 nations had been utterly annihilated. Once dead, resources would be ruthlessly plundered. Surviving was the only hope. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, Ma Fanchu gazed at the screen with a furrowed brow and asked, "Gentlemen, do you have any solutions for this D-class Xuanjia dragon turtle?" Lei Zhan and Appo's brow was tightly knitted, his expression grim. Turtle species are generally cumbersome and not very agile. Apart from their impenetrable shell, they possess few offensive capabilities. If they truly wish to flee, they should be able to do so without incident. As for attempting to slay it, they are unlikely to breach the turtle and Appo's shell. Hope seems dim. Wang Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed. While the Xian turtle is an amphibious creature, it moves quite slowly on land, especially in the desert, which would further hinder its crawling speed. The best course of action now is for Leng Feng to try using firearms to target its head. Otherwise, it would be prudent to abandon the resources and retreat. There is no need to risk one and Appo's life for them. However, the 5 individuals within the Forbidden Land appeared resolute in their intentions to advance. Aside from Leng Feng, who retreated in sheer astonishment, the other 4 showed no signs of hesitation. Bai Yuekui continued to approach the dragon turtle, brimming with eagerness. This sight left Leng Feng dumbfounded, and he urgently exclaimed, "Quick, run. Why are we charging forward? Are we courting death? Keep your distance. We shall bombard it from afar." Having said that, he turned to seek suitable cover, preparing for a long-range assault. Siyu glanced at the retreating Leng Feng but said nothing. Instead, he observed Bai Yuekui and Appo's graceful advance with keen interest. Impressive. Ahead. Bai Yuekui approached the Xuanjia dragon turtle with calm determination, seemingly unafraid. During her approach, her long knife emanated a brilliant blue light, exuding an icy aura. An invisible yet terrifying blade intent appeared to spread around her. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing inquired, "Miss Bai, do you require my assistance?" "No need." Bai Yuekui waved her hand dismissively, confident in her own strength. As she gazed at the Xuanjia dragon turtle emerging from the lake, she no longer concealed her murderous intent. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth, and an invisible vortex materialized beside her, radiating starlight. Suddenly, Bai Yuekui's form transformed into an ethereal shadow, vanishing from sight. The Xuanjia dragon turtle, sensing the anomaly, retracted its limbs and head into its shell. For it, the shell was its greatest means of survival. Until its shell was breached, it was impossible to touch it in the slightest. In the next moment, Bai Yuekui appeared above the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Her delicate figure floated mid-air, and her long knife flickered, shimmering with blue starlight as if charging with energy. Then, Bai Yuekui hurled the long knife, which glowed with blue starlight, crashing down upon the Xuanjia dragon turtle and Appo's back. Boom! With a terrifying roar, the once prostrate Xuanjia dragon turtle collapsed into the sand. A cloud of dust erupted around it. Simultaneously, Bai Yuekui descended, seizing the edge of the turtle and Appo's shell with her right hand and heaving it upward with an almost terrifying strength, launching the Xuanjia dragon turtle into the air. The long knife, spinning in midair, accurately landed in the sheath beside Bai Yuekui. Bai Yuekui, standing on the sand, took a deep breath, stomped her right foot, and followed the Xuanjia dragon turtle into the air, hovering above it as she struck the underside of its shell repeatedly. At the same time, blue halos flickered around her. After delivering a final blow, Bai Yuekui landed gracefully, turning her back as she walked away. Meanwhile, the Xuanjia dragon turtle remained suspended in midair, motionless. Chapter 20. Where are the resources? Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed through the air. The formidable form of the Xuanjia dragon turtle erupted violently, its once impenetrable shell shattering into countless fragments. All that remained was its frail body, plummeting to the ground. At that moment, the Xuanjia dragon turtle no longer exuded the ferocity it once had. Its aura was weak, devoid of any will to resist. Not far away, Siyu and Appo's eyes glimmered with a spark of admiration as he witnessed the swift and decisive action of Bai Yuekui. The familiar sound of a Swana resonated in his mind as he recalled the instant she unleashed her power. Observing Bai Yuekui effortlessly incapacitate the Xuanjia dragon turtle, he couldn't and Appo's help but silently commend her grace and poise. Indeed, she was the illustrious Bai. Her elegance remained unblemished. Simultaneously, He nodded in satisfaction at her decision to spare the creature and Appo's life, recognizing their ignorance of the forbidden zone. Preserving this D-class beast might prove invaluable. And at the very least, it could serve as a means of transportation. After all, the Xuanjia dragon turtle was of considerable size, and accommodating 5 individuals upon its shell would be a trivial matter. The only concern was that Bai Yuekui had inflicted severe injuries upon the turtle. Had she not intentionally left it alive, they would now be staring at a colossal carcass. If its recovery proved to be overly complicated, it would be more efficient to eliminate it outright. As for Li Qing, he was utterly astounded by Bai Yuekui and Appo's prowess. While he had suspected her strength was formidable, witnessing it firsthand revealed the extent of his previous misconceptions. This was no mere strength, it was truly terrifying. In the outside world, the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's live stream was inundated with viewers grappling with existential doubt after witnessing Bai Yuekui and Appo's display of power. What on earth is this? She appears so beautiful and aloof, yet possesses such a fearsome demeanor. The blue blade of energy was so astounding that had it not been a live broadcast, they would have assumed it was merely a special effect. I never imagined such a small team could feature both a strategist and a prodigy simultaneously. Come on. Dawn and Appo's be ridiculous. What have they turned the strategist and prodigy into? Have you never seen that wealthy movie? Miss Bai, I will take action. By the way, are there no foreign viewers watching this stream? Just a moment ago, everyone was laughing, and now it and Appo's eerily silent. Seriously? You Dragon Kingdom folks are shameless. I shall report your unfair practices. Allowing cultivators to intervene in the battle. You truly have no integrity. Where are the overseers of the Forbidden Zone? Shun and Appo's. Did they revoke their qualifications? Within the Forbidden Zone, Bai Yuekui elegantly approached the ailing Xuanjia dragon turtle, her hand radiating a brilliant azure glow as she coldly commanded. Tell me where I can obtain water resources and lead me there. Otherwise, you shall bid farewell to this world. What an imposing declaration. It was simply breathtaking. As Bai Yuekui and Appo's frigid words resonated, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Miss Bai, you have completely reshaped my understanding of reality. A cold and regal goddess, her strength is divine. I heard the D-class forbidden beasts are terrifying. I find that amusing. What about those from the beautiful nation? Why are they silent now? Was and Appo's their captain supposed to be formidable? Why not crush the forbidden beast and lead the way? I and Appo's am dying of laughter. Do they really think they can defeat a D-class forbidden beast? Hey, speak up. Warren and Amp. Appo's, you just cheering? Host Ma Fanshu, overwhelmed with emotion, had tears in his eyes. While Wang Lin shared a similar sentiment, only Lei Zhan, amidst his excitement, bore a look of profound astonishment. So powerful. The representatives of the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's Forbidden Zone are astonishingly strong. In the ancient Forbidden Zone, the nearly lifeless Xuanjia dragon turtle, upon hearing Bai Yuekui and Appo's words, began to nod fervently, disregarding its grievous wounds. With great effort, it pointed its claw towards a specific location and started to move laboriously. Bai Yuekui and her companions followed closely behind, prepared to secure the water resources. In the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's live stream, a voice proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce you to our method of resource acquisition. I can see that the beautiful nation and Appo's technology is indeed advanced enough to detect the presence of resources. I also acknowledge that we lack high-tech equipment. However, I must apologize, we do not need such means. With the presence of celestial masters and cultivators, we can simply calculate our way to resources." Moments later, the Xuanjia dragon turtle led Bai Yuekui to a jade stone near a lake, persistently gesturing with its claws. Bai Yuekui immediately understood and stepped gracefully onto the jade stone. In an instant, the stone erupted with dazzling brilliance, ancient runes illuminating in a dense array. Enveloping Bai Yuekui, the resource authentication ceremony commenced in earnest. The Xuanjia dragon turtle glanced at Su Yu and the others, sensibly retreating towards him. Though its intelligence was limited, it recognized the strongest among them and knew that a little flattery would serve it well. Chapter 21. The thoughts of the Kingdom of White Elephants immediately following. A chilling female voice resonated throughout the world in the Forbidden Zone. Congratulations, survivors of the Dragon Kingdom. You have discovered a gold-level water resource. In 1 hour, this resource will expand 100-fold and materialize in your nation. The announcement echoed thrice, sending ripples of excitement across the globe. In the camp of the beautiful nation, Captain America's expression darkened, his voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, "Why is it that we possess only bronze-level water resources while they have gold-level?" The enormity of their bronze resources was staggering. One could only imagine the vastness of a gold-level resource. A nearby Special Forces commander coldly suggested, "Captain, why don't we forcibly seize it?" With everyone gathered near the desert and an hour remaining until materialization, there was ample time to act. Another Special Forces commander concurred, "I support this plan. Water resources are the most scarce commodity globally right now. If we could seize their gold-level water resource, we would no longer have to worry about shortages." Captain America considered his teammate's proposal, a flicker of temptation crossing his mind. However, after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, "Let it be. Our water resources will soon materialize. At this critical juncture, there is no need to stir up trouble. The ancient forbidden land is vast. We are merely in one desert zone. If we search patiently, we will surely uncover more resources. As for our confrontation with the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom, that day will inevitably come. In the land of little days, following the loss of one chosen one, the remaining four became extremely vigilant. Upon hearing of the Dragon Kingdom's resource acquisition, two Special Forces members exchanged glances, their intentions turning sinister. "Shall we attempt to seize the resources from the Dragon Kingdom? They shouldn't be too far from us," one suggested. Before the other could respond, the leading female Onmyoji coldly reprimanded, "Silence. I warn you. Do not set your sights on the Dragon Kingdom. You are no match for them." With their leader's words, the two abandoned the thought. After all, the Onmyoji possessed extraordinary and unpredictable power, and they could not afford to lose her support. Observing the two obediently retreating, the leading female Onmyoji gazed into the distance, a complex expression crossing her features. Not long ago, she had encountered someone from the Dragon Kingdom, though few were aware of the meeting. Only she, a white-clad man from the Dragon Kingdom, and an elderly Taoist were privy to it. Recalling that intangible confrontation, a shiver of unease coursed through her. The mysterious white-clad man from the Dragon Kingdom was terrifying. A peculiar energy had erupted in an instant, leaving her breathless. Fortunately, she had approached without malice, merely out of curiosity. However, the memory of the white-clad man's words sparked a mix of shame and anger within her. "Inexperienced Onmyoji like you wouldn't wish for the destruction of the land of little days, would you? If you find it unbearable, you may seek me out. I can offer some assistance." The insinuations and threats woven into Suyu's words lingered vividly in her mind, impossible to forget. Had anyone else dared to speak to her so, they would have faced dire consequences. Yet, Suyu's capabilities were shrouded in mystery, placing them in entirely different realms of power, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. Though she would not actively seek to ally with him, she certainly had no intention of provoking the people of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, their forces were overwhelmingly formidable. To confront them would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone, an act destined for failure. In the camp of the Kingdom of White Elephants, several representatives were conspiring. Upon entering the Forbidden Zone, the leader of the Kingdom of White Elephants utilized their weekly communication method to assert that the Dragon Kingdom's strength was lacking. Among the 5 individuals, 4 were dressed in bizarre costumes, deemed as useless, while only one was a Special Forces soldier equipped with the appropriate weaponry. Seeing an opportunity, they plotted to annihilate all 5 chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had only one Special Forces commander, while they boasted 5 members. In terms of strength, they were outfitted with the highest technology, ensuring a crushing advantage without pressure. Let us set forth, seek the traces of the Dragon Kingdom, and eliminate them all. We shall seize their resources as well. This time, it is our turn to revel in triumph. 50 years ago, they invaded our capital. Today, we shall ensure they vanish from Blue Star. Before long, the world would witness the terrifying might of our Kingdom of White Elephants. Indeed, we shall dominate the Forbidden Zone and seize this opportunity. Let us go all in. Chapter 22. The Elephant Kingdom. In a state of despair in the heart of the capital of the Elephant Kingdom, a group of elderly individuals gathered in the conference room, engaged in fervent debate. A closer inspection revealed the worry etched on their faces, some appearing ghostly pale, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. Their unusual demeanor stemmed from events that transpired the previous day. Yesterday, a mysterious floating island descended upon Blue Star, presenting a resource crisis to 185 nations globally. Each nation was allowed to select 5 fortunate individuals to enter the ancient Forbidden Realm. The Elephant Kingdom was particularly fortunate, having chosen 3 elite Special Forces operatives, 1 ancient martial artist, and 1 folk shaman. This formidable assembly could be deemed quite luxurious. The 4 melee specialists formed the front line, while the shaman provided vital support enhancements. While it may not guarantee an overwhelming triumph in the ancient Forbidden Realm, it certainly positioned the Elephant Kingdom among the upper echelons of global combat prowess. As a result, the nation was electrified with excitement, celebrating with exuberance. The central leadership proclaimed their fortune loudly, eager for the world to take note. Their intentions were clear, sheer delight and exhilaration. More intriguingly, upon discovering the strength of their own contingent, they cast their gaze towards the Dragon Kingdom, only to find it fielding a single special forces operative, with the remaining for seemingly ill-fated jesters. This revelation brought forth a wave of derisive laughter, prompting them to utilize their once-a-week communication opportunity to inform their chosen ones, should they encounter the Dragon Kingdom's representatives. They were to show no mercy and eliminate them without hesitation. According to the rules of the Forbidden Realm, if they were to vanquish all of the Dragon Kingdom's selected individuals, half of the resources allocated to the Dragon Kingdom would be seized, and furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom would be barred from retaliating against the Elephant Kingdom for 1 month. This protective measure emboldened the Elephant Kingdom, as without such safeguards, should their chosen ones engage the Dragon Kingdom's representatives, they could expect an immediate onslaught of aircraft carriers, and missiles in retaliation. Yet now, with a month-long buffer period, seizing half of the Dragon Kingdom's resources could lead to rapid growth, turning the tides in their favor come the end of that month. The animosity the Elephant Kingdom harbored towards the Dragon Kingdom was deeply rooted. Decades prior, the two nations had clashed in a large-scale war. At that time, the Elephant Kingdom boasted advanced technology and considered itself at the pinnacle of global power, rivaled only by the long-standing might of the Beautiful Nation and the Bear Nation. They believed themselves to be the undisputed third strongest nation in the world. In confronting the rapidly advancing Dragon Kingdom, they sought to assert their dominance and demonstrate to the world their superiority. However, the outcome of this confrontation defied all expectations. The Dragon Kingdom, having developed in secrecy, revealed their ironclad strength to the astonishment of the global community. In a mere 2 months, they advanced from the border to the capital of the Elephant Kingdom, overwhelming them with the latest energy weapons, leaving the Elephant Kingdom gasping for breath. This was a profound humiliation for the nation, and thus, their resentment towards the Dragon Kingdom lingered. Whenever an opportunity arose, they yearned to provoke and seek vengeance. Yet, the pace of development in the Dragon Kingdom was staggering. With energy weapons bolstering their military might, they utterly eclipsed the Elephant Kingdom, extinguishing any lingering courage to wage war. Recently, the full deployment of advanced laser technology within their military further intensified the Elephant Kingdom's trepidation, quelling any thoughts of reprisal. However, just as the Elephant Kingdom believed their hopes for vengeance had been dashed, the appearance of the mysterious floating island and the ancient Forbidden Realm presented a new opportunity. Upon learning that the Dragon Kingdom had selected 5 seemingly inept individuals, the leadership of the Elephant Kingdom was filled with glee. They promptly utilized their weekly communication opportunity to instruct their representatives in the Forbidden Realm to seize the chance to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom's 5 chosen ones. They believed this to be a golden opportunity to annihilate the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, as the live broadcast unfolded, the Elephant Kingdom soon realized the formidable nature of the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' representatives. The Special Forces leader, Cold Blade, was equipped with the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' exoskeleton armor, even featuring nanotechnology. Just facing Cold Blade posed a significant challenge for the Elephant Kingdom. Compounding their concerns, the other 4 individuals were equally astonishing. One appeared to be an ancient martial practitioner, possessing extraordinary physical prowess, capable of dispatching an E-grade Forbidden Realm beast with sheer force. Another seemed to be a cultivator, wielding terrifying spells and effortlessly vanquishing a D-grade Forbidden Realm beast with a long blade. A third, a mysterious Taoist, wielded inscrutable powers. As for the final enigmatic figure clad in white, they were an enigma beyond comprehension. This overwhelming display of strength transcended the Elephant Kingdom and Apos' understanding. To summarize their realization in 2 simple words, extraordinary. The vast chasm between their capabilities made it abundantly clear that should the Elephant Kingdom and Apos' chosen ones initiate conflict, they would be walking into a trap, certain to meet their demise. Furthermore, should the 5 selected individuals perish, the Elephant Kingdom would stand to lose half of its resources, teetering on the brink of annihilation. This dire situation was the source of the grave expressions adorning the faces of the elderly council in the conference room. When the fate of the nation hangs in the balance, there is no room for carelessness. Yet, the weekly communication opportunity had already been exhausted, leaving them with no means to re-establish contact. The sensation of waiting for impending doom was undoubtedly the most harrowing of all. In that moment, An eerie silence enveloped the conference room. The only sounds that pierced the stillness were the occasional breaths of the attendees. The guards stationed to protect them stood rigidly, scarcely daring to exhale, fearful of incurring the wrath of the leaders present. Chapter 23. The White Elephant Declares War? Moments later, the president of the White Elephant Nation let out a deep sigh and inquired helplessly, "Our 5 representatives have already set off in search of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Based on the information we currently possess, it is akin to a death sentence. Is there any way to salvage this situation? Please, share your thoughts." The others in the room lowered their heads in silence. The stillness spoke volumes. There seemed to be no solution. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The combat capabilities of both sides were simply not on the same level. Furthermore, the rules of the Forbidden Zone stipulated that contact could only be made once a week. Apart from that, there was no means of communication. At this point, all they could do was fret helplessly. Seeing the despondence, the president of the White Elephant Nation raised his voice, exclaiming, "Speak up. Have you all turned mute? Our nation is on the brink of annihilation. Are you merely spectators?" An elderly man in military attire sighed deeply and replied, "Mr. President, there truly is no way out. We had our one chance for contact yesterday." He then lowered his head slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. "You used it, didn't you? Damn it." The president slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable. "Are you blaming me for using our opportunity? When I did, everyone was fervently excited, and now you're pointing fingers at me." In response to the president's inquiry, the others fell silent once more. The oppressive quiet enveloped the conference room. After a brief pause, the elderly military figure's eyes suddenly brightened, and he spoke up, "Mr. President, while it is true that we have exhausted our contact opportunity, we can still reach out to other nations to prevent our people from marching to their doom." His words ignited a spark of hope in the eyes of everyone present. "What a brilliant idea," they exclaimed. Consequently, urgent directives were swiftly issued. The personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs began reaching out to countries around the world. An hour later, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs walked into the conference room with his head hung low. This sight tightened the hearts of the elderly men present. A sense of foreboding crept in. Yet, the president of the White Elephant Nation, unwilling to give up, inquired, "What was the outcome?" With a heavy sigh, the ministry head replied, "Mr. President, it was all in vain. We contacted every country except the Dragon Kingdom, but they all declined our requests. Their reasoning was that the opportunity for contact is too precious to squander." Upon hearing this, the president's face turned as pale as a ghost, as if all his strength had been sapped away. With a thud, he collapsed helplessly into his chair. "It's over. This time, it's truly over." In the Dragon Kingdom, within the central broadcast room, Ma Fanshu gazed at the screen before her, a charming smile gracing her lips. The world is currently grappling with an energy crisis, and the significance of water resources needs no further elaboration. We owe our gratitude to the heroes striving within the Forbidden Zone, who have successfully located such an immense water resource. 10 minutes have already elapsed. If we can hold out for another 50 minutes, this water resource will manifest 100-fold in our nation. This is indeed monumental news. Beside her, Wang Lin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, water resources, as the essence of life, are intrinsically linked to survival. Not only can humanity not exist without water, but the entire ecological environment cannot either. Otherwise, species will face extinction, oxygen will dwindle, and Blue Star will meet its demise." At this point, Wang Lin furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, "However, I still do not understand why we must guard the resource for an hour before it can manifest. Would it not be better to materialize it immediately?" Beside him, Lei Zhan's expression fluctuated as he responded, "Naturally, this is due to the competition. This mysterious ancient forbidden zone has ensnared 185 nations worldwide. This means that each country is an individual entity and potential adversary. When numerous national competitors converge in one area, the delay in resource manifestation undoubtedly provides an opportunity for contention. This hour is meant to allow other nations time to come and seize it." Wang Lin nodded gravely. "I see now." The online viewers in the broadcast room similarly experienced a moment of clarity. This is not good news at all. If during this hour, Sister Bai is attacked, the resource manifestation will be halted. At that point, there will be ample time for a renewed struggle to secure the opportunity for manifestation. This is quite cruel, indeed. The threat posed by the beasts of the Forbidden Zone is already terrifying enough. Now we must also be wary of individuals from other nations? With so many resources in the ancient Forbidden Zone, is it truly necessary to fight so fiercely? Let us hope we can secure the resources safely. Everyone, Take heart. Just look at our formidable lineup. With the Qing and the mysterious Maoshan Taoist presiding, what unforeseen events could possibly arise? Besides, Sister Bai is an extraordinary presence, isn't she? We must remain vigilant and gather intelligence from other countries. Exactly. While we do not actively plunder, we must possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. Chapter 24. The White Elephant. Damn it. Soon, a multitude of netizens flocked to live streams from various countries, eager to investigate. As citizens of the Dragon Nation, their fates were undoubtedly intertwined with that of Su Yu and his companions, prompting them to contribute their utmost efforts. In the live stream of the beautiful nation, Captain America and others, having manifested their resources, continued their exploration. Meanwhile, the Bear Nation was embroiled in fierce combat with the beasts of the Forbidden Lands, seemingly unable to extricate themselves for the time being. The little sun was in close proximity to Su Yu and his group, but judging by their route, it appeared they were deliberately steering clear of them. In an instant, countless netizens from the Dragon Nation transformed into super moderators, lingering in various country live streams. After several minutes, someone finally detected an anomaly in the live stream from the White Elephant Nation. Based on the positions of the 5 individuals from the White Elephant Nation, it was evident they were searching for the Dragon Nation's team nearby. This scene instantly ignited the fury of Dragon Nation netizens. Are the people of the White Elephant Nation seeking to confront us? How audacious of these little brats. They must not have learned their lesson before, still looking for trouble. Their lineup appears somewhat formidable. Damn it, if they dare to make a move, I'll volunteer to battle and annihilate their nation. With Bai Jia, Li Qing, and the old Taoist by our side, it should be manageable, right? It's hard to say. This group is no ordinary bunch. At least they all seem to be special forces. That man in the yak will attire with a dark complexion looks particularly troublesome. Let's inform everyone. I trust our country will not turn a blind eye. In the capital of the Dragon Nation, within a familiar conference room, after a round of discussions, the leader decisively issued commands. First, contact the 5 representatives in the ancient Forbidden Lands to inform them of the White Elephant Nation's actions and prepare accordingly. Second, mobilize all branches of the military, land, sea, and air. On the land front, the Special Operations Brigade will deploy all personnel. 3 divisions stand ready, with the Tianchi tanks, intercontinental missiles, and electromagnetic cannons prepared for action. For the Navy, the Longyu Aircraft Carrier Fleet, the Leguang Aircraft Carrier Fleet, and the Qian Aircraft Carrier Fleet are en route to the waters of the White Elephant Nation. In the air, 30 energy cannon-equipped fighter jets are heading to the front lines, followed closely by 10 transport planes carrying strategic supplies. This time, the stakes concern the very survival of the nation. The Dragon Nation has unleashed its top-tier military forces, even though the White Elephant Nation has a month of protection. After that, it will face its demise. In the presidential palace of the White Elephant Nation, an informant spoke with visible panic. President, the Dragon Nation has mobilized. What? The president of the White Elephant Nation stood up abruptly, his face pale with fear. The informant continued, we have detected that the Dragon Nation's land, sea, and air forces are all on the move. 3 aircraft carriers, dozens of electromagnetic cannons, and energy fighter jets are advancing, with the target aimed directly at our capital. Thud. The president of the White Elephant Nation, who had just risen, collapsed to the ground, his legs weakened. At that moment, the fear within him reached its zenith. Following the cataclysmic war decades ago, the White Elephant Nation had come to fully grasp the terrifying military power of the Dragon Nation. After decades of development, the disparity between the two sides had grown to an insurmountable chasm, entirely out of the same league. They no longer harbored any thoughts of revenge against the Dragon Nation. As for the events of yesterday, they had merely sought to leverage the floating island to obliterate the Dragon Nation, given the stark contrast in their strengths. However, now, with a profound understanding of the formidable power of the 5 representatives from the Dragon Nation, he panicked. The representatives from the Forbidden Lands were merely pawns. In reality, were they not also in the same predicament? Faced with the overwhelming technological superiority of the Dragon Nation, they had no means of retaliating. Realizing this, the president's heart turned to ash. In the ancient Forbidden Lands, a cold female voice echoed in the ears of the 5. Alert! The leader of the Dragon Nation requests communication. Siyu remained unperturbed, seated in meditation, observing the miniature dragon turtle beside him. After Bai Yuekui began to occupy the resource point, the Xuanjia dragon turtle had cleverly approached his side, adorably resembling a little sycophant. Moreover, the Xuanjia dragon turtle possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, endowing it with an astonishing recovery ability. The shell that had been shattered by Bai Yuekui had already regrown, though it remained quite fragile and required considerable time to heal. In an attempt to please Suyu, the Xuanjia dragon turtle had shrunk to the size of a turtle, appearing quite amusing. In Suyu's eyes, the unfortunate Xuanjia dragon turtle had become a means of transportation, destined for travel once the resources manifested. Not far away, Jiao Shu was also keenly observing the miniature Xuanjia dragon turtle with interest. The cryptic runes etched on its shell seemed to possess a unique power, piquing his curiosity. By the lake, Bai Yuekui stood upon a jade stone, quietly gazing into the distance. Her somewhat aloof demeanor, complemented by her silver-white short hair, exuded a striking elegance. However, what was most captivating were her long, slender legs, standing upright and remarkably stunning. As for Li Qing, he sat in silent meditation, resolutely cultivating his strength. After witnessing the terrifying power of Bai Yuekui and her companions, his determination to grow stronger intensified. Chapter 25, The White Elephant Approaches. The call request from the leadership of the Dragon Nation went largely unnoticed by Suyu and his companions, except for the visibly excited Leng Feng. Notification. Call request from the leadership of the Dragon Nation. Shall we answer? The cold, feminine voice echoed once more, prompting everyone's attention. Upon hearing this, Leng Feng quickly nodded, exclaiming, "Answer! Answer!" In the next moment, a blue halo materialized in the void, and as it dispersed, the figure of the Dragon Nation's leader appeared before them. Seeing this, Leng Feng immediately rendered a standard military salute and spoke, "Greetings, Chief. I am Leng Feng from the Wolf Fang Special Operations Brigade, reporting for duty. How may I assist you?" The leader nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Please summon Miss Bai. I have matters to discuss with her." Leng Feng's expression twitched slightly. "Report, Chief. Miss Bai is currently manifesting resources. You may convey any instructions to me." The leader furrowed his brow slightly, then call upon Mr. Lin. Leng Feng turned and replied earnestly, "Chief, Mr. Lin is engrossed in researching Taoism and is quite occupied. You may speak directly, and I will convey your message." Upon hearing this, the leader sighed in resignation. "Your strength still lacks a bit. Please summon someone else." In that moment, Leng Feng felt as though he were fracturing. He recalled how much the leader had favored him before entering the forbidden area, with numerous exhortations. However, after entering, everything had changed. "Ah, men." At this juncture, Uncle Gio approached with a smile and inquired, "Hello, is there something you need?" "Greetings, Mr. Lin." The leader responded courteously before gradually detailing the actions of the White Elephant Nation. In response, Uncle Gio casually waved his hand, a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. The others shared the same nonchalance, clearly dismissing the White Elephant Nation's individuals entirely. Observing the calm demeanor of these heroes from the Dragon Nation, the leader could not help but caution, "My esteemed heroes, please exercise caution. If you encounter danger, do not hesitate to abandon resources. Survival is of utmost importance. We all await your victorious return." Uncle Gio remained composed, smiling serenely. A mere foreign power poses no threat. The shamanic ilk is but a minor concern. With a reassuring response, the leader felt a sense of relief, and the communication quickly concluded. Uncle Gio and the others again immersed themselves in their respective realms, while only Leng Feng remained serious, deploying miniature reconnaissance equipment to guard against a potential ambush from the chosen ones of the White Elephant Nation. 300 meters away, 5 individuals from the White Elephant Nation were en route, led by a shaman clad in yak wool. After confirming the positions of the Dragon Nation's 5 members, he turned and commanded, "They have yet to notice us. Once we are within range, open fire and eliminate them. If anyone approaches, engage in close combat. With the enhancement of spells, they will not stand a chance against you." The other 4 nodded in agreement. Understood. They then advanced in a tight formation, closing the distance to approximately 100 meters. At this moment, Su Yu and his companions were fully within shooting range. The shaman coldly instructed, "Prepare yourselves. Fire upon receiving the command. Ensure they have no opportunity for resistance." "Understood," responded the 3 elite soldiers in unison. The ancient martial practitioners also focused intently, ready to counter any retaliation from the enemy. In the presidential office of the White Elephant Nation, the president was intensely fixated on the screen before him. He understood that this was the sole opportunity for a turnaround. If they could successfully eliminate the 5 representatives from the Dragon Nation, the floating island would seize half of their resources and provide protection for the White Elephant for a month. After that month, the White Elephant would significantly enhance its development, no longer fearing the military pressure from the Dragon Nation. However, if they failed to kill all 5 representatives, it would be the White Elephant Nation facing annihilation. The stakes were high. and he could not afford to take this lightly. In the live broadcast room of the White Elephant Nation, countless citizens anxiously watched the screen, fervently praying for a successful operation. They must eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. Please, do not falter. The consequences are too dire for us to bear. The strength of those individuals from the Dragon Nation is exceedingly peculiar. If they are not killed at the first opportunity, victory will be elusive. We must eliminate them all. The fate of our nation hangs in the balance. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Dragon Nation, Ma Fanshu clenched her small hands tightly, her face filled with concern. Under immense mental strain, even her breathing slowed considerably. Lei Zhan scrutinized the firearms in the hands of the White Elephant Nation's people, his expression grave. The penetrating power of such rifles was fearsome. Within 100 meters, they could easily turn a person into a sieve. A sudden ambush could lead to catastrophic consequences. The citizens of the Dragon Nation were equally anxious. Why haven't they reacted yet? If they don't retreat now, it will be too late. It's over. We likely won't escape. The audacity of the White Elephant Nation to resort to such treachery. We must call upon the military. Even if we perish, we must make them pay. Rest assured, the nation has long been prepared. Should anything arise, the White Elephant Nation will cease to exist. Heaven, please protect us. May we emerge unscathed. Chapter 26, Can Talismans Block Bullets? In the ancient Forbidden Land, a special forces elite from the White Elephant Nation, gripping a heavy sniper rifle, meticulously aimed through the scope at what they perceived to be the most significant threat, Cold Front. According to intelligence received from the White Elephant Nation, among the 5 representatives from the Dragon Nation, only Cold Front was equipped with advanced technology. The other 4 were merely there for comic relief. Thus, if they could eliminate Cold Front swiftly, the outcome would be decisively determined. The shaman of the White Elephant Nation, with an anxious demeanor, fixated on the front. Fire. With a hushed breath, the command was given. Bang. The Special Forces soldier, clutching the heavy sniper rifle, abruptly squeezed the trigger. The bullet shot forth instantly, targeting Cold Front in the distance. Simultaneously, a series of rapid gunfire erupted as 2 other Special Forces operatives unleashed a torrent of bullets. A deluge of projectiles surged toward the 5 members of the Dragon Nation, enveloping them in a terrifying crisis. Regardless of the sheer volume of bullets or the lethal armor-piercing rounds, any hit would likely result in casualties, especially the most deadly of the armor-piercing bullets, which could, without exaggeration, obliterate Cold Front's head, even with his exoskeletal armor. This grim scenario made countless spectators from the Dragon Nation shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending bloodshed. However, Su Yu and the others within the ancient Forbidden Land simultaneously opened their eyes. They had previously tracked the positions of the 5 from the White Elephant Nation. Their lack of engagement was merely a tactical ploy to catch the opponents off guard. Now that the enemy had initiated their attack, they would no longer remain hidden. Without hesitation, Uncle Gio sprang to his feet. With a wave of his right hand, several talisman papers hovered in the air. The moment the bullets approached, the talismans erupted with a brilliant golden light. As divine radiance swirled, an invisible barrier materialized before the 5. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets struck the air wall as if hitting a solid surface, intercepted and falling harmlessly to the ground. Damn it! The White Elephant operatives seethed with rage. The continuous muffled sounds echoed as many bullets collided with one another, igniting sparks. Yet, against the shimmering golden barrier, they merely created ripples, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Even the most lethal armor-piercing rounds could not penetrate the talisman shield. Uncle Gio, who had mastered the art, found the bullets to be utterly trivial. Of course, missiles were another matter entirely. After several seconds, the 3 members of the White Elephant Nation found their ammunition depleted, the weapons emitting a jamming sound. Confidently ceasing fire, they gazed in horror at the unharmed 5 from the Dragon Nation, their most formidable weapon proving entirely ineffectual. This left the 3 elite soldiers in utter disarray. Worry etched across their faces as they turned to the shaman for guidance. Witchmaster, what now? Before the shaman could respond, the once tranquil sandy ground suddenly quaked violently. The hill near the Dragon Nation's representatives caved in dramatically. This spectacle captivated the attention of all present. Shortly thereafter, a colossal claw emerged from the sunken pit. Amidst the astonished gazes, a gigantic scorpion, nearly 10 meters in size, slowly materialized. Its 2 glowing claws opened and closed rhythmically. Crimson eyes fixated on the nearby 5 from the Dragon Nation. This sudden turn of events left the 10 individuals present, as well as countless viewers outside, utterly stunned. Clearly, the gunfire from the White Elephant Nation had awakened the slumbering beast of the Forbidden Land. As the unwitting catalysts of this awakening, the 5 from the White Elephant Nation were instinctively overlooked due to their distance. Instead, the Dragon Nation's quintet was perceived as the intruders by the beast. Now, the 5 survivors from the Dragon Nation faced not only the ambush from the White Elephant Nation, but also the unexpected emergence of the Forbidden Land beast. Surrounded by enemies on all sides, they found themselves trapped in a perilous predicament. This predicament incited great concern among the Dragon Nation spectators, who vociferously cursed the 5 from the White Elephant Nation. Those bastards from the White Elephant Nation are truly despicable. They awakened the beast, yet we must bear the consequences. I am utterly exasperated. If not for the constraints of the rules, I would annihilate that wretched nation right now. This situation has turned dire, with enemies closing in from both sides, leaving no escape. We must proceed with utmost caution. If necessary, we should abandon the resources and flee. Resources can be sought again. But if we lose our lives, all is lost. Not only were the Dragon Nation's viewers distressed, but even the official host, Ma Fanshu, wore a tense expression. Initially, after Uncle Jio's intervention, she had anticipated a counterattack from the Dragon Nation following the White Elephant's ambush. However, at this critical moment, they had inadvertently awakened the previously dormant beast of the Forbidden Land, plunging them into a dire situation of being besieged from both fronts. Observing the shocked expressions of Uncle Jio and the others, Ma Fanshu felt a surge of desperation, nearly brought to tears as she fervently prayed for the 5, hoping for no unforeseen calamities. Beside her, Lei Zhan and Wang Lin's faces also darkened, the abrupt turn of events proving too sudden for even them to remain composed. Chapter 27. Fear not, Boss Bai, for I am here meanwhile. The chilling voice reverberated once more across the ancient Forbidden Land. Warning! Warning! The Dragon Nation's representative team has encountered a D-class Forbidden Beast, Desert Giant Scorpion. Warning! Warning! The Dragon Nation's representative team has encountered a D-class Forbidden Beast, Desert Giant Scorpion. Warning! Warning! The Dragon Nation's representative team has encountered a D-class Forbidden Beast, Desert Giant Scorpion. The trio of alerts heralded the dire predicament faced by the 5 members of the Dragon Nation. The previously favorable situation had taken a dramatic turn, plunging them into peril unbeknownst to them. In stark contrast, the individuals from the White Elephant Nation nearly erupted in celebration. They had anticipated a significant crisis, only to find that a forbidden beast had intervened at a critical moment. The president of the White Elephant Nation, witnessing the unfolding scene, instructed his assistant to procure champagne in preparation for celebration. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, upon the sudden appearance of the forbidden beast, the high priest of the White Elephant Nation abandoned his initial intent to retreat. With a frigid expression, he addressed the 5 members of the Dragon Nation. Hasten to reload your ammunition. You 3 shall deal with Leng Feng. I will coordinate with Romy to handle the others. Understood. The remaining 4 nodded in agreement. On the other side, after being roused, the Desert Giant Scorpion emitted a series of roars and charged towards the 5 members of the Dragon Nation. This forbidden beast possessed strength akin to that of the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise, classified as D-level. Although Bai Yuekui could easily vanquish it, she was currently in the process of materializing resources. Leaving would necessitate a restart of the timing. As for Leng Feng's capabilities, the prospect of slaying the Desert Giant Scorpion seemed highly improbable. Observing the situation, Bai Yuekui prepared to depart to expedite assistance. However, so you spoke calmly, Boss Bai. Rest assured and await the materialization of resources. The 3 special forces soldiers opposite are best left to Leng Feng. Li Qing and Jiu Shu will focus on the forbidden beast. As for that so-called ancient martial artist and shaman, I find it quite opportune. It has been ages since I last stretched my muscles. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuekui nodded and ceased her attention. Jiu Shu and Li Qing then joined forces, launching themselves at the Desert Giant Scorpion. Although they were unaware of Su Yu's true strength, they had faith that, given his abilities, dealing with an ancient martial artist and a shaman would pose no challenge. Leng Feng acknowledged their plan, swiftly retrieving his sniper rifle. Utilizing the feedback from the mini-surveillance device, he quickly pinpointed the positions of the 3 elite Special Forces soldiers from the White Elephant Nation. He then darted to take cover behind a nearby obstruction. At that moment, the 3 elite soldiers shifted their attention to Leng Feng after reloading their magazines. The task assigned by the high priest was to eliminate Leng Feng. Confident in their prowess, they adopted a strategy of capture, with 2 soldiers flanking him while the 3rd sniper provided cover and sought an opportunity for a decisive strike. Unbeknownst to them, a mini-surveillance device was monitoring their every move from a short distance away. Leng Feng observed their actions with clarity. Noticing the White Elephant Nation's sniper locking onto his position, he adjusted his stance and retrieved a reflector, securing it with a stand. He then stealthily repositioned himself. Subsequently, the reflector was gradually elevated, generating a blinding light under the scorching sun. Notably, Leng Feng refrained from directing the reflected light at the sniper, allowing them the chance to fire. Bang! The moment the White Elephant Nation sniper detected the intense light, he immediately squeezed the trigger. The terrifying armor-piercing round shattered the reflector in an instant. Concurrently, Leng Feng rose slightly. Bang! This time, it was Leng Feng who fired. Utilizing the reflector as bait, he seized the moment to retaliate with precision. The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed as the head of the White Elephant Nation's sniper exploded in a gruesome display, scattering a multitude of red and white fragments. After successfully striking, Leng Feng crouched down, disappearing from sight once more. This sudden turn of events left the 2 advancing Special Forces soldiers momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing the horrific fate of their companion, they hesitated, unsure whether to continue their advance. At that instant, Leng Feng, utilizing the surveillance device, changed positions again, silently maneuvering into their blind spot. The icy muzzle of his weapon, akin to the specter of death, once more targeted the 2 soldiers. Chapter 28. Phantom Scale Armor. Bang! The familiar gunshot echoed. In an instant, the sharp bullet pierced through one man and Apos' skull. The scene repeated itself. Brain matter splattered onto the face of the last remaining comrade, shattering his courage completely. He turned to flee, but Leng Feng gave him no chance. Without relocating, he swiftly chambered another round and fired. 1 against 3, utter domination. The outcome was hardly surprising. In this world, the military prowess of Dragon Nation was unparalleled, its elite special forces globally recognized as the deadliest blades, far surpassing foreign operatives. Meanwhile, facing the enraged D-class Forbidden Beast, Li Qing remained unfazed. He launched a flying kick, engaging in close-quarters combat, dodging the Desert Scorpion's pincers. His hardened fists relentlessly hammered its armored shell. Master 9, standing back, summoned talismans. As a Taoist, especially one who embodied the principle of Tao follows nature, he had long abandoned brute force brawling. His fingers flickered as yellow talismans levitated midair. With swift strokes, he inscribed intricate symbols upon them before shouting, "Li Qing, fall back." Without hesitation, Li Qing disengaged. The furious scorpion, its rationality obliterated by the relentless assault, charged after him, pincers flailing. But before it could strike, the talismans shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted, engulfing the beast in a storm of sand. Witnessing this, the White Elephant Nation's shaman and martial artist tensed. The Witch Lord hissed, "That old Taoist is dangerous. Eliminate him first, or we're all dead." The martial artist snarled, "Leave it to me," and lunged toward Master 9. Su Yu, spotting the ambush, vanished, reappearing as a blur to intercept. Crash! Their fists collided. The martial artist's veins bulged as inner energy surged, while Su Yu's body crackled with crimson energy, like scarlet lightning. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the desert, hurling the martial artist hundreds of meters back. Blood spewed from his mouth as scorching energy ravaged his body. His agonized screams soon faded, silenced forever. The shaman paled, terror gripping him, but retreat meant death. Steeling himself, he began chanting, his head lolling unnaturally as if his neck had snapped. Blood mist rose around him until his eyes turned crimson, his form twisted into something neither human nor ghost. Siyu sighed. Pity Master 9 is occupied. He'd handle such abominations better. Click. The inscribed unlocked. Siyu's fingers danced across its interface before snapping it onto his wrist. Crimson light erupted as he crossed his arms, then flung them wide, flames engulfing him. Armor, manifest. Clang, clang, clang. Red-hot armor components materialized, fusing into a seamless exoskeleton. Sparks flared as the phantom scale armor debuted before the world. In the White Elephant Nation stream, panic erupted. What is this? We're doomed. He killed our martial artist barehanded, now with this armor? Even our shaman stands no chance. Damn Dragon Nation. Why must they possess such power? Chapter 29, Before Me. The enemy either flees in panic or faces utter defeat. At this moment, those beautiful Americans lurking within the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, quietly observing, could no longer remain composed. What on earth is this? How can the Dragon Kingdom possess such power? How could this young man in white attire wield such abilities? Consequently, a barrage of comments arose, condemning the spectacle. The netizens from the Dragon Kingdom, naturally, offered no quarter. In an instant, the comments section erupted into a cacophony. As the main battleground for the Dragon Kingdom, the barrage was overwhelmingly one-sided. Waves of furious denunciation swiftly drowned the disparaging remarks from the Americans. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, Ma Fanchu gazed at Suyu, who seemed like a different person, astonished. What is happening? I only heard the term armed. How has Mr. Suyu transformed so drastically? Did I miss something? Beside him, Lei Zhan, equally astounded, spoke up. This must be Suyu's technique. After all, as we gradually comprehend, it becomes evident that the few individuals from our nation who entered the Forbidden Zone possess remarkably profound powers. Earlier, when we observe Li Qing and the others holding Suyu in high regard, it stands to reason that the fiery armor before us is indeed his trump card. It must be said that Lei Zhan's conjecture was quite astute, though he only grasped part of the truth. Suyu's trump cards were not limited to the illusory Lin armor. He also possessed Long Jian's Dragon War armor and Tai Lei's Thunder Elephant armor, among others. As the compatibility of his templates increased, these armaments would gradually unlock. As for other formidable powers, such as the Moonlight Calamity, they had yet to manifest. Ultimately, these were merely trifles. Suyu and Appo's true trump cards lay in the Super Beast armor and the Cataclysmic Nebula body. Within the ancient Forbidden Zone, having donned his armor, Suyu gently shook his head. Perhaps in my next life, he mused. With that, his figure vanished in an instant, a flash of crimson light appearing before the shaman. Without delay, he lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful flying kick. Instantly, fiery points of light materialized, followed by a resounding crash. The shaman's body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Moments later, he collided violently with a distant sand dune, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, creating a deep crater in the once solid dune. It was all too simple, brutally effective, and devoid of any resistance. Coughing up blood, the shaman rose and began to chant once more. If the ancestor he had summoned previously was insufficient, he would summon a more powerful one. At this thought, the shaman's blood-red eyes blazed with intensity. He knelt upon the ground, fervently calling out, "Ancestors, save me, save me. The fate of my nation depends on me. I cannot perish." Indeed, as a premier shaman of the White Elephant Kingdom, summoning an ancestor was their most formidable technique. In dire moments of life and death, they would invariably resort to this strategy. The shaman before them was evidently more formidable, as he was possessed by two ancestors, one with decades of experience, the other with centuries. Generally, the one with decades of experience would suffice, and the centennial ancestor would seldom intervene. Yet, this time was different. The adversary was far too powerful. Just that single kick had nearly obliterated his corporeal form. Had it not been for the presence of the relatively recent ancestor, he would have likely perished from that blow. At present, dark mists enveloped the area, and the chilling wails of vengeful spirits echoed, as if heralding the arrival of a terrifying entity. The shaman felt the stirrings of his bloodline within, and his previously anxious heart settled. He held absolute confidence in the combat prowess of his ancestors. As long as he could safely summon them, even if he could not annihilate the 5 Dragon Kingdom warriors, self-preservation would be assured. In the distance, Jiu Shu stirred restlessly. As a Taoist priest, he was inherently intrigued by such foul entities. However, the D-level forbidden beast before him was yet unresolved, preventing him from intervening. He could only watch helplessly as the ghastly spirit fully entered the shaman's body. Subsequently, the shaman regained vitality, rising slowly like a reanimated corpse. His blood-red eyes filled with hatred as they fixed upon Suyu. Suyu stood calmly, exhaling softly, "You must remember, before me, the enemy either flees in panic or faces utter defeat." After uttering this line, he slightly furrowed his brow. Ahem. All right, I admit this line does seem a bit juvenile. However, in such circumstances, one cannot help but utter such phrases. Moreover, as long as reciting lines increases compatibility, why not indulge in it? Once compatibility rises, other armaments will gradually appear, and the Super Beast armor will slowly unlock. That is the essence of what truly matters. Chapter 30, Fire, Cloud, Decisiveness. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of the Kingdom of the White Elephant, upon witnessing the shaman and Appo's current state, the previous gloom was swiftly dispelled. The viewers erupted in joy. inundating the screen with comments. The deity has descended. Ha ha ha. A deity has indeed descended. If I am not mistaken, the entity inhabiting the shaman must possess at least a century of mastery. I told you, our magnificent kingdom of the white elephant could never suffer such a devastating blow. Nor could it meet its demise here. Those vile dragon country denizens perish. Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. The despicable people of the dragon country do not deserve to remain in this forbidden land. Clearly, with the shaman invoking the divine, the kingdom of the white elephant brimmed with confidence. In stark contrast, the citizens of the dragon country were engulfed in trepidation, their words pleading for protection, hoping that Su Yu would remain unharmed. Within the forbidden land, upon witnessing this spectacle, Jioshu remarked, "Little brother, do you require my assistance? He has summoned a host of demons and monsters. Can the old Dao truly summon the ancestral master?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu was not the least bit skeptical. For the four-eyed Daoist had previously demonstrated the art of summoning deities. As the second disciple of Maoshan, Lin Fengjiao would naturally possess the same skill. However, such insignificant creatures before him were simply not worthy of concern. Thus, Su Yu shook his head and softly replied, "No need. It would be too easy to kill him." Alas, the people of the dragon country sensed Su Yu and Apos' arrogance. After all, such words were decidedly low in harm yet high in insult. Nevertheless, with Su Yu's proclamation, the hearts of the onlookers were somewhat reassured. Gazing at the opposing shaman, it was evident that he was currently possessed by an ancient entity. Even if the shaman could endure, this ancient being would not. With an overwhelming surge of malevolence, it charged forth, its eerie, rasping voice echoing throughout the realm. "You dare to underestimate this deity. You shall die." As it spoke, it had already closed the distance, mere meters from Su Yu. Yet, in that instant, it was horrified to discover that the malevolent energy it carried was being devoured by the crimson energy surrounding Su Yu. Its strength began to wane significantly. Su Yu, however, paid no heed to such matters. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, delivering a powerful kick. Boom. The tremendous force utterly shattered the shaman and Apos' form, sending him flying over 100 meters. Su Yu did not relent. He clasped his hands together, summoning the extraordinary energy within him. The energy lock on his wrist radiated a resplendent crimson glow. As Su Yu lowered his hands, fierce flames erupted from within him. Then, the flames coalesced and compressed, ultimately forming a pulsating fireball, which settled within Su Yu and Apos' palm. Fire, cloud, decisiveness. Upon uttering these words, Su Yu leaped into the air, the fireball drawn into his right hand. He then hurled it forward. Accompanied by a shower of sparks, the blazing fireball soared towards the shaman, striking him with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The dreadful explosion resonated in the ears of all present. The fireball detonated upon impact, unleashing suffocating heat that engulfed the center of the battlefield, swiftly spreading outward. The sandy terrain amplified the potency of the fire cloud decisiveness, elevating it to a new level. In the explosion and Apos' wake, the core area's yellow sand was melted away, while a dust storm erupted around, enveloping the battlefield in a swirling haze. In an instant, the surrounding scenery became indistinguishable. This scene left all online viewers in complete astonishment. Yet, this was not the end. Amidst the swirling sands, the D-grade forbidden beast, the desert giant scorpion, sensed the imminent threat of death. Immediately, it sought to escape under the cover of the sand. Aware of its own limitations, it, as a sentient being, naturally would not seek its own demise. Jioshu, witnessing this, prepared to intervene with a talisman in hand. However, in the next moment, Su Yu had already appeared above the desert giant scorpion. Observing the creature digging frantically to escape, a sinister red glow manifested in his palm once more. He then struck downwards with tremendous force. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated again. Under the close scrutiny of the Forbidden Land and Apos' camera, the nearly 10-meter-long desert giant scorpion was instantaneously dissolved, reduced to countless particles of dust. Chapter 31. The world is stunned. Simultaneously, a frigid female voice echoed in everyone in Apos' ears. "Congratulations to the Dragon Nation. You have achieved your first kill of a D-class forbidden beast. Reward. All citizens of the Dragon Nation will see a 10% increase in physical constitution, and all resources will increase by 3%. Warning. All 5 chosen ones from the White Elephant Nation have perished. In 1 minute, half of the White Elephant Nation and Apos' resources will be forcibly plundered, and 5 new individuals will be selected to enter the forbidden area again the following day. Alert! A dispute has arisen between the White Elephant Nation and the Dragon Nation within the Forbidden Area. No warfare is permitted between the two nations in the real world for 1 month. Any violation will result in obliteration. A series of notifications reverberated in everyone's ears. Following that, countless streams of blue light shot from the floating island, cascading towards the citizens of the Dragon Nation across the globe. The resources of the Dragon Nation surged by an additional 3% on top of the existing gains. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. Aside from the citizens of the White Elephant Nation and the Dragon Nation, who were still reeling from the recent shock, all the other nations were left astounded by the sudden notifications. At that moment, the entire world erupted in fervor. Prominent nations, such as the Beautiful Nation, swiftly accessed the live broadcast of the Dragon Nation's Forbidden Area, eager to witness the playback of the earlier events. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast studio of the Dragon Nation, billions of viewers fell into a profound silence. Even the official hosts, Ma Fanshu, Lei Zhan, and Wang Lin, stood frozen in disbelief, instinctively swallowing hard. Astonishment. Unbelievable. Such terror. The visuals of the recent battle had completely captivated everyone. The barrage of comments in the live chat nearly vanished, not due to a lack of viewers, but because all were entranced by the breathtaking footage. The impact of the visuals rendered them momentarily speechless, lost in a state of awe. This silence persisted for approximately 3 minutes before viewers gradually regained their composure and began to express their astonishment through comments. My heavens, I'm utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this? It's simply magnificent. Faced with the dual onslaught of the forbidden beasts and the White Elephant Nation, not only did they remain unfazed, but they also achieved a complete annihilation. Cold Wind single-handedly took down 3 elite soldiers effortlessly. How impressive! Uncle Jiao and Li Qing, together, were indeed formidable, demonstrating sheer dominance over the D-class forbidden beast. To be candid, I believe Su Yu is the most terrifying, mysterious, and armed. He dispatched a formidable ancient warrior with a single kick. He then conjured a fireball that obliterated that so-called shaman. Can you believe it? Conjuring fireballs, brothers. This is pure celestial prowess. If it weren't and Oppos, T for his fiery red armor, I would genuinely think he was an immortal. And that forbidden beast attempting to flee was vanquished by the fire cloud technique. It was simply spectacular. The name and Oppos, fire cloud technique and Oppos, is also quite melodious. I'm utterly smitten. By the way, Sister Bai seemed to have slacked off this time, not making an appearance while the enemies perished. How delightful. I truly don't understand how the 5 inept individuals from the White Elephant Nation dared to provoke us. Ha ha ha. A bunch of fools merely here for comic relief. The highlight, of course, is the reward for defeating the D-class forbidden beast. It's remarkably generous. I feel as if my constitution has been enhanced in every conceivable way. It's utterly terrifying. And with the resources on the rise, this is exhilarating. In that moment, the citizens of the Dragon Nation erupted into jubilation. Billions of voices could not be contained as they cheered. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. In stark contrast to the jubilant Dragon Nation, the White Elephant Nation was engulfed in a profound stillness. Each citizen understood the gravity of the situation, with all 5 chosen ones dead. Their nation would face an inevitable loss of half its resources. The White Elephant Nation was already one of the most populous countries in the world. And with this looming resource crisis, the situation was dire. To make matters worse, should the new 5 chosen ones also meet their demise upon re-entry the next day, all resources would be entirely eradicated, leading to the nation's obliteration. Even if they could manage to survive within the forbidden area, the Dragon Nation's military presence in the real world remained unyielding. In a month, once the protection period concluded, who could predict what the Dragon Nation would do? Alas, it's over. This time, they have truly played themselves to the end. Chapter 32, A Gathering of Forces. In an instant, anguish cries echoed throughout the entirety of the kingdom of the White Elephant, though the Dragon Kingdom's formidable military could not strike within a month. The slow agony of a protracted demise was far more tormenting than a swift annihilation. Meanwhile, beyond the despair of the citizens of the White Elephant Kingdom, the rest of the world stood utterly astounded. Previously, they had only witnessed the Dragon Kingdom slaying a D-rank forbidden beast and eliminating 5 chosen ones from the White Elephant Kingdom. However, the specific details eluded them until they viewed the recorded live stream. Over 100 nations were left in sheer disbelief. The 5 champions of the Dragon Kingdom showcased their formidable prowess in the face of the White Elephant Kingdom and the onslaught of forbidden beasts. The technologically advanced Special Forces leader, Leng Feng, effortlessly triumphed against 3 adversaries. The enigmatic ancient martial artist, Qing, shattered an E-rank forbidden beast with his bare fists. The aloof and powerful Bai Yuekui wielded a long blade, exuding an unfathomable strength, seemingly a cultivator. The seemingly eccentric Taoist, Lin Fengjiao, demonstrated an innate mastery of Taoist techniques, displaying terrifying abilities in both combat and reconnaissance. Most notably, the previously mysterious Suyu revealed his strength for the first time, proving his physical prowess was on par with the ancient martial artists of the White Elephant Kingdom, capable of delivering a single kick that could vanquish foes. Subsequently, the mere mention of arm transformed the ethereal figure clad in white into a fearsome warrior adorned in fiery red armor. His terrifying strength and ghostly speed culminated in the manifestation of a fire elemental, compressed into a devastating projectile. Such feats transcended human comprehension. While immense physical strength could be accepted, conjuring a horrifying fireball from thin air was an entirely different matter. Moreover, the sheer power of this fireball was astounding, creating a visible crater and stirring up a tempest of dust and sand. This extraordinary might was undeniably beyond the capabilities of any human. Upon witnessing Suyu's prowess, a singular question emerged in the minds of individuals across nations. What manner of existence was that fiery red armor? After witnessing its might, no one dared to underestimate it. Yet curiosity burned intensely within. It was common knowledge that the beautiful nation boasted the concept of Iron Man. However, whether such a being truly existed remained a mystery. Even if Iron Man did exist, he could not summon such a terrifying fireball, a fact understood by all. Even the typically brash demeanor of the beautiful nation was replaced by an unusual silence in the face of the Dragon Kingdom's 5 champions' might. The pressure exerted by the Dragon Kingdom was insurmountable. On paper, the Dragon Kingdom undoubtedly held the title of the strongest. Within the Forbidden Lands, encounters among the chosen ones from various nations were inevitable. To offend the Dragon Kingdom and provoke their ire could lead to catastrophic consequences, as the 5 champions might pursue their nation's representatives. Such losses were unbearable. In the aftermath, the leaders of various nations could no longer remain passive. They promptly utilized their weekly communication opportunity to unequivocally instruct their chosen ones to avoid antagonizing the Dragon Kingdom. They even suggested extending gestures of goodwill, such as offering resources. After clarifying these matters with their representatives, the heads of state did not halt their actions. Instead, they immediately reached out to the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, conveying courteous diplomatic messages. Even the beautiful nation and the little nation, known for their arrogance, sought to establish connections with the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. The threat posed by the 5 champions was too great. Any ill words from the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom could have dire repercussions they could not withstand. On that day, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom found themselves inundated with phone calls and gifts of astonishing magnitude, leaving them exhilarated. Although they understood that the leaders of these nations were acting out of fear of Suyu and his companions, the fact that they were Dragon Kingdom citizens was sufficient to instill pride. That very day, the Dragon Kingdom's government issued a formal announcement, honoring the 5 heroes of the Forbidden Lands and revealing select information, which plunged the entire nation into a state of unbridled joy. However, these were merely the events that followed. Within the ancient Forbidden Lands, following the demise of the Desert Scorpion, the crisis was officially declared resolved. The imminent threat of being caught between 2 forces dissipated thanks to Suyu's decisive arrangements and overwhelming strength. Moments later, the swirling dust storm subsided, and the atmosphere of battle faded entirely. Nevertheless, the 2 expansive craters near the lake silently bore witness to the recent conflict. Once tranquility was restored, Suyu relaxed his combat stance, the ethereal armor dissipating. Yet, having experienced the recent events, the expressions of the 4 individuals present shifted notably when they regarded Suyu. While Jiuzhu and the others had long recognized Suyu's extraordinary nature, witnessing his strength firsthand left them profoundly astonished, albeit with prior mental preparation to temper their shock. Chapter 33. The unlocking of the cloud bat armament. However, Cold Edge was different. Previously, he had been entirely unaware of Suyu's capabilities, only knowing of his mysterious identity and extraordinary strength. Witnessing Suyu's prowess firsthand left him utterly astounded. The ancient martial artist from the White Elephant Kingdom, on par with Qing, found himself outmatched in physical combat against Suyu. Even after being enhanced by witchcraft, he had not yet had the chance to unleash his power before Suyu, in his armed form, delivered a fatal kick. If this had been the pinnacle of his strength, Cold Edge might have accepted it, for he had held some conjectures about Suyu's abilities in his heart. However, the subsequent developments were entirely beyond his expectations. If the ancestral summoning ceremony of the White Elephant Kingdom shaman had instilled fear in him, then Suyu's fire cloud technique rendered him completely paralyzed with dread. Even after he hastily retreated to a distance, the terrifying heat nearly caused him to faint. The sheer ferocity of this technique led Cold Edge to silently label Suyu as a cultivator. It was absurd. If he could harness fire elements, how could he still be a mere mortal? Observing Suyu, clad in white and exuding an ethereal grace, Cold Edge could not help but exclaim, previously. I thought the question of whether immortals exist was merely a jest. Little did I expect to witness the presence of an immortal with my own eyes today. Since the entire event was being broadcast live, Cold Edge's words resonated with countless viewers online, evoking a wave of emotional responses. Even the official host, Ma Fanchu, appeared momentarily entranced. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, Siyu remained oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd, nor did he care to know. After donning his armament, he strolled to Bai Yuekui's side and inquired, how much longer until the resources materialize? Approximately 15 minutes, Bai Yuekui replied, casting a glance at the jade stone. Thank you for your hard work, Bai Boss. Siyu nodded politely before returning to his original position to meditate. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered with hesitation. He could not fathom why, despite having no prior acquaintance with Suyu, he felt an uncanny familiarity with him, as if Siyu knew everything about him. Meanwhile, having learned that the materialization of resources would take some time, Siyu comfortably resumed his meditative stance, delving into the study of the Super Beast armament template. In the moment the armament was deactivated, the template had provided him with new information. Previously, he had refrained from investigating due to the resource materialization duration. But now he had the opportunity to explore. Ding! Detection of the illusory Lin armament usage confirmed. Upon assessment, the character compatibility rating is perfect. Compatibility with the illusory Lin armament increased by 30%. Armament usage 1. Additional unlock progress for the Cloud Bat armament, 5%. Upon grasping the latest data from the template, Siyu felt an overwhelming shock. It was known that achieving a compatibility rate of 50% would allow for an attempt at Super Beast armament. The initial use of the illusory Lin armament had elevated his compatibility to 30%. This indicated that he needed only an additional 20% compatibility to attempt utilizing the ability lock for Super Beast armament and summon the illusory Lin beast. Amidst the myriad dangers of the ancient Forbidden Land, even Siyu lacked significant confidence. The urgent task at hand was undoubtedly to unlock the Super Beast armament. With the presence of a colossal entity like the illusory Lin beast, he would at least possess a formidable means of self-preservation in the perilous environment. This was fundamental to his existence. How could Siyu not feel exhilarated by it? Moreover, the initial activation of the illusory Lin armament also granted him progress towards unlocking the Cloud Bat armament. As he continued to engage with the armaments, the unlocking process would advance further, an unexpected stroke of fortune for Suyu. He held a particular fondness for Yi Lingyun, not solely due to her formidable strength but also because her character was endearing. Yet, these factors paled in comparison to the most crucial aspect, the unlocking of the Cloud Bat armament. What new armament might be revealed upon its completion? Perhaps it would be the King of Hades next? As a philosophical master within the realm of Super Beast armaments, who could resist the allure of the abyssal void? The presence of the Xianming Nebula, a pinnacle existence amongst Super Beast armaments, was particularly appealing to Suyu. Since I have grown weary of the pursuit, I have learned to seize the moment. Since an opposing force has arisen, I can now withstand all winds and sail forth. Only after traversing 7 layers of solitude can one truly become a formidable being, and thus our world comes into being. By the heavens, how utterly pretentious! Reflecting on the profound philosophies of the King of Hades, Siyu felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Chapter 34. A Brand New Journey. Siyu shuddered slightly. Well, he had to admit, these lines did indeed come across as somewhat juvenile and pretentious for middle and high school students. However, for him, they resonated with fervor. Cold Blade stood beside him, observing Suyu's animated demeanor, and could not help but chuckle, resembling someone in a fit of excitement. When Siyu turned his head, the ability lock reappeared, prompting Cold Blade to promptly seal his lips. The Dragon Kingdom's live stream became lively in response. The scene was simply heartwarming. Who would have thought Siyu possessed such a unique side? It was a delightful surprise. It was previously stated that there was no intention of disrespect, merely a genuine appreciation of the peculiar spectacle. Suddenly, it dawned on them that the 5 chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom were all quite endearing. Not only the online spectators were unable to contain their amusement, even the host of the official live stream, Ma Fanchu, struggled to maintain a straight face, endeavoring to suppress his laughter. Beside him, Lei Zhan and Wang Lin bore faint smiles on their otherwise tense faces. The recent slaying of D-grade forbidden beasts and the defeat of the 5 from the White Elephant Nation, along with the impending acquisition of vast freshwater resources, stirred their spirits immensely. The impromptu performance of the five brought a wave of relief, akin to the joy following a calamity. Congratulations! The survivors of the Dragon Kingdom have discovered a golden-level water resource. The binding time has been completed for 1 hour, and the water resource is about to undergo a 100-fold expansion, materializing within the nation. The cold female voice resonated once more from the heavens, disseminating the latest news. Upon hearing this announcement, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt even more invigorated. Other nations could only gaze enviously, eager to seize the substantial water resources for themselves. It must be noted that this was merely the second day since entering the ancient Forbidden Land, and the Dragon Kingdom had already located golden-level water resources. What a staggering pace of collection! Had they not previously witnessed the prowess of the 5 chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom, they might have already plotted to ambush them. Alas, the strength of the 5 was evident. Despite their discontent, they could only admire from a distance. Ultimately, it was proven that, regardless of location, strength remained the paramount choice. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, Su Yu and his companions also received the notification regarding the manifestation of resources. Observing the completion of their task, the 5 wasted no time and prepared to set forth. After replenishing their freshwater supplies, Su Yu gave a light kick to the Xuanjia dragon turtle resting on his lap. Stop feigning death. A mode of transport must possess the awareness befitting its role. Just because you've been injured doesn't mean you can evade responsibility. The Xuanjia dragon turtle offered a small protest, indicating its wounds were not yet healed and that it could not expand in size. It then hurried to the side of Bai Yuekui, cautiously watching Su Yu, fearful that he might deem it useless and dispose of it. This scene elicited both laughter and exasperation from the 5 present, as they found the fierce degrade forbidden beast amusing. Even the typically aloof Bai Yuekui felt a tinge of sympathy at this moment, opting not to force the Xuanjia dragon turtle to transform for travel. Instead, she turned her gaze to Su Yu, suggesting they wait until its injuries were healed before using it as their transport. Su Yu, upon witnessing this, offered no objections and nodded in agreement with Bai Yuekui's decision. For him, the desire to have the Xuanjia dragon turtle serve as a mode of transport stemmed more from concern for his 4 companions, particularly Cold Blade, who, as an ordinary person, lacked the stamina of the others. Prolonged travel would take a toll on him, and in the face of unforeseen crises, he would struggle to cope. As for Su Yu himself, he could easily outpace everyone else if it were merely a matter of travel. With the immense energy at his disposal, he could don the Huanlin armor and summon the Huanlin chariot to traverse the terrain, or even take to the skies. When it came to speed, he would claim the title without contest. In fact, he had once contemplated summoning the Huanlin chariot to expedite their journey. If it were just Bai Yuekui, he would find it entirely feasible, even somewhat exciting. However, considering the necessity of accommodating 3 burly men, he decided against it. That was a burden he simply could not bear. Chapter 35. The desert transforms into an oasis. Soon, Su Yu and his companions, accompanied by a diminutive turtle, ventured deeper into the heart of the vast desert. Previously, Uncle Gio had employed mystical talismans to detect that the uncharted territory ahead harbored a mysterious, large gathering place, concealing countless terrifying creatures and beasts from forbidden lands. It was evident that such perilous locations were teeming with abundant resources, and Su Yu and his companions were determined not to miss this fortuitous opportunity. At the very least, they sought to uncover the truth. Blue Star, Dragon Nation, Taklamakan Desert. This expanse is one of the most vexatious large deserts for the Dragon Nation, ranking as the 10th largest desert in the world and the 2nd largest shifting desert. Year-round, it is engulfed in swirling sands, with colossal dust storms wreaking havoc. Despite countless generations of relentless efforts to plant greenery and towering trees, little progress has been made, rendering it seemingly a lifeless wasteland. However, at this moment, a chilling female voice resonated through the heavens, and a floating island suspended in the air burst forth with a resplendent green radiance. This brilliance shot forth, targeting the vast expanse of the Taklamakan Desert. Upon reaching the skies above the desert, it erupted with a thunderous sound, showering countless green beams of light across the boundless sands. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of vitality erupted, enveloping the desolate landscape. This unexpected transformation immediately captivated the attention of countless individuals worldwide. Although they were oblivious to the specifics of what had transpired, they could sense a powerful life force emanating from afar, reminiscent of the essence of life itself. Concurrently, nations around the globe detected the anomaly and focused their gaze upon the Taklamakan Desert. The vitality was so intense that it became apparent to everyone. particularly to those residing near the desert, who found themselves bathed in the green light, as if their very existence had been elevated. Minutes later, as the green luminescence gradually dissipated, the once obscured vision became clearer. To their astonishment, the seemingly endless wasteland now revealed a magnificent oasis. An expansive oasis, stretching beyond the horizon, revealed massive ancient trees rooting themselves firmly, securing the surrounding sands. At its heart lay an immense freshwater lake, so vast it resembled a miniature ocean, with crystal-clear waters teeming with playful fish and shrimp. This discovery undoubtedly represented a substantial, usable freshwater resource for the Dragon Nation. The revelation prompted the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation to spring into action, issuing a flurry of directives for immediate control. Such a vast freshwater supply could ensure that the nation would remain untroubled by water scarcity for the next decade. Furthermore, with the protection of dense ancient trees, the threat of sandstorms would be mitigated. For the Dragon Nation, this day was truly a momentous occasion worthy of nationwide celebration, with national leaders excitedly bestowing the newly manifested lake the name Hero Lake. Yet, the events did not conclude here. After providing the Dragon Nation with 100-fold of resources, the floating island struck once more. A dark point of light shot forth, aimed directly at the White Elephant Nation. According to the initial rules governing the territory, the 5 individuals from the White Elephant Nation who ventured into the ancient forbidden grounds perished entirely, resulting in a forced confiscation of half the nation's resources, including strategic reserves, petroleum, freshwater, and metallic ores. Under the shadow of the dark light, visible resources dwindled dramatically. Most strikingly, even the White Elephant Nation's mother river, the Ganges, experienced a sharp decline in water levels, revealing riverbeds in numerous areas. It was no exaggeration to say that this day marked an apocalyptic moment for the White Elephant Nation. As the world's second most populous country, with over 2 billion citizens to sustain, the nation was already grappling with immense challenges following a global resource crisis, where hunger and deprivation had become commonplace. The forcible depletion of half its resources effectively sealed its fate. Without a swift replenishment of resources, even if the Dragon Nation refrained from action for a month, the White Elephant Nation would inevitably plunge into a catastrophic food crisis, leading to countless fatalities and the disintegration of the state. At this moment, the president of the White Elephant Nation was filled with regret, questioning why he had provoked the Dragon Nation. Confronted with the impending turmoil, the prime minister was unable to bear the weight of the situation and fell into a faint. However, this could not alter the grim reality. The White Elephant Nation stood on the precipice of potential annihilation. The following day, the 5 individuals who ventured once more into the ancient forbidden grounds became the last hope for the White Elephant Nation. Should they fail to procure abundant freshwater and food resources in the immediate future. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's conference room, after receiving a series of jubilant updates, all leaders exhaled in relief. The tension that had previously clouded their expressions gave way to smiles of ease. The nation had been beset by a resource crisis, leaving them preoccupied with pressing matters. Although the arrival of the mysterious floating island had alleviated some of the resource concerns, the uncertainty surrounding Suyu and his companions and Appo's abilities had kept them on edge. Only now did they finally feel a sense of complete reassurance. Chapter 36. The Wrath of the Emperor in the Conference Room. The vice president turned to the elderly man at the center and inquired about the handling of the troops that had arrived in the Kingdom of White Elephants. Should they be recalled to the homeland? The leader lit a cigarette, contemplating seriously. After a few seconds, he surveyed the assembly and resolutely declared, "Surround them without attacking. Hold the front line." As these words left his lips, the gaze of everyone present converged upon the leader at the center. The leader inhaled deeply and spoke coldly. "The 5 representatives of the Kingdom of White Elephants dared to brazenly assassinate our Dragon Kingdom and Appo's envoy. There must be orders from their nation behind this. Although there is currently a ban preventing warfare, we cannot simply tolerate such open provocation. Retreating will only embolden our enemies. Just as in the beginning, a single strike should be dealt to prevent 100 retaliations. This time, our entire army shall be ready at the border. Once the ban is lifted, we will take action. I intend to give the Kingdom of White Elephants a painful and indelible lesson." With the leader and Appo's resolute declaration, the others rose in unison, responding loudly. Understood. In the presidential palace of the Kingdom of White Elephants, the president slowly regained consciousness after urgent medical treatment. However, before he could rest, the head of the intelligence department hurriedly approached him, his face etched with anxiety. "Mr. President, riots have erupted across the nation. Everyone has gone mad over resources. What? The president, upon hearing this dreadful news, sprang to his feet, incredulity etched on his face. Yet the intelligence chief continued with unyielding urgency. Not only that, but the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' troops show no signs of withdrawal. They appear to have settled nearby, seemingly waiting for the ban to end before they strike. It seems we have truly angered the Dragon Kingdom. Stunned by this revelation, the president felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Collapsing onto the ground in despair, the nation had already lost half of its resources, and it was on the brink of collapse. Heaven knows how much worse the situation could become, especially with the Dragon Kingdom lurking ominously. Given the current circumstances, there was no indication of a retreat. Faced with internal strife and external threats, they were cornered. This realization left the president in a state of panic. Ignoring the coldness of the ground, he anxiously contemplated his strategy. After a considerable time, he rose again, speaking with urgency. Quick, get me in touch with the Dragon Kingdom. I need an urgent meeting with their leader. The Dragon Kingdom, surprisingly, did not refuse. Once the video conference was connected, the president, along with all officials, bowed deeply in apology to the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' leader. Then, with a sincere expression, he spoke, "Esteemed leader, I apologize. It was my failure to govern that led to such occurrences. We had no intention of causing offense." In the video, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom remained silent, merely observing the other party. Yet the president sensed a chilling malice in that gaze, which sent him into a state of panic. He quickly implored, "Esteemed leader, I beseech you to show mercy and spare us. You are aware that our nation is currently suffering tremendous blows. We have lost more than half of our resources. If this continues, we will truly face annihilation. Please do not hold our transgressions against us. Withdraw your troops. We are willing to establish a lasting friendship with the Dragon Kingdom. If our economy improves in the future, we will prepare generous gifts in gratitude. After all, we have been neighboring nations for generations. There is no need to sever ties. Wouldn't you agree?" The president's words were earnest, and he appeared genuinely sincere. In response, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly smiled, a smile imbued with a chilling aura. "A lasting friendship? Decades ago, our two nations fought a great war. And we spared you, leaving you with a chance. Yet what did you do? You continue to trouble the Dragon Kingdom without respite. To this day, your disturbances have not ceased. This time, you have even targeted our revered heroes, clearly provoking the might of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that you have failed, you come to us with your pleas for friendship? It is too late." The leader of the Dragon Kingdom coldly regarded him. "Soon, you shall understand what it means to face a mighty army and the wrath of an emperor. Prepare to confront the fury of the Dragon Kingdom. This matter shall not simply end here." With that, he abruptly ended the video call, leaving the leaders of the Kingdom of White Elephants in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom was thoroughly enraged, displaying a resolute attitude that would not afford the Kingdom of White Elephants any opportunity. In that instant, the president of the Kingdom of White Elephants regretted his actions profoundly. It was a grave mistake to provoke the Dragon Kingdom. However, it was too late to retract his words. Even if the internal turmoil of the Kingdom of White Elephants could persist for a month, the Dragon Kingdom would not spare them. Upon realizing the impending consequences, the president fainted once more. Chapter 37. Su Yu's hidden strategy within the desolate ancient forbidden grounds. Su Yu and his companions ventured towards the enigmatic ancient territory ahead. After departing from the vibrant oasis, they found themselves once again engulfed by swirling sands. The relentless storm of dust assailed them, obscuring their vision. Li Qing, as an ancient martial artist, remained unperturbed by the wind and sand, viewing it merely as a minor trial. Bai Yuekui, shielded by an intangible aura, was likewise unaffected. Su Yu advanced with an air of tranquility as the swirling yellow sands dispersed effortlessly before him. Uncle Gio utilized talismans to shield himself from the tempest, increasingly astonished by Su Yu's nonchalant demeanor. The depth of Su Yu's strength was indeed unfathomable. "Eh?" Uncle Gio pondered aloud, his voice barely audible amidst the howling winds. Behind him, the figure of Leng Feng emerged. As an ordinary person, although he possessed commendable physical combat abilities, he lacked the means to contend with extreme weather. Thus, taking refuge behind Uncle Gio was quite comfortable. Acutely aware of Su Yu's formidable power, Leng Feng no longer considered himself the leader, instead striving to integrate into this small group. The sensation of being supported by such powerful allies was intoxicating. Despite the indifference shown by others in calmer times, Leng Feng noticed that during moments of peril, they instinctively shielded him, which deeply moved him. After traversing approximately 10 kilometers, twilight began to envelop the landscape. Upon discovering a relatively sheltered spot, the group halted to rest for the night. The sun hung low in the western sky, casting a breathtaking glow of twilight. Sitting amidst the desert, the group emanated an unexpectedly beautiful ambience. Uncle Gio gazed at the fiery sunset and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the beauty of the setting sun in this barren desert is truly stunning." "Indeed." So you nodded in agreement. The solitary smoke in the vast desert rises straight, while the long river reflects the round sun at dusk. The ancient poet and amp, Apos, S depiction of beauty was equally awe-inspiring. Uncle Gio, after expressing his admiration, posed a question. "Su, my young friend, I have a query I wish to discuss, if you would allow." At this, Su turned his head and replied readily, "Feel free to ask." Uncle Gio. After a moment of serious contemplation, Uncle Gio solemnly stated, "Earlier, I mentioned the findings from the exploration of talismans. If all goes well, we shall reach that mysterious location tomorrow. According to the talismans, it harbors tremendous peril, far exceeding imagination. Even I regard it with considerable caution. I wonder, do you possess any hidden cards?" Uncle Gio's inquiry was quite pragmatic. His apprehension regarding the unexplored area was palpable. Even with the potential assistance of ancestral spirits, he could not guarantee absolute safety. As they were on the brink of entering that region, he wished to ascertain whether Su Yu had any contingency plans to mitigate potential casualties. In response, Su Yu did not hold back, confidently declaring, "Rest assured, Uncle Gio. The earlier skirmish with the minuscule forces of the White Elephant Kingdom was merely a warm-up. Tomorrow, we can explore with complete peace of mind. I still have quite a few hidden cards up my sleeve." Seeing the confidence radiating from Su Yu, Uncle Gio and Amp, Apos, S previously furrowed brow relaxed. In that case, there is no need for concern. Even Bai Yuekui and the others felt a wave of reassurance. They held great faith in Su Yu, especially considering his exhibited martial prowess, which had far surpassed their expectations. Currently, only Uncle Gio had the means to contend with him, in addition to the other unknown strategies at his disposal. Thus, tomorrow's expedition seemed devoid of peril. In the live stream, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was equally astonished. Wow, is Su Xiaogu and Amp, Apos, S armament not his full strength? He can control fire, that and Apos, S terrifying. It and Apos, S impossible to fathom Su Xiaogu and Apos, S true capabilities. Just how formidable would he be if he revealed his complete power? Uncle Gio is no ordinary person either. It seems he has hidden strategies as well. And Bai Jia has not disclosed her entire strength. The Dragon Kingdom truly harbors hidden talents, each a powerhouse. However, while the populace of the Dragon Kingdom reveled in this spectacle, individuals from other nations felt a sense of indignation. They gazed upon the opulent assembly of the Dragon Kingdom with envy. This is unfair. It's an affront to civility. Indeed, it's outrageous. Why are all the formidable individuals in the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom and Apos' lineup is too extravagant. The ancient legends are indeed true. I regret not joining them. Otherwise, I might also be a master now. Not just a master, but a true expert, an exceptional expert. It's profoundly intricate. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is vast and profound. At this moment, a citizen from the beautiful country shed tears of envy. Chapter 38. The Cold Blade Seeks Armament. Within the ancient Forbidden Grounds, Cold Blade listened intently to the conversation between the two individuals, recalling his previous encounter with the beasts of the Forbidden Land. At that moment, he was struck with astonishment, realizing that, apart from himself, the other four had not revealed their true capabilities. Each had concealed their strengths to varying degrees. With the four individuals so near him, he contemplated the possibility of continuous mentorship. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile involuntarily crept upon Cold Blade and Apos' lips. He began to scrutinize the four individuals beside him, with his gaze first landing on the most enigmatic of them, Su Yu. The mere thought of Su Yu and Apos' mysterious armament and formidable combat prowess filled Cold Blade with envy. Just as he prepared to inquire, Su Yu seemingly anticipated his intentions and shot him a silent glance, choosing not to speak. Observing this, Cold Blade promptly abandoned his curiosity and shifted his attention to Jiao Shu. Since learning Su Yu's armament was off the table, delving into the Taoist arts seemed an excellent alternative. After all, his physical prowess was commendable, and with the integration of Taoist techniques, he could strike from both near and afar. Such a prospect was simply invincible. With visions of grandeur in his heart, Cold Blade turned his focus to Jiao Shu. "Jiao Shu, might you impart to me the ways of the Tao?" he asked. Jiao Shu, smiling, replied, "I can indeed teach you. However, Mastery of the Tao is not achieved in a mere day. It requires profound insight. Without the ability to comprehend, no amount of time spent in seclusion will yield results. Cold Blade was about to express his willingness to dedicate time to enlightenment when he caught sight of Jioshu's half-smiling, half-amused expression. He sighed dejectedly. Jioshu, you might as well say I lack talent. I can accept that blow. Yet, Cold Blade did not succumb to despair. Instead, he redirected his gaze towards the ancient warrior, Li Qing. He believed that Li Qing, originally an ordinary person, had ascended to this level through unique methods. As for the hardships endured along the way, being a special forces soldier, he could surely withstand them. With this thought, Cold Blade felt the air around him grow increasingly invigorating, as if everything were progressing toward a favorable outcome. However, Li Qing, seeing through Cold Blade and Appo's intentions, delivered a sobering truth. Brother Cold, I am aware of your thoughts. It is not that I refuse to teach, rather, I cannot take such liberties. Should we return, I could inquire on your behalf. Cold Blade fell into silence after being turned down repeatedly. In that moment, silence became a form of expression, the prevailing motif of his heart. Unconsciously, he murmured, "The world isolates me and mocks my plight. I shall maintain my silence." Beside him, the others listened to Cold Blade and Appo's words. Their faces adorned with expressions of ambiguous amusement, perhaps a hint of pity, or perhaps something else. Even the usually taciturn Suyu's lips curled upward slightly. In the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's live broadcast, Ma Fanshu smiled and remarked, "It appears that our 5 representatives share a commendable camaraderie. Occasional jesting can indeed alleviate the oppressive atmosphere." Lei Zhan nodded in agreement. Indeed, amidst the countless threats of the Forbidden Land, unity is an indispensable spirit. Wang Lin, after a moment of contemplation, spoke earnestly. Cold Blade and Appo's ambition is truly commendable and worthy of emulation. In the Forbidden Land, an increase in strength equates to enhanced self-preservation. When faced with peril, it undoubtedly raises the chances of survival. However, talent in this regard requires some honing. In the live broadcast, the viewers were also at ease, wishing our heroes smooth sailing and unstoppable progress. Ha ha ha, we await their triumphant return. They must come to our hometown for hot dry noodles. They absolutely must sample our hometown and Appo's stinky tofu. And they must try the authentic knife-cut noodles from our region. Everything will go splendidly. As Ma Fanshu read the comments in the live chat, he exhaled a sigh of relief and felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. It must be said that after enduring the previous onslaught across the internet, the current atmosphere had become remarkably harmonious. Everyone had come to recognize the gravity of the situation, ensuring that the earlier clowns would not reappear. In such a nation, there undoubtedly lies a bright hope. Chapter 39. The mysterious Forbidden Zone. Nightfall enveloped the desolate desert, where a resplendent full moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the sands. At this moment, the desert entered a phase of chilling cold. The sweltering heat of the day, which soared to 40 or 50 degrees, plummeted dramatically within just 2 hours to below -20. An icy wind howled relentlessly, echoing ominously. It was then that a cold, female voice resonated in the ears of all present. Warning. 5 representatives from the Kingdom of Mir have become lost in the desert and failed to ignite a fire. All 5 have succumbed to the freezing temperatures. In 1 minute, half of the Kingdom of Mir and Appo's resources will be forcibly seized, and the following day, 5 new representatives will be chosen to re-enter the Forbidden Zone. Warning. The Kingdom of Xuelan is beset by an extreme cold sandstorm, resulting in the burial and death of all 5 representatives. In 1 minute, half of the Kingdom of Xuelan's resources will be forcibly seized, and the next day, 5 new representatives will be selected to re-enter the Forbidden Zone. Warning. The Kingdom of Wolwei has encountered a desert ice cavern, leading to the death of all 5 representatives who have turned into ice sculptures. In 1 minute, half of the Kingdom of Wolwei and Appo's resources will be forcibly seized, and the next day, 5 new representatives will be chosen to re-enter the Forbidden Zone. The relentless stream of dire announcements filled the air, and the representatives from various nations in the ancient Forbidden Land felt their hearts grow colder still. It was only the 2nd day since entering the Forbidden Zone, yet over 10 nations had already lost 5 representatives each, suffering a loss of half their resources. At this pace, it seemed that within a month, the number of nations worldwide would dwindle to just a few. Meanwhile, countless representatives huddled around the campfire, seeking warmth while enduring the bitter cold and gnawing hunger, repeatedly reassuring themselves that the night would soon pass. A brighter day awaited them. In stark contrast, the scene from the Dragon Kingdom was entirely different. Li Qing had successfully hunted a giant hare, while Bai Yuekui gathered a substantial amount of dry firewood. With a flick of his fingers, Siyu ignited the flames, and Leng Feng retrieved some simple seasonings from his backpack. Uncle Jiu began to turn the wood, continuously roasting the tender meat. What a splendid display of resourcefulness! The viewers in the live stream were deeply impressed by the Dragon Kingdom's 5 representatives, who appeared so at ease in the Forbidden Zone. Half an hour later, the tantalizing aroma began to waft through the air. Leng Feng took over the task of roasting the hare, diligently ensuring that every piece of meat was cooked to perfection. The gazes of Bai Yuekui and the others gradually shifted to the now golden brown hare meat. Truly, the scent was irresistible. As time slipped by unnoticed, another hour passed, and the meat was finally ready. Uncle Jiu took charge of distribution, first handing 2 succulent hare legs to Suyu and Bai Yuekui. He deemed it only fitting to reward Suyu, whose strength was unfathomable, while the other leg was reserved for the sole girl in their team. Soon, the 5 gathered around the campfire to savor the delicious hare meat. Who could possibly resist such a feast on a frigid night? In the live stream, Ma Fanchu could not help but smile, remarking, "Seeing our heroes from the Dragon Kingdom enjoy such a splendid meal puts us at ease." As a soldier engaged in foreign operations, Lei Zhan nodded in agreement, saying, "Honestly, watching them eat meat makes me feel a bit hungry too." The viewers in the live stream echoed this sentiment, declaring that they must have a barbecue that very night. Despite the looming resource crisis, the Dragon Kingdom had managed to control its resources, striving to avoid wastefulness, even as prices had doubled. Nevertheless, the nation's economy and trading system had not collapsed, allowing ordinary citizens to save up and indulge in meat when they desired. In stark contrast, the situation abroad was dire. Following the onset of the resource crisis, all economic activities had been monopolized by the elite, rendering ordinary people unable to afford meat. As they watched the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom feast heartily, envy washed over them, their eyes filled with longing. How is it fair that they can indulge so lavishly? Woe is me. This is supposed to be a perilous exploration, yet it feels like a vacation, they lamented. Laughter erupted in the live stream as the viewers expressed their jealousy, questioning their own abilities to conquer the challenges faced by the Dragon Kingdom. As the cold night gradually faded away, the sun began to rise once more in the east, its blinding rays awakening the representatives from various nations in the Forbidden Land. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, Su Yu and his companions tidied up briefly before continuing deeper into the desert. Today, they were likely to venture into a region fraught with hidden dangers. Hence, everyone had adjusted their states to optimal levels, prepared to face the unknown with the utmost caution to avoid casualties. Chapter 40. The Eerie Beast of the Forbidden Land Attack. As the night gradually recedes within the ancient Forbidden Land, survivors from various nations collectively exhale in relief. In just 2 days, this extraordinarily peculiar desert has left an indelible impression upon them. With the arrival of nightfall, a terrifying temperature drop descends, and should one lose their fire, there is a 99% chance they will be consumed by the frigid polar night. Furthermore, visibility diminishes significantly after dusk, allowing the more elusive beasts of the Forbidden Land to ambush without detection. This undoubtedly places the survivors from all nations in a precarious position. Overall, the dangers of night far exceed those of day. Among the hundreds of national teams that ventured into the ancient Forbidden Land, only the Dragon Kingdom can navigate the polar night with any semblance of security, as the others remain perpetually vigilant, fearing the sudden emergence of peril. It is only with the blinding dawn that they can finally relax their taut nerves. Subsequently, after a brief period of rest, the survivors embark on a new day and Apos' journey. In a bid to resolve the energy crisis, they must explore the uncharted territories of the Forbidden Land to acquire new resources to reinvest into their nations. Time flows quietly. On the Blue Star, in the Dragon Kingdom, countless citizens awaken and promptly tune into the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, keenly interested in the new encounters faced by the 5 heroes within the Forbidden Land. The official hosts, Ma Fanchu and his companions, engage patiently with the audience, observing the movements of Su Yu and others. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Warning: the Sheffer Kingdom is under attack by the eerie beasts of the Forbidden Land. The battle lasted 30 seconds, resulting in the complete annihilation of all 5 survivors from Sheffer Kingdom. In 1 minute, half of Sheffer Kingdom and Apos' resources will be forcibly plundered, and 5 new individuals will be selected to re-enter the Forbidden Land the following day. A cold female voice reverberates in the ears of all survivors within the ancient Forbidden Land, alongside countless citizens from various nations, are struck by this alarming news. In an instant, shock envelopes everyone. Eerie. The eerie beasts of the Forbidden Land. This new term casts a shadow over the hearts of all. Inside the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' live broadcast room, the audience is in disarray. What on earth is happening? Eerie beasts of the Forbidden Land? What are they? They were wiped out in 30 seconds? Are these beasts truly that terrifying? Quickly, check the playback to see what kind of monsters they are. Countless comments flood the screen, each speculating about the situation. Host Ma Fengjiao, filled with concern, is equally intrigued by the emergence of these eerie beasts. Scanning the barrage of comments, he promptly opens the Shepherd Kingdom's live feed to examine the previous playback. Within the Shepherd Kingdom's camp, 5 specially trained soldiers, donned in distinctive battle gear, meticulously pack their camping equipment. Clearly, they are preparing to embark on a new day of resource exploration, just as before. After the leader charts a new course, the 5 set forth on their journey. They remain blissfully unaware that mere hundreds of meters away, 3 slender, ghostly figures, flickering in and out of visibility, are making their way toward them. Even in the playback, their presence is nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny. In the footage, the specters silently close the distance to the 5 survivors of the Shepherd Kingdom. A chilling wind sweeps through, accompanied by a low, oppressive murmur. The bizarre phenomenon causes the 5 survivors to halt, scanning their surroundings for any signs of disturbance. Yet, they find nothing amiss. However, as they continue forward, fleeting white shadows flicker before their eyes, vanishing in an instant, eluding their grasp entirely. Who goes there? The captain barks in frustration. Show yourself in broad daylight if you dare. No response follows, only the faint, unsettling whispers that persist. This eerily strange scene fills all with a sense of dread. As if an unseen force is observing them, yet they remain oblivious and without a means to counter the impending threat. Chapter 41. The Spectral Envoy. The horrifying scene before them sent shivers down the spines of all those watching the replay online. Was this truly an exaggeration? The malevolent spirits seemed almost to touch their faces, yet they remained entirely oblivious. What manner of entity was this? How had such things suddenly manifested in the ancient Forbidden Land? With these ghostly creatures appearing, would anyone be able to survive? For reasons unknown, one felt an inexplicable relief at not being chosen to enter the Forbidden Realm. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, the 5 members of the Snow Buddha nation huddled together, cautiously surveying their surroundings. After a brief moment, they discerned no unusual occurrences. The captain gestured for everyone to continue their journey, suggesting that perhaps their lack of rest from the previous night had induced hallucinations. It was imperative to prioritize the search for resources. The other 4 nodded in agreement, understanding the urgency. Thus, the 5 resumed their advance. Yet, at the very moment they set forth, an eerie gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a chilling wail that sounded like the lament of tormented spirits, creeping into their very souls. In a fleeting moment, they seemed to glimpse grotesque, terrifying faces howling towards them, while spectral figures flickered around them. This spectacle sent the 5 into a state of utter panic. Despite it being broad daylight, they felt as though they were ensnared in a hellish realm, dancing with malevolent spirits. The fierce sunlight provided no warmth, leaving them enveloped in a bone-chilling coldness. Amidst their terror and confusion, the vengeful spirits could no longer contain themselves and launched an assault. Several ethereal figures lunged at the 5, their claws relentlessly tearing at flesh. Sharp teeth pierced the skin, drawing forth blood. The sounds of sucking, cracking bones, and anguished cries reverberated across the desolate sandy expanse. The scene was gruesomely vivid. This time, viewers were able to clearly discern the appearance of the bizarre beasts from the Forbidden Land. Their forms were illusory, equipped with sharp claws, reminiscent of malevolent spirits. Even under the scorching sun, they instilled profound dread. The subsequent images left countless viewers feeling nauseous, with many unable to restrain themselves from vomiting. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, Ma Fengjiao struggled to suppress his rising nausea, hastily shutting off the replay of the Snow Buddha nation's footage. At that moment, they gained a general understanding of the newly emerged bizarre beasts from the Forbidden Land through the replay. After taking a deep breath, Ma Fengjiao steadied his emotions and turned to Wang Lin and Lei Zhan, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on these peculiar beasts from the Forbidden Land? Or rather, if hypothetically, our heroes from the Dragon Kingdom were to face such entities, do you believe they possess any countermeasures?" Upon hearing this, Lei Zhan pondered momentarily before responding. Based on the predicament faced by the Snow Buddha nation, these so-called bizarre beasts seem to exist in a spectral form, easily evading detection. As for their strength, the 5 from the Snow Buddha nation had no means of resistance, leaving us with scant information. However, their capacity for concealment is already quite formidable. Generally speaking, ghostly entities, being of a nature, cannot operate freely in daylight, as they fear bright light. Yet these bizarre beasts appear undaunted by the sun's rays, which is particularly concerning. Under normal circumstances, my advice would be to flee. Engaging with an opponent whose movements cannot be clearly tracked is not worth risking one's life. His words plunged the live chat into a brief silence. Though no one wished to acknowledge it, they could not refute his point. Considering the scenario carefully, they realized that if they faced such a situation, they too would have no viable solutions. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Wang Lin suddenly recalled something important. Everyone, perhaps we can find some solace, he declared, instantly garnering the attention of all present. Noticing the curiosity in Ma Fengjiao's and Lei Zhan's expressions, Wang Lin continued with measured composure. Though the bizarre beasts from the Forbidden Land are indeed terrifying, it does not imply they are invincible. The first group to encounter them, the survivors, simply failed to detect the beast abilities in advance. However, let us reflect on our 5 heroes from the Dragon Kingdom. Is there not one among them who possesses a particularly unique capability? At this juncture, Wang Lin paused momentarily. The countless viewers in the live chat began to speculate eagerly. Some appeared contemplative, while others were filled with anxious anticipation. Wang Lin, not one to prolong the suspense, spoke clearly and emphatically, if I am not mistaken. One of our Dragon Kingdom's heroes, Jiushu, is indeed versed in Taoist arts, although we currently lack extensive information on the Maoshan priest. Based on Jiushu's previously demonstrated prowess, the combat potential of Taoism is commendable, spanning a wide range of applications. Moreover, there are folk tales surrounding Taoist priests' expertise in exorcising spirits. I believe we need not elaborate further. Chapter 42. The Peculiar Forbidden Beasts, the Malevolent Spirits. The Corpse King. As the words fell, a glimmer of realization flickered in the eyes of Lei Zhan and Ma Fengjiao beside him. Indeed, we have Uncle Jiao. How could we have overlooked this crucial point just now? Simultaneously, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream also responded. Goodness, I nearly forgot about the esteemed Uncle Jiao. A Taoist exorcist truly possesses no flaws. Though apprehension still lingered, it was a vast improvement over before. I firmly believe in Uncle Jiao's prowess. Vanquishing these malevolent spirits will undoubtedly be a mere trifle for him. Within the ancient forbidden grounds, Suyu and his companions also halted their advance. They had certainly heard the broadcast regarding the previous misfortunes of the Snow Buddha Kingdom, while there was no playback available for them to review within the Forbidden Realm. Special information was nonetheless provided. The reason for their sudden stop was to examine this pertinent information. Soon, the 5 gathered closely, and the central display began to reveal the introduction to the Forbidden Beasts. Peculiar Forbidden Beast, Malevolent Spirit, a unique specter within the ancient Forbidden Grounds. Possessing strong concealment abilities and distinctive modes of attack, with an exceptionally keen hunting instinct, reveling in the presence of all living creatures. Accompanying the description on the right was a virtual model of the Malevolent Spirit. Peculiar Forbidden Beast, Corpse King, a terrifying entity, a zombie transformed from a decaying corpse. With its true strength shrouded in mystery, also delighting in the company of all living beings. This time, there was no accompanying image on the right. Upon witnessing this, Leng Feng pondered for a moment, taking a deep breath before declaring, "This is somewhat troublesome. The malevolent spirit level is already so fearsome. No wonder the Snow Buddha Kingdom fell victim to their treacherous grasp. Even I would likely fail to detect their presence at first glance. It is crucial to exercise caution moving forward." After Leng Feng spoke, he noticed that no one responded. Turning in surprise, he found Li Qing had silently turned away. Preparing to proceed, Bai Yuekui gazed up at the sun, her expression as cold as ice, impervious even to the blazing light. Siyu stared into the distance, lost in contemplation. Only Uncle Jiao, with a beaming smile, looked at Leng Feng and asked, "Have you gathered your thoughts? Shall we continue our journey?" Seeing this, Leng Feng could no longer maintain his composure. "I must inquire, esteemed colleagues, are you truly unconcerned? From the descriptions, the malevolent spirit is already immensely terrifying, let alone the enigmatic Corpse King. Should we not be vigilant?" Although he recognized their formidable strength, before he could continue, the 4 regarded him with identical looks. As if to say, "You acknowledge our strength yet still utter these superfluous concerns?" This rendered Leng Feng speechless. Observing their unwavering confidence, he chose to refrain from further qualms. After all, he had witnessed their prowess firsthand. Surely, they would be capable of ensuring their own safety against the so-called peculiar forbidden beasts. Nevertheless, he could not shake the disquieting sensation of inadequacy that gnawed at him. Uncle Jiao and the others possessed extraordinary abilities, unperturbed by the threats posed by the peculiar forbidden beasts. However, deep within, Leng Feng was laden with trepidation, fearful of unforeseen calamities. Even though he knew the four would protect him, his anxieties could not be entirely alleviated. At this moment, Leng Feng yearned more than ever to grow stronger. In the ancient forbidden grounds, strength equated to survival. Lacking power, one was merely prey awaiting slaughter. With a heart full of apprehension, Leng Feng matched the pace of the four, embarking once more upon a new path. Time flowed silently. The peculiar forbidden beasts did not vanish after their initial appearance. Instead, they commenced a frenzied hunt, relentlessly pursuing survivors from various nations within the ancient forbidden grounds, exhibiting a profound interest in their new quarry. Warning: the Nick Nation has encountered an attack from the peculiar forbidden beast, malevolent spirit. The battle lasted 2 minutes, resulting in the demise of all 5 survivors. 1 minute later, half of Nick Nation and Amp Oppos S resources will be forcibly plundered, and the following day, 5 individuals will be selected to re-enter the Forbidden Grounds. Warning: the White Orchid Nation has faced an assault from the peculiar forbidden beast, Corpse King. The battle lasted 1 minute, culminating in the death of all 5 survivors. 1 minute later, half of White Orchid Nation and Amp Oppos S resources will be forcibly seized, and the next day, 5 individuals will again be chosen to re-enter the Forbidden Grounds. Warning: the Beautiful Nation has suffered an attack from the peculiar forbidden beast, malevolent spirit. The battle persisted for 10 minutes, with 3 survivors perishing and 2 managing to escape. 1 minute later, 1/3 of Beautiful Nation and Oppos S resources will be forcibly confiscated. The chilling voice of a woman echoed continuously from above, delivering grim tidings. In just half a day in Oppos S time, 4 or 5 nations had already fallen victim to the onslaught of the peculiar forbidden beasts. Numerous lesser-known nations displayed no capacity for resistance, being unilaterally crushed. Even a top-tier nation like Beautiful Nation suffered 3 fatalities in the face of the malevolent spirit, barely managing to escape. Should they encounter the Corpse King level of peculiar forbidden beasts, a complete annihilation would likely ensue. The disparity in power was insurmountable. All high-tech devices utterly failed to detect the presence of the peculiar forbidden beast in advance. Even conventional weaponry could only pose a minimal threat to the malevolent spirit level of these entities. Chapter 43. As night falls, the Corpse King approaches. As for the subsequent bizarre creatures of the Corpse King level, they are completely immune to the damage inflicted by thermal weapons. People witnessed bullets striking their bodies, only to produce countless sparks, and then silence ensued. Faced with such a terrifying crisis, the entire populace of Blue Star was engulfed in panic. The previously encountered creatures of the Forbidden Lands were at least visible to the naked eye, and thermal weapons posed a tangible threat. If they were too formidable, there was still a chance of escape. However, the bizarre creatures now emerging were elusive, their forms difficult to capture, and their strength exceptionally formidable. Confronted with such an almost insurmountable existence, all nations were gripped by fear. It is crucial to understand that the survivors within the Forbidden Lands are intrinsically linked to their nations. Should death occur, the nations would inevitably suffer corresponding losses. At this moment, facing the inexplicable creatures of the Forbidden Lands for which there seemed to be no countermeasures, all survivors appeared as lambs awaiting their hunter's arrival. In the live broadcast room of Long Country, fervent prayers echoed. Heavenly blessings, may our heroes not encounter those bizarre creatures. I believe they won and Oppos T. Our heroes from Long Country have always had remarkable luck and surely won and Oppos T faced those aberrations. In truth, the bizarre creatures at the soul type level may not be insurmountable. The real terror lay with the Corpse King level creatures. Rest assured, we have not encountered them for so long. It is unlikely we will in the future. Everyone, remain calm. Indeed, not only the Corpse King level creatures, but we shan't even encounter those at the soul type level. Amidst the immense threat posed by these bizarre creatures, the populace of Long Country continued their fervent prayers, though they had faith in the extraordinary prowess of figures like Uncle Gio. Witnessing the Corpse King level creatures rendered them restless. Despite their confidence, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered, fearing a genuine encounter with the Corpse King. Yet, often, that which one fears the most is what one must confront. In the ancient Forbidden Lands, nightfall crept in silently. The 5 individuals from Long Country, having journeyed throughout the day, began to set up their resting camp, recognizing the multitude of threats that night brings, which rendered travel inadvisable. Shortly thereafter, the camp was established. As they basked in the warmth of the campfire, Cold Front, wearing a contented smile, remarked, "It seems our luck is exceptionally good this time. We've walked all day without encountering any so-called malevolent spirits, while many other nations have suffered." In response to Cold Front's jest, The others paid little heed. Except for Uncle Gio, who expressed regret. I initially hoped to witness just how terrifying those malevolent spirits in the Corpse King truly are. Alas, what a pity. Listening to Uncle Gio's sigh, Cold Front was left speechless. Who in their right mind would wish for malevolent spirits or zombies to visit them? The atmosphere fell silent as the five rested, preparing for the journey ahead. Everyone assumed the ordeal had concluded, ready to embrace the new day's adventures. However, an extremely chilling gust of wind suddenly swept around the camp, accompanied by mournful howling that incessantly reached the ears of the five. It was as if something unseen was drawing near. Cold Front, filled with trepidation, scanned the surroundings. What caught his eye was the pitch darkness enveloping the night, seemingly no different from usual. Yet within that profound blackness, ethereal white shadows flickered, accompanied by piercing wails, reminiscent of vengeful spirits crying out for retribution. This bizarre scene sent a wave of panic through Cold Front. He immediately called out, "Everyone, have you noticed anything unusual? I feel something is off about tonight's wind." Upon his utterance, Cold Front realized no one responded to him. Turning in surprise, he found Li Qing had risen, fists clenched, gazing intently into the distance. Bai Yuekui held a long blade, an aura of blue light subtly emanating around her, while Suyu also stood, exuding a faint energy. Uncle Gio, with a face alight with excitement, stared into the distance, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "Here it comes. Here it comes. Ha! At last." I've awaited your arrival in the live broadcast room of Long Country. Viewers heard the eerie wind and the wails, blending seamlessly with the boundless darkness, plunging everyone into a state of unease and dread. Surely, there can't be malevolent spirits and zombies attacking us at this hour? Don't frighten us. By the heavens. The upstairs folks should speak less. I can hardly bear to open my eyes. May the great Lord protect us. Let nothing untoward occur. Just as the people of Long Country were engulfed in their anxiety and fervent prayers, a chilling female voice reverberated in their ears. Warning. Warning. The Long Country team is facing a large-scale zombie tide assault, led by a Corpse King of C rank. The situation is critical. Please prepare for defense in advance. Warning. Warning. The Long Country team is facing a large-scale zombie tide assault, led by a Corpse King of C rank. The situation is critical. Please prepare for defense in advance. Warning. Warning. The Long Country team is facing a large-scale zombie tide assault, led by a Corpse King of C rank. The situation is critical. Please prepare for defense in advance. The repeated alerts clearly conveyed the dire crisis confronting the five from Long Country within the Forbidden Lands. Chapter 44. The Tide of Corpses and the Extraordinary Corpse King. At this moment, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom were unable to contain their anxiety. A C-class Corpse King leading a tide of corpses? What ancient forbidden ground has become so perilous? To be honest, I am too frightened to even look now. A tide of corpses, along with the terrifying C-class Corpse King. Who was it that previously cursed this situation, claiming it would never happen? Here we are, faced with a tide of corpses. In the live broadcast room, Ma Fanshu wore a face of worry as he turned to Wang Lin and Lei Zhan, inquiring, "Gentlemen, do we have any effective strategies to counter this situation?" At this moment, Lei Zhan's expression was grave. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Everyone has already witnessed the terror of the Corpse King. Conventional weaponry proves utterly ineffective. If a confrontation ensues, we must rely on the abilities of Su Xiaoga and his companions. The circumstances are indeed dire." Beside him, Wang Lin sighed deeply, adding, "Moreover, the existence of these zombies harbors violent toxins within their bodies. Engaging in close combat is certainly not a prudent choice. As it stands, Miss Bai and Li Qing prefer to engage at close range. Even Su Xiaoga falls into this category. The only one capable of ranged attacks is Jiao Shu alone. Faced with a tide of corpses led by the Corpse King, our prospects appear grim. It would be best to retreat immediately to avoid a direct confrontation. Jiao Shu could buy some time for Su Xiaoga to escape. I believe the power of the fire cloud technique can inflict substantial damage. In the ancient forbidden ground, countless chilling winds howled, accompanied by piercing screams. At this moment, it felt as though the apocalypse had descended. The terrifying atmosphere was suffocating. Leng Feng instinctively took shelter among the four companions, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Even as a battle-hardened Special Forces king, he felt an uncontainable fear in the face of such supernatural entities. At this moment, being close to Jiao Shu was the only source of safety he could grasp. Simultaneously, innumerable malevolent spirits, shimmering with a ghostly white glow, emerged near the five individuals. Their grotesque features continuously emitted chilling howls. However, the spirits did not attack immediately. Instead, They merely encircled the five, shrieking incessantly, appearing to want to charge but held back by an unseen fear. As Leng Feng gazed at the multitude of spirits surrounding them, his dread expanded. Yet, he also sensed something unusual about the spirits. He attributed this to Jioshu's inherent aura of intimidation, hoping that perhaps this crisis could be weathered safely. However, it soon became evident to Leng Feng that he was gravely mistaken, far from merely mistaken. He realized the severity of his error. Amidst the continuous shrieking of the spirits, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, resonating in everyone's ears. Soon, in the pitch-black environment, pairs of crimson glowing eyes began to manifest. A strange, low moan reverberated through the air, alerting Leng Feng to the fact that the true tide of corpses had arrived. Though he harbored fear towards the so-called zombies, curiosity also stirred within him. He swiftly rummaged through his backpack, retrieving a flare. With a decisive throw, he launched it into the air. With a sharp bang, the flare exploded in midair, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Simultaneously, Leng Feng and the countless viewers of the live broadcast beheld the scene around them. What met their eyes was a sea of zombies, their vacant stares and tattered clothing creating a chilling tableau. Under the flare and Appo's glaring light, the pale faces and blood-red eyes of the zombies became vividly apparent. A cursory glance revealed at least 100 zombies in their immediate vicinity. Whether more lurked in the distance remained uncertain. However, the sheer density of zombies gathered around was enough to instill terror in all who beheld it. Some timid individuals were so frightened by the sight that they shut their eyes tightly, muttering incoherently. Even the bravest among them turned pale, their faces devoid of color. Some even fainted on the spot from sheer terror. The sight of countless zombies was overwhelming, a tableau too harrowing for anyone to endure. Even Leng Feng, within the ancient forbidden ground, gripped his firearm tightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet, even in the face of such a horrifying scene, Leng Feng suppressed his inner dread, his gaze scanning the surrounding zombies. He sought out the most terrifying entity, the Corpse King. After all, according to the hints provided by the Forbidden Ground, the tide of corpses was led by a C-class Corpse King. In the face of the densely packed horde of zombies, Leng Feng still possessed the instinct to retaliate. However, confronting a C-class Corpse King was an entirely different matter. He felt utterly powerless to contend with such a being. Perhaps it was due to the Corpse King's lack of concealment, but Leng Feng quickly identified the unique presence among the tide of corpses. It was a zombie radiating a purple glow, nearly 2 meters tall, its distinctive luminescence making it readily apparent as an entity apart from the rest. Chapter 45. A startling turn of events. 2 Corpse Kings. Simultaneously, the leading Corpse King shifted its gaze towards Leng Feng. Its exceedingly agile eyes seemed to scrutinize him. In the next moment, a faint smile curled upon the Corpse King and Appo's lips, as if it were grinning at Leng Feng. This sent a chill racing through Leng Feng and Appo's heart, leaving him utterly unnerved. If it were anyone else smiling at him, he might have responded with a smile of his own. However, the being before him, displaying such mirth, was a towering, formidable Corpse King. Most critically, they were adversaries. The very notion of such a transcendent entity smiling at him felt more distressing than the prospect of immediate demise. At that moment, Leng Feng could no longer bear the tension. Grasping Jioshu and Appo's arm tightly, he stammered, "Jioshu, save me." That Corpse King smiled at me. To this, Jioshu lightly patted Leng Feng and Appo's arm, his expression serious as he replied, "Even I, the old Taoist, cannot save you. Why not go and have a word with it?" Upon hearing this, Leng Feng and Appo's complexion paled dramatically. Just as he was about to protest, he caught a glimpse of Jioshu and Appo's lips curving upward, leading him to some unsettling speculation. "Jioshu, I leave that Corpse King to you. That monster is beyond my capacity to handle." Jioshu, however, appeared to be oblivious to his words. Nodding enthusiastically as he gazed at the throngs of zombies, his old face flushed with excitement, almost eager to spring into action. Yet, it was hardly surprising that Jioshu was so elated. After all, it was a matter of professional alignment. After a brief contemplation, Jioshu released Leng Feng and Appo's arm, suppressing his exhilaration as he declared, "Young friend Leng, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he did not allow Leng Feng to voice his inquiries, turning on his heel and dashing behind a small sand dune. Then, much to Leng Feng and Appo's bewilderment, a flurry of sand erupted from behind the dune. A loose Taoist robe was tossed high into the air, followed by an inner garment, then trousers, and finally thermal underwear. One article of clothing after another was flung out by Jioshu. Observing this spectacle, Leng Feng quickly turned to Bai Yuekui, exclaiming, "Miss Bai, turn around and close your eyes. That old Taoist is changing clothes at such a moment. I am utterly astounded." Bai Yuekui had not been focused on the two men, but upon hearing Leng Feng's exclamation, she was about to turn when the latter's second remark halted her in her tracks. Such a scene was undoubtedly best left unseen. The online viewers from Langya, upon witnessing this, were left in a state of utter confusion. What on earth is happening? Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the surrounding zombies began to move restlessly, pressing towards Leng Feng and the others. The distant corpse king leaned forward slightly, appearing ready to strike. Seeing this, Leng Feng urgently shouted, "Jiushu, are you ready yet? The zombies and the corpse king are about to attack. If you don't hurry, we're doomed." Almost there," Jiushu bellowed. "I just have my undergarments left. Hold on a moment longer." Upon hearing this, Leng Feng could only bury his face in his hands in exasperation. "Dear Jiushu, is this truly the moment for such conversation?" However, as the zombies continued to encroach, Leng Feng's focus shifted back to the tide of the undead. If they could not quell this horde, they would likely meet their end here today. Clearly, this was not the time for distractions. Yet, gazing at the relentless swarm of zombies, a cold sweat broke out on Leng Feng's palms as he felt entirely unprepared to confront such a vast horde. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Jiushu returned clad in a brand new yellow Taoist robe, paired with his familiar peachwood sword, his stature as impressive as ever. Observing the advancing zombies, he raised his hand to cast a talisman. Boom! Instantly, a burst of golden light repelled the foremost zombies, just as Jiushu prepared to pursue. An unexpected turn of events occurred. From within the horde, a corpse king leaped forward, its claws glimmering with a purple hue, slashing through the air. Buzz! The space resonated with a sharp sound. Siyu sensed the anomaly and hurried to rise and intervene. However, it was too late. The five of them were engulfed in darkness, succumbing to a fleeting unconsciousness. In the next moment, their surroundings restored to clarity. The first to awaken, Suyu immediately sensed the peculiarities around him. He was no longer in the previous camp, but had been inexplicably transported to an unknown realm. Furthermore, apart from Leng Feng, the other three were instantaneously relocated to entirely new locations, accompanied by a multitude of zombies trailing behind. In the Langya live stream, what had once been a vast scene was abruptly divided into 5 distinct sections, each housing a survivor from Langya. This sudden upheaval left everyone in a state of shock, staring at the screen in utter bewilderment. Just as the official host, Ma Fanshu, wore an expression of confusion, Lei Zhan beside him suddenly turned pale. His voice filled with rage. "Is this forbidden zone deliberately leading to the demise of our Langya survivors? It's one thing to face the corpse king and its horde. Why must they separate the 5 of us? It's as if they are conspiring to ensure our demise." Wang Lin fixed his gaze intently on the screen, as if verifying some anomaly. After a moment, he sighed deeply, his face etched with despair. This is truly the end. There is not just one corpse king, but 2. Moreover, they are situated in the regions of Leng Feng and Bai Yuekui. They have chosen not to confront Jiushu and Su Xiaoga directly. This is the gravest calamity. Chapter 46. The Fierce Dragon's Tale. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, Leng Feng was struck with astonishment. Not only did he face a horde of zombies, but also a zombie king. This commander of the undead tide was a C-grade anomaly, the zombie king. To everyone's surprise, Bai Yuekui, aside from Leng Feng, also confronted a zombie king. This indicated that the zombie horde contained 2 C-grade zombie kings. At this moment, on the battlefield located beneath the surface, Li Qing clenched his fists, his expression grave. Countless zombies surged around him. Even though his vision was obscured, he could perceive the cacophony of growls echoing in his ears. The instant the battlefield was delineated, the zombie king issued an attack command. Consequently, upon detecting Li Qing and Appo's position, the surrounding zombies rushed forth, eager to savor their delectable prey. In response, Li Qing ceased to hold back his strength. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he darted into the throng of zombies, engaging them in fierce combat. With a resounding clang, Li Qing delivered a punch that struck a nearby zombie, producing a sound reminiscent of a mighty bell. The resilience of the zombie and Appo's flesh exceeded everyone and Appo's expectations. Even the ancient martial artist Li Qing struggled to penetrate the zombie and Appo's corporeal form effortlessly. However, with a single blow, he managed to create a significant dent in the chest of the zombie. Clearly, while the zombie's body was robust, it merely required Li Qing a few more punches to overcome. Realizing this, Li Qing became increasingly composed. Utilizing his keen perception, he deftly evaded the toxic claws, carving out a space for himself amidst the horde. Yet, just as Li Qing began to find his rhythm, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A wailing specter lurking in the shadows unleashed a piercing shriek, launching a sudden ambush. The overwhelming force sent Li Qing, who had been relentlessly attacking the zombies, flying backward. His previously flawless rhythm was abruptly disrupted, plunging him into the throng of undead. Countless claws, tainted with venom, lunged towards him. In an instant, Li Qing's advantageous position transformed into a perilous predicament. He dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding the lethal strikes of the zombies, managing to evade the toxic assaults. Though he temporarily escaped a life-threatening crisis, the situation remained dire. Li Qing found himself ensnared within the mass of zombies, his evasive space further constricted. Without a means to extricate himself, he would soon be engulfed by the relentless tide of the undead. Countless viewers from Dragon Nation witnessed this harrowing scene. Their hearts lodged in their throats, fearing that Li Qing might fall victim to the zombies. However, just as the online audience prepared to offer their prayers for him, a turning point emerged. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, Li Qing, entrapped in the midst of zombies, did not succumb to panic. Instead, he became extraordinarily focused. Sensing the overwhelming influx of zombies, he placed his hands over his chest, calming his breath. Subsequently, an immense surge of internal energy emanated from him, enveloping his surroundings. It was as if a gigantic dragon, shimmering with golden light, was slowly awakening from within Li Qing. As the dense horde of zombies approached, Li Qing, who had been regulating his breath, suddenly slammed his left foot against the ground. Using the recoil, he leaped slightly into the air. Then, with a powerful kick of his right foot, he unleashed a thunderous roar. The colossal internal energy concentrated in his foot, propelled forth with tremendous force. In an instant, a magnificent dragon silhouette manifested, roaring with an earth-shattering sound, colliding with the approaching horde of zombies. The ground trembled with a deafening roar that resonated through the air. Observers beheld a colossal dragon's phantom, exuding an unstoppable might, relentlessly crashing into the zombies along its path. At that moment, the previously indomitable zombies crumbled like mere paper, lacking any resistance as they were obliterated. The wailing specters in midair were also scattered by this surge of righteous energy, dissipating into wisps of smoke. When calm returned, the dense mass of zombies before Li Qing was instantly decimated by more than half. The once zombie-infested wasteland had been transformed into a vast vacuum. The residual heat surrounding the area silently testified to the spectacle that had just occurred. The surviving zombies instinctively sought to attack Li Qing once more. However, the pervasive aura of righteous energy instilled fear within them, preventing any reckless movements. Li Qing stood resolutely in place, his expression unwavering, as if this was precisely how it should be. This scene left the people of Dragon Nation in awe. Watching the live broadcast, with Li Qing standing tall and exuding an air of authority, they were filled with boundless pride. What does it mean to be invincible in the world? This is what it embodies. The dragon's tail, indeed, lives up to its name. The might of a single kick is truly terrifying. Master Li has genuinely astonished us. The title of Divine Dragon is no mere rumor. The earlier appearance of the Golden Dragon was akin to a myth. Chapter 47, Dragon Combat Armor, Cold Shadow Decision. Within the desolate ancient Forbidden Grounds, as Li Qing's renowned skill re-emerged, the participating zombies posed little threat to him. It merely required a certain amount of time to deal with them. The battlefield, deliberately divided by the Zombie King, had rendered the dangers on Li Qing's side nearly non-existent. On the other side, standing on the left of the initial location, Jiao Shu sensed something amiss the moment he opened his eyes. Although surrounded by a dense swarm of zombies, their overall strength appeared remarkably feeble. This realization immediately alerted Jiao Shu. The adversary he faced was not the C-grade Zombie King. With this thought, anxiety filled Jiao Shu's heart. If the Zombie King were to appear in Suyu's vicinity, there would be no cause for concern, as Suyu possessed the absolute strength to confront it. However, should it manifest in the area of others, the situation would indeed become dire. Particularly concerning was the comparatively weaker Leng Feng. If the Zombie King acted decisively, Leng Feng might not survive even 3 breaths. Resolving this matter, Jiao Shu swiftly retrieved a talisman inscribed with characters from his right hand. With his left hand forming a seal, he briskly brushed his index and middle fingers across the talisman before casting it forcefully. The talisman soared into the heart of the zombie tide and then erupted violently. Boom! The dreadful sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. The previously dark scene was instantly illuminated by blinding sparks. Countless zombies were effortlessly consumed by the inferno, while numerous malevolent spirits were reduced to ashes. Once Jiu became earnest, the spectacle transformed into a remarkably satisfying sight, characterized by a complete and unilateral domination. As Jiu summoned talisman after talisman, the previously dense horde of zombies was swiftly decimated, with countless spirits perishing in the process. In mere moments, a vacuum zone emerged beside Jiu as the concentrated tide of zombies was reduced by more than half. The remaining zombies cowered in fear at a distance. Utterly deterred from approaching Jiu, they sensed the aura of their nemesis emanating from him, an overwhelming power directed entirely at them. Observing the terrified zombies around him, Jiu paid no mind to tidying up the aftermath. Sensing the location of Leng Feng through the talisman previously placed on him, he forcefully enhanced his speed, racing towards Leng Feng's position. Although Jiu often appeared somewhat unhinged, he was always a reliable senior in critical moments. The reason he hastened towards Leng Feng was not only due to Leng Feng's weaker strength but also because he was taking a gamble. He wagered that Siyu was aware of their positions. Thus, even if he guessed incorrectly, Siyu could still provide support to others in a short span of time. While Jiu began setting up formations to deduce the locations of others, he remained particularly worried about the ordinary Leng Feng, Bai Yuekui and Qing. Even if they were not capable of winning, could still stall for a moment. Leng Feng must hold on until Uncle arrives. Simultaneously, Siyu, positioned above the initial site, detected an anomaly the moment the surroundings stabilized. Despite the continued roars of zombies and malevolent spirits in his ears, Siyu understood that the zombie king was not present here. Realizing that his teammates might be facing the onslaught of the zombie king, Siyu hesitated not for an instant. He raised his left hand, and the dragon-shaped energy lock, radiating a gentle glow, materialized around his wrist. With a swift motion, he clenched it tightly, armed. As Suyu's voice resonated, the dragon-shaped energy lock erupted with a dazzling blue light, enveloping his entire being. Crack! The sound of machinery echoed continuously as sky blue armor encased Siyu completely. In an instant, countless light blue raindrops cascaded down. The dragon combat armor was officially complete. Upon achieving this transformation, Siyu remained preoccupied with his teammates, showing no signs of halting. He crossed his arms over his chest and then forcefully brought them down. A colossal surge of energy began to coalesce, and in a flash, numerous ice spikes materialized beneath his feet, forming a lotus pedestal. Simultaneously, the sky blue armor adorning Siyu began to be tinged with white, as an unrelenting chill erupted forth. Once the white ice enveloped Siyu entirely, he thrust his hands outward, causing the exterior of his body and the multitude of ice spikes beneath him to explode, transforming into countless white light raindrops that floated around him. Subsequently, under the terrifying enhancement of his energy, the multitude of white light raindrops shimmered, radiating brilliant luminescence, morphing into ice spikes that hovered around Siyu. Cold, shadow, decision. With a sudden sweeping motion of his hands, countless ice spikes shot forth in every direction. Puff, puff, puff. The incessant sounds of piercing filled the vast expanse of the desert. The once dense tide of zombies was visibly diminished at a terrifying speed under the relentless barrage of ice spikes. This spectacle left all witnesses utterly astonished. Chapter 48, Dragon War Flash, Motorcycle. In the blink of an eye, the once boundless tide of corpses had dramatically diminished. Under the relentless assault of ice spikes, they shattered into countless fragments. As for the malevolent spirits hovering in the air, they dissipated into ethereal wisps of smoke, succumbing to the chilling aura. Moments later, the multitude of ice spikes gradually faded away, along with the dense swarm of corpses. Surveying the long-lost expanse around him, Siyu flicked his wrist, dispelling the lingering noise that had plagued him. He then raised his left hand and commanded, Dragon War Flash. In the next instant, a magnificent glow emanated from the dragon-shaped ability lock. A deafening roar erupted abruptly across the desert as a blue motorcycle, its rear ablaze with flames, sped towards Siyu's location. As it approached, the motorcycle executed a ground-hugging turn, tracing a graceful arc. During this maneuver, Siyu leapt onto the Dragon War Flash, positioning himself securely. Slightly tilting to the right, he regained his stance and abruptly twisted the throttle. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle unleashed a blinding flame from its rear and surged forward into the distance. While navigating, Siyu activated the ability lock, pinpointing the locations of 5 individuals and the surrounding energy fluctuations. Upon detecting 2 exceedingly terrifying energy signatures, his heart skipped a beat. It dawned on him that 2 entities of the Corpse King caliber had appeared simultaneously. Yet, he also noted that Uncle Gio was advancing towards one of the Corpse King's locations, which eased his tense heartstrings slightly. He then charged towards the other Corpse King. Time was of the essence for them at this moment. Siyu pushed the Dragon War Flash to its limits, aiming for the battlefield of Bai Yuekui and the Corpse King, 1,000 miles away. Although he felt somewhat reassured by Bai Yuekui's strength, the multitude of surrounding zombies and malevolent spirits posed a significant threat. There were too many variables to allow for any relaxation. Within the Dragon Nation livestream, viewers were left in stunned silence, their eyes filled with astonishment as they beheld the scene. Everyone was utterly captivated by the spectacle. They had anticipated Siyu would once again don the illusion Lin armor, wielding the terrifying destructive power of the fire cloud technique to obliterate everything in his path. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Indeed, Siyu had armed himself anew, but not with the illusion Lin armor they had previously witnessed. Instead, he donned an entirely fresh set of sky blue armor, imbued with ice magic. Before this moment, no one could have fathomed that someone could truly condense extreme ice into a weaponized form. Yet, before the eyes of millions of viewers, Siyu accomplished just that. The countless ice spikes formed from white beams of light were unstoppable, effortlessly annihilating everything in their wake. After a prolonged silence, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted. Oh my goodness, what on earth did I just witness? Cold shadow technique? Truly terrifying. And the Dragon War flash? How incredibly cool. What a remarkable display of shattering darkness with ice. Sushaga, how much more power do you conceal? Wow, our Dragon Nation's hero is astonishingly formidable. Can he truly traverse the Forbidden Lands with such prowess? This news is exhilarating. Even the official host, Ma Fanshu, covered her mouth in awe, her face a portrait of admiration. Who could resist such a dashing figure and such impressive armor? Beside her, Lei Zhan and Wang Lin gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words to express their shock. The unfolding scenes were beyond their wildest expectations, even leaving foreign spies in utter disbelief, repeatedly muttering, impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, amidst the astonishment of the Dragon Nation's audience, the central screen belonging to Leng Feng began to flash ominously with red lights, the signal of a dire emergency. The sudden turn of events immediately captured everyone's attention. In the depths of the ancient Forbidden Land, Leng Feng, clad in his exoskeleton armor, deftly evaded the onslaught of zombies while seeking opportunities to counterattack. The icy barrels of his weapons belched fire intermittently, powerful armor-piercing rounds leaving gaping holes in the corpses. Yet, unless he struck their heads, he could not inflict a fatal blow. Amidst the relentless swarm of zombies, even Leng Feng's unparalleled marksmanship could not guarantee that his bullets would find their mark on the zombies' foreheads. As the horde surged forth, the space for evasion grew increasingly constricted, bringing him perilously close to death on several occasions. However, this dire situation ignited Leng Feng's latent potential. Faced with imminent peril, he unleashed extraordinary bursts of power, ensuring he remained unconsumed by the ravenous horde. The concealed Corpse King, witnessing the prolonged stalemate, had its patience thoroughly exhausted. With a piercing roar, countless zombies abruptly halted and began to retreat, clearing an expanse of open ground. Chapter 49, The Path of Tao, Thunder, and Inferno. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall figure, the Corpse King cloaked in a dark purple hue, leaped fiercely and landed not far from Leng Feng, with icy eyes locked onto him. It was evident that the Corpse King was prepared to take matters into his own hands. Observing this, Leng Feng raised his sniper rifle, aiming at the creature's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A chilling sound reverberated through the air as flames erupted from the muzzle, propelling a formidable armor-piercing round towards the Corpse King. Yet, the creature appeared unfazed. It slightly raised its right hand, shielding itself. Clang! The sharp, jarring noise of steel colliding echoed as the rapidly approaching round struck the Corpse King's palm. The anticipated sound of penetration did not follow. The Corpse King effortlessly caught the bullet, grinding it into dust with a mere flick of its fingers, which scattered to the ground. Witnessing this, Leng Feng's pupils dilated in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. In the next instant, the Corpse King vanished from view and charged toward him with alarming speed. Leng Feng's eyes mirrored the advancing figure, growing larger with every heartbeat. He wished to evade, but was horrified to realize that an inexplicable force had immobilized his body, rendering him utterly helpless as he watched the Corpse King's approach. In that moment, despair washed over Leng Feng, and he closed his eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death. Meanwhile, in the official live broadcast, Lei Zhan could no longer contain himself and shouted, Leng Feng, once comrades in arms. He was now forced to witness the demise of his friend, causing tears to spill from his reddened eyes. However, just as the Corpse King was about to reach Leng Feng, a talisman radiating golden light hurtled toward the creature. In a critical moment, it exploded above the Corpse King, unleashing a cascade of brilliant purple light that rained down like a shower. Simultaneously, a voice, tinged with age and fury, echoed in everyone in Apos' ears, "Stay." This seemingly simple command held an extraordinary power. The Corpse King, merely a step away from Leng Feng, abruptly halted its advance. Leng Feng gazed at the lethal claws so close to him, his heart racing, frozen in place and uncertain of what to do. What was he waiting for? It wasn't until the furious shout from Jiu pierced through his thoughts that he snapped back to reality, instinctively turning to flee. Adrenaline surged through him as he sprinted with such swiftness that even Lu Xiang would be left in awe. Upon reaching Jiu, he collapsed to the ground, having exhausted every ounce of strength over a mere 100 meters. Yet, in the presence of Jiu, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. This rugged man, even in the face of death, remained steadfast. Yet now, before Jiu, tears flowed uncontrollably. This scene moved Jiu deeply. It was hard to fathom that had he arrived even a moment later, Leng Feng might have been lost to them forever. "Rest easy, it and Apos. That's all right now. Leave the rest to me," Jiu spoke soothingly to Leng Feng. His cold gaze then turned toward the distant Corpse King, who was struggling against the talisman's restraint. With determination, Jiu grasped 3 pale yellow talismans, fingers dancing swiftly as intricate symbols began to materialize upon them. In mere moments, the obscure characters were etched onto the talismans. With a decisive motion, he thrust the 3 talismans toward the Corpse King. Instantly, the talismans detonated. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The area surrounding the Corpse King transformed into a blazing inferno. Dust and debris swirled into the air, further intensifying the ferocity of the flames. The sound of crackling and burning filled the atmosphere. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, Jiu drew forth his peachwood sword, performing a hand seal to levitate it. Arcane electricity coursed along the blade as it lunged toward the Corpse King. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the sword made contact, bolts of lightning erupted, striking the Corpse King with tremendous force. The inferno and the storm of thunder relentlessly wore down the creature and Apos' vitality, its anguished roars echoing continuously. The once tranquil desert was suddenly swept into a miniature sandstorm, clouds of dust obscuring the vision of all present. Countless viewers, witnesses to this seemingly miraculous scene, erupted in cheers, believing the Corpse King was doomed. However, Leng Feng, amidst the chaos, furrowed his brow and instinctively voiced his concern. "This is not good." A familiar roar pierced through the swirling dust. Emerging from the haze, the Corpse King, battered yet unbroken, surged forward once more. They were still alive, though severely wounded. They were not mortally so. The thunderous inferno, while terrifying, had paradoxically aided them in breaking free from the talisman's binding, despite the green blood cascading from their wounds. For the undead, such pain was negligible, having no bearing on their ability to act. In fact, it only seemed to awaken their primal, bloodthirsty nature. Chapter 50. The majestic celestial might. As the Corpse King approached Uncle Jiu, Leng Feng's heart raced with anxiety, fearing a direct confrontation between them. He had previously felt the terror of the Corpse King, and he dreaded the thought of Uncle Jiu engaging in close combat, which could lead to dire consequences. Yet, unexpectedly, Uncle Jiu remained remarkably composed. Facing the rapidly advancing Corpse King, he summoned a pale yellow talisman. This time, he did not inscribe it mid-air. The talisman was already inscribed with obscure characters. "Command." Uncle Jiu bellowed, his right hand forming a complex seal. He pinched the talisman between his index and middle fingers and swiftly traced the entire symbol before casting it forth. In an instant, the talisman erupted with resplendent golden light. The once clear sky darkened ominously, and a cacophony of thunder roared, deafening in its intensity. Golden bolts of lightning cascaded relentlessly upon the Corpse King, producing a series of explosive sounds that echoed alongside the creature's anguished wails. This cataclysm endured for several seconds before the fearsome thunder gradually dissipated, allowing the brilliant sun to once again illuminate the earth. As the dust settled, the Corpse King had vanished without a trace, leaving behind countless craters that bore witness to the earlier devastation. This spectacle far exceeded everyone's expectations. They had anticipated a fierce retaliation from the Corpse King. However, at this critical juncture, Uncle Jiu's golden talisman unleashed a formidable celestial power, effectively obliterating the Corpse King. Leng Feng, witnessing the complete annihilation of the Corpse King, was utterly astounded, instinctively murmuring, "Is this the power of Taoism?" Yet, the ordeal was not yet concluded. Though the Corpse King had been vanquished, The horde of zombies that had retreated to a distance had not suffered significant losses. The densely packed undead, their blood-red eyes fixated on Uncle Gio, appeared both eager to advance and yet filled with trepidation. Observing this, Uncle Gio snorted disdainfully and formed another series of seals with his hands, genuinely enraged. Just moments ago, Leng Feng had nearly met his demise. Although they had often seemed indifferent to him, the days spent together had fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. Having almost witnessed Leng Feng's death, Uncle Gio's anger persisted, even after vanquishing the Corpse King with the golden talisman. Surveying the surrounding horde, he inhaled deeply, his lips moving as he chanted an enigmatic incantation that resembled a poetic recitation. Simultaneously, golden sigils radiated outward, creating an invisible domain that enveloped all malevolent spirits and zombies within. This domain compressed relentlessly, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of cracking bones and the wails of the tormented spirits. Under the pressure of the golden talisman's domain, the undead began to disintegrate. Meanwhile, Uncle Gio remained unfazed, continuing his melodic incantation. In mere moments, the previously dense horde of zombies was reduced to mere ashes by the golden domain, restoring tranquility to the surroundings as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, the atmosphere was eerily silent. All present were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. Initially, Uncle Gio's actions had seemed within the realm of possibility, but the subsequent display of the golden talisman's devastating power rendered them numb. The scene, akin to celestial might descending upon the earth, shattered their preconceived notions. Eventually, the Requiem played, concluding the performance as the terrifying horde of zombies was entirely obliterated, leaving everyone utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom slowly regained their composure, their eyes still reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Uncle Gio. Good heavens, did I just witness a miracle? Uncle Gio's strength is truly beyond comprehension. The Requiem and the Golden Talisman. Could this be the allure of Taoism? It is hard to fathom that such a spectacle is real and not a figment of my imagination. With a transcendent being like this in our Dragon Kingdom, how can we not flourish? In an instant, the online community erupted with excitement. Once they regained their senses, the barrage of comments began to flood the screen, as they were thoroughly captivated by Uncle Gio, a benevolent and powerful elder who was impossible not to admire. Particularly, in the official live broadcast, Maoshan, having witnessed Uncle Gio save Leng Feng in a moment of peril, was nearly brought to his knees in gratitude. However, just as everyone thought it was time to celebrate their narrow escape, a blinding red light reappeared in the live stream. The quick-witted Lin Fengjiao immediately magnified the footage. In the forbidden land of ancient times, Bai Yuekui was engaged in a fierce battle with another Corpse King on the right side of the initial location. Upon arriving, the Corpse King seemed intent on testing Bai Yuekui's strength, commanding the zombies to encircle her. Yet, the disparity in their powers was overwhelming. Even faced with the relentless horde, Bai Yuekui remained remarkably composed, drawing her long blade, which shimmered with a pale blue light. She unleashed a devastating slaughter upon the undead. Wherever her blade passed, the zombies met their demise, severed in two, while the terrifying aura of her blade wreaked havoc among them. Chapter 51. The Crisis of Bai Yuekui. However, the good times were short-lived. The leading Corpse King soon realized that his minions were not Bai Yuekui's match. With a furious roar, he took matters into his own hands, intending to capture Bai Yuekui. Yet, the Corpse King underestimated Bai Yuekui's strength. As the lethal claws swung towards her, Bai Yuekui deftly wielded her long blade, positioning it in front of her. Blinding sparks erupted as she successfully defended herself. Following that, she delivered a powerful kick, sending the Corpse King flying several meters, crashing heavily onto a distant sand dune. In an instant, dust billowed, obscuring the view entirely. Bai Yuekui took a deep breath, gripping her long blade tightly, her gaze solemnly fixed on the Corpse King hidden beneath the clouds of dust. This was a formidable adversary. In the distance, amidst the swirling dust, the Corpse King emerged. His cold gaze locked on Bai Yuekui. He let out a piercing shriek, stomping his right foot on the ground, raising a storm of sand, before transforming into a streak of light that charged towards her. In response, Bai Yuekui slightly retreated her left foot, angling her body to evade the Corpse King's venomous claws. With her long blade propped against the ground, she delivered a powerful strike to the Corpse King's chest, sending him flying once more. At the same time, Bai Yuekui and Appo's form ascended into the air, her long blade radiating a brilliant blue light before plunging into the Corpse King's body. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced through flesh. The Corpse King emitted a howl of agony, his previously lively eyes now a furious dark purple. He forcefully yanked the blade from his body, flinging it aside without regard for the purple blood that flowed from his wounds, and charged at Bai Yuekui once again. Undeterred by the loss of her long blade, Bai Yuekui unleashed a burst of blue light from her palm, resolutely choosing to confront the Corpse King head-on. The clash resonated with a deafening boom. As Bai Yuekui and the Corpse King collided, countless ripples radiated outward, engulfing the area in a terrifying aura. A whirlwind of sand surged around them. At this moment, both combatants channeled their powers in an attempt to overpower each other, yet a delicate balance ensued. For a brief period, neither could gain the upper hand. The standoff persisted. However, an unexpected turn of events abruptly unfolded. The zombies, who had been observing from a distance, charged towards Bai Yuekui under the Corpse King's command, fearlessly launching their assault. Despite many falling victim to the expanding ripples, a relentless tide of zombies continued to surge forward, guided by the Corpse King's cunning. They aimed to breach Bai Yuekui's defenses at a single point, using their own bodies to carve a path toward her. At this moment, Bai Yuekui's heart raced with anxiety. She wished to divert her attention to thwart the approaching zombies, but the Corpse King relentlessly applied pressure, leaving her no opportunity to strike. Any attempt to retaliate would undoubtedly grant the Corpse King a perfect chance to counterattack. The situation for Bai Yuekui rapidly deteriorated, seemingly plunging her into a predicament. The Corpse King, aware of Bai Yuekui's plight, observed her furrowed brows and, to everyone's surprise, revealed a human-like smile. Yet, this smile was laced with mockery. Though Bai Yuekui seethed with rage internally, she found herself bereft of effective strategies. Moments later, the relentless tide of zombies finally reached her side. Without mercy, one of the zombies clad in ragged clothing struck her fiercely on the back. Even with her prior preparations, Bai Yuekui found her power momentarily stifled under the zombie's onslaught. In that fleeting moment, the Corpse King seized the opportunity, launching a counterattack with terrifying force that sent Bai Yuekui hurtling away. Blood sprayed through the air as she collided violently with a distant hill. The Corpse King, seeing this, pressed the advantage, determined to eliminate Bai Yuekui without granting her a moment's respite. In an instant, she transformed from a formidable opponent into a helpless lamb awaiting slaughter, resignedly anticipating the arrival of death. This scene profoundly stirred the hearts of the people in the Dragon Kingdom. Don and Amp, Oppose, T. Bai Xiaojia run. The Corpse King is coming. Please, don't die, Bai Xiaojia. Hurry and escape. Is there anyone who can save Bai Xiaojia? Please, someone, come to her aid. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were consumed with worry, fearful for Bai Yuekui and Oppose's fate. Meanwhile, foreign viewers in the live stream reveled in the unfolding drama, mocking the Dragon Kingdom and Oppose's plight. The people of the Dragon Kingdom aren't and Oppose, as formidable as they thought. Look, they are still facing doom. I had expected more from the Dragon Kingdom. Yet this is all they have? However, beneath their jeers, foreign viewers were also gripped by unease. They recognized that what the people of the Dragon Kingdom feared most was not merely Bai Yuekui and Oppose's death, but the loss of faith in their champion. Such unwavering belief was the most daunting aspect. Despite their mockery, they harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards this nation. Chapter 52. A critical moment. The hero emerges. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, the host Ma Fanshu, witnessing Bai Yuekui on the brink of death, felt tears welling in her eyes as she cried out, "No. Is there anyone who can save her? Don't let her die here like this." As a fellow woman, Ma Fanshu held a deep admiration for the seemingly cold yet warm-hearted Bai Yuekui. At this moment, helplessly watching Bai Yuekui suffer severe injuries and face a life-threatening crisis, she could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Beside her, Lei Zhan clenched his fists, his expression darkening considerably. Wang Lin fervently prayed, hoping for a turn of fate. Within the ancient forbidden land, Bai Yuekui, trapped within the sand dunes, closed her eyes in despair. Severely injured, she was incapable of resisting the King of Corpses, let alone even rising to evade. The previous furious strike from the king had completely disrupted her internal energy, and the terrifying corpse poison began to spread rapidly within her body. In an instant, her once pristine fingers were tainted with a dark purple hue. As the figure of the King of Corpses loomed closer, a myriad of memories flashed through Bai Yuekui and Oppose's mind. Images of fighting alongside her companions before entering the Forbidden Land. and the warmth of her interactions with others since arriving. Finally, the image of Su Yu, the enigmatic man who had left a profound impression on her, surfaced in her thoughts. Though they had never met before, it felt as if he knew everything about her past. Regrettably, there was no opportunity to inquire further now. With this thought, Bai Yuekui reluctantly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death's arrival. There was no fear, no panic, only an unresolved sense of regret. However, at the very moment Bai Yuekui closed her eyes, a piercing roar echoed faintly in her ears. The next second, a familiar voice thundered across the vicinity, "Stop." Bai Yuekui's eyes flew open, and she gazed into the distance. There, amidst the sands, a figure clad in sky-blue armor, riding a motorcycle, was racing towards her. Although she could not discern why Su Yu's armor had changed color, she recognized him without a doubt. Yet, he was still some distance away from her and the King of Corpses. Determined not to succumb to despair, Bai Yuekui yearned to struggle. But the corpse poison had already begun to take effect within her. She felt utterly powerless, unable even to evade, as she watched the King of Corpses charge towards her. On the other side, the King of Corpses, sensing the approach of a formidable foe, grew increasingly desperate to eliminate Bai Yuekui. Ignoring Su Yu's furious shout, it accelerated, intent on killing Bai Yuekui before he could arrive. From afar, Su Yu observed the King of Corpses hastening its pace, his rage surging within him. "You wretched creature," he thought. Bai Yuekui, the only woman in their team, was targeted by a merciless King of Corpses. This was utterly unacceptable. In an instant, immense psychic energy erupted forth, and the power lock on his wrist blazed with brilliant light. "Dragon War Charge!" Su Yu roared, leaping into the air. Below, the motorcycle he had been riding suddenly transformed, the sound of mechanical shifting echoing as it morphed into a flying vehicle. Su Yu's figure soared above it, and in a flash, flames erupted from the rear of the aircraft. He became a streak of light, vanishing from sight. In the distance, the King of Corpses, gathering its strength, prepared to deliver a final blow to Bai Yuekui, convinced that her demise was inevitable. Once she was dead, it could focus solely on this new human adversary. Quietly, Bai Yuekui closed her beautiful eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, moments later, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a familiar voice reached her ears. "I certainly wouldn't want the enchanting Bai boss to perish here." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuekui's eyes widened in surprise. Before her was the armored figure, shooting flames. With Su Yu in sky-blue battle armor, his right hand firmly blocking the King of Corpses, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Everything felt surreal. He had come. Just when her life hung by a thread, he arrived in the nick of time. Chapter 53. Attack the enemy with 3 parts. Retain 7 parts for oneself. At this moment, all the sights and scenes in Bai Yuekui's vision became blurred, leaving only that familiar figure increasingly clear. His cold and powerful voice echoed in her ears. "Cold. Shadow. Decision." The voice, suppressing its fury, resounded. A terrifying chill enveloped the surroundings and then struck fiercely against the Corpse King. Boom. The Corpse King's form was violently hurled away, landing upon the distant sandy ground. The dust that had just settled began to swirl once more. Bai Yuekui gazed at Su Yu's calm demeanor, her heart filled with a gradual warmth. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly discovered that amidst the swirling dust, the Corpse King, unscathed, was charging towards them once again, enveloped in an ominous violet glow, exuding an aura of terror. "Be careful," Bai Yuekui, disregarding her own injuries, cried out. At this moment, her concern for Su Yu's safety outweighed her own perilous state. She was already in a dire situation. Should she inadvertently drag Su Yu into it, she would undoubtedly be filled with regret. Not only was Bai Yuekui deeply anxious, but the countless viewers in the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's live stream were also filled with worry. Earlier, when they witnessed Su Yu arriving just in time to rescue Bai Yuekui, their hearts swelled with emotion. However, the unexpected twist had suddenly reappeared. Yet, Su Yu had anticipated this. Observing the charging Corpse King, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He slightly raised his right hand to block the Corpse King's advance, while his left hand clenched tightly, exuding a white, icy crystal. He then unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, the extreme cold invaded the Corpse King's body, the white ice crystals gradually enveloping him, transforming him into a magnificent ice sculpture. Following that, Su Yu transformed his left hand from a fist to a palm and struck fiercely. Crack! The ice sculpture shattered explosively. The Corpse King's form was instantly reduced to countless fragments, scattered in all directions, without any resistance. Exhaling softly after retracting his palm, Suyu looked at the utterly defeated Corpse King and shook his head, saying, "Attack the enemy with 3 parts, retain 7 parts for oneself." Corpse King, you underestimate my cold shadow decision. Reflecting on Long Jin's lines, Suyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of sentiment. Although Long Jin's dialogue was somewhat juvenile, it was undeniably superior to that of Lin Feng. With the demise of the Corpse King, the surrounding zombies instantly regained their original consciousness. Completely devoid of reason, they surged towards Suyu. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the zombies, Suyu flicked his right hand and clenched it tightly. In that moment, an extraordinary energy coalesced, unleashing an unyielding force of extreme cold. White light points spread throughout the surroundings, freezing numerous zombies into ice sculptures, which then exploded one after another. Not even a wail escaped their lips before they were reduced to countless shards. The surrounding specters fared even worse. As the chilling power surged, they were utterly obliterated. Turned to ashes. The battle concluded in a flash. After effortlessly annihilating the zombie tide, Suyu hurried to Bai Yuekui's side. Seeing her face pale and her body weak, he felt a surge of anxiety. Fighting was his forte, but he was not well versed in healing. Injured your leg? Let me check. Let me see. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Bai Yuekui shot him a fierce glare, feigning ferocity. Just as Suyu was at a loss, wanting to use his extraordinary energy to assist Bai Yuekui, a cold female voice resonated in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the 5 chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully eradicating the large-scale zombie tide attack. The 5 chosen ones' conditions are restored, and they will receive special rewards. As the announcement echoed, 5 dazzling green lights materialized above the floating island, swiftly descending upon Suyu and his companions. All the exhaustion from the previous battle was entirely restored, with even a slight enhancement. Even Bai Yuekui, who had been afflicted by zombie toxins, began to recover under the green light's radiance. Under the influence of this mysterious power, the toxic effects gradually dissipated, and her complexion returned to normal, as if she had sustained no injuries at all. Feeling her strength returning, Bai Yuekui slowly rose. Once she confirmed that she was unharmed, her gaze lingered on Suyu. Witnessing this scene, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, everything was all right. Even the countless viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were filled with profound emotions, admiring the bond between Suyu and Bai Yuekui. Chapter 54, Bountiful Rewards. However, the rewards did not end here. After the green light healed everyone, a cold female voice echoed once more from the heavens above. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for successfully vanquishing the large-scale zombie tide. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom have had their lifespans extended by 5 years and have received additional punitive rewards, targeting all corrupt individuals within the nation, as well as those who engage in illicit profiteering. The announcement resounded twice consecutively. Once again, the floating island, which had just fallen into silence, illuminated with countless streams of light, cascading towards all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. This was the reward previously bestowed, an extension of life. Although the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom might not perceive any immediate change, it was indeed a substantial and desirable reward. After all, who does not wish for a longer life? However, as the streams of light dissipated on the floating island, a thick, dark mist began to spread out, once again surging towards the Dragon Kingdom. This was the subsequent reward, punishment. In a narrow alley of City D, a man clad in black greedily counted the bills in his hands. He was a businessman of the most unscrupulous kind. Not long ago, he had peddled expired medicines and inferior counterfeit drugs, disguised as foreign miraculous remedies, to deceive the desperate populace. In these apocalyptic times, diseases of all sorts proliferated, and medical resources were severely lacking, allowing him to exploit the situation by selling his substandard products. In just a few months, his drugs had claimed the lives of numerous patients. Yet, he was indifferent, caring only for the money he had made, ill-gotten gains from selling counterfeit medicines at exorbitant prices. At that moment, after tallying his profits, he quietly schemed his next venture. However, just as he prepared to continue his deceit, a wave of dark mist enveloped him. Without a sound, it consumed him, leaving no trace behind, not even a scream. Thus, he met his end. Such scenes unfolded throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Corrupt officials, unscrupulous merchants, and those who preyed upon the vulnerable, all succumbed under the shroud of the eerie black mist, vanishing without uttering their last words. This was the opulent reward bestowed upon the Dragon Kingdom by the floating island. Punishment. Of course, most were unaware of these happenings. At that moment, everyone remained in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, reminiscing about the earlier scenes. Wow, brothers, look. Brother Su and Sister Bai are gazing at each other. Honestly, they make a perfect match. My Bai wife is killing me with jealousy. If it were Brother Su, I would accept it. The age-old tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress has always been heart-stirring. Without further ado, I shall express my admiration. In an instant, the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom spontaneously began to ship the couple. Who could refuse the enchanting narrative of a hero saving a beauty in dire straits? Even Ma Fengjiao, the official host, found herself subconsciously immersed in the moment. Her bright eyes sparkled with lingering affection. Although Suyu was not her savior, such a prince-like figure made it difficult not to fall in love. Watching the exchange between Suyu and Bai Yuekui, she murmured, "If only I were the one being saved." Her words made Lei Zhan beside her blush. Clearing his throat, he half-jokingly remarked, "It seems Brother Su's charm is quite formidable, even captivating our most beautiful host." Wang Lin, too, with a smile in his eyes, chimed in, "It's only natural. Since ancient times, beauties have adored heroes. If I were a woman, I might also fall for Brother Su." Wang Lin's words jolted Ma Fengjiao back to reality. She cast a peculiar glance at him, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. This scene elicited laughter from the netizens in the live stream. "Haha. Master Wang is truly hilarious. I'm laughing so hard I can barely breathe. What a change of pace, brothers. I can hardly handle it." As the tense battle concluded and the sight of Suyu and his companions safe and sound brought back the joyous atmosphere in the live room. This outcome was met with widespread satisfaction. Within the ancient forbidden grounds, Bai Yuekui gazed at Suyu, pondering for a moment before hesitating to voice her thoughts. Unable to bear the intensity of Suyu's gaze, she softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, a hint of regret flickered in Suyu's eyes. But he casually replied, "You are too kind, Boss Bai. Since there is nothing pressing at the moment, why not take some time to recuperate and check on the rewards?" Bai Yuekui nodded in agreement and settled down to meditate. Observing this, Suyu naturally sat beside her. Upon hearing the notification of the rewards from the Forbidden Grounds, he understood that the threat of the zombie tide had been entirely resolved. Chapter 55, Progress of the Illusory Unicorn Armament on another front, Uncle Jiao, Cold, and Li Qing began to examine their unique rewards. Cold, despite not having made significant contributions during the onslaught of the undead, was nonetheless bestowed with an ancient martial arts cultivation method as a reward from the floating island. This ignited a fervent desire within him to grow stronger, prompting him to delve into the study of this new knowledge. Meanwhile, Li Qing returned to the camp, seated a short distance away as he scrutinized his own reward. His reward bore particular significance, as the floating island did not grant him any extraordinary cultivation techniques. Instead, it facilitated the further awakening of the divine dragon bloodline within him. For Li Qing, the divine dragon bloodline had always been a source of regret, for he had lost his sight due to the reckless use of its power. Although the floating island did not restore his vision, it did enable him to wield the dragon's power more effectively, thereby amplifying his strength significantly, by more than double compared to before. This revelation filled him with immense joy. As for Uncle Jiao, his reward was even more formidable than that of the others. The floating island directly augmented his cultivation by over a century and bestowed upon him a remarkable skill, the Wind After Qi Men. Although he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of this skill, its potential thrilled him. The array of spells capable of transforming decay into the miraculous captivated his heart, leading him to become utterly absorbed in its study, oblivious to his surroundings. In another location, Bai Yuekui was similarly engrossed in the exploration of her newly acquired secret technique. This technique, aptly suited to her, was known as the domain stance. In essence, Bai Yuekui could create an invisible domain during combat, allowing her to move freely while constraining her opponent and oppo's mobility. This ability proved to be a lethal weapon, effective against both groups and individual adversaries. However, a notable drawback was the increased energy consumption during the domain and oppo's activation, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Naturally, against foes of superior strength, the domain and oppo's efficacy would diminish substantially. Beside her, Suyu was filled with excitement as he gazed upon the Super Beast armament template. The reward he received from the floating island was extravagantly generous. Initially, it further enhanced his, causing it to double instantaneously. It was no exaggeration to state that he could now confront a Class C forbidden beast without the need for any armament. Additionally, The floating island granted him a unique cultivation method titled alternate avatar. This technique allowed him to construct avatars using his, which could share abilities with his main body and be armed, even undergoing super beast armament. Although Su Yu and Appo's current permitted him to create only one alternate avatar, he was certain that he would eventually be capable of producing more. Moreover, the current illusory unicorn armament, along with the dragon battle armament, had all seen a 10% increase in compatibility. Even the phoenix feather armament and the cloud bat armament had been unlocked. This meant that Su Yu now possessed 4 sets of armaments. The compatibility of the illusory unicorn armament had reached 40%, with only 10% remaining before he could attempt the super beast armament to summon the illusory unicorn beast. This prospect filled Su Yu with elation. He then turned his attention to the compatibility status of the dragon battle armament. A notification chimed. Compatibility rating for the dragon battle armament upon usage detected. Perfect. Compatibility increased by 30%. Usage of the armament. 1. Illusory unicorn armament compatibility increased by 5%. Cloud bat armament unlock completion detected. Tiger roar armament activated. Unlock percentage at 5%. Observing the template's notifications, Su Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. After unlocking the cloud bat armament, the next option was not the king of the underworld, but rather the armament of the weapon enthusiast. This minor setback caused him some discontent, yet it was fleeting. Compared to the bountiful rewards he had received, the inconvenience of the Tiger Roar armament was quickly overshadowed. At present, the compatibility of the illusory unicorn armament had risen to 45%, with only 5% remaining to attempt the super beast armament. The dragon battle armament closely followed, achieving a compatibility of 40%, while other armaments remained at 0 compatibility. Su Yu was quite pleased with this outcome. Of course, the reason Su Yu had opted to utilize the dragon battle armament rather than the illusory unicorn armament was straightforward. Only during the first usage of an armament would a perfect task compatibility yield substantial increases. Subsequent uses would yield a mere 5-point enhancement. Conversely, utilizing other armaments would not only boost the corresponding armament's compatibility, but also grant an additional 5 points to other armaments' compatibility. Thus, Su Yu decisively chose the dragon battle armament. The dragon battle armament enjoyed a 30-point boost in compatibility, while the illusory unicorn armament experienced further enhancements. Chapter 56. Do not take advantage of the situation. After a brief moment, Su Yu returned his consciousness to the surroundings. Upon noticing the quietly observing gaze of Bai Yuekui, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Thus, amidst Bai Yuekui's puzzled expression, Su Yu once again lowered his head in contemplation. At this juncture, he had already mastered the fundamental information regarding the template. The Super Beast God Fusion as the pinnacle ability of the protagonist group filled Su Yu with considerable anticipation. The reason he had not contemplated it earlier was merely due to the fact that acquiring the Super Beast armament required a certain amount of time. Now, with the compatibility of the illusory scale armament reaching 45%, the Super Beast armament was imminent. Naturally, Su Yu's focus shifted to the Super Beast God Fusion. Initially, the protagonist group summoned multiple super beasts for fusion, but now, he was alone. Although he had obtained an alternate avatar, he could only create one. Making it impossible to achieve this feat therefore, he turned his attention to Bai Yuekui. System, can the armament be entrusted to another for use? Su Yu inquired directly. Without hesitation. Ding. Upon unlocking the corresponding armament, it can be granted for another's utilization, and one retains the right to reclaim it at any time. Should another engage in combat while utilizing the armament, it will also contribute to an increase in compatibility. Note, the premise is that the actions must align with the original character's behavior, otherwise, only a minimal increase in compatibility will occur. Furthermore, if there is no combat while armed, compatibility will not increase. With the system's affirmative response, Su Yu felt a surge of relief. Just as he was about to speak, the system interjected once more, Master. He immediately looked up, his gaze ablaze as he fixed it on Bai Yuekui. A classic scene flashed through his mind. Bai Yuekui regarded Su Yu with a peculiar expression, a fleeting hint of shyness crossing her cold, beautiful features. Observing this, Su Yu promptly stated, Boss Bai, it is time to reunite with the others. Bai Yuekui nodded slightly. Indeed, it was time to set off. However, she added, but I do not know the way. Upon hearing this, Su Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, leave it to me. He then raised his hand, calling forth the dragon battle flash. As his voice fell, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from the horizon. A motorcycle, entirely sea blue with a dragon head sculpted at the front, raced towards them with great speed. After a complete 360-degree drift, it halted beside Su Yu. Witnessing this spectacle, the netizens of Dragon Country were left utterly astonished. Oh my! Is Su Xiaoji performing a magic trick? Can anyone tell me where this motorcycle came from? I was particularly curious just now. And this motorcycle can even transform into an aircraft. How cool is that? How many more tricks does he have up his sleeve? Is this truly the power of our Dragon Country? It is utterly terrifying. Although they had yet to witness the illusory scale flash, they expressed their support for it, confidently asserting that it must be the most impressive. The live broadcast room was abuzz with excitement, as everyone discussed Su Yu and Appo's mysterious flash. Even the three official hosts participated in the chatter. Within the ancient forbidden grounds, Su Yu looked at the stunned Bai Yuekui and smiled. Give it a try. Get acquainted in advance. Huh? Bai Yuekui stared at Su Yu in utter disbelief, her face reflecting her confusion. However, upon seeing the certainty in Su Yu and Appo's gaze, she ultimately directed her attention to the dragon battle flash. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly approached the motorcycle and mounted it, casting a questioning glance at Su Yu. Seeing this, Su Yu wasted no time. He stepped forward, sitting behind Bai Yuekui. With a light tap on the alternate ability lock, the dragon battle flash was activated, simultaneously revealing their distance from Uncle Jiao and the others. Bai Yuekui comprehended the situation and promptly began to drive the dragon battle flash. Under Su Yu's tacit approval, she easily maneuvered the vehicle. Thus, amidst the roar of the engine, the two sped towards Uncle Jiao and the others. During this journey, Bai Yuekui focused intently on driving, while Su Yu's complexion paled, displaying an expression of being overwhelmed. I cannot take this speed. I need to hold on tighter, he exclaimed, extending his arms to firmly embrace Bai Yuekui's delicate form. Relishing the sensation beneath his palms, Su Yu felt quite at ease. In contrast, Bai Yuekui's face flushed crimson, and she could not suppress her embarrassment as she retorted, "Do not take advantage of the situation." Chapter 57, Celestial Couple. In response to Bai Yuekui's playful sulking, Su Yu chose to resolutely ignore her. He genuinely felt that their speed was excessive. Consequently, Bai Yuekui had no choice but to hasten her pace, eager to return to the camp. When it came to Su Yu, she found herself at a loss. Moments later, within the original camp, Uncle Jiao, engrossed in his study of the Feng Ho Chiman, became aware of a piercing roar emanating from the distance. He gazed out, accompanied by Leng Feng and Li Qing, who were equally focused on the horizon. The source of such a thunderous sound could not possibly be a trivial entity. They naturally had to remain vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Shortly thereafter, Langya arrived at breakneck speed, halting before the trio. Above, Bai Yuekui, her cheeks flushed, deftly piloted the motorcycle, while Su Yu, with his head bowed slightly, clung tightly to her back, his hands firmly wrapped around her waist. Even after they had reached the camp, Su Yu showed no intention of releasing his grip. This scene left Uncle Jiao and the others utterly astonished. What on earth had transpired recently? How had the two suddenly grown so intimate? What remarkable spectacle had we missed? In that moment, confusion filled the minds of the three, yet they shared a tacit understanding to remain silent, merely exchanging significant glances directed at the couple. Unable to withstand the scrutiny any longer, Bai Yuekui turned and nudged Su Yu, urging him in a soft voice, "Let go. Everyone is waiting." Upon hearing this, Su Yu glanced at the knowing smiles of Uncle Jiao and the others, feeling somewhat awkward. With a resigned shake of his head, he finally released his hold and stepped off the motorcycle. He silently praised the exhilarating experience, though he found it somewhat unsatisfactory that his armored hands diminished the tactile sensation. Nonetheless, he was ultimately quite pleased. After Bai Yuekui dismounted, Su Yu tapped his fingers, retracting the motorcycle and his armor, and smiled at Uncle Jiao, saying, "It seems everyone has made quite the gains." Uncle Jiao nodded, responding with a grin, "Indeed, it has pleasantly surprised me." Following a round of pleasantries, the five of them sought out different areas to rest, as it was still the dead of night, unsuitable for traveling. Additionally, having just acquired new abilities, everyone yearned to explore them further. Thus, after a brief discussion, they decided to rest for the night and set off the next day. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, viewers exclaimed, "My goddess, please no. What a pity, what a pain. Su Xiaoga's decisiveness is truly beyond my expectations. Not just surprising, it's absolutely blinding." They could only express that it was all too real, and Su Xiaoga was indeed a model for us all. Regarding Su Yu's earlier actions, netizens were filled with envy and reflection. Even the official host, Ma Fanshu, could not help but have stars in her eyes. though neither had explicitly said it. She sensed the unspoken understanding between them. The pair, reminiscent of celestial lovers, nearly melted her heart. If not for her own lack of strength, she would have wished to take Bai Yuekui's place. Of course, Ma Fanshu's sentiments were lost on Lei Zhan and Wang Lin beside her, who felt nothing but admiration for Su Yu's actions, merely appreciating his prowess without deeper thoughts. The two steadfast men were indeed straightforward. Thus, with the crisis of the zombie tide thoroughly dispelled, countless viewers who had stayed up late could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief interaction in the live stream, their excitement waned, and fatigue set in, leading many to succumb to slumber. The night quietly slipped away, and before long, a bright white hue emerged in the distant east. The sun began to grace the earth, dispelling the night's shadow. A new day had officially arrived. Within the ancient forbidden grounds, after a night of rest, the five were ready to embark on a new journey. However, just as they were about to set off, Leng Feng tossed a glimmering, coiled Xuanjia dragon turtle before them with a sigh. What should we do with this fellow? It has been like this since the zombie tide ended yesterday. A whole night has passed, yet there is still no change. Should we just cook it and eat it? It's of no use to keep it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuekui could no longer contain herself. She shot a glare at Leng Feng, her eyes brimming with a threatening glint. Clearly, she was unwilling to harm the mysterious Xuanjia dragon turtle. Uncle Jiao, focusing on the creature, sensed an unusual surge of power within it, as if it were undergoing a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, the wounds it had sustained from Bai Yuekui had completely healed. This revelation left Uncle Jiao astonished, and he seemed to have an inkling of what was unfolding. He raised his gaze to Su Yu, ready to speak, only to find Su Yu nodding affirmatively. Uncle Jiao understood, confirming his earlier suspicions. Observing the slight discord between Leng Feng and the others, he shook his head slightly. Chapter 58. The Tool of Cold Wind. Young Cold, you should abandon any notions of the Xuanjia dragon turtle. This creature has now become one of our new companions. Upon hearing this, Cold Wind's face registered surprise. Uncle Jiao, what do you mean? Weren't there only the five of us together in the Forbidden Land? This little fellow was still attempting to attack earlier. How has it suddenly transformed into a companion? With a gentle smile, Uncle Jiao replied, initially, this little creature indeed harbored hostility towards us. However, after being educated by Miss Bai, it has shown signs of submission. We refrained from taking lethal action, and instead, allowed it to stay by our side. In the eyes of the will of the Forbidden Land, it has tacitly acknowledged that the Xuanjia dragon turtle is a beast we have subdued, and thus, it naturally becomes our new companion. When the reward descended after the annihilation of the zombie tide, aside from the five of us, this little fellow also obtained a significant opportunity. Currently, it is undergoing a remarkable transformation. Perhaps upon awakening, it may even evolve into a C-class forbidden beast. Cold Wind suddenly realized the implication. Tapping the golden glimmering shell of the turtle, he understood that his plan for turtle soup had gone awry. He promptly kicked the Xuanjia dragon turtle aside and prepared to set off. Little did he know that Su Yu and the others had made no move, but rather focused their gazes on Cold Wind. This left Cold Wind utterly perplexed. What do you mean by this? Uncle Jiao, with a twinkle in his eye, glanced at the Xuanjia dragon turtle, which was in the midst of transformation, but remained silent. Bai Yuekui stood nearby, sword in hand, while Qing clenched his fists, his muscles taut. As for Su Yu, he gazed into the distance, presenting only the back of his head to Cold Wind. Observing the varied expressions of the four, Cold Wind reached an epiphany. Expressionless, he lifted the Xuanjia dragon turtle from the ground and moved forward. The remaining four exchanged satisfied nods, embarking on a new journey. Cold Wind, noticing their carefree demeanor, cast a resentful glance at the Xuanjia dragon turtle, grinding his teeth in frustration. Just you wait, little turtle. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, laughter erupted. I can hardly breathe from laughing. It's so relatable. My heart aches for Cold Wind for just a moment. I'm truly laughing my head off. That expression of suppressed anger is just priceless. The bond among the five of them is simply heartwarming. This is blatant oppression. Truly well executed. Pershaw sang, enduring it all with such patience. Ha ha ha. Countless netizens found humor in Cold Wind's predicament, torn between sympathy and uncontrollable laughter. It wasn't that their sense of humor was lacking. Rather, Su Yu and his companions were just too effective. Thus, the five embarked on a new quest for resources. They were not wandering aimlessly. Previously, Uncle Jiao had utilized talismans to locate several resource-rich areas. At this moment, they were hurrying towards the nearest location. Based on the information relayed by the talismans, a fearsome forbidden beast lurked within the resource area. Powerful enough that even Uncle Gio had found it rather challenging to deal with before receiving the rewards. However, after vanquishing the zombie tide, the strength of the five had significantly increased, leaving them unconcerned about the threat posed by the forbidden beast. Therefore, they proceeded without hesitation, banding together. Time passed quietly, and before long, they arrived at noon. The scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. In the boundless desert, heat waves shimmered, and the golden hues of the sands were almost blinding. On a small sand dune, Uncle Gio and the others halted, observing the Xuanjia dragon turtle, which was flickering with golden light. At this moment, they were merely a kilometer away from the resource site. Just as they were about to muster the energy to press on, the previously slumbering Xuanjia dragon turtle suddenly began to emit a flickering glow, appearing on the verge of awakening. Reluctantly, the five paused their steps, awaiting in silence. After a few minutes, Cold Wind, watching the still flickering turtle, could not restrain himself. Is this guy going to wake up or not? It's been flashing nonstop without any other signs of movement. Is it just to fool us? However, the instant Cold Wind's words fell, the once indomitable shell of the turtle suddenly cracked with numerous fissures, spreading like a spider's web. This sight made Cold Wind instantly restless. Noting Bai Yuekui's grave expression, he hurriedly waved his hands. It wasn't me. I didn't apply any force. It's its own issue. Uncle Gio, watching Cold Wind's frantic explanation, could only cover his forehead in exasperation. Oh, this unfortunate child. The other four said nothing more. Their attention solely focused on the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Except for Cold Wind, the remaining four sensed that a formidable energy was stirring within the Xuanjia dragon turtle, as if it were a prehistoric beast of immense power. Chapter 59. Transformed into a super devotee. Clearly, after a prolonged slumber, the metamorphosis of the armored dragon turtle was complete, and it was on the verge of awakening. Moments later, as everyone awaited with bated breath, the turtle's shell shattered entirely, revealing a dazzling radiance that captivated all onlookers. Cold Wind and his companions instinctively closed their eyes, only to reopen them when the brilliant light began to fade. Before them appeared a diminutive dragon turtle, its size notably reduced yet adorably crafted, yearning for the affection of the five. However, the anticipated praise from the armored dragon turtle did not materialize. Instead, Cold Wind, with a bewildered expression, remarked, "Wait, did the armored dragon turtle fail in its transformation? Why is it barely the size of a palm? Has it wilted? That doesn't make sense. It was quite magnificent just moments ago." Upon hearing Cold Wind's incredulous remarks, the expressions of the four others, including the armored dragon turtle, darkened. "Come on, buddy, if you can't speak nicely, perhaps you should remain silent." Perhaps unable to withstand the insult, the armored dragon turtle deftly maneuvered its miniature form and crawled a short distance away. Once assured it would not collide with Su Yu and the others, it radiated a blinding light once more. Cold Wind instinctively closed his eyes again. Feeling the ground tremble around him, his curiosity piqued. When the light finally dissipated, he cautiously opened his eyes to find that the previously tiny armored dragon turtle had vanished, replaced by a colossal armored turtle stretching 20 meters in length. The sheer size left Cold Wind utterly astounded, his face a portrait of shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. The now magnified armored dragon turtle let out a thunderous roar, expressing its exhilaration. Subsequently, it extended its little right claw and gently placed it on Cold Wind's shoulder, its massive head displaying a human-like smile. Simultaneously, a rugged voice resonated in Cold Wind's ear. "Brother, do you think I'm sufficiently large now? Am I still wilted?" Struck by the revelation that the creature could speak, Cold Wind was left in utter disbelief. Goodness, this thing can talk. Feeling the weight upon his shoulder, he was both amazed and perplexed. Why does it feel like it's showing off while calling me brother? After a brief moment of contemplation, Cold Wind nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, very large, not wilted at all. Upon hearing this, the armored dragon turtle retracted its claw from Cold Wind's shoulder and leaned its enormous head closer, affectionately nuzzling him. It was clearly attempting to ingratiate itself. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, countless viewers were in stitches, unable to contain their laughter at the scene. "I can't take it anymore. This is too hilarious. Cold Wind is truly hitting my funny bone. Why does this tough man occasionally come off as so adorably naive? This is just too heartwarming, haha." The turtle really is a magnificent creature. Witnessing the exchange between the armored dragon turtle and Cold Wind, the viewers erupted in laughter. They had seen humor before, but nothing quite like this. Even the three hosts in the official livestream struggled to suppress their laughter, nearly losing their composure. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, after the friendly exchange with Cold Wind, the immense turtle head turned toward the other four. However, Li Qing and Uncle Gio gestured that it was unnecessary, while Bai Yuekui slightly shook her head. As for Suyu, he merely glanced at the armored dragon turtle before dissuading it from further attempts at affection. Nevertheless, the armored dragon turtle was undeterred and continued, "Dear brothers and sisters, I am deeply grateful for your care, and I feel tremendously guilty. From now on, let me guide you on your journey. Rest assured, my pace is not only swift, but also remarkably steady. You will surely be satisfied." Upon hearing this, Cold Wind and Apos' mouth twitched slightly. "For heaven and Apos' sake, you've already said all the flattering words. You were meant to be our means of transportation. Can we not embellish your role?" However, recalling the earlier affectionate scene, Cold Wind refrained from voicing his true thoughts and instead stated candidly, "In that case, let us set off. Our destination is a resource site several dozen miles away. We must hurry to collect our resources." As his words fell, the armored dragon turtle and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement, its gaze fervently fixed on the five. An idea blossomed in its mind to strengthen their bond. It would handle the resource site on its own while the others waited. With a sincere expression, it proclaimed, "Brothers and sisters, do not rush. I can see you are weary from your journey. Why not take a moment to rest here? As for the resource site, leave it to me. I promise I will secure it for you. Just give me a little time. What do you think?" With those words, the armored dragon turtle's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 60. The Arrogant Little Turtle. Upon hearing these words, Uncle Gio could not help but speak up, "Little one. The beasts in that forbidden area possess powers beyond your capabilities. It would be best for you to simply lead us there, and you may wait on the sidelines." The Xuanjia dragon turtle, upon hearing this, grew anxious and quickly assured, "Rest easy, my elder brothers and sisters. I have been part of our family for decades. Yet I have not contributed significantly. This weighs heavily on my conscience, as I feel indebted to your careful nurturing. Even if we face a mountain of knives or a sea of flames ahead, I am confident in my ability to subdue our foes. Just grant me the opportunity to lend a hand." This proclamation left the five present, along with countless onlookers, utterly bewildered. Where did this peculiar creature come from? What does it mean by being part of the family for 10 or 20 years? This team has only been formed for a few days, Apos, it? How absurd. Surely, even sycophants would not exaggerate to such a degree. Faced with the Xuanjia dragon turtle and Apos' earnestness, Uncle Gio and the others were taken aback. With Leng Feng and Apos' eyes nearly popping out of his head, the level of flattery exhibited was beyond their comprehension. Conversely, Suyu observed the Xuanjia dragon turtle with keen interest. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, "Go ahead and give it a try." Seeing Suyu and Apos' approval, the other four refrained from further comment and tacitly agreed. The Xuanjia dragon turtle, heartened by their response, patted its chest and promised, "Fear not, my elder brothers and sisters. I shall ensure everything is arranged with utmost clarity. Please wait just a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, it turned and dashed towards the distant resource area, its massive form racing across the desert, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Notably, despite the earthquaking, no clouds of dust rose around them. The five nodded in satisfaction. The Xuanjia dragon turtle was indeed a reliable mode of transportation, though they found its manner of speaking rather exasperating. Little did they know, the Xuanjia dragon turtle, sprinting ahead, was nearly grinning from ear to ear. If it could assist Suyu and his companions in securing the resource site, its standing would only solidify. Even with new members joining later, this alone was enough to bring a smile to the creature and Apos' face. The reasoning was simple. Possessing a hint of dragon lineage yet being oppressed on the fringes of the desert for eons, it had seen no improvement in strength. Just when it had succumbed to despair, the arrival of Uncle Gio and his peers offered a new opportunity. With the leniency shown by Bai Yuekui as a precursor, Suyu and Apos' perception of the Xuanjia dragon turtle as a mode of transport allowed it to join their formidable ranks. Even when facing the onslaught of corpses, it had refrained from exerting itself while still receiving rewards that further awakened its dormant dragon blood, transforming its abilities from D rank to a formidable C rank. Such astonishing progress was enough to fill it with elation. Ever since awakening, it had resolved to integrate itself into this terrifying team. With such powerful allies, what was there to fear? Minutes later, under the protection of Su Yu and Uncle Gio, the Xuanjia dragon turtle strode confidently into a vast resource area, a seemingly endless swamp. It was hard to fathom that such a region existed within the desert. However, given that it was a forbidden zone, nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. Upon forcefully entering the swamp, the Xuanjia dragon turtle surveyed its surroundings, gazing in envy at the myriad of greenery and abundant resources. Nevertheless, it did not forget the mission that had brought it here. With a sudden change in demeanor, it thumped its front limbs against the ground and bellowed. "Where's the little rascal of this resource area? Show yourself before me and hand over the resources, or beware. For I shall level this entire region and feast upon you." At this moment, the Xuanjia dragon turtle and Appo's arrogance reached its zenith as it continued to shout, completely disregarding the forbidden beasts of the area. Suddenly, amidst the Xuanjia dragon turtle and Appo's raucous taunts, a massive, emerald-green crocodile emerged from the swamp ahead. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on the boastful turtle, exuding an unmistakable desire to tear it apart. The Xuanjia dragon turtle, realizing the formidable creature that had appeared, sensed that it was an adversary it could not hope to defeat. Yet, it was undaunted, defiantly glaring back at the crocodile, embodying an attitude that challenged it to come closer. This provoked the crocodile, which surged forward with remarkable speed, gazing down at the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Now retreating into its shell, the giant crocodile scoffed, "You foolish little turtle. Do you truly believe you are safe hiding in your shell? Do you not fear that I could crush you in an instant?" The crocodile refrained from attacking immediately. Chapter 61. The Deceived Guardian Beast. Endowed with a modicum of intelligence, it continuously speculated within its mind. How could such a small turtle dare to provoke it so recklessly? It was highly probable that there were others backing this audacious creature. Being inherently cunning and prone to bullying the weak, the giant crocodile was naturally reluctant to embrace any unnecessary risks. Despite the seething anger within, it maintained its composure and chose to probe cautiously. Upon hearing this, the Xuanjia dragon turtle sensed an opportunity. Ignoring the peril of being attacked by the giant crocodile, it extended its head and ingratiated itself, saying, "Brother crocodile, remain calm. I am merely looking out for your best interests." As the giant crocodile regarded it with astonishment, the little turtle began its elaborate ruse. "To be candid, I have come under duress. A band of formidable marauders is scouring the area for resources. They have not only seized my habitat, but have also compelled me to carry their burdens. At this moment, they have sent me to demand resources on their behalf. I am left with no choice but to approach you." The giant crocodile's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. "A mere insect like you? I would not even consider you a threat. How do you presume that I am not their match? You dream of having me relinquish my resources without recompense." In response, the Xuanjia dragon turtle earnestly replied, "Brother crocodile, I assure you, I have your best interests at heart. Although my strength pales in comparison to yours, the opposing force is vast, comprising no fewer than 5 individuals. One of them wields a cannon, his expression fearsome. Even if the cannon fails to eliminate you, it would surely inflict considerable harm. Another, a bald man seemingly endowed with dragon-like powers, can shatter mountains with a mere gesture. There is also a woman with a long blade who shattered my shell with a single stroke, leaving me incapacitated for quite some time. Additionally, there is an old Taoist with an array of talismans capable of moving mountains and filling seas, a veritable celestial being on land. The final figure, a man in white, is even more terrifying. In his normal state, he moves gracefully, his power rivaling that of a divine king. When incensed, he wields various armaments and commands the forces of nature, capable of altering the stars with a mere gesture, truly awe-inspiring. The Xuanjia dragon turtle spun an elaborate tale, embellishing its words with fervor. The giant crocodile appeared increasingly bewildered, its crimson eyes flickering with uncertainty, revealing a hint of trepidation. Clearly, it was intimidated. Faced with such adversaries, even a titan like itself would struggle to contend. With this realization, the giant crocodile hastily inquired, "Brother, if what you say is true, what should I do? I am no match for such enemies." Upon hearing this, the Xuanjia dragon turtle inwardly chuckled, reflecting, intelligent, yet not abundantly so. It then feigned a look of mutual understanding and earnestly advised, "Brother, to be frank, I have often assisted in locating resources for them in the past. If you simply yield the resource locations, once they have collected what they need, you can remain unharmed." They have no reason to trouble those who cooperate with them. I can even advocate on your behalf when I return. Just be cordial when you encounter them, and all will be well." The giant crocodile nodded vigorously. "That sounds splendid. I shall entrust this to you. Rest assured, we are comrades," the Xuanjia dragon turtle declared, thumping its chest with excitement, relishing the camaraderie. With the giant crocodile's anxious gaze following, it swaggered away. Mission accomplished. What a simple task. It was baffling how such foolish creatures could exist among the beasts of the Forbidden Zone. After deceiving the giant crocodile, the Xuanjia dragon turtle felt a swell of pride as it made its way towards Suyu and the others, eager to bask in their admiration. Meanwhile, Suyu and his companions remained in place, patiently awaiting the return of the Xuanjia dragon turtle. After a moment, the sun beating down, the perspiring cold foam could no longer contain his skepticism. "I wonder if that turtle has fled or met its end at the hands of the guardian beast. Why has there been no sign for so long?" In response to Cold Fong and Appo's query, Suyu and the others chose to remain silent. However, Uncle Gio chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not. Given that creature's wits, it is undoubtedly safe. It may even have managed to outsmart the guardian beast." The others, including Bai Yuekui, nodded in agreement. It was undeniable that the turtle had survived for so long due to its cunning intellect. Even if it could not overpower the guardian beast, its silver tongue could surely safeguard its existence. This sentiment echoed among all present, with no one daring to dispute it. Before long, the ground trembled irregularly in the distance. A colossal figure raced toward them. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the Xuanjia dragon turtle, returning in haste. Observing its flustered demeanor, Suyu and the others felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Chapter 62. The Tragedy of the Beautiful Nation after a brief interlude. The armored dragon turtle approached Suyu and his companions, its visage brimming with joy. "Elder brother and sister, the younger brother has returned. After an intense battle with the guardian beast, I have successfully completed my mission. Now, allow me to carry you both to collect the resources. That fellow is currently quite docile, eagerly awaiting your arrival." Upon witnessing this, Suyu and the others exchanged knowing glances. It was evident from the unscathed appearance of the armored dragon turtle that this young one had not engaged the guardian beast in combat at all. Most likely, it had merely talked its way into a favorable position. Nevertheless, regardless of the means, the armored dragon turtle had accomplished its task. Without further hesitation, they leaped onto its back, finding comfortable spots to sit cross-legged as they were carried towards the resource area. Minutes later, the armored dragon turtle arrived once more at the periphery of the swamp resource zone, this time accompanied by Suyu and the 5 others. In the marsh, a colossal and fierce-looking giant crocodile lay in wait like a sentinel, patiently positioned beside the precious resources, anticipating their arrival. Upon detecting the return of the armored dragon turtle, the giant crocodile raised its eyes slightly, quickly scanning the 5 individuals on its back. While it perceived that some among them were of mediocre strength, one elderly Taoist and a man clad in white emanated an aura of profound mystery, leaving it utterly unable to gauge their capabilities. Clearly, their power surpassed its own, which instilled a sense of trepidation within the giant crocodile, deepening its trust in the earlier deception orchestrated by the armored dragon turtle. Instantly adopting a submissive demeanor, it feared inciting displeasure in these formidable figures. As Suyu and the others dismounted from the turtle's back, the giant crocodile cautiously approached the 5, speaking with great care. "Compared to the esteemed individuals before me, the armored turtle brother has indeed referred to you as significant figures. I am aware that you require resources, and thus, I have prepared everything in advance. You may collect them at your convenience." With this, the giant crocodile slightly moved aside, revealing the precious gems behind it. In just 1 hour, the resources can be materialized. Witnessing the crocodile's compliant behavior, the corners of Jioshu and the others' mouths involuntarily lifted in amusement, almost eliciting laughter. In their hearts, they mused, another unfortunate soul deceived by mere words. Subsequently, at Suyu's signal, Leng Feng stepped forward and positioned himself atop the gems. In an instant, a chilling female voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Warning! Warning! The Dragon Kingdom's representative team has encountered a B-class Forbidden Land beast, the desert giant crocodile. Warning! Warning! The Dragon Kingdom's representative team has encountered a B-class Forbidden Land beast, the desert giant crocodile. Congratulations! Survivors of the Dragon Kingdom have discovered a platinum-level swamp resource. Due to the friendly demeanor of the Forbidden Land guardian beast, the desert giant crocodile, in 1 hour. This resource will be expanded 100-fold and materialized to the respective nation. Congratulations! Survivors of the Dragon Kingdom have discovered a platinum-level swamp resource. Due to the friendly demeanor of the Forbidden Land guardian beast, the desert giant crocodile, in 1 hour. This resource will be expanded 100-fold and materialized to the respective nation. The consecutive alerts sent shockwaves throughout the globe. Countless foreign netizens flocked to the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, eager to replay the previous events. Meanwhile, within the livestream, the barrage of comments fell eerily silent as everyone was taken aback by the crocodile's demeanor. It was important to note that this was a B-class Forbidden Land beast. Yet it behaved like a docile puppy, eager to relinquish the resources. The vast audience was completely bewildered. What am I witnessing? A B-class Forbidden Land beast of such immense size, yet it exhibits such tranquility? This is astonishing. Is this what they call friendliness? One cannot help but marvel at the sheer fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. The bewildered onlookers engaged in fervent discussions, while the official hosts, Lei Zhan and his companions, were filled with uncertainty yet compelled to accept the undeniable reality before them. Observing Leng Feng, who was materializing the resources atop the gems, they begrudgingly acknowledged this absurdity, their hearts vibrating with astonishment. Even other nations watching the replay felt envious, lamenting the extraordinary luck of the Dragon Kingdom. In the ancient Forbidden Land, among the camp of the beautiful nation, Captain Rogers and his team were overjoyed upon hearing the resource materialization alerts from the Dragon Kingdom's team. After their earlier attempts to deploy micro-detection devices had ended in silent obliteration, they had been deeply concerned, torn over whether to venture into the resource zone. Now, upon learning of the guardian beast's amiable nature, they could no longer contain their eagerness to procure resources. Thus, minutes later, the chilling female voice once again echoed in everyone's ears. Warning. The beautiful nation has encountered a B-class Forbidden Land beast, the desert giant crocodile. The battle lasted 1 minute, resulting in 3 casualties and 2 survivors. In 1 minute, 30% of the beautiful nation's resources will be forcibly plundered, and 3 individuals will be selected to enter the ancient Forbidden Land the following day. Warning. The beautiful nation has encountered a B-class Forbidden Land beast, the desert giant crocodile. The battle lasted 1 minute, resulting in 3 casualties and 2 survivors. In 1 minute, 30% of the beautiful nation's resources will be forcibly plundered, and 3 individuals will be selected to enter the ancient Forbidden Land the following day. Chapter 63, The Prehistoric Giant Crocodile. 2 notifications rang out in quick succession. In an instant, the world fell silent. Everyone's mind was racing, recalling the recent broadcast. The resource zones were nearly identical, and the guardians of these resources bore an uncanny resemblance. Yet, the outcomes were starkly different. In the Dragon Kingdom, the resource guardians were remarkably amiable, effortlessly relinquishing the resources. It was as if no effort was required. Conversely, in the beautiful nation, the beasts of the Forbidden Land not only refused to surrender the resources but also ruthlessly eliminated 3 survivors from the beautiful nation. This contrasting outcome left everyone in a state of shock. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, upon hearing the announcement, Maoshan wasted no time and opened the live stream from the beautiful nation, eager to replay the events. Although she held no concern for the demise of the beautiful nation's survivors, her curiosity about the specifics was piqued. Soon, the replay commenced. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, the scene unfolded of Captain Rogers and his team deliberating at the beautiful nation's camp. Upon learning that the 5 from the Dragon Kingdom had easily acquired their resources, they promptly resolved to venture into the resource zone themselves in pursuit of riches. However, this decision led to a devastating aftermath. Rogers, accompanied by 4 others, ventured deeper into the swamp resource area. As they approached the marshes, Rogers suddenly halted and turned to the 2 members behind him. Despite the Dragon Kingdom's demonstration, we must remain vigilant. You 2 will stay here. If anything goes awry, flee without hesitation. Your safety is paramount, irrespective of what transpires within. Understanding the gravity of his words, the 2 nodded in agreement. Only then did Rogers continue with the remaining 2 members. As a symbol of heroism for the people of the beautiful nation, he felt compelled to step up, regardless of his internal reluctance, and was prepared to sacrifice himself for his country. Thus, the trio cautiously approached the marsh's edge, gazing at the distant jade-like resources amidst an eerily quiet atmosphere. Their previously taut nerves began to relax. They believed that the scene encountered by the 5 from the Dragon Kingdom mirrored their own, a complete absence of resource guardians, who had seemingly surrendered the resources without resistance. With this thought, excitement surged within Rogers and his team. The prospect of acquiring such vast resources for their nation was exhilarating. One team member, his face flushed with enthusiasm, dashed toward the jade stones, eager to seize the opportunity. However, just as the team member was about to set foot upon the jade, an unforeseen calamity struck. A colossal prehistoric crocodile, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury, erupted from the marsh. The cacophony of splashing water resonated like a haunting bell, as mud and water sprayed in all directions. The giant crocodile opened its gaping maw and devoured the sprinting Special Forces member whole. Moments later, the sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. In the brief span between the next heartbeat, a living being was transformed into mere remnants and blood. Scarlet fluid oozed from the crocodile's jaws, leaving Rogers and his remaining companions in a state of stunned disbelief. They stood paralyzed, gazing at the towering creature, momentarily forgetting to flee. Yet, the crocodile remained unconcerned. The recent meal had barely sufficed to sate its hunger. After a few chews, its gaze, like a pair of ominous lanterns, refocused on Captain Rogers and his companion. To the beast, these two insignificant insects appeared equally delectable. With a mighty shake of its massive body, the crocodile lunged once more toward the duo. The earth trembled beneath it. In that dire moment, Rogers finally grasped the imminent threat of death. He seized his dazed teammate and turned to flee. Yet, how could their speed rival that of the colossal crocodile? In mere seconds, the beast closed the distance. With no semblance of resistance, Captain Rogers and his companion became the prey of the crocodile. The chilling sound of bones cracking echoed once again. The replay concluded here. Having witnessed the entirety of the harrowing ordeal, viewers began to comprehend the sheer terror of the crocodile. After a brief silence, the audience, now alert, erupted in disbelief. Is this what they call friendliness? This is merely a trap leading to doom. What kind of so-called friendliness is this? That blood-soaked maw is enough to instill fear. How can two creatures of the same forbidden land yield such divergent outcomes? Is it possible that it's not the guardian beasts that are friendly, but rather the mercy of Su Xiaoga and his companions? Indeed, this perspective held merit. Many believed it to be the truth. The Navet of the beautiful nation, thinking they could seize an opportunity, was laughable. Long live the Dragon Kingdom! In an instant, discussions among Dragon Kingdom netizens became fervent. Even the survival expert Wang Lin in the official live stream could barely contain himself, remarking, the folks from the beautiful nation thought they could take advantage of the situation. Now they face the consequences. They should consider the caliber of their own team. With a smile, Lei Zhan nodded. This outcome delights me immensely. Chapter 64. The Great Escape. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, the situation in the beautiful nation was dire in stark contrast to the relative tranquility of the Dragon Nation. Apart from Cold Front standing atop the Jade Stone, anticipating the manifestation of resources, the other four individuals were seated in meditation, recuperating. At this moment, the Xuanjia dragon turtle had also transformed into a miniature turtle, cautiously awaiting developments. As for the terrifying prehistoric giant crocodile, it lay obediently in the distance, resembling a docile pug, eagerly anticipating the end of the resource manifestation. The formidable presence of these individuals was far too daunting for it to confront, especially the enigmatic Su Yu, whose aura was utterly inscrutable, rendering it impossible to fathom the extent of his power. Time drifted by slowly, and after an hour, a cold female voice resonated from the heavens. Congratulations! Survivors of the Dragon Nation have discovered a platinum-level marsh resource. The binding time has completed, and the corresponding resource is about to undergo a 100-fold expansion, manifesting for the nation. The announcement repeated thrice, echoing through the air. The once tranquil floating island suddenly surged with immense energy as a dark green halo rapidly spread towards the Dragon Nation. Clearly, the 100-fold marsh resource was on the verge of manifestation. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, everyone was elated upon hearing the announcement from the Forbidden Land. Wow, another platinum-level resource. This is incredible, exclaimed the viewers. With Su Xiaoga and his companions, our Dragon Nation is destined for greatness. Where are the people from the beautiful nation? They were so gleeful watching before, but now 3 of them are probably lamenting their fate. Ha ha ha. Even the official host, Ma Fanshu, was particularly animated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Previously, there was a golden-level freshwater resource, and now, another platinum-level marsh resource. With Su Xiaoga and his companions, the Dragon Nation was poised for an extraordinary ascent. Wang Lin, standing beside him, beamed with delight, stating, indeed, the benefits of this resource are immense. Marshlands not only provide abundant land resources but also contain precious peat and a rich array of flora and fauna. This will not only benefit humanity, but also contribute to the preservation of the ecological environment amidst the resource crisis. With such fertile resources in hand, The ecological balance of the Dragon Nation will be significantly enhanced. Truly, a magnificent fortune. As a survival expert, Wang Lin offered a more comprehensive perspective, elucidating the advantages brought by the marshland resources, which only heightened the enthusiasm among the Dragon Nation's online community. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, the 5 individuals, having completed the resource manifestation, wasted no time. They paid no heed to the distant giant crocodile and climbed onto the back of the enlarged Xuanjia dragon turtle. Embarking on a new journey, their quest for resources was far from over. They sought to gather as much as possible. After all, who would ever consider having too few resources? Thus, amidst the giant crocodile and Appo's trembling gaze, the Xuanjia dragon turtle carried the 5 as they set forth once more in search of resources. Time quietly slipped away, and due to the considerable distance to the next resource site, the group chose to halt their journey as the sky darkened. They found a sheltered spot to protect themselves from the wind and sand. Cold Front expertly kindled a fire, while Qing foraged for some game. After a simple preparation, they enjoyed a hearty meal before dispersing to meditate. After receiving rewards from the Forbidden Land, the 5 experienced a notable enhancement in their abilities, particularly Cold Front. Having acquired ancient martial arts training methods, he dedicated himself to relentless practice whenever the opportunity arose, further elevating his strength. This fervor caught the attention of Lei Zhan, who observed with envy. As night quietly fell, no unexpected occurrences transpired. The following day, dawn broke, dispelling the darkness and enveloping the land in warmth once more. After a night of recuperation, survivors from various nations set out again in search of resources, and the 5 from the Dragon Nation did likewise, riding atop the massive Xuanjia dragon turtle towards another resource location. However, a chilling female voice echoed once more in everyone's ears. Warning! Warning! The frantic escape mode is about to commence. Every 10 minutes, a random nation will be selected to endure a 10-minute escape period. After 10 minutes, the forbidden beasts will continue to emerge and commence hunting the escapees. If any individual is hunted down by the forbidden beasts, the corresponding nation will suffer resource losses based on the number of casualties. The selected nation must swiftly vacate the danger zone and avoid the attacks of the forbidden beasts. Warning! The forbidden beasts may reach an S-level threat. Combat is futile. Escape with all your might. If you successfully evade the danger zone, the forbidden beast will cease their pursuit, and your nation will receive a platinum-level resource reward. Chapter 65, The Unfortunate Nation of Korea. Accompanied by a chilling female voice, a luminous barrier suddenly appeared within the ancient Forbidden Land, enveloping the 5 members of Korea. The expanse of danger extended for 100 miles, transforming their surroundings into a perilous zone. The abrupt turn of events left the Korean team utterly bewildered, as they had just embarked on their quest for resources, only to find themselves inexplicably chosen. Fortunately, their leader quickly regained composure and urged, "Hurry. We must flee this area at once. If the beasts of the Forbidden Land arrive, we will meet our doom." With that, the 5 men sprinted, desperately attempting to escape the imminent danger. They bore marks on their wrists, indicating the boundaries of the perilous zone. A vast area marked an ominous red, while they found themselves at its very center. Time was not on their side. They had merely 10 minutes to escape. Failure to do so would result in an encounter with the beasts of the Forbidden Land. It is crucial to note that within their ranks were no extraordinary individuals, only 5 well-equipped soldiers. Even the most elite among them remained within the realm of humanity. And against the supreme S-class beasts, the outcome was all but predetermined. Thus, they raced against time, striving to reach safety within the fleeting 10 minutes. In the live broadcast, the citizens of Korea rallied behind their team, fervently cheering, "Hurry, warriors. Unleash your full potential and escape this cursed place. Why have we, of all nations, been selected by the Forbidden Land? Press on, brave souls. Victory will grant us platinum-level resources, and our nation shall soar." As the encouragement of countless Koreans resonated, 10 minutes slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, calamity struck. The beasts of the Forbidden Land emerged with a thunderous roar, shaking the very sands beneath their feet. In the distance, amidst swirling sands, a colossal creature raced towards the 5 Koreans, an immense yak, measuring 30 meters tall and 50 meters long, its blood-red gaze fixated on them, exuding a bloodthirsty intent. Above the massive yak, its classification was displayed: Earth-splitting yak, level, A-class, skill, roar. As it made its entrance, it was clear that Korea and Appo's misfortune had reached an unprecedented level. Enforced by the rules of the Forbidden Land, the enormous earth-splitting yak pursued the fleeing Koreans. Despite its gargantuan size, its speed was astonishing. In mere minutes, it closed the distance from the far edge of the desert to just behind the five. Warning! Warning! A-class Forbidden Beast. Earth-splitting yak has appeared. Please evacuate immediately. The cold voice of the female announcer echoed in their ears, providing dire warnings. At that moment, the earth-splitting yak halted abruptly, raising its head. With a deafening roar, it sent shockwaves through the air, leaving the 5 Korean survivors paralyzed in fear 100 meters away. The ringing in their ears overwhelmed them, causing them to clutch their heads in agony as they collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, the earth-splitting yak charged forward, its massive foreleg crashing down. A sickening crunch echoed as 2 members of the team were obliterated beneath its foot, reduced to mere blood and flesh without a trace of resistance. At that moment, the live stream from Korea fell into a haunting silence. Millions of citizens watched in horror, eyes wide and faces pale. In the ancient Forbidden Land, witnessing their comrades and oppos' gruesome demise, the remaining 3 fought through the ringing in their ears and opened fire on the yak. They even deployed the latest bombs, yet their efforts proved futile. The yak's impenetrable hide rendered bullets ineffective, and even explosions failed to inflict any harm. Then, under the terrified gazes of the 3, the earth-splitting yak raised its foreleg once more. The familiar sound of destruction resounded, and this time, all 3 were engulfed in the onslaught, meeting the same gruesome fate as their fallen comrades. Notification: the 5 survivors from Korea have encountered the A-class Forbidden Beast, earth-splitting yak during their frantic escape, resulting in total annihilation. In 1 minute, half of Korea and oppos' resources will be forcibly seized, and 5 new survivors will be selected for entry into the Forbidden Land tomorrow. Chapter 66. The Second Selected Nation. A chilling female voice reverberated once more, proclaiming to the world the misfortunes of the nation of Korea. Simultaneously, a peculiar black mist materialized above the floating island, enveloping the nation of Korea. In an instant, Korea suffered the loss of half its resources. The brutal reality plunged all nations into despair. The emergence of Class A Forbidden Beasts was just the beginning. Class S Forbidden Beasts were yet to appear. The formation was utterly devoid of hope. The notion of escaping the danger zone was nothing short of a far-fetched fantasy. The strength of the survivors from various nations was woefully inadequate against the Forbidden Beasts. Rather than a reward, it was an unmitigated massacre. After all, resistance was futile in the face of such formidable Forbidden Beasts. If one could not escape the danger zone promptly, only death awaited. At that moment, all nations silently prayed, hoping that the next selected nation would not be theirs. Just then, the icy female voice returned. Warning! Warning! The second selected nation is Dragon Country. Survivors of Dragon Country have 10 minutes to escape. Please flee swiftly. In 10 minutes, Forbidden Beast will come crashing in. Once the latest announcement concluded, the entire world erupted in fervor. On one hand, the selected nation was not their own. On the other hand, it was Dragon Country, currently the most powerful nation. How could they not be exhilarated? Haha. They finally chose Dragon Country. It serves them right for having amassed so many resources. What does it matter if they can handle Class C beasts? This time, the highest threat is Class S. Let them await their demise. They sat back, eager to witness the slaughter of the 5 from Dragon Country. In the Dragon Country live stream, the viewership surged dramatically. Within mere minutes, it surpassed 4 billion, continuing to escalate relentlessly. Countless foreign netizens flocked to the Dragon Country stream, entering with no preamble, immediately commencing their derision. Why is it so quiet? Weren't they quite arrogant before? Speak up. Why is no one talking? You've been hoarding resources. Now you're doomed, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Let me witness how the 5 from Dragon Country meet their grim fate. I've got my popcorn ready. Let us get this started. In an instant, the live stream was rife with the cold mockery of foreign viewers. However, at that moment, no one bothered to engage with them. Inside the stream, Ma Fanshu's expression turned grave, her delicate face as pale as a ghost. This was dire indeed. The second selected nation was none other than Dragon Country. Having just witnessed the terror of Class A Forbidden Beasts, she wondered if Su Xiaoga and the others had the confidence to cope. Lei Zhan also bore a serious expression. It's hard to say. The best course of action now is to escape the danger zone as quickly as possible. Only by fleeing promptly can we hope to survive. Confronting Forbidden Beasts directly poses too great a risk. Beside him, Wang Lin remarked gravely, the situation is exceedingly unfavorable. Even if Su Xiaoga can handle Class A Forbidden Beasts, what about Class S? The Forbidden Zone has already indicated their overwhelming might, which speaks volumes about their terror. The best option now is for the 5 of us to disperse and flee. Chapter 67. The Labyrinth of Interference. As long as the beasts of the Forbidden Land can be dispersed, there remains a chance to escape the perilous zone. If they were to move as one, encountering an insurmountable beast would spell doom. At this point, Wang Lin ceased to speak further. However, the implication was clear to all present. The 3 official commentators were earnestly analyzing the current predicament. Wang Lin contemplated strategies for scattering and fleeing, striving to avert total annihilation. In that moment, everyone instinctively nodded in agreement. Clearly, faced with an utterly unbeatable beast, remaining together would only lead to collective demise. Dispersing and fleeing, conversely, might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. In the Dragon Kingdom's conference room, several elders sat solemnly in their chairs. They had abandoned all discussions, their attention fixed on the live broadcast from the Forbidden Land. They understood that any conclusions drawn at this moment would be futile. Their weekly opportunities for communication had already been exhausted. Now, engaging with those within the Forbidden Territory was utterly impossible. Moreover, even if communication were feasible, it would bear no fruit. Confronted with the terrifying onslaught of the forbidden beasts, if their strength proved inadequate, the outcome was inescapably one: death. Their only hope now rested on the 5 individuals within the Forbidden Land to separate and protect themselves as best they could. Although the prospect of all 5 escaping was a luxury, they were unwilling to see any hero fall within the confines of the Forbidden Land. Within the ancient Forbidden Realm, atop the back of the Xuanjia dragon turtle, upon realizing they were the next targets, Bai Yuekui caressed her long blade. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping her striking visage. Li Qing clenched his fists tightly, poised for action at any moment. Su Yu calmly harnessed his extraordinary energy, awaiting the approach of the forbidden beast. Jiu Shu observed his surroundings, his eyes shimmering with arcane symbols. The group moved forward without hesitation, recognizing that evading the impending pursuit was the wisest course of action. After all, only through escape could they claim victory over this challenge. The Xian turtle, displaying remarkable understanding, promptly began its retreat. However, it was not long before the Xian turtle suddenly halted. Leng Feng surveyed the area and, seizing Jiu Shu's arm, exclaimed, "Uncle, we must flee at once. The forbidden beast will arrive in 10 minutes. That group from the Stick Country was utterly annihilated by an A-level forbidden beast. We might not stand a chance either. We need to escape while we still can, or we will be doomed." Despite Leng Feng possessing ancient martial arts techniques, his recent training had not dramatically enhanced his strength. Even if it had, he would still be no match for an A-level forbidden beast. Thus, upon learning of the Stick Country and Appo's fate and realizing it was now their turn, he could not help but urge Jiu Shu to flee. In response, Jiu Shu shook his head with an air of resignation. "Do you think a haven and Appo's considered fleeing? However, this perilous zone holds peculiarities. The terrain appears to be imbued with a formation. If we proceed recklessly, we may very well become lost within it. At that point, even if granted 10 hours, we may not find our way out." Upon hearing this, Leng Feng grew anxious. What do we do then? Are we truly expected to confront the forbidden beast directly? Not only was Leng Feng bewildered, but countless netizens from the Dragon Kingdom were equally perplexed. What does this mean? Are they deliberately being cruel? The danger zone is already so vast, and yet they have set up a labyrinth? Is this not a calculated attempt to ensure death? In an instant, the netizens erupted in outrage, their hearts ablaze with fury. Chapter 68. The fortuitous fate of the Dragon Kingdom. The foreign netizens were in fits of laughter. Initially, they had feared that the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's fate was precarious. A minor setback might allow the danger to escape the perilous zone. However, with the added complications of the maze, even if the Dragon Kingdom could momentarily hold back the beasts from the Forbidden Land, what would be the use if they could not escape? Ultimately, they would be waiting for their demise. Imagining the imminent annihilation of the 5 warriors from the Dragon Kingdom brought them great amusement. Meanwhile, within the ancient Forbidden Land, Uncle Joe observed the anxious expression on Cold Feng and Appo's face and remarked with a smile, "Do not fret, there is still hope. Though this maze may appear intricate, it is not insurmountable, it merely requires some time to unravel." Upon hearing this, Cold Feng felt a slight relief wash over him. "What shall we do now?" he inquired. At this, the gazes of the group converged on Su Yu. In response, Su Yu calmly stated, "We must wait. We are uncertain of the quantity and strength of the beasts that may attack us, and the presence of the maze complicates matters further. If we scatter, we will undoubtedly perish. For now, we must rely on Uncle Gio to solve the maze. The other four nodded in agreement, clearly understanding that they had no choice but to confront the beasts head-on until Uncle Gio could decipher the maze. However, could they truly endure until that moment? Excluding Su Yu, a sense of trepidation lingered in the hearts of the others, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. In the Dragon Kingdom and Amp, Oppo's live broadcast room, Wang Lin sighed and remarked, "I never anticipated that the danger zone would be ensconced in a maze. If we recklessly separate, it would indeed lead to our ruin. It is fortunate that Brother Su has considered all angles. For now, we can only face the beasts from the Forbidden Land directly. If we can hold out until Uncle Gio resolves the maze, there may still be a chance." "Indeed," Lei Zhan asserted with determination. "We have no choice but to fight. This will be a battle of unparalleled brilliance. The heroes of our Dragon Kingdom shall showcase their might amidst the perils of the Forbidden Land to the entire world. They are the pride of our Dragon Kingdom." However, foreign netizens scoffed at Lei Zhan and Amp, Oppo's heartfelt declaration, finding even greater amusement in the situation. "Enough of this nonsense. Just wait for your demise," they jeered. "What audacity to confront the beasts of the Forbidden Land. Who gave you such courage? Against an A-class beast. You and Amp, Oppo's LL likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Ha ha ha, we are eagerly anticipating the spectacle to unfold. Just 10 minutes remain, and the thrilling scenes are about to commence." Within the ancient Forbidden Land, the countdown reached its climax. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown struck 0, a chilling voice echoed, "Warning, warning, warning. C-class Forbidden Beast, the Shadow Rodent, is approaching. Please commence evacuation immediately. Please commence evacuation immediately." The first Forbidden Beast made its official appearance. Notably, the initial beast to attack was of C-class strength. In contrast to the A-class beasts that plagued the country of the Styx, the Dragon Kingdom and Amp, Oppo's fortune was indeed remarkable. This revelation instilled hope in countless viewers. Perhaps, just perhaps, they might truly escape the danger zone. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, sensing the rapid approach of the Forbidden Beast, Bai Yuekui opened her eyes. Her gaze fixed upon Su Yu. He gave a slight nod, and in the next instant, Bai Yuekui transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Facing a beast of merely C-class strength, the enhanced Bai Yuekui found it exceedingly easy to contend with, locking onto the shadow rodent scurrying across the sandy ground. Bai Yuekui closed her eyes slightly. Chapter 69. Did it not strike out, only to injure itself first? The domain unfurled. Invisible ripples enveloped Bai Yuekui and the dark rodent. In an instant, countless phantoms appeared, accompanied by terrifying flashes of blades that struck fiercely at the dark rodent. The newly arrived Forbidden Beast had yet to showcase its power before it was instantly reduced to dust. Bai Yuekui, having effortlessly annihilated the dark rodent, moved gracefully back to the back of the Xuanjia dragon tortoise, her white hair swaying gently. At that moment, she captivated everyone in Amp, Oppo's gaze. What is true power? This is true power. With a clean and decisive strike, she eliminated a sea-level Forbidden Beast without breaking a sweat. This scene left the viewers from Langya mesmerized, while foreign spectators were overtaken by envy. However, just as Bai Yuekui returned to her position, a cold female voice echoed in everyone in Amp, Oppo's ears once more. "Warning, warning, warning. B-level Forbidden Beast, golden armored scorpion detected approaching. B-level Forbidden Beast, ghostly azure serpent detected approaching. Please commence immediate evacuation. Please commence immediate evacuation." Mere seconds had passed since the demise of the dark rodent when two new B-level Forbidden Beasts appeared, their strength nearing A level. Moreover, they arrived simultaneously. This grim news rendered the Langya spectators restless. What the hell does this mean? Not even a moment to catch their breath. Just after slaying one, two stronger ones arrive? Has the Forbidden Land gone mad? Uncle Gio was still deciphering the maze, and Cold Edge lacked sufficient strength. The only ones capable of intervening now were Li Qing, Bai Yuekui, and Su Xiaoga. Could they truly contend with 2B-level Forbidden Beasts? They must hold their ground. Countless viewers from Langya began to pray fervently, hoping to pass through this crisis unscathed. Meanwhile, countless foreign spectators began to mock. Ha! Truly a case of retribution, the Forbidden Beasts keep appearing. Just now, Facing a sea-level beast, one might concede that Langya was formidable. But now, 2 B-level forbidden beasts? Let us see how you plan to fight this. Fight what? Just wait to be annihilated? Is there even a comparison? In the ancient Forbidden Land. Sensing the arrival of 2 immensely powerful waves, Bai Yuekui turned her gaze towards Uncle Gio and inquired, how much longer? Uncle Gio furrowed his brow and sighed. The difficulty is somewhat beyond my expectations. Approximately half an hour. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuekui refrained from further comments and focused her gaze into the distance. Li Qing felt similarly. They could manage the B-level forbidden beasts for now, but if their strength escalated further, the outcome was uncertain. Meanwhile, Suyu and Appo's attention was entirely diverted from the 2 approaching forbidden beasts. Instead, he stared gravely at the horizon. He sensed an enormous wave of energy lurking in the shadows. Contemplating the enhancements offered by the Forbidden Land, Suyu formed a tentative hypothesis. On the other side, the previously tranquil desert stirred as 2 prominent mounds emerged from the ground. Upon reaching within 100 meters of the Xuanjia dragon tortoise, they burst forth. A colossal scorpion, 20 meters in length and radiating golden light, continuously waved its pincers, glaring menacingly at the 5 individuals. Beside it, a serpent nearly 30 meters long, shimmering with an eerie glow, flicked its blood-red tongue, fixating its gaze on the 5. The golden armored scorpion and the ghostly azure serpent approached with the intent to eradicate the 5 from Langya. Bai Yuekui glanced at Li Qing, signaling him to choose his target. Observing this, Li Qing propelled himself towards the golden armored scorpion like a cannonball, evidently regarding it as his foe. Bai Yuekui, however, directed her attention towards the ghostly azure serpent, unsheathing her long blade, which shimmered with a ghostly light as she charged at it. The battle was on the verge of eruption. The golden armored scorpion, witnessing the bald-headed insect charging towards it, furiously swung its pincers, attempting to crush Li Qing instantly. In response, Li Qing opted not to confront it head-on but instead evaded the scorpion and Appo's massive pincers. Skillfully, he maneuvered to the top of the golden armored scorpion, fist clenched, raining down blows like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck against the scorpion and Appo's exoskeleton, producing a jarring clang. The scorpion, encased in its golden shell, proved more resilient than Li Qing had anticipated. His physical strength alone could not penetrate the exoskeleton. Instead, the tiny protruding spikes on the scorpion and Appo's body punctured his fists, causing blood to flow and drip onto its back. This scene left the viewers from Langya in shock. Go, brother Li Qing. If you cannot slay the golden armored scorpion, at least stall for time. As long as we can hold on until Uncle Gio cracks the maze, there may be a chance for survival. Honestly, at this rate, I fear for Li Qing. I can hardly bear to watch. I believe in Li Qing. He can do it. Of course. Aside from the prayers from Langya, many foreigners continued to mock. Ha ha ha, the survivors from Langya seem to be struggling too. Is their strength this feeble? Not inflicting any damage and injuring themselves first? It and Appo's. Over. It's over. Just wait to be slaughtered by the golden armored scorpion. Chapter 70 with bated breath. They fixated on the screen within the ancient forbidden grounds. Li Qing and the golden armored scorpion found themselves ensnared in a delicate stalemate. The scorpion, with its massive and clumsy form, was unable to capture the agile Li Qing, who deftly evaded the incessant strikes of its poisonous tail. For a time, the golden armored scorpion was relegated to a position of passive defense, devoid of any means to retaliate. Yet, Li Qing too was not at ease. He endured the stinging pain while relentlessly striking the scorpion and Appo's back, seeking an opening, all the while remaining vigilant against the venomous attacks. The situation was far from optimistic for Li Qing. Moreover, the most perilous aspect lay in the scorpion and Appo's exceptionally high defensive capabilities, its entire body shrouded in a golden shell. Li Qing and Appo's blows seemed merely to tickle the creature, and despite his efforts, not a single dent marred the pristine surface. The ongoing stalemate echoed the concerns of countless viewers online, as facing an opponent with impenetrable defenses, exhaustion would inevitably herald doom. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Li Qing and Appo's choice of the golden armored scorpion, Bai Yuekui faced her own adversary, the eerily luminescent ghost blue serpent. Even confronted with a B-level foe, Bai Yuekui remained composed, her countenance strikingly cold. Drawing her long blade, it emitted a soft hum. In an instant, her domain unfurled. Bai Yuekui and Appo's form transformed into an ethereal shadow, disappearing from sight. Within her realm, she could traverse at will. A hum resonated as an invisible ripple manifested beside the ghost blue serpent, revealing Bai Yuekui and Amp, Apos, silhouette. Her blade, now suffused with a flickering blue light, cleaved fiercely into the serpent and Amp, Apos, body. A resounding clash echoed, sparks erupting like fireworks as Bai Yuekui and Amp, Apos, blade struck with the force of stone against metal. The dazzling display captivated onlookers, igniting their hopes for her to vanquish the serpent. However, as the brilliance faded, the ghost blue serpent reappeared, unscathed, its sleek body shimmering with an eerie glow. Bai Yuekui and Amp, Apos, strike had inflicted no damage whatsoever. This scene plunged all the viewers from Dragon Country into despair. Is it true that such a blow left no mark? They lamented. How could the ghost blue serpent and Amp, Apos, defenses be so extraordinary? Is it truly targeting our Dragon Country? Hope now seemed to rest solely on Su Xiaoga and Jiu. Within the ancient forbidden grounds, upon realizing the serpent and Amp, Apos, invulnerability, Bai Yuekui and Amp, Apos, expression grew solemn. The B-level beast was even more formidable than she had anticipated. Her initial tactics proved ineffective in dealing damage. Nevertheless, she did not falter, maintaining her composure. She recognized this as merely a test. Aware of the serpent's terrifying defenses, Bai Yuekui resolved to unleash her full power. Waves of blue light radiated around her as her blade erupted with resplendent brilliance. In that moment, even the proud ghost blue serpent displayed a flicker of trepidation in its eyes. The next instant, Bai Yuekui vanished once more. Within her domain, countless phantoms of her appeared. Brilliant light radiating from all directions, blurring the line between reality and illusion. The ghost blue serpent, sensing the threat, cautiously narrowed its triangular eyes, its tongue flickering. It recognized the formidable energy coalescing around it, abandoning its arrogance to focus intently on the challenge. The ghostly blue light gradually concentrated, ultimately forming a luminous orb that hovered above its head. With eyes half closed, the serpent attuned itself to the surrounding energy. Suddenly, it twisted, launching the orb towards the void. In a moment of suspense, Bai Yuekui and Apos' form materialized before the orb, her blade slicing through the air. A piercing blue light erupted as it collided with the orb. In an instant, two colossal energies clashed, generating ripples that radiated outward like ocean waves. The deafening roar reverberated in everyone in Apos' ears, accompanied by a blinding light that compelled them to shut their eyes. As the brilliance subsided, all beheld the unharmed ghost blue serpent and the somber Bai Yuekui retreating to the back of the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Silence enveloped the citizens of Dragon Country. Bai Yuekui had evidently unleashed a formidable attack, yet it had failed to harm the serpent, casting a shadow of despair over their hearts. Was it truly the case that the 5 heroes would perish here? This question loomed in everyone in Apos' mind. Although Suyu had yet to intervene, the specter of the forbidden grounds and Apos' rules loomed ominously. Even should he engage and eliminate the ghost blue serpent, what would follow? Would an A-level or even S-level forbidden beast emerge? This uncertainty left them in trepidation. At this moment, the people of Dragon Country fell into a hushed stillness, their breaths held as they gazed intently at the screen, yearning for a miracle to unfold. Chapter 71. A deep breath of relief in the ancient forbidden land, atop the back of the armored dragon tortoise. Suyu observed the unusually pale Bai Yuekui with concern. Do you need my assistance? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuekui slightly shook her head. I can handle it. I had underestimated this creature and Apos' strength earlier. This time, I shall not hold back. As she spoke, Bai Yuekui expressionlessly lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with profound meaning as they met Suyu and Apos'. Suyu smiled and nodded, remaining silent. Seeing this, Bai Yuekui felt reassured. The domain around her expanded once more, her figure transforming into a streak of light. This time, she did not conceal her presence but instead flashed directly before the menacing azure serpent, which was hissing and displaying its fangs, showing no signs of fear. With her right hand firmly gripping her long knife, she raised her left hand slightly and tapped the air. A low hum resonated as the domain, which had enveloped the surroundings, rapidly compressed. As the domain shrank, its power magnified significantly. Sensing the relentless and increasing pressure surrounding it, the azure serpent began to writhe uneasily, a flicker of fear gradually clouding its human-like eyes. Yes, it was afraid. Faced with the escalating pressure, it took the initiative to attack, its massive tail slamming down on the sandy ground. In an instant, dust erupted, shrouding the air in a haze. The giant serpent lunged forward, targeting Bai Yuekui in midair, intent on eliminating her swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. However, the azure serpent was unaware that this was precisely the scenario Bai Yuekui wished to manifest. As the colossal serpent charged towards her, a resolute glint shone in Bai Yuekui and Appo's eyes. With a sudden grip of her left hand, the surrounding domain swiftly compressed, perfectly enveloping the serpent. The unexpected maneuver caught the serpent off guard. Just as the creature reached close to Bai Yuekui, it found itself immobilized by the constricting domain. In that instant, Bai Yuekui drew her knife, its blue glow illuminating the air as it precisely struck the serpent at its weakest point. Despite the protective scales, the blade cleaved through, shredding its vulnerable heart into fragments. In the following moment, the serpent regained its ability to move, but its heart lay in ruins, robbed of vitality. A glimmer of unwillingness flashed in its crimson eyes before it plummeted to the ground, life rapidly dissipating. Within mere seconds, it transformed into a lifeless corpse. This scene caught everyone off guard, unfolding too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. They only witnessed the serpent's attempt to strike at Bai Yuekui before it abruptly halted, as if offering its fragile heart to her blade, ultimately meeting its demise under the force of her strike. As the orchestrator of this entire event, Bai Yuekui calmly returned to the back of the armored dragon tortoise, maintaining her familiar, aloof demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. The live broadcast room fell into an eerie silence. Unlike before, when viewers from the Dragon Kingdom anxiously fixated on the screen while foreign commentators continued their mockery, the atmosphere shifted entirely following Bai Yuekui and Appo's slaying of the serpent. The chat room became utterly still, with billions of viewers, not a single comment flickering across the screen. Even Ma Fanshu, who wore a worried expression, appeared dazed, incredulously pinching her resilient cheek, murmuring, "Is this an illusion? Sister Bai Yuekui is truly impressive." Beside her, Lei Zhan swallowed hard, his face etched with shock as he recalled the earlier events on the screen. If he was not mistaken, the azure serpent's body had suddenly become immobilized. Given its subsequent attack, it could not have been a voluntary cessation. Uncle Gio was preoccupied with breaking the illusion and had no time to intervene. This meant that Bai Yuekui had immobilized the azure serpent before dispatching it. What a divine ability. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin nodded in agreement. I cannot fathom any other explanation. Although I am unsure of the methods employed by Bai Yuekui, the ability to render a B-level forbidden beast immobile, even for a brief moment, is indeed astonishing. As he spoke, Wang Lin could not help but laugh heartily. The chaos that had once caused a frenzied escape for the Korean team now posed little threat to the Dragon Kingdom. With the azure serpent deceased, how could the remaining golden armored scorpion withstand the combined forces of Li Qing and Bai Yuekui, even if an A-level forbidden beast were to arrive? We have Uncle Gio and Su Xiaogu standing guard. It appears that the Dragon Kingdom is on the verge of soaring to new heights. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers felt a surge of excitement at his words. Ha ha ha. I knew our Dragon Kingdom was invincible, with a culture spanning 5,000 years. How could it be extinguished by forbidden lands? Truly, it has been a breath of fresh air. Chapter 72, Leaving the Danger Zone. Safety is assured within the desolate ancient forbidden land. The battle between Li Qing and the golden armored scorpion had reached a fever pitch. With Li Qing relentlessly attacking despite his injuries, the once impenetrable exterior of the scorpion now bore several visible indentations. Although these strikes did not inflict significant harm upon the creature, they nonetheless demonstrated that its shell was not invulnerable. With a decisive strike, Li Qing distanced himself from the golden armored scorpion. Having tested the resilience of its shell, he resolved not to waste any further time. Taking a deep breath, he faced the rapidly approaching beast, standing firm rather than evading, as if preparing for a head-on confrontation. This display caused the hearts of onlookers to tense once more. As the anticipated scene of Bai Yuekui and Li Qing joining forces had yet to materialize, with Li Qing instead appearing ready to engage directly. However, in the next moment, dragon-shaped tattoos illuminated Li Qing's body, and radiant golden light emanated from him, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar. A colossal golden dragon's phantom gradually emerged behind him, its magnificent head glinting with golden brilliance, fixating intently on the scorpion. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Li Qing charged boldly toward the golden armored scorpion, the dragon's illusion trailing closely behind him, exuding an aura of formidable power. With a thunderous impact, Li Qing leapt towards the scorpion, delivering a crushing blow to the previously dented shell. This time, The sound was no longer akin to striking iron, but resonated with the force of a monumental collision, visibly indenting the scorpion's exterior. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The air was filled with a cacophony of strikes as Li Qing unleashed a relentless barrage upon the scorpion. Golden light erupting from its body like a dazzling display of fireworks. Empowered by the strength of the dragon, each punch dealt severe damage rather than mere superficial blows. In an attempt to retaliate, the golden-armored scorpion lunged with its venomous tail, seeking to poison Li Qing. However, each time it approached, it was thwarted by the protective dragon illusion, unable to breach his defenses. The dragon shielded him, allowing Li Qing to focus on dismantling the scorpion's shell. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 1,000 punches. With a sharp crack, the scorpion's prized exterior shattered under the force of Li Qing's assault. In an instant, pale golden blood splattered onto Li Qing, who remained unfazed, continuing his relentless onslaught. Once a breach was created in the sealed space, collapse was merely a matter of time. Within 30 seconds of Li Qing breaking through, the entire back shell of the scorpion was obliterated, transforming its once formidable exterior into countless fragments, revealing the vibrant flesh within, from which pale golden blood flowed abundantly. Seeing this, Li Qing soared into the air and then descended with tremendous force, the dragon illusion enveloping him as he struck down upon the exposed flesh of the scorpion. The ensuing roar was deafening, enveloped in swirling dust that obscured the view. Moments later, as the dust settled, the massive form of the golden-armored scorpion was revealed, now a pitiful sight. Its once impenetrable shell lay in ruins. Its head shattered into countless pieces, blood flowing freely from its lifeless body. In stark contrast, Li Qing stood with his hands clasped atop the back of the Xuanjia dragon tortoise, gazing into the distance, seemingly indifferent to the fallen behemoth, as if it had not been he who had vanquished it. In the live stream, billions of viewers were awestruck by the scene before them. Observing the enigmatic Bai Yuekui and the composed Li Qing, the citizens of Langya were filled with elation. How magnificent! The prowess of Sister Bai and Master Li was truly unfathomable. With the danger now largely diminished, it was believed that as long as Su Xiao could withstand the A-grade forbidden beast, they would be entirely out of peril. Given the terrifying strength of Bai Sister and Master Li, how formidable must Su Xiao be, who surpassed them? Even an A-grade forbidden beast would struggle to endure. Indeed, if they could endure for half an hour, once the maze was unraveled, all would be concluded. In that instant, the people of Langya brimmed with anticipation. With Bai Yuekui and Li Qing each having slain 2 B-grade forbidden beasts, hope blossomed anew. And with Su Yu, recognized as the strongest, even if he could not slay the A-grade beast, he could at least hold it at bay. They needed only to endure for half an hour, fighting while retreating, to leave the danger zone and attain complete safety. Chapter 73. The S-Class Forbidden Beasts in the Desolate Ancient Forbidden Land. 3 forbidden beasts descended in succession. The once smooth sandy terrain was now a chaotic scene. To the left lay the lifeless body of a colossal scorpion, its head severed and its back shattered, with countless dark golden fragments strewn across the ground. Its massive pincers and venomous stinger lay helplessly on the earth as pale golden blood seeped into the yellow sands. To the right, another enormous serpent lay lifeless, its fate scarcely better than that of the scorpion. The creature and Amp, Oppo's, heart, roughly the size of a man, and Amp, Oppo's, hand, had been cleaved by a blade, scattering its remains across the area, a grotesque sight that evoked a shiver of revulsion. In the distance, on the back of the armored dragon tortoise, Leng Feng felt a moment of relief. Although he had not participated in the battle, he had been equally tense, even contemplating rushing in to assist. However, due to his insufficient strength, he could only remain on the tortoise and Oppo's back and observe. Witnessing Li Qing and Bai Yuekui fall into a precarious situation had troubled him greatly. Fortunately, both had ultimately revealed their hidden strengths, stabilizing the situation. As he gazed at the 2 cold corpses on the ground, Leng Feng forced a smile and remarked, "Everyone, let us take a moment to rest. We have just defeated 2 B-class forbidden beasts. Surely we deserve a brief respite." Yet, in response to Leng Feng's goodwill, Bai Yuekui and Li Qing remained unresponsive, their expressions grave as they stared into the distance. Simultaneously, a chilling female voice echoed in everyone and Oppo's ears. "Warning! Warning! Warning! An A-class forbidden beast, the celestial horned ant, is approaching. Please evacuate swiftly. An A-class forbidden beast, the celestial horned ant, is approaching. Please evacuate swiftly." The Forbidden Land issued yet another alert. Upon hearing the latest announcement, everyone's expressions soured drastically. It was important to note that the previous battle had only just concluded. Bai Yuekui and Qing were not at their best, and now, without even a moment to catch their breath, a new forbidden beast was upon them, and it was an A-class beast, clearly showing no mercy. In the live broadcast room, Ma Fanshu furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern. The difficulty of this frantic escape mode exceeds all expectations. The two B-class forbidden beasts were already a tremendous challenge for Sister Bai and Master Li. Now we face an A-class beast. It seems only Uncle Jiao or Brother Su would stand a chance against it. Neither Lei Zhan nor Wang Lin spoke, their brows knitted together in deep worry. Their thoughts were more complex than those of Ma Fanshu. The Forbidden Land had previously warned that the forbidden beast could reach S-class. Given the current situation, even if Su Yu could defeat an A-class beast, who could say whether an S-class beast would follow immediately? Was there any chance of victory? No one knew. Although they understood that the likelihood was slim, who could truly predict such outcomes? In the ancient Forbidden Land, upon hearing the warning, Bai Yuekui immediately prepared to take action. However, Su Yu intervened, shaking his head. Allow me to handle this. But, Bai Yuekui began. But Su Yu interrupted, your current state cannot match it. Do you wish to throw your lives away? Upon hearing his words, Bai Yuekui and Qing fell silent. They knew Su Yu spoke the truth. Yet who knew what might follow the death of an A-class forbidden beast? In such circumstances, with Su Yu being the strongest, they wished to conserve his strength for the impending crisis. Yet, this was merely their internal thought. As Su Yu had articulated, defeating a B-class forbidden beast was nearly their limit. Perhaps, when in peak condition, they could handle an A-class beast together. However, after the previous battle, their condition had deteriorated significantly. Engaging in a forced confrontation would yield uncertain results. Ultimately, they were restrained by Su Yu and silently settled on the back of the armored dragon tortoise to recuperate, racing against time to restore their strength. The extent of the impending crisis was unknown. Clearly, the best course of action was to regain their abilities. As for Leng Feng, he took on the role of a sentinel. In the face of such formidable foes, he would merely be sacrificing himself by joining the fray. Thus, he remained on the tortoise's back, serving as a scout. Meanwhile, as Su Yu observed the two resting with closed eyes, his gaze shifted to the distant expanse of desert. On the horizon, a black that was rapidly approaching. In mere moments, it reached a point not far from the armored dragon tortoise. Surprisingly, despite being an A-class forbidden beast, the celestial horned ant was roughly the same height as Su Yu and his companions, appearing diminutive beneath the tortoise. However, the terrifying aura emanating from the celestial horned ant rendered the armored dragon tortoise motionless, paralyzed with fear. Even Su Yu's expression turned serious. Although the celestial horned ant was not as powerful as he, it was not an adversary to be taken lightly. Chapter 74. Believing that Su Yu achieved victory with ease armed. With a soft exclamation, Su Yu erupted with intense heat. A fiery red armor materialized, enveloping his entire body. The illusory scale armor was once again activated by Su Yu. He aimed to utilize this battle to unlock the abilities of the Super Beast armor, preparing himself for the impending unknown crisis. In the live stream, viewers from the Dragon Nation erupted with excitement upon witnessing Su Yu's familiar armor. Look, Brother Su is about to take action. I remember, this is the illusory scale armor. With Brother Su in action, it seems there is no danger. For some reason, the anxiety that had been hanging in my heart has completely dissipated. Not only the Dragon Nation viewers were thrilled. Even the three hosts in the official live stream relaxed their tensed expressions upon seeing Su Yu engage in battle. To them, with Su Yu in action, everything felt as secure as a rock. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, the moment Su Yu completed the illusory scale armor, his figure transformed into a streak of light. Appearing right before the heavenly horned ant, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. On the other side, although the heavenly horned ant and Apos' size was not commensurate with the title of an A-class forbidden beast, its raw strength was terrifying. Faced with Su Yu and Apos' punch, it made no hesitation and chose to confront it head-on. Bang! The ant and Apos' slender forelimbs collided fiercely with Su Yu and Apos' right fist. At the moment of contact, a terrifying force surged forth, creating a whirlwind that radiated outward. Countless dust and sand were swept up, and invisible ripples of energy spread wildly in all directions. Not far away, the armored dragon turtle was violently lifted by this overwhelming force, crashing into the distance. Uncle Jiao, who was deciphering the maze, immediately seized Leng Feng and departed from the turtle and Appo's back. Bai Yuekui and Li Qing also leaped up at the first opportunity. When they landed steadily, the four of them gazed in astonishment at the billowing dust clouds in the distance. The mere aftermath of the collision between the two had sent the massive armored dragon turtle flying. What a terrifying display of strength. In that moment, they clearly recognized the fearsome nature of an A-class forbidden beast. Bai Yuekui and Li Qing felt an immense sense of relief, thankful that Su Yu had intervened. Confronting such terrifying power, they acknowledged that they were entirely incapable of withstanding it. Even at their peak, they would only seek opportunities for a flanking strike, let alone a direct confrontation. Of course, the shock was not limited to Bai Yuekui and the others. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast shared the same sentiment, although they lacked understanding of the true terror of an A-class forbidden beast. Witnessing the aftermath of the battle that had sent the armored dragon turtle flying was enough to exceed their comprehension. No wonder the Korean team suffered such catastrophic losses. With such overwhelming power, survival seemed improbable. An A-class forbidden beast was indeed terrifying to this degree. Such raw strength was astounding. One could only conclude that both combatants were anomalies. In an instant, the live stream became a cacophony of voices as everyone discussed the unfolding events. Their previously settled hearts once again filled with trepidation. Was Su Yu truly a match for the immensely powerful heavenly horned ant? Within the ancient forbidden land, amidst the swirling dust storm, Su Yu and the heavenly horned ant were still locked in a fierce contest of strength. Their forelimbs and right palm collided with tremendous force, an unending surge of power erupting and exploding forth. Neither was willing to yield, each striving to overpower the other. The surrounding sandy ground could hardly withstand the shockwaves emanating from their clash, visibly collapsing under the pressure. The swirling yellow sand was continuously drawn into the tempest. At this moment, Su Yu felt a profound astonishment. The power of the heavenly horned ant exceeded his expectations. Its raw strength was so formidable that he found himself perilously on the defensive. Of course, this was also due to his lack of access to the super beast armor. Were he able to summon the illusory divine beast, a single stomp would suffice to vanquish it. However, Su Yu was undeniably feeling the pressure. In terms of sheer brute strength, he was outmatched by the heavenly horned ant. But who said that life and death battles were limited to close-quarters combat? Just as the heavenly horned ant began to gain the upper hand, a wave of scorching heat enveloped Su Yu, flames flickering around him. Then, under the astonished gaze of the heavenly horned ant, he bellowed, "Fire! Cloud! Technique!" In an instant, the terrifying heat condensed into a sphere, surging into Su Yu's right palm before erupting violently. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the heavenly horned ant was sent hurtling backward into the distance. Seizing the moment, Su Yu did not relent. He pressed the advantage, summoning intense heat once more. The oppressive flames danced ominously in his palm before crashing down upon the heavenly horned ant again. The cacophony of explosions resounded once more. The unfortunate heavenly horned ant, earnestly contesting in raw strength, found itself subjected to a relentless barrage of fire. However, upon witnessing this scene, the viewers erupted in exhilaration, believing that Su Yu had achieved an overwhelming victory. Yet, as the wielder of these powers, Su Yu's expression was grave. His gaze fixated on the area of the explosions. His fists instinctively clenched. He could distinctly sense that the life force of the heavenly horned ant had not diminished. On the contrary, it was rapidly expanding. Chapter 75. The clarity of vision returned once more, awakening a colossal energy that puzzled Su Yu, though he had not activated the beast armament. Preventing his extraordinary power from being fully unleashed, the might of the fire cloud technique should not be negligible. Yet, from his perception, the heavenly horned ant appeared not only unscathed, but increasingly formidable. As Su Yu marveled, a figure, radiant with a sanguine glow, surged through the swirling sands, rapidly closing the distance. In an instinctive response, Su Yu raised his hand to shield himself. A thunderous impact resonated as he was propelled away like a cannonball, while the blood-tinged heavenly horned ant pursued relentlessly, seemingly intent on denying him a moment's respite. As he soared through the air, witnessing the ant's imminent attack, Su Yu bellowed, "Phantom Qilin Dash!" In the blink of an eye, a crimson motorcycle, emblazoned with the Qilin insignia, surged forward. Just as the heavenly horned ant was poised to strike, it was violently thrust aside. Following this, a mechanical whirring filled the air as the motorcycle transformed into a flying apparatus adhering to Su Yu and Appo's rear. With flames ablaze and an overwhelming thrust, it halted Su Yu's backward trajectory, suspending him mid-air. Meanwhile, the dislodged heavenly horned ant, seemingly unscathed, charged anew at Su Yu. Observing its near-perfect condition, A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Yu's eyes. The fire cloud technique had failed to inflict any damage, instead intensifying the ant's bloodlust. Sensing an ominous presence lurking, Su Yu understood that time was not on his side. Without hesitation, he spoke coldly, "Doppelganger." In an instant, a duplicate that mirrored Su Yu appeared beneath him. Due to the constraints of his armed form, not all of his extraordinary energy could be utilized. Thus, he summoned this avatar. In the eyes of the bewildered onlookers, the doppelganger silently produced a dragon form energy lock commanding armament. In that moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, accompanied by a piercing chill. A suit of cerulean armor materialized around the doppelganger, signifying the completion of the dragon combat armament. This unforeseen spectacle caused the heavenly horn ant to halt mid-attack, hesitation flickering across its features as it beheld two formidable adversaries. Despite its formidable physique, able to withstand the onslaught of the fire cloud technique, facing two opponents left it feeling unsure. However, sensing the looming dread, Su Yu could not afford to hold back. The red and blue figures exchanged a glance before launching their assault. In an instant, scorching heat and frigid cold permeated the desert, unleashing terrifying elemental forces. On Su Yu's side, countless grains of sand erupted with explosive sounds under the intense heat, amplifying the surrounding temperature as raging flames coalesced into a massive fireball. Conversely, the doppelganger emanated an icy chill, transforming countless icicles into a lotus platform enveloping it, while a mantle of extreme frost gradually encased the avatar. Subsequently, the icicles shattered, raining down like white light. Under the influence of the frigid power, this light condensed into ice spikes, targeting the distant heavenly horn ant. Two lethal strikes were now locked onto their prey. From afar, the heavenly horn ant wore a grave expression, sensing a formidable threat. Cloaked in crimson light, it, adept in brute force, lacked any elemental attack capabilities. Its sole talent, bloodlust, relied on igniting its bloodline to enhance its speed and strength. Yet, even so, the ant did not retreat. It chose to confront the impending onslaught head-on. Su Yu, unyielding, gathered a massive fireball in his palm, which morphed into a crimson beam, hurtling forth. Simultaneously, the ice spikes surrounding the doppelganger erupted, a flurry of white projectiles racing toward the heavenly horn ant. As the fireball and ice spikes converged, they did not collide and dissipate. Rather, they melded into a colossal ice spike, enveloped in searing heat, spiraling toward the ant. In the distance, the heavenly horn ant roared defiantly, opting to meet the assault with its own flesh. Its forelimbs glimmered with an otherworldly red as it struck the ice spike with tremendous force. In that instant, a terrifying explosion reverberated, engulfing the collision point in a cloud of white smoke, obscuring all sight. No one could discern the outcome of the clash. Only Su Yu slowly turned, exposing his back as he gazed into the distance, seemingly unconcerned with the battle's progress. Moments later, the white mist gradually dissipated, restoring clarity to the scene. Curious gazes turned toward the epicenter of the explosion, but to their astonishment, nothing remained. Indeed, apart from the massive crater left in the aftermath, there was naught but emptiness. Chapter 76. The Inner Turmoil of All Ding. The detection of the illusory scale armor and the Dragon War armor has been initiated. Character compatibility, perfect. The compatibility of the illusory scale armor, Dragon War armor, Phoenix Feather armor, and Cloud Bat armor has increased by 5%. The compatibility of the illusory scale armor has reached 50%. The Super Beast armor, Illusory Divine Scale has been officially unlocked. The Master can engage in Super Beast armor transformation at any time. After vanquishing the Celestial Horned Ant, Su Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to the Super Beast armor template. Upon witnessing a series of notifications, particularly the final one, the tension that had gripped his heart completely dissipated. The Super Beast armor was indeed unlocked. Thus, even in the face of lurking terrors, Su Yu felt no fear. With the Super Beast armor in hand, the brave fear nothing. Meanwhile, Bai Yuekui and the others, equally astonished, found solace upon witnessing the obliteration of the Celestial Horned Ant. To them, the so-called S-class forbidden beasts were mere facades. The appearance of an A-class forbidden beast was already the pinnacle of threats. With Su Yu present, A-class forbidden beasts posed no danger. They merely needed to wait for Uncle Jio to unravel the maze, and everything would settle. The improvement in the situation allowed the trio to shed their burdens. However, Uncle Jio, who was unclear about Su Yu's true strength, wore an unusually grave expression. In the depths of his being, he sensed an extraordinarily terrifying presence, a dread that sent chills down his spine. Even after receiving rewards, he felt confident in his ability to slay A-class forbidden beasts. Yet, confronted with this looming terror, his self-assurance wavered. In an instant, the speed at which he was deciphering the maze slowed, his gaze shifting towards Su Yu in the distance. He was uncertain if Su Yu could withstand the lurking dread. Judging solely by Su Yu's demonstrated prowess, it appeared a daunting task, nearly insurmountable. At this moment, aside from Su Yu and Uncle Gio, no one else was privy to the impending calamity, especially the citizens of Long Nation. After the initial shock, they were now brimming with excitement, eager to set off fireworks in celebration. In their eyes, the most terrifying A-class forbidden beast had been eradicated by Su Yu. What could possibly impede their nation's exit from peril? Indeed, Su Xiaoga proved to be their strongest support. With him around, they felt as secure as a rock. They could finally breathe easy, undaunted by the prospect of further A-class forbidden beasts. Where had the mocking foreigners gone? Why were they silent now? Judging by their earlier attitudes, they could expect a reckoning in the future. Even Ma Fanshu in the official live broadcast room wore an expression of joy on her beautiful face. With Su Xiaoga present, there was indeed a sense of reassurance. However, beside her, Lei Zhan furrowed his brows tightly, sensing something amiss in Uncle Gio's demeanor. Regrettably, he could not ascertain the specifics and chose to remain silent. Yet, at that moment, a cold female voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Warning! 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 Detected S-Class Forbidden Beast, Bloodthirsty Demon Ape is approaching. Detected S-Class Forbidden Beast, Bloodthirsty Demon Ape is approaching. Detected S-Class Forbidden Beast, Bloodthirsty Demon Ape is approaching. The Forbidden Beast possesses extraordinary strength, beyond your capacity to confront. Please evacuate swiftly. The Forbidden Beast possesses extraordinary strength, beyond your capacity to confront. Please evacuate swiftly. The Forbidden Beast possesses extraordinary strength, beyond your capacity to confront. Please evacuate swiftly. The consecutive warnings left everyone's faces pale with shock. They had barely recovered from the recent threat of the A-class Forbidden Beast when a new terror arrived. Leaping over A and S levels to directly confront them as an S-class threat. This was the highest level of warning concerning forbidden beasts. Panic swept through the crowd. The citizens of Long Nation were aghast. An S-class forbidden beast? It was over, utterly over. The earlier A-class celestial horned ant had already posed a considerable challenge for Su Xiaoga. Now, facing an S-class beast, was it not a blatant declaration of war against their nation's hero? Uncle Gio had yet to solve the maze, and even escaping the danger zone seemed impossible. Was this truly the end? Indeed, in the face of an S-class forbidden beast, despair overwhelmed every heart. If it were possible, they would willingly sacrifice half the nation and Appos' resources for a chance at Su Yu and his companions and Appos' survival. Alas, such was merely a fanciful wish in their hearts. Chapter 77. The great battle has yet to begin. The universe remains unsettled meanwhile. Those foreign netizens who had originally kept a low profile to avoid repercussions began to emerge one by one, mocking the situation with sharp and cutting remarks that stirred deep emotions. In their eyes, the 5 individuals from the Dragon Kingdom were undeniably doomed. Even if reinforcements were to arrive, they could hardly believe that such extraordinary figures would appear again. Consequently, without any restraint, a torrent of scornful taunts ensued. In response to the barrage of derision from foreign netizens, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom remained silent, not out of inability to retort, but rather an utter lack of spirit. Their hearts were entirely focused on the 5 individuals, Su Yu and his companions. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother fervently prayed, hoping to spare the lives of the 5 heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. For them, the safety of Su Yu and his comrades outweighed all the resources of their nation. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, upon hearing the ominous announcement, Cold Feng and Appos' expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively glanced at his companion, Uncle Gio. It was only then that he noticed the grave concern etched on Uncle Gio and Appos' face. Without needing to voice his thoughts, Cold Feng understood that even someone as formidable as Uncle Gio felt a profound sense of helplessness. Involuntarily, the gazes of the 4 men fell upon Su Yu below. To them, Su Yu had become the last beacon of hope. However, this did not imply that they expected him to confront the S-class forbidden beast alone. While they acknowledged Su Yu and Appos' strength, they deemed it overly ambitious to take on such a formidable foe single-handedly. What they awaited was Su Yu and Appos' command, Should they disperse, all 5 would perish, but united, they might still have a sliver of hope. Yet, at that moment, Suyu appeared oblivious to the anxious stares of his companions. Instead, gazing into the distance. In the far-off horizon, a colossal figure, towering between 40 to 50 meters, was advancing towards them with thunderous steps that sent tremors through the ground. The once tranquil sands vibrated under the weight of the approaching behemoth. In mere moments, the bloodthirsty demon ape loomed before them, its near 50-meter frame appearing to reach the heavens, compelling all to look up in awe, as if it had no end. With its muscular limbs cloaked in crimson fur, it was not an exaggeration to say that even a single hair from the creature surpassed the height of the 5 men. As the bloodthirsty demon ape lowered its head slightly, its blue face and sharp fangs became visible, paired with its blood-red eyes that exuded an aura of terror. In that instant, an unprecedented sense of oppression washed over the 5, striking at their very core. Even those with comparable strength would feel trepidation in the presence of such a monstrous entity, let alone the 5 whose combined might paled in comparison to that of the bloodthirsty demon ape. Yet, the most terrified of all was not Cold Feng and his companions, nor the global audience watching the live stream, but rather the Xuanjia dragon turtle, which had dragged Uncle Jiao and the others along, as a fellow forbidden beast. The bloodthirsty demon ape instilled an innate sense of dread within it, silencing the typically loquacious creature. It retracted its head and limbs into its shell, not daring to cast a glance at the fearsome beast. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, 4 billion viewers fell into a profound silence. Not only the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom but even foreign observers were struck with fear at the sight of the gigantic ape. After what felt like an eternity of quietude, the previously fervent prayers of the Dragon Kingdom's populace ceased, their gazes fixated on the screen before them. All external noise faded away. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's people, only the colossal, terrifying figure of the giant ape and the diminutive presence of Suyu and his companions remained. As the foreign spectators, after recovering from their shock, began to revel in their amusement, they jeered, "This time, we shall see how you escape your demise. Against such a monster, what do you have to counter? Simply await your fate. Why complicate matters? It has been proven that your Dragon Kingdom is not invincible. Now prepare to watch your so-called heroes be slaughtered. No, it shall be more akin to being crushed like ants." The anticipation of such a spectacle was palpable in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. The eyes of Ma Fanshu and his companions instinctively turned towards Suyu. To them, he was undoubtedly their last hope. Despite an inner understanding that Suyu might have exhausted all hidden abilities, they still clung to a flicker of hope, as he was regarded as the strongest in their hearts. This sentiment was shared by 1 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Confronted by the bloodthirsty demon ape and Appo's sinister grin, Uncle Jiao and his companions displayed unwavering resolve, their faces reflecting a steely determination to embrace their fate. Even Cold Feng, the weakest among them, felt no fear at that moment. In the face of a formidable foe, they chose to stand with their comrades until the very end. However, just as Uncle Jiao and his companions prepared to rush to Suyu's side, an unforeseen change occurred. Below in the sands, Suyu raised his left hand slightly, and flames erupted around it. With a sudden grip, countless sparks erupted forth. In the next moment, Suyu directed his palm skyward before positioning it before his chest. A blazing fireball materialized, crashing into the sand below. Simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Super Beast, armed," with a resounding boom. As the fireball struck the ground, a crimson halo emerged, extending across several dozen meters. At its center, the mark of the Qilin radiated forth. In an instant, torrents of fiery red light cascaded around. Suyu's figure was suddenly lifted into the air by an invisible force, meeting the piercing gaze of the bloodthirsty demon ape. Witnessing the diminutive figure of an ant rise to its level, the bloodthirsty demon ape instinctively hesitated, ready to strike. Yet, at that critical juncture, a colossal form began to materialize within the fiery red halo below, causing the bloodthirsty demon ape to pause, warily watching Suyu without making a rash move. In response, Suyu's lips curled upwards as he bellowed, "Illusory Qilin Beast." In the next moment, radiant blue starlight flickered at Suyu's side, descending slowly before the astonished gazes of all. Meanwhile, within the fiery red halo below, a colossal beast resembling a fire Qilin, standing 50 meters tall and 30 meters long, emerged before everyone. It leaped into the air and landed heavily upon the sand, its icy gaze fixated menacingly on the bloodthirsty demon ape. Suyu's form, guided by the blue starlight, approached the illusory Qilin beast, radiating golden brilliance as he merged with it. Within a confined, azure space, a fiery red silhouette gradually took shape at the center of a circular platform. Countless crimson rays converged, and as they dispersed, Suyu's figure materialized upon the circular platform. At that moment, the previously tranquil illusory Qilin beast standing on the sandy ground suddenly let out a furious roar, leaping high into the air. The familiar voice resonated once more in everyone in Dapos' ears, illusory Qilin god. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the once fiery red, fire-like steel behemoth began to morph in midair. The mechanical sounds echoed repeatedly, while blinding red light erupted, causing everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Moments later, as the crimson glow gradually receded, all were eager to open their eyes and behold a towering figure, 100 meters high, adorned in fiery red armor with a Qilin head emblazoned upon its chest. Surrounding it, countless fiery red sparks swirled, which then detonated suddenly. This unexpected spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. Even the formidable bloodthirsty demon ape instinctively took a few steps back, clearly wary of the giant now standing before it. Below, the four individuals atop the Xuanjia dragon turtle were equally astounded, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief, astonishment, and awe. Particularly, Cold Peak, with mouth agape as if to swallow an egg whole, stammered in awe. What on earth is this? In the Dragon Kingdom and Apos' live stream, the expressions of countless netizens mirrored Cold Peak and Apos' astonishment, if not more exaggerated. They gaped at the two titanic figures in a standoff, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Silence. An extended silence enveloped the scene, as the extraordinary sight left a look of shock on every face. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a scene possible. Minutes passed as the crowd gradually emerged from their stupor. What in the world is this? May I boldly ask, is this created by Brother Su? Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's called the illusory Qilin god. Is this truly the hidden power of Brother Su? This is shocking beyond belief, absolutely terrifying. I always knew Brother Su was invincible. Didn't you say otherwise just moments ago? But it doesn't matter. Brother Su is my deity. Once the initial shock subsided, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Although the two colossal entities had yet to engage in battle, in the eyes of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, Suyu had already become synonymous with victory. As long as they were on equal footing, victory was assuredly his. In that moment, some even began to celebrate a victory preemptively. Simultaneously, foreign spectators fell into silence, their expressions a tumult of anger, confusion, fear, and trepidation. Witnessing Suyu summon such a terrifying entity left them shaken. Reflecting on their earlier arrogant proclamations, it was easy to foresee the consequences they would face should the Dragon Kingdom emerge triumphant from this calamity. At that instant, countless foreign onlookers were thrown into disarray. Even their leaders appeared flustered, prompting many presidents to reach out to the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom before the battle had even commenced, before the fate of the world had been determined. Yet, how could the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, now wholly focused on Suyu, find the time to engage in discussions with those presidents? It was preposterous. Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, they would not be deterred from watching the live stream from this forbidden ground. Chapter 78. Is this the true power of Brother Su? In the ancient Forbidden Land, two colossal beings faced off against each other. The bloodthirsty demon ape cautiously scrutinized the illusory unicorn, its towering form looming significantly above its own. A flicker of trepidation crossed its mind. However, as an S-rank forbidden beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape harbored its own pride. Having roamed the Forbidden Land for countless years, it could not simply turn and flee due to fear. Instead, the bloodthirsty demon ape, filled with eagerness, fixated its gaze on the illusory unicorn, its demeanor gradually shifting to one of excitement. With a deafening roar, it tilted its head back and unleashed a thunderous bellow, its right foot slamming down forcefully as its massive form charged toward the illusory unicorn. Its crimson eyes locked onto Suyu, and with a fist enveloped in thick fur, it launched a ferocious strike. In response, Suyu remained unfazed, his own right fist clenched tightly as he opted to meet the brute force head-on. A resounding crash reverberated through the air as the two titanic entities collided. In an instant, the ground around them, spanning nearly 100 miles, sank beneath their weight. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, kicking up clouds of sand and debris, creating a deadly tempest. Ripples of energy expanded in every direction, while the very fabric of space around them emitted ominous cracking sounds. The oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings, leaving an atmosphere thick with tension. Below, Uncle Gio discerned the perilous situation and swiftly led the three companions to retreat. Yet, Even with their hasty withdrawal, they could not evade the repercussions of the unleashed energy. Fortunately, after enhancing his power, Uncle Gio and Appo's skills improved, and he conjured a faint golden talisman that barely shielded the four from harm before they hastily departed the main battlefield. The clash between two peak powerhouses was so formidable that even the usually defensive Xuanjia dragon turtle transformed into a diminutive creature, trembling in cold foam and Appo's grasp. The overwhelming pressure from the bloodthirsty demon ape rendered it utterly immobilized. Only upon Suyu summoning the illusory unicorn did the Xuanjia dragon turtle cautiously revert to its miniaturized form, allowing cold foam to carry it away from the main conflict. Once they had distanced themselves from the central battleground, Uncle Gio and his companions sought refuge atop a higher sand dune to observe the unfolding events. From their vantage point, they witnessed the dazzling clash of crimson and violet lights. Initially, the four believed the two titans were locked in a stalemate. However, in the next moment, the blinding red light erupted with an overwhelming intensity, a suffocating energy expanding outward as flames flickered into existence. The illusory unicorn and Appo's right fist surged with newfound strength, the terrifying aura detonating between the two colossal beings. Another thunderous explosion echoed, shattering the previously indecisive standoff. The bloodthirsty demon ape and Appo's right fist was forcefully repelled, its nearly 100-meter frame involuntarily retreating. Deep grooves were etched into the sand beneath it as it staggered back several dozen meters before finally halting, shaking its scorched right hand in agony and letting out a series of anguished roars. Cautiously, it fixed its gaze on Suyu, its large eyes occasionally flickering with apprehension. Since becoming an S-rank forbidden beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape had been the undisputed ruler of this land. Aside from other entities within the forbidden zone, it had roamed freely wherever it desired. Yet now, it found itself wounded by a creature summoned by what it considered an insignificant ant. This realization ignited a fury within it, coupled with an undeniable sense of pressure. The once invulnerable brute strength it prided itself on faltered in the face of a formidable opponent, leaving it in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, the illusory unicorn stood resolutely in place, unscathed and unwavering. The disparity in power was starkly evident, leaving the four observers in awe. Uncle Gio, watching the bloodthirsty demon ape and Appo's hesitation to engage, felt a storm of emotion surging within him. The true strength of Brother Su was indeed unfathomable, with abilities that astonished all. Old Taoist expressed his admiration, acknowledging, "I share the same sentiments. This enigmatic super beast armor is genuinely astounding. Even if the abbot were present, he would be no match. Having Brother Su as a companion truly brings a sense of security." Beside them, Bai Yuekui remained silent, while Cold Foam was utterly dumbfounded, mouth agape as he stared into the distance. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "What kind of person is Brother Su? Since our first encounter, he has consistently surprised us. Each time I believed he had unveiled all his secrets, he revealed even more terrifying abilities. It is truly astonishing." Not only were Uncle Gio and his companions deeply moved, but countless netizens from Dragon Nation were equally stunned. My goodness, Brother Su is incredibly formidable. Competing in strength with a giant resembling a gorilla and emerging victorious. What immense power. Are you joking? Did you not hear Brother Su mention the illusory unicorn? What right does a mere gorilla have to fight against a deity? The illusory unicorn is truly terrifying. As for the foreign critics, they fell silent, unable to respond to the barrage of commentary. Oh my god, is Dragon Nation openly using cheats? Is no one going to intervene? What is this illusory unicorn? And why is it so fearsome? Even S-rank forbidden beasts cannot defeat the 5 from Dragon Nation? This world is too unbelievable. I cannot accept this reality. In an instant, the comment section erupted with fervor. All eyes remained glued to the astonishing spectacle before them. Just as it seemed the 5 from Dragon Nation were on the brink of annihilation, the sudden appearance of the illusory unicorn left them in disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Within Dragon Nation and Appo's live stream, Ma Fanshu observed the screen before her, releasing a deep sigh as her worries dissipated. Gazing at the imposing illusory unicorn, nearly 100 meters tall, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Is this the true power of Brother Su? I long to engage with him. The dire predicament had been turned around by Su Yu's sheer will, igniting a surge of affection within Ma Fanshu. Each time they faced a crisis, he managed to deliver a surprise. Who could resist such a man? At least, she found it impossible to do so. Chapter 79. A glimmer of fury in his eyes. Even Lei Zhan, who stood beside him, could not help but exhale in relief. With Su Xiaoge present in our dragon nation, we are indeed as steadfast as a rock, looking down upon all. At this moment, Wang Lin, who had already established himself as a harmonious star, chuckled. I knew it. Su Xiaoge definitely has some hidden trump cards up his sleeve. Now, do you all believe? With Su Xiaoge here, our dragon nation shall remain safe and sound. The title of guardian deity is truly well-deserved, thanks to Wang Lin and Appo's mediation. The previously tense atmosphere gradually lightened. Everyone instinctively gazed at the screen, where the magnificent illusionary unicorn loomed large. For the men, who among them has not harbored dreams of heroism in their youth? Faced with such a formidable battle armor, how could one possibly refuse? For the women, the allure of a man like Suyu is equally irresistible. With him by their side, they felt utterly secure. A profound sense of safety enveloped the hearts of all. In the ancient forbidden grounds, the bloodthirsty demon ape fixed its glaring eyes upon Suyu. Knowing that its strength was inferior, it dared not act rashly. Its not-so-intelligent mind was still secretly pondering strategies, causing its emotions to grow increasingly agitated. However, the bloodthirsty demon ape's reluctance to initiate an attack did not imply that Suyu would refrain from doing so. In his eyes, having completed the super beast armor, the bloodthirsty demon ape before him appeared pitifully weak. Thus, Suyu felt no inclination to waste time. He wished to swiftly conclude the battle, depart the danger zone, and claim his reward. And so, Suyu moved. Under the uncertain gaze of the bloodthirsty demon ape, the colossal illusionary unicorn unleashed a powerful fist strike once more. This scene rendered the bloodthirsty demon ape's expression exceedingly grave. Observing the striking similarity of the impending punch, it secretly gathered its strength. As an S-rank forbidden beast, it harbored its own pride. Even though it was well aware of its physical inferiority, it refused to cower in such a moment. With a roar, the bloodthirsty demon ape swung its right fist in an attempt to counter. However, as Suyu approached, he suddenly retracted his right fist. In midair, he executed a nimble backflip, and then delivered a fierce kick directly onto the bloodthirsty demon ape and Appo's fist. Boom. The anticipated clash of fists did not occur. The bloodthirsty demon ape, betting its dignity on this battle, faced Suyu and Appo's powerful kick. Crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed. The bloodthirsty demon ape's right hand visibly sank and twisted into an irregular shape, its internal bones ruthlessly shattered by Suyu's kick. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty demon ape's body was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the distant sandy ground. The impact of its 100-meter frame hitting the earth sent up a cloud of dust. Suyu, undeterred, rapidly pursued. He reappeared before the bloodthirsty demon ape, stomping down forcefully on its chest. Grabbing the bloodthirsty demon ape and Appo's right arm, he yanked with all his might. With a tearing sound, the bloodthirsty demon ape's right arm was ripped off as if it were mere paper, flung mercilessly away. Blood gushed forth from the severed limb, and piercing cries of agony erupted. In that moment, unprecedented pain and fury surged through the bloodthirsty demon ape. The beast within it awakened. Its crimson eyes fixated fiercely on Suyu, roaring in rage. Enough of the noise. Suyu replied impatiently and with a swift kick. He sent the bloodthirsty demon ape flying once more. This scene left everyone utterly stunned, especially Lei Zhan, Wang Lin, and the others watching from afar, who instinctively rubbed their eyes. After confirming that they were not imagining things, they still questioned in disbelief. Uncle Gio, I didn't just see that, did I? That monkey had its arm ripped off, and then it screamed in pain and got kicked away. Uncle Gio, with a complex expression, glanced at Lei Zhan, wanting to say something but unsure how to articulate it. Ultimately, he simply nodded silently. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. With Uncle Gio's confirmation, Lei Zhan fully accepted what he had just witnessed. The surreal scene before him. Wow. After holding back for so long, he could only utter these two words, perfectly encapsulating his current feelings. Meanwhile, countless internet users watching the live stream, upon witnessing the grim spectacle on their screens and hearing Lei Zhan's exclamation, instinctively nodded in agreement. Very reasonable, very perfect. However, abroad, the onlookers were aghast. Oh my dear God, please open your eyes and take a look. What sort of monsters are these Dragon Nation people? Have you abandoned your devout followers and taken on the form of a Dragon Nation citizen? Almighty God, if the people of Dragon Nation are this perverse, will you not intervene? Where is the Sun Goddess? Why does she not come forth to eradicate these cursed Dragon Nation people? O Moonlight Sovereign, your people are in dire need of your assistance. If we are to be judged by the Dragon Nation, can I at least steal a female star and amp, Oppo's, underwear? To this, the Dragon Nation netizens responded, stop praying. Just go ahead and meet your so-called god. Ask him if he dares to step onto our territory. Do you really think our Dragon Nation deities are mere decorations? Remember these foreign devils. Once this is over, we will settle the score. Praying is futile. War is justified. By the way, that guy who wants to steal underwear. He must be a little off. The culture of the small island has always been like this. One gets used to it. Even Ma Fanshu, Lei Zhan, and Wang Lin in the live stream couldn't help but chuckle at the barrage of comments. This batch of netizens is truly entertaining. However, amid the humor, the accounts that needed settling were still to be noted. Those who wished for misfortune to befall the Dragon Nation were duly remembered, and the reckoning would inevitably follow. Yet, just as the three in the live stream were about to speak, the subsequent scene left everyone stunned. They stared blankly at the screen, their faces filled with bewilderment. Not only were the three rendered speechless, but countless viewers watching the live broadcast were equally taken aback. In the ancient Forbidden Grounds, a severed and broken arm lay desolately on the sandy ground, surrounded by a pool of crimson blood. The once golden sand was stained a deep red. Yet, even this dismembered arm exuded an aura of terrifying dominance. No creature dared to approach within dozens of miles. From afar, a massive giant ape, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise. Its right arm was missing. By the looks of the severed end, it had been brutally torn apart. At this moment, the giant ape ceased its futile howling, its eyes wide with fury as it fixated on Suyu in the distance. A glimmer of madness flickered in its gaze. Chapter 80. The tip of the spear pierces and then retracts. Thud. 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 A heart-stirring sound reverberated. The bloodthirsty demon ape, after rising, did not strike immediately. Instead, it relentlessly pounded the sandy ground with its remaining left arm, producing a sound akin to a war drum. The earth around trembled under the strain. Clouds of dust swirled, obscuring the vision. Simultaneously, under the relentless assault of the bloodthirsty demon ape, the sand began to crack open. A pitch-black iron rod, measuring several dozen meters, slowly emerged. The rod shimmered with an eerie black light, exuding an exceptionally sinister aura. Upon the appearance of the black iron rod, a flicker of human-like excitement crossed the face of the bloodthirsty demon ape. It grasped the rod with its left hand, its gaze turning increasingly frenzied and cruel as it looked at Suyu. Clearly, having acquired a weapon it was adept with, the bloodthirsty demon ape shed its previous despondency and radiated confidence, as if it could easily subdue Suyu with a mere gesture. Roar. The exhilarated bloodthirsty demon ape could not restrain itself and let out a long howl. Holding the iron rod in its left hand, it charged towards Suyu. The black iron rod scraped against the sandy ground, emitting a piercing sound as countless sparks flew. In an instant, it was upon Suyu. The long-awaited iron rod was raised high and brought down forcefully towards Suyu. In response, Suyu remained unfazed. He retreated slightly, deftly dodging the iron rod's strike. Raising his right hand, an intense heat enveloped the air, and a fiery red glow erupted forth. Amongst the flames, a spear adorned with the mark of a Qilin faintly materialized. In the next moment, the spear, engulfed in flames, fully manifested. Suyu clasped it tightly in his right hand and suddenly thrust it upwards. Bang! The spear struck the bloodthirsty demon ape with ferocity. The terrifying heat left a deep imprint on the creature's body, flames enveloping it as it began to burn. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty demon ape was knocked back by the force of the spear. However, this was merely the beginning. After repelling the bloodthirsty demon ape with one strike, Suyu did not relent. With the spear positioned behind him, he charged at the bloodthirsty demon ape once more. As he approached, the spear tip flickered and aimed directly at the creature's forehead. This scene ignited a wave of excitement among onlookers, as they speculated whether the bloodthirsty demon ape would meet its demise. Regrettably, at the critical moment, the bloodthirsty demon ape let out a furious roar. Using the iron rod to block the spear's tip, the anticipated scene of a headshot did not materialize. Though the bloodthirsty demon ape was again sent flying by the spear and Oppo's tremendous impact, it managed to preserve its life, gliding uncontrollably just above the ground. Seeing that his strike had not slain the bloodthirsty demon ape, Suyu did not pursue further. In his eyes, the creature appeared to be utterly useless. He would treat it merely as a plaything. On the other side, the bloodthirsty demon ape, having failed to retaliate and suffering significant injury, could no longer remain still. Suyu had imposed unprecedented pressure upon it. Whether in physical confrontation or when wielding its ancestral treasures, it had gained no advantage throughout the encounter. Instead, it had been left with a torn arm, igniting the fury of the creature, a dominator of the Forbidden Lands. A terrifying aura surged forth, fueled by the power from its bloodline. Behind the already colossal, bloodthirsty demon ape, a dark, wrathful figure resembling a golden-eyed guardian slowly emerged. Having survived in an area teeming with forbidden beasts and attaining S-class strength, the bloodthirsty demon ape possessed an extraordinary lineage. However, upon reaching S-class, it had rarely encountered adversaries and had long since ceased to rely on its bloodline's powers. Yet now, Suyu had instilled a true sense of crisis within it. Driven to desperation, the bloodthirsty demon ape unleashed its full potential. The power from its bloodline awakened entirely, and as black mist enveloped it, the wrathful guardian and Apos' figure gradually merged into the bloodthirsty demon ape. In an instant, a terrifying energy surged forth, crashing against the surroundings like a tidal wave. Even those far from the battlefield, such as Uncle Gio and the others, felt the suffocating pressure, just as the 4 humans and 1 beast prepared to distance themselves further. Suyu, who had been observing quietly, sprang into action. A brilliant red light, resembling a miniature sun, radiated around him, blindingly bright and forcing everyone to avert their gaze. Bathed in this crimson glow, Suyu raised his spear, clearly not intending to grant the bloodthirsty demon ape any further opportunity to strengthen itself. Even though the enhanced bloodthirsty demon ape would still be no match for him, Suyu found it implausible to allow his opponent to grow stronger before engaging. His thoughts were simple: swiftly eliminate this troublesome creature and depart the danger zone to claim his reward. This scene elicited cheers from the onlookers. Haha. Brother Su is truly decisive. He gives that monster no chance to grow stronger and seizes the moment to strike. Comparatively, those who allowed their foes opportunities to enhance themselves appeared somewhat foolish. Undoubtedly, Suyu and Apos' approach resonated deeply with the crowd. This was the demeanor a decisive warrior should embody. It seemed the tides of battle had turned. Not only did the citizens of Long Country rejoice, but even foreign observers quietly scoffed, muttering about the lack of martial ethics in the sneak attack. Of course, they inwardly acknowledged such actions, but Suyu was their adversary. They could hardly praise him in such moments. Within the ancient Forbidden Land, the bloodthirsty demon ape was awakening the powers within its bloodline. However, at this critical juncture, a fiery red spear suddenly appeared, thrusting fiercely toward the ape's heart. This sight instantly terrified the bloodthirsty demon ape, which instinctively raised the iron rod to block. Yet, in its hasty defense, how could it withstand Suyu's meticulously calculated lethal strike? As the bloodthirsty demon ape lifted the iron rod to defend, the spear tip slightly elevated, evading a direct clash with the rod. With a chilling sound of flesh shattering, the spear, having avoided a head-on collision with the iron rod, plunged deeply into the bloodthirsty demon ape's chest. Although the creature's desperate attempt to block had caused the spear to rise slightly, avoiding a fatal blow to the heart, it still penetrated just above the heart. The razor-sharp tip pierced through, creating a gaping hole in the bloodthirsty demon ape's body. Intense flames enveloped it, continuously searing its flesh. The sizzling sound of roasting meat, accompanied by an unusual aroma, filled the air as the flames rapidly spread the injury across the creature and Apos' chest. It seems as if one desires to incinerate not only the heart, but the entire body. Chapter 81. The other 4 have been annihilated. A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the air. The bloodthirsty demon ape relentlessly beat its chest, attempting to extinguish the flames that danced upon it. Yet, the fierce blaze persisted, akin to an eternal fire, remaining impervious to the ape's desperate attempts to quell it, and further incinerating its frail flesh. Just as the bloodthirsty demon ape found itself at a loss, a fierce black aura erupted from the wrathful golden figure behind it, engulfing the flames that flickered before its chest. The 2 energies clashed violently for several seconds before the last remnants of fire were finally extinguished. However, even with the flames extinguished, a deep mark remained on the ape's chest, its fur singed away and flesh charred, revealing the faint silhouette of its beating heart. Gasping heavily, the bloodthirsty demon ape warily fixed its gaze on Suyu, wary of a potential ambush. Nearby, Suyu observed the ape and Apos' demeanor with a slight smirk. Is it beginning to guard against my next strike? He mused. But can it truly withstand me? With that thought, Suyu sprang into action once more. The illusionary Lin god, armed with a spear, surged forward, its crimson-tipped spear resembling the scythe of death as it lunged towards the bloodthirsty demon ape. The sight left the ape and Appos' eyes wide with shock, its massive jaws uttering a string of words that were indiscernible, a mix of astonishment and rage. Su Yu, however, paid no heed to its outbursts. His spear was aimed squarely at the ape and Appos' head, signaling his intent to conclude the battle. As the formidable spear approached once again, the bloodthirsty demon ape could no longer remain passive. Its countenance twisted into a grotesque snarl as it charged forward, wielding a black iron rod, clearly prepared to fight for its life. This display amused Su Yu, prompting him to exert even more force. The spear, suffused with a radiant red glow, descended with tremendous power. In the next moment, the two colossal beings collided. Yet, at that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the bloodthirsty demon ape suddenly erupted with a dark light, its form becoming ethereal as it seemingly melded into the fabric of space, passing through Su Yu unharmed. Its objective was now the group of observers in the distance, comprising Uncle Jiao and his three companions. From the very beginning, the bloodthirsty demon ape had no intention of confronting Su Yu directly. Instead, it sought to exploit any opportunity to ambush Uncle Jiao and the others. Aware of its inferiority in strength compared to Su Yu, it aimed for the weaker prey, confident that among the four, there would be at least one individual who could deter Su Yu's intervention. One must commend the bloodthirsty demon ape for its cunning strategy. Initially, its imposing size had struck fear into all, causing them to overlook its intelligence. This was no ordinary beast. It was an S-class forbidden creature, a primate known for its intellect. Thus, it cleverly feigned a desperate fight against Su Yu, only to use its innate abilities to briefly conceal itself within the void, evading a potentially fatal blow. Subsequently, its focus shifted to Uncle Jiao and his companions, executing its plan with remarkable fluidity, successfully deceiving not only Su Yu but everyone present. From a distance, it was evident that Uncle Jiao and his allies were still reeling from shock, unable to react immediately as the bloodthirsty demon ape approached them. Tension gripped their hearts, fearing the next moment would unveil a horrifying scene. "No, please, don't let it happen," they implored. "Uncle Jiao, run. You must escape before it's too late." This treacherous creature had proven itself to be cunning and vile, an insidious threat. The only hope lay with Su Yu, for he seemed to be their last chance. In that moment, not only the viewers from Long Nation were anxious, but even the official host, Ma Fanshu, was visibly distressed, anxiously turning to Lei Zhan and Wang Lin. "Is there any way to save Uncle Jiao and the others? We cannot simply watch them perish." In this moment of desperation, Ma Fanshu lost his composure, resorting to frantic measures, oblivious to the reality of their situation. Even if Lei Zhan and Wang Lin had a plan, they could not convey it to those trapped within the forbidden zone. Moreover, facing the abrupt assault of an S-class forbidden beast, what could they possibly do? With a resigned shake of his head, Lei Zhan expressed, "Our hopes rest solely on Uncle Jiao and Su Yu. If Uncle Jiao can manage to withstand the bloodthirsty demon ape, it may grant Su Yu the time needed to intervene. If Uncle Jiao cannot hold out." His words trailed off, the implication clear to all. When faced with a sudden strike from an S-class forbidden beast, even the slightest delay could lead to a fatal outcome. Beside him, Wang Lin sighed in frustration. "It's a pity. We were so astonished by the size and power of that beast that we forgot it is a primate, known for its intelligence. Had we been more vigilant, we might have avoided this predicament." Nevertheless, it was too late for regrets. All they could do was hope that Su Yu possessed a hidden strategy to save Uncle Jiao and his companions in time. As silence enveloped the group, everyone stared intently at the screen, their expressions grave. Given the lost opportunity, the prospect of rescuing Uncle Jiao and the others seemed insurmountable. Even in their eyes, where Su Yu appeared almost celestial, the likelihood of success was dim. Yet, a flicker of hope remained within them, yearning for a miracle. Meanwhile, foreign spectators seized the moment to gloat. "Haha, at last, the heavens have opened their eyes. You claim to be powerful, Long Nation? Very well. We shall leave you with your strongest one, and Appos. The other four have been annihilated. Let us see if you remain so arrogant in the aftermath, and Appos, after watching for so long. You finally did not disappoint." While the unfolding events had vastly exceeded their expectations, they had not anticipated the turn of fate. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from seizing the opportunity to deride Long Nation. Chapter 82. In the desolate ancient forbidden land, the bloodthirsty demon ape, with its menacing visage, was rapidly approaching the four individuals, Uncle Jiao and his companions. On the sand dunes, Uncle Gio had already summoned several golden talismans in his hands. Cold Blade held a heavy weapon, silently locking his aim on the bloodthirsty demon ape. Behind Li Qing, the power of the divine dragon subtly enveloped them. Bai Yuekui brandished her long knife, her expression cold and unyielding. Even though they could not withstand the might of the bloodthirsty demon ape, they were equally unwilling to succumb without a fight. As long as the final moment had not arrived, they would exert every ounce of their strength to battle on. They would fight until the end, unrepentant even in death. The bloodthirsty demon ape regarded their resistance with a hint of human-like derision. To it, they were nothing more than 4 insignificant ants, easily crushed at its whim. Had it not been for the presence of Suyu behind it, it would have already obliterated the 4 without hesitation. However, just as the bloodthirsty demon ape prepared to subdue Uncle Gio and the others, an intense wave of searing heat surged from behind. Startled, the ape instinctively turned to look. What met its gaze was a crimson spear, radiating terrifying heat, hurtling towards it with great speed. The surrounding space visibly distorted under the overwhelming heat, as the once pristine void began to show signs of collapse. In that moment, as the bloodthirsty demon ape evaded Suyu's lethal strike using its innate ability, Suyu remained unfazed. Recognizing that conventional attacks would not harm the ape, he gathered his extraordinary powers and infused them into the spear. With a vigorous throw, the spear, enveloped in flames, shot forth like a meteor towards the bloodthirsty demon ape. The immense energy of the spear shattered the void along its path, and in the face of the ape's terror-stricken expression, the spear plunged forcefully into its chest. Even concealed within the void, the spear's might could not be concealed. Following the spear's devastating impact, the bloodthirsty demon ape's massive form was propelled past Uncle Gio and his companions, ultimately being pinned to the sandy ground in the distance. In an instant, clouds of dust swirled around, as the raging flames relentlessly consumed the flesh of the bloodthirsty demon ape, its agonized roars echoing through the air. It was difficult to imagine the extent of suffering the ape was enduring at that moment. Yet, just as Uncle Gio and his companions were momentarily stunned by the spectacle before them, Suyu's voice rang in their ears, urging them to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and dashed away, striving to distance themselves from the bloodthirsty demon ape, particularly Cold Blade, who lamented his lack of speed. Ultimately, he was seized by Li Qing, who pulled him away in haste, fearful of being caught in the ensuing battle. From a distance, upon seeing Uncle Gio and his companions create distance, Suyu ceased holding back. With his hands slightly arched backward, an overwhelming wave of searing flames erupted forth, suffocating in its intensity. He then raised his hands, bringing them together as a massive fireball manifested in his grasp, the terrifying energy continuously surging. In that moment, the entire desert transformed into a sea of flames. Suyu, his expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze on the bloodthirsty demon ape and intoned, "Fire, cloud, art." The next instant, the colossal fireball shot forth, targeting the distant bloodthirsty demon ape. This scene left all onlookers in sheer astonishment. The bloodthirsty demon ape sensed the imminent threat of death, thrashing in a futile attempt to escape. However, the spear held it firmly in place, rendering it immobile. Moments later, the gargantuan fireball closed in on the bloodthirsty demon ape, before erupting with a deafening roar. The explosion reverberated through the air, a sound so intense it left a ringing in the ears of all present, causing even Uncle Gio and his companions, positioned at a considerable distance, to experience a buzzing sensation. Fortunately, the aftermath of the explosion did not reach them. Instead, the location of the bloodthirsty demon ape was engulfed in flames, a raging inferno consuming all. No one could discern what lay within the firestorm. This spectacle left everyone utterly speechless. From Suyu's timely intervention to the explosive release of the fire cloud art, the sequence of events unfolded in mere moments, leaving many unable to grasp what had transpired. Eventually, the inferno began to subside, revealing the once flat sandy terrain now marred and scarred, a deep crater drawing all eyes. In the center of this abyss lay nothing but a dark iron rod, devoid of any trace of the once mighty bloodthirsty demon ape. Under the searing heat, the already gravely wounded ape had been utterly obliterated, leaving not even a remnant behind. This sight profoundly shocked all present, plunging them into a long silence. The scene held everyone captive, even Uncle Gio and the others rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly emerged from their astonishment, faced with the terrifying aftermath. Uncle Gio found himself at a loss for words. Bai Yuekui and Li Qing were equally struck dumb. Only Cold Blade, steeped in cultural refinement, managed to utter an elegant exclamation. "What on earth Is this something a mere human can accomplish? Simultaneously, viewers online, having regained their composure, resonated with Cold Blade's heartfelt expression. What on earth? This is utterly unreal. How did Su Xiao manage to turn the precarious situation around? Truly, he embodies the spirit of our dragon nation. He is nothing short of a deity. An S-class forbidden beast is merely a trifle. Not only were the viewers astonished, but within the live stream, host Ma Fanchu's mouth fell agape in disbelief, as if she could fit a pebble within. Beside her, Lei Zhan gazed at the imposing figure of the illusory scale god with admiration, his desire plainly visible. Such a striking and commanding battle armor was irresistible, even to the typically stoic Lei Zhan. As for Wang Lin, his reaction was even more profound. As an expert in wilderness survival, the desire for advanced technological equipment is, of course, exceedingly fervent. Not to mention the mythical unicorn. Even the armed variant has left Wang Lin yearning with insatiable longing. Chapter 83. A promise of abundance within the ancient forbidden land. The tempestuous storm, once filled with swirling sands, regained its tranquility following the demise of the bloodthirsty demon ape. The esteemed figures, including Uncle Gio, gazed upon the towering illusory Qilin, their expressions betraying a flicker of relief. Fortuitously, the hidden cards of Suyu had provided them with immense reassurance. Otherwise, facing an S-rank forbidden beast, one could only speculate on the catastrophic outcome. In the distance, after vanquishing the bloodthirsty demon ape, Suyu did not hasten to disarm but instead chose to remain in quiet contemplation. After a moment of silence, sensing that no further forbidden beasts were approaching, he finally relaxed. Meanwhile, the once towering illusory Qilin emanated radiant red light, dispersing to reveal Suyu's handsome visage once more. Clad in a flowing white robe that subtly billowed, he approached Uncle Gio and the others with an air of calm confidence. Observing the ravaged battlefield, he inquired, "Uncle Gio, when shall we unravel the maze?" "Merely a few breaths," Uncle Gio replied with a smile, noting that had it not been for the bloodthirsty demon ape's attack, he would have already deciphered the maze. Just a final whisper remained, and it would not take long. Suyu nodded slightly at his words, refraining from further comment as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. White Moon Kuei, observing him, showed a glimmer of curiosity in her cold, clear eyes. Following the fierce battle, the Xuanjia dragon tortoise returned to its colossal form, bearing the 5 companions. With the threat abated, Li Qing and Leng Feng silently settled into meditative postures. Uncle Gio, meanwhile, was focused on dismantling the maze. At some point, Suyu and White Moon Kuei found themselves standing side by side, quietly surveying the horizon. Moments later, a spark of excitement crossed Uncle Gio's face as he successfully unraveled the maze. Done. The maze has been completely solved. We can now depart from this perilous zone. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Leng Feng could not contain his eagerness. In that case, let us hasten our departure. The presence of both A-rank and S-rank forbidden beasts is far too perilous. Even Li Qing, usually composed, nodded in agreement, evidently shaken by the terror of the bloodthirsty demon ape's might, which lingered in their minds. Without further delay, Uncle Gio formed hand seals and touched his eyes. In an instant, a verdant light enveloped his gaze, revealing intricate patterns on the sandy ground. He directed the Xuanjia dragon tortoise to navigate a circuitous route. After approximately half an hour, the tortoise transported the 5 companions to the border of the danger zone. Stepping forth, a chilling female voice resonated through the air. Congratulations to the survivors of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully completing the frantic escape game. Rewards, platinum-level oil resources will materialize in 1 minute for your nation. The announcement echoed twice, heralding the Dragon Kingdom's triumphant achievements. Concurrently, on the floating islands suspended in the azure sky, a brilliant black light shot forth. Aimed directly at the Dragon Kingdom, countless citizens erupted in exhilaration upon hearing the rewards. Platinum-level resources? That must be equivalent to the expanse of the last marshland, exclaimed one. Oil resources are already scarce in our nation. Receiving platinum-level resources means we needn't worry about shortages for at least the next few decades. The 5 heroes returned safely, and with the acquisition of platinum-level resources, joy surged through the populace. With such 5 heroes, our Dragon Kingdom shall soon dominate the world. The announcement of the rewards sent waves of excitement through the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, even stirring the emotions of national leaders. For the populace, the practical use of resources was one matter, but for the leaders, it meant something entirely different. Many military devices relied heavily on oil resources. The previous resource crisis had severely hampered their military development. The recent acquisition of platinum-level resources undoubtedly heralded a new phase of development in the military realm of the Dragon Kingdom, marking a monumental leap forward. However, the rewards did not cease there. After a brief silence, the cold female voice resonated once more. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom! For the first kill of a B-rank forbidden beast, the ghostly blue serpent, reward, platinum-level mineral resources. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. For the first kill of an A-rank forbidden beast, the skyhorn ant, reward, all food resources with a doubled yield. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. For the first kill of an S-rank forbidden beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape, reward, a new recruit, Hishi. A special time-limited mission has commenced. Hishi must swiftly reunite with the main force upon entering the Forbidden Land. After the rendezvous, the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom will receive a substantial enhancement. Before reuniting with Hishi, survivors from other nations may engage in a hunt. If they successfully slay Hishi, the corresponding nation's survivors will gain a significant power boost. The series of announcements left everyone momentarily stunned. The magnitude of the rewards astonished not only the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, but also those from other nations. While platinum-level resources alone would not have caused such a stir, the additional food resources with doubled yields represented an unprecedented boon. This meant that during a typical harvest, the yield would be increased by an entire additional portion, encompassing all food resources without restriction. It was well known that since Blue Star had plunged into a resource crisis, food scarcity had remained a persistent issue for every nation. Even the mighty Dragon Kingdom had witnessed the tragic phenomenon of starvation among its populace. With the population dwindling to a mere 10 billion, the effects of the resource crisis had compounded this decline. The reward of doubled food resources, while not a complete solution to the food crisis, would significantly alleviate the current shortages, especially with the forthcoming harvest. The promise of increased resources would not guarantee that everyone would be fed, but it would certainly mitigate the specter of starvation. How could the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom not rejoice at such news? Chapter 84. No longer entangled in this timed mission, I am utterly overwhelmed. The rewards this time are simply extravagant. These treasures were earned at the cost of the lives of 5 heroes from the Forbidden Realm. Indeed, they risked their lives battling the beasts of the Forbidden Land, which has granted us such bountiful rewards. They're our saviors, our heroes. In an instant, the emotions of the people of the Dragon Nation reached a fever pitch, including those in the streaming room with Ma Fanshu and others, whose eyes glistened with tears. Even Wang Lin, who had established a persona as the jester, stood solemnly and bowed deeply to Su Yu and his companions on the screen. This reward is destined to bring about significant changes for the Dragon Nation. In the forthcoming developments, it is undeniable that the Dragon Nation will far surpass other countries. This realization is not limited to us. Even the presidents of other nations are acutely aware of this fact. With the threat of the Forbidden Land looming, they cannot easily take action against the Dragon Nation. Conversely, the survivors from the Dragon Nation's Forbidden Land can freely hunt down the survivors from their own countries. The disparity in combat strength foretells the outcomes for both sides. At this moment, countless presidents from various nations are urgently seeking communication with the leaders of the Dragon Nation, evidently aiming to forge further cooperation. From the current situation, it is apparent that the Dragon Nation has invisibly ascended to the status of the foremost power. Failing to establish good relations promptly might lead to unforeseen consequences in the Forbidden Land. In this context, the leaders of the Dragon Nation, still basking in the joy of their recent triumph, have little inclination to entertain such matters. After all, the development of the Dragon Nation is of utmost importance. Everything else can take a back seat. Meanwhile, the leaders of other nations, having received no response for a considerable time, feel a sense of urgency. They are compelled to enter the Dragon Nation's streaming room personally to express their friendly negotiating stance. This scene only serves to heighten the pride of the Dragon Nation's citizens, who revel in witnessing their nation's burgeoning strength. It fills them with immense pride to be subjects of the Dragon Nation within the ancient Forbidden Land. Upon hearing the announcement of the rewards, Su Yu momentarily lost his focus and fell into silence. The substantial resource rewards made the populace of the Dragon Nation forget about Hishi and Appo's as predicament, but that does not imply that Su Yu would do the same. The external resources are temporarily irrelevant to him. The most pressing matter, without a doubt, is to integrate Hishi into their ranks within 24 hours. However, why was Hishi chosen? This question perplexed Su Yu. If memory serves correctly, judging by her appearance, Hishi hardly fits the profile of a Dragon Nation citizen. With her silver hair, blue eyes, long legs, and angelic white wings, what could possibly qualify her as a survivor of the Dragon Nation? Could it be solely because this character was created by the Dragon Nation in the previous world? It is truly baffling. With a resigned shake of his head, Suyu decided not to delve deeper into this mystery. According to the hints provided by the Forbidden Land, she is considered part of their faction. Therefore, it is meaningful for them to protect her and seek her return to the team. This would not only increase their numbers to 6, but would also enhance the overall strength of the entire group. It is a mutually beneficial situation, one to be welcomed with open arms. Moreover, who would reject the idea of having a stunning silver-haired, blue-eyed beauty like she join their ranks? After all, although Bai Yuekui is present, there remains an excess of male figures. A few more enchanting companions would certainly be delightful. With this thought in mind, Suyu ceased to be troubled by the current time mission. Given she's capabilities, any attempts by other countries to hunt her would be sheer folly. The only concern lies with the beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, armed with the super beast armament, locating she should not pose a significant challenge. Thus, after confirming with Jioshu and the others about their plan to search for the following day, Suyu immersed himself once more in the super beast armament template. Ding. Detection indicates that the master has successfully completed the Phantom Unicorn Super Beast armament for the first time. Compatibility with the Phantom Unicorn armament has increased by 10%. Compatibility with the Dragon War armament, Phoenix Feather armament, and Cloud Bat armament has increased by 5%. Unlock percentage of the Tiger Roar armament has increased by 5%. Ding. Detection confirms that the compatibility with the Dragon War armament has reached 50%. The Super Beast armament, Dragon War God, is officially unlocked. The master can activate the Super Beast armament at any time. As soon as Suyu opened the Super Beast armament template interface, multiple notifications appeared before his eyes in swift succession. Observing the steady progress of the armament, Suyu felt an immense sense of joy, especially with the Dragon War armament's ability to summon the Dragon War God. This signifies a qualitative enhancement in his capabilities. Now, apart from summoning the Phantom Unicorn and the Dragon War God independently, he can even attempt to summon the Phantom Unicorn himself while using a separate incarnation to summon the Dragon War God. Chapter 85. A countenance of utter terror simultaneously deploying 2 super beasts for combat. There is even the possibility of attempting a fusion of 2 divine beasts. This notion undoubtedly fills Suyu and Amp Appo's heart with exhilaration. Not only does he feel prepared to confront an S-Class Forbidden Beast, but even an SS Class 1 does not seem beyond his capabilities. Of course, it is wise to avoid such monstrous entities whenever possible, for it is better to evade trouble than to invite it. After all, is it not more gratifying to earn resources through diligence? Upon vacating the danger zone, fully aware that she would appear in the desert the following day, the 5 did not continue their search for resources. Instead, they sought a tranquil spot to rest and recuperate. The quest for resources could wait until she rejoined the group. There was no rush. Thus, the 5 once again entered a state of cultivation. With the Xuanjia dragon tortoise safeguarding their surroundings, they felt entirely secure. Moreover, having recently vanquished the S-Class Forbidden Beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape, it was highly unlikely that any intellectually impaired forbidden beasts would venture forth to meet their demise. Warning. The third selected nation is the Sun Never Sets Empire. Survivors of the Sun Never Sets Empire have 10 minutes to escape. Please flee swiftly. In 10 minutes, a multitude of forbidden beasts will converge. As Suyu and his companions were resting, a new round of the escape game commenced. This time, the Sun Never Sets Empire was in the spotlight, igniting a fervor across the globe. Clearly, even though the Dragon Kingdom had successfully navigated the harrowing escape game, it did not signify the end of the ordeal. A new wave of desperate flight was about to unfold. Having witnessed the terror of S-Class Forbidden Beasts through the Dragon Kingdom and Amp Appo's live broadcast, the pressure now shifted imperceptibly to the Sun Never Sets Empire. In terms of their lineup, 5 formidable Special Forces soldiers equipped with the latest high-end weaponry made for a rather lavish array. Yet, the question lingered, was such power truly sufficient? As the perilous danger zone loomed, the challengers this time were the empire of a century past, a nation that once colonized the world. The so-called Sun Never Sets Empire that claimed it would never decline. Soon, the 10-minute preparation phase concluded. Given the capabilities represented by the forbidden beasts of the Sun Never Sets Empire, escaping the danger zone was an impossibility. Warning. Detected B-Class Forbidden Beast, Amethyst Scorpion approaching. Please commence your escape promptly. Once the escape game formally began, it took mere moments for the first forbidden beast to strike. Meanwhile, The 5 survivors of the sun never set's empire remained ensnared in the center of the danger zone, lost within a labyrinth. They were like headless flies, flitting about aimlessly in the perilous area. Boom! From the distant sands, a rising dune surged toward the 5 with alarming speed. As it reached them, the mound erupted violently, revealing a colossal scorpion, its body a deep shade of purple and encrusted with crystals, standing before them. Its indomitable amethyst exoskeleton, gargantuan pincers, and those crimson eyes created a scene that deeply unsettled the 5 survivors. Realizing escape was futile, they ceased their flight, arming themselves with heavy firearms, and began firing relentlessly at the amethyst scorpion, seemingly intent on obliterating the looming threat with their firepower. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, sending countless sparks flying from the scorpion's form. Yet, as the sparks settled, the survivors were horrified to discover that the amethyst scorpion had sustained no damage whatsoever. Its resplendent dark purple shell glimmered in the sunlight, emitting a chilling radiance. As the scorpion advanced, its crystalline exoskeleton reflected the terrified faces of the 5 survivors like a mirror. Chapter 86. A palpable sense of unease enveloped the gathering. Then, under the gaze of all who could not bear to look, the massive pincers lifted and fell, instantly reducing the 3 leading figures to mere remnants of flesh. The sound of shattering bones echoed, accompanied by the violent rupture of blood vessels, as crimson blood flowed across the sandy ground. With a single blow, the 3 survivors of the Sunless Empire were obliterated. The remaining 2, witnessing this horrific scene, were consumed by terror. Faced with the specter of death, they trembled in primal fear, muttering prayers, beseeching that death would spare them. Yet, the amethyst scorpion, a creature of the forbidden lands, paid no heed to their pleas. Once more, its colossal pincers descended, crushing one of them. The last survivor could not evade fate, as the scorpion and Apos' tail pierced through his flesh, lifting him into the air. As the potent venom coursed through his veins, invading his very cells, the last survivor and Apos' cries gradually weakened, his body taking on a sickly green hue. Within moments, he was devoid of life. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of all present, the amethyst scorpion turned and slowly departed, its swaying tail dripping with fresh blood. Simultaneously, a chilling female voice reverberated in the ears of all. Alert! The 5 survivors of the Sunless Empire, in their frenzied flight, encountered the B-class forbidden beast, amethyst scorpion, resulting in total annihilation. In 1 minute, half of the Sunless Empire's resources will be forcibly seized, and the next day, 5 new survivors will be chosen to enter the Forbidden Lands. Soon after, on the floating island, a massive black hand appeared, reaching towards the Sunless Empire. In the blink of an eye, all its resources were halved. Consequently, chaos reigned across the world. The so-called game of frantic escape, while labeled as a game, was merely a slaughter in disguise. Except for the Dragon Nation, which boasted formidable heroes of the Forbidden Lands, other nations faced only doom if selected. Thus, every country prayed fervently, hoping to avoid being chosen for this deadly game. On the floating island high above, as if hearing the collective pleas of all nations, the cold female voice resounded once more after confiscating half the resources of the Sunless Empire. Notice, this round of escape has officially concluded, and a period of peace will commence, with the reopening time to be determined. Upon hearing that the escape game had ended, those nations not involved exhaled in relief, grateful to avoid being dragged into a death trap. However, before they could fully recover, a new announcement sent chills down the spines of the populace. Warning. The only S-class forbidden beast of the desert zone, bloodthirsty demon ape, has perished. The entire desert zone is about to become exceedingly perilous. Some frightened forbidden beasts will abandon their original habitats in search of safer territories. During this time, their propensity to attack survivors will significantly increase. Additionally, with the acquisition of bloodthirsty traits, the strength of the forbidden beasts will slightly rise. As the declaration concluded, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. No one spoke. Stillness reigned, akin to death itself. Whether among the citizens of the nations on Blue Star or the survivors in the ancient Forbidden Lands, an unsettling quiet enveloped them all. The latest proclamation from the Forbidden Lands left everyone in awe. Instantly, the people of Blue Star began to worry for their own survivors, while those within the ancient Forbidden Lands fretted over future explorations. Lower-tier forbidden beasts posed some threat, yet armed with modern weaponry, survival seemed feasible. However, Should they encounter a high-tier forbidden beast, annihilation was almost assured. The most alarming aspect was that high-level forbidden beasts typically resided in resource-rich areas. Yet, the death of the S-class bloodthirsty demon ape had irrevocably altered this dynamic, with high-level beasts now fleeing in panic. Any encounter with them would likely lead to a grim fate. In that moment, a profound anxiety gripped the hearts of all. Chapter 87. The thoughts of seeking Hishi. The online community of the beautiful country is in turmoil. The situation has escalated alarmingly. Not only is the collection of resources in jeopardy, but even lives hang by a thread. The deaths of certain individuals hold little significance. What truly matters is the impending depletion of resources. If all perish, those remaining will face ruthless plunder. This is, without a doubt, a veiled threat directed at us. Should we consider a rebellion? Dawn and Apos. TB absurd. That mysterious floating island. Are you willing to risk your life to ascend? Meanwhile, the citizens of the stick country lament their misfortune. Today has been particularly unlucky. Just as 5 survivors have perished, they are confronted with the crisis of unrest in the Forbidden Zone. Is it possible that this ancient forbidden land aims to annihilate us? Such a notion is preposterous. We are invincible. The populace of the Little Sun country expresses their outrage. The Forbidden Land, having failed to provide resources, has committed an unforgivable offense. Now, they are allowing the beasts of the Forbidden Zone to attack our survivors, blatantly disregarding us. Perhaps we should send our survivors to eliminate that Hishi who is rumored to appear tomorrow? If we succeed in vanquishing him, our strength will surge, allowing us to dominate the forbidden area. This idea finds support among many. They resolve to discuss it with the leader to seek approval. In a moment, numerous nations begin to wail, clearly dissatisfied with their forthcoming fate. Yet, many nations harbor secretive schemes, searching for alternative paths amidst impending disaster. The darkness within everyone's hearts deepens, leading the survivors in the Forbidden Zone to adopt increasingly sinister thoughts. However, there are exceptions. The 5 survivors from the Dragon Country remain undisturbed, quietly cultivating their skills in search of a safe haven, seemingly unaffected by the newly released news, as if they have no cause for concern. The truth is that the so-called S-rank forbidden beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape, has already been vanquished by Su Yu. Even if A-rank or B-rank beasts were to cause trouble, the arrival of another S-rank beast would merely replicate the tragic fate of the bloodthirsty demon ape. Thus, Su Yu and his companions remain unconcerned about the warnings issued by the Forbidden Zone, leisurely resting and awaiting Hishi's arrival the following day. On the other hand, the citizens of the Dragon Country are equally unperturbed. Having witnessed Su Yu tear apart the Diamond Giant, they feel a profound sense of security. Their hearts are calm, their hands steady. Everything flows smoothly, and the food tastes delightful. A bright tomorrow beckons them. With the 5 heroes stationed within the Forbidden Zone, their composure is unshakable. Of course, the rules of the Forbidden Zone leave them with no recourse to express any discontent. It is worth noting that since Su Yu personally eliminated the S-rank forbidden beast, the bloodthirsty demon ape, the comments section of the Dragon Country livestream has transformed into a delightful spectacle. Apart from an unending stream of praise, there is nothing but accolades. Previously vocal foreign critics have fallen silent, terrified of the potential repercussions should the Dragon Country hold them accountable for past grievances. They fear that Su Yu and his companions might target their survivors within the Forbidden Zone. Should that occur, even the strongest teams entering the Forbidden Realm would be akin to walking to their doom. Consequently, the atmosphere within the Dragon Country livestream is remarkably harmonious. Coupled with the tranquil image of Su Yu and his companions engaged in leisurely cultivation, one cannot help but feel a sense of serene contentment. Numerous netizens express their admiration for the 5 heroes of the Dragon Country, proclaiming them as guardian deities. The vast resources and development of the Dragon Country owe much to their selfless contributions. Without further ado, they have begun to pay homage. It is no exaggeration to say they are akin to my rebirth parents. The term providers of sustenance is even more fitting. Unbeknownst to them, time slips away quietly. As night descends, many netizens close their eyes to rest. Even Su Yu and his companions take a moment to recuperate, for they have significant tasks awaiting them the next day. In the blink of an eye, dawn breaks once more for Su Yu and his companions. With the Xuanjia dragon tortoise guarding their surroundings, there is little concern of a forbidden beast launching a surprise attack. Even the mightiest of beasts, upon sensing the auras of Su Yu and Uncle Gio, hastily retreat, their speed astonishing. While the Dragon Country enjoys relative safety, the same cannot be said for other nations. The previously tranquil night coincides with the mass exodus of forbidden beasts. Some unfortunate teams, ready to rest, find themselves confronted by fleeing beasts. If they encounter E-rank beasts, they may stand a chance. However, those who cross paths with B-rank or higher beasts meet a swift demise, particularly under the cover of darkness, where coldness envelopes the surroundings and visibility is non-existent. In their attempts to flee, they might unwittingly wander into the jaws of a forbidden beast, leading to harrowing cries echoing through the night. As dawn finally approaches, the remaining survivors can only quietly evade the rampaging beasts, should they be unfortunate enough to be discovered. The outcome is all too predictable. In contrast, being torn asunder would be a merciful fate. Preliminary estimates suggest that multiple nations have suffered grave losses overnight. And this figure continues to rise as the day unfolds, instilling fear in the hearts of all countries. Meanwhile, having rested throughout the night and prepared their supplies, Su Yu and his companions sit atop the Xuanjia dragon tortoise, embarking on a new journey. She is expected to make an appearance in the afternoon. At present, the five are gathering resources along the way under Uncle Joe's guidance, all while awaiting She's arrival. After all, the Forbidden Zone has explicitly indicated that She's location is random, prompting them to prioritize the search for resources. Initially, Cold Edge and the others are deeply concerned for their new teammate's safety, eager to rush to meet She the moment he appears, fearing he might fall prey to other nations. In response, Su Yu calmly asserts that She is immensely powerful. Upon hearing this, the four promptly abandon their immediate quest to locate She. Chapter 88. Journeying at Low Altitude. It is no jest, She's prowess is exceedingly formidable. In the current desolate expanse, such a being can be said to roam freely, even if unable to contend with the A-grade forbidden beasts. Ensuring one's own safety poses no challenge. As for those foreign survivors harboring intentions to ambush She, they are merely courting death. Naturally, they would not be dissuaded, for they are intent on their demise. Thus, Uncle Joe took the lead, guiding the way. The Xuanjia dragon tortoise, bearing 5 individuals, commenced its search for resources, preparing for manifestation. Meanwhile, time continued to slip away, second by second. Under the rapid pace of the Xuanjia dragon tortoise, Su Yu and his companions swiftly arrived at a resource site. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom survivors for discovering a gold-level coal resource, a cold female voice announced synchronously. Upon learning it was a gold-level resource, the Xuanjia dragon tortoise boldly dragged the 5 through, showing no fear. The guardian beasts of gold-level resources posed no threat to them, even without the intervention of Bai Yuekui and others. The Xuanjia dragon tortoise alone could easily handle any challenge. Consequently, Su Yu and his companions felt no urge to act, instead resting atop the Xuanjia dragon tortoise, awaiting the resource to be claimed. Shortly, they arrived at the jade stone in front of the resource site. Leng Feng leapt down from the back of the Xuanjia dragon tortoise, silently commencing the occupation of the resource. The Xuanjia dragon tortoise vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, on guard against any sudden assaults from the resource guardian beasts. However, after a while, not a single guardian beast appeared, not even a hare. This left the group somewhat astonished yet understanding. Clearly, the resource guardian beasts had been influenced by the rules of the forbidden area, voluntarily vacating their original domain to seek new abodes. This left the Xuanjia dragon tortoise rather disgruntled. It had hoped to showcase its strength before the esteemed ones, proving its utility to Su Yu and the others. Yet, the guardian beasts had simply fled. Reluctantly, the Xuanjia dragon tortoise stood quietly beside Leng Feng, awaiting the manifestation of the resource. An hour later, congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom survivors for discovering a gold-level coal resource. The binding time has completed in 1 hour, and the coal resource is about to undergo a 100-fold expansion, manifesting to the respective nation. The cold voice echoed once more in the heavens above. This incited a deep sense of sorrow among the citizens of various nations. They were acutely aware that the survivors of their own countries were still cautiously evading the wrath of the forbidden beasts. The mere act of preserving their lives was commendable. The notion of seeking new resource sites was beyond their grasp. In stark contrast, how long had it been since the Dragon Kingdom had once again secured a gold-level resource? The swiftness of their success ignited envy within them. Yet, faced with the overwhelming strength of the 5 from the Dragon Kingdom, they could muster not a shred of indignation. They did not even dare to curse in the Dragon Kingdom and Appos' live broadcast room, opting instead to silently grumble in their hearts. On the other hand, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were in a state of ecstatic jubilation. Behold, what is true strength? What is efficiency? This is the hero of our Dragon Kingdom. Wow. The sensation is nothing short of exhilarating. Dominating the Forbidden Zone, who else can achieve such feats? The Dragon Kingdom is formidable. Su Xiaoga is incredible. At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom rejoiced. In the ancient Forbidden Ground, Suyu and his companions, having effortlessly secured a resource, soon set out once more. One resource site was insufficient to satisfy them. Their objective was to scour the entire desert Forbidden Zone for all available resources. Thus, after the resource manifested, the five set off again towards the next site. Just then, the cold female voice resonated in the heavens once more. New member of the Dragon Kingdom, He has officially entered the Desert Forbidden Zone. Survivors from various nations may initiate hunting actions. Successful hunts will yield significant enhancements in strength. Warning, Dragon Kingdom survivors. Please expedite your convergence with the new member. Upon successful convergence, a substantial enhancement will be granted. Simultaneously, coordinates for He and Appo's position were relayed to all survivors within the Forbidden Zone. The five from the Dragon Kingdom needed to act swiftly to meet him. Survivors from other nations were free to hunt at will. As for he too received the coordinates of the five. On the back of the Xianjia dragon tortoise, Uncle Gio examined He and Appo's coordinates and spoke slowly. The new member is not close to us. To be on the safe side, let us head over to converge. The old Taoist felt a sense of unease, hoping no unforeseen incidents would arise. Hearing this, Leng Feng and Appo's expression turned anxious. Since Uncle Gio senses something amiss, we should hurry. Resources can be collected later. We must ensure the new member and Appo's safety. With that, the group nodded in agreement without dissent. Even Suyu, who had utmost confidence in He, did not hesitate upon hearing Uncle Gio and Appo's concerns. The immediate priority was indeed to locate He and achieve convergence. Meanwhile, the five survivors from Xiaorizi were exploring the periphery of a quicksand area. Often, the most perilous regions become safer during extraordinary times. The five were wary of encountering an excessively powerful forbidden beast. Hence their decision to wait in this treacherous location until the upheaval had passed. However, at that moment, coordinates for the sixth member of the Dragon Kingdom, He, were revealed. They were taken aback upon realizing that He and Appo's location was merely a few hundred meters away. This revelation filled them with excitement. They knew from the forbidden area and Appo's prompt that killing He would yield substantial enhancements in strength. Although the specifics were unclear, the emphasis on the potential gain assured them it would not be trivial. Even if they could not match the five from the Dragon Kingdom, they would certainly not be far off. With this thought, their exhilaration became uncontrollable. Except for the female Yin-Yang master, the remaining four readily agreed. Ultimately, the mysterious man who joined later decisively led them to attempt an assassination on He, though the female Yin-Yang master was displeased. Recalling the events of that fateful night rendered her silent, she chose not to voice further objections. Thus, the five from Xiaorizi departed the terrifying quicksand region, heading towards He and Appo's location. At this moment, He, having just entered the ancient Forbidden Zone, was curiously observing his surroundings, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Yet, this was understandable. After all, He had spent his life in the Meluo Celestial Palace, and being suddenly transported to a desolate wilderness would naturally invoke a sense of wonder. After checking the position of his teammates, He did not linger too long, spreading his pristine wings and journeying forth at low altitude. Chapter 89, The Enchantment of the Eldest Sister in the Realm of Blue Star. Within the Dragon Kingdom and Appo's live broadcast room, the previously singular screen was divided into two distinct sections. One displayed the journey of Suyu and his companions, while the other showcased the solitary figure of the celestial monarch, He. Such privilege was exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom, for He was their sixth member. At that moment, countless male viewers were captivated by the screen before them. The image revealed a striking figure clad in red and white armor, her long, snow-white legs accentuated by wings as pure as ivory. With white hair and blue eyes, complemented by a mature and alluring visage, He rendered the male audience utterly mesmerized. Goodness, He and Appo's beauty is simply irresistible, one exclaimed. Her cool, sophisticated demeanor is absolutely adored. Yet, Bai Yuekui is no less impressive. Each possesses their own unique charm. But I find myself leaning more towards He, another admitted. With silver hair, blue eyes, and legs that seem to glow, it and Appo's hard not to be entranced. Come on, guys, wipe off the drool, and Amp, Oppos, quite a sight. Indeed, He and Amp, Oppos, allure was undeniable, drawing the gaze of countless admirers. However, before the male viewers could fully appreciate her presence, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In the ancient Forbidden Land, He, who had been flying low, suddenly sensed an impending danger. Gazing downward, she spotted 5 diminutive figures fixated upon her, one of whom, a rather unsavory-looking man, was aiming a large cannon at her. Before she could process the situation, a resounding boom echoed through the air. A fiery, spherical projectile hurtled towards her. Instantly, He and Amp, Oppos' demeanor shifted from curiosity to icy resolve. Having just arrived in the ancient Forbidden Land, she was still unfamiliar with her surroundings and had approached with a friendly intent. Yet, having only just encountered living beings, she found herself under attack. Even the most patient among us would struggle to endure such provocation, especially one as formidable as the celestial monarch, He. In an instant, her form soared upward, and with a swift motion of her right hand, a radiant burst of energy erupted forth, colliding forcefully with the projectile. The moment of impact was explosive. Shards and terrifying energy erupted, shrouding the sky in smoke and debris. The diminutive figures below, witnessing this spectacle, momentarily let down their guard. Perceiving He as merely a flying insect, they believed that, despite the cannon and Oppos' ferocity, she would be severely injured, if not slain. The lewd man aiming the cannon began to fantasize, if that angelic girl survives, I shall be the first to claim her. After all, it was I who brought her down. His companions, though silent, exchanged glances, with the lone female Yin-Yang master casting a disapproving glare at him. Yet, while the man reveled in his delusions, a sudden shift occurred. From the smoke of the explosion, a white halo pierced through the darkness, hurtling directly towards the lewd man. In an instant, the halo reached him and detonated, creating a powerful blast that obliterated him into nothingness. The shockwave claimed another nearby soldier, leaving no trace behind. The remaining 3, relying on secret techniques, narrowly escaped, but not without sustaining grievous injuries. They lay gasping in the sand, struggling to regain their composure. However, before they could collect themselves, He descended gracefully, enveloping them in a swirling shield of red and blue energy. As the terrifying energy compressed within the barrier, it unleashed a wave of force, inflicting painful lacerations upon the trio. Their anguished cries echoed in the air. He, with her icy demeanor, approached the energy shield and coldly inquired, "Who are you? Why did you attempt to harm me?" Amidst the torment, the leading man gritted his teeth and spat, "Baka, Dragon Kingdom and Amp, Oppos' harlot, perish?" Although He could not comprehend his words, the malice in his expression was unmistakable. Recognizing him as an enemy, she wasted no time. With a mere gesture, the energy shield compressed further and erupted, annihilating the 3 remaining survivors with precision. In that moment, the chilling voice of a system announcement echoed through the air, warning, all 5 chosen ones from the diminutive nation have perished. In 1 minute, half of the resources belonging to the diminutive nation will be forcibly seized. Tomorrow, the final 4 will be reselected to enter the Forbidden Land. Notice, the diminutive nation and the Dragon Kingdom have engaged in conflict within the Forbidden Land. No warfare shall occur between the 2 nations in the real world for 1 month. Any violation of this rule will result in annihilation. These announcements captured the attention of all, drawing the gaze of countless individuals towards the unfolding drama between the Dragon Kingdom and the diminutive nation. Curious citizens flocked to the live broadcast rooms of both nations to witness the replay. In the Dragon Kingdom and Amp, Oppos' live feed, viewers were left speechless, their eyes glued to the screen. Even the trio of hosts, including the official Ma Fanshu, found themselves astounded by the preceding events. After what felt like an eternity of silence, someone finally broke the stillness in the chat. What just happened? Did He block the projectile and annihilate the 5 from the diminutive nation? This is beyond belief. The red and blue flickering energy shield rendered them utterly immobile. Once it exploded, it wiped them all out. He is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but possesses such terrifying power. The Dragon Kingdom is truly blessed. Idon and Amp, Oppos, Care, north of the galaxy, He reigns supreme in beauty. I am but a humble servant to the illustrious He. In the wake of this revelation, the online community erupted with excitement, captivated by He and Amp, Oppos' formidable prowess and stunning beauty. It has only been a short while, Yet countless individuals have already taken a liking to this older sister. Chapter 90. Beyond my imagination. Meanwhile, after watching the latest replay, netizens from various countries gained a newfound understanding of He and Appo's formidable prowess. It was evident that she was an entity they could not provoke. Despite her seemingly aloof and beautiful exterior, her strength and methods were truly terrifying. In that moment, many nations were left in a state of panic, particularly those that had already squandered their chances to establish contact. They were well aware of the hints provided by the Forbidden Zone. If they could successfully intercept and eliminate He, they would achieve a significant enhancement in their own power. This was an irresistible temptation for the survivors scouring the forbidden area for resources. However, judging by the strength He had displayed thus far, sending their survivors to confront her would only lead to their demise, perhaps even resulting in a complete annihilation of their forces, further depleting national resources. Furthermore, even if they had the opportunity to ambush He, they would still be faced with the relentless pursuit of the other 5 members from Langya. No one dared to claim they could contend with Su Yu's illusory unicorn god in a direct confrontation. Thus, from every conceivable angle, they wished for their survivors to avoid provoking He. After all, Langya's dominance in the Forbidden Zone was firmly established. Adding one more opponent would make little difference to them. It was perhaps best to remain passive and indifferent. Of course, this was merely the one-sided notion of the populace in various countries. Faced with the immense allure of increased strength, many survivors in the Forbidden Zone sought out He. Even the previous annihilation of the 5 members of the Little Sun group could not quell their insatiable desire. They believed that if one nation struggled to succeed, a coalition of survivors from multiple nations could prevail. Their singular focus was to eliminate He, disregarding any concerns about the ensuing distribution of spoils, as their minds were consumed with the singular goal of enhancing their own power. In the ancient Forbidden Zone, after dispatching the 5 survivors from Little Sun, He continued her journey. At present, she was unaware of the circumstances within the desert's forbidden area, nor did she anticipate a sudden ambush. Although she did not fear the insignificant being seeking her trouble as a newcomer, she wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Only by reuniting with her companions could she perhaps uncover the underlying reasons for the chaos. This urgency to converge with Su Yu and the others was precisely why He hurried along. Yet, despite her reluctance for excessive violence, trouble continued to find her. Even after ruthlessly eliminating the 5 survivors from Little Sun, an endless stream of survivors approached her. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to take action repeatedly. Her cold voice incessantly announced the grim tidings, as one nation's survivors after another fell victim to her might. Within half an hour, 5 nation survivors had been eradicated by He. This horrifying pace astonished Su Yu and his companions, who were hastening to her side. While they marveled at He's strength, Leng Feng could not help but deride the survivors from these nations. Were they truly so foolish as to venture forth knowing they stood no chance against her? Uncle Jiao, too, shook his head in resignation, clearly baffled by the survivors and Appo's actions. Hearing this, Su Yu chuckled softly and sighed, stating that they were not ignorant of their own inadequacies. On the contrary, they were painfully aware of their weakness. Yet, it was precisely this awareness that fueled their desperate desire for strength, leading them to lose their rationality. He continued, his expression calm as he spoke. Desire is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it cannot be halted. Upon hearing these words, Leng Feng and the others fell silent, fully awakened by Su Yu and Appo's insights. Initially, they had been skeptical, but upon reflection, the stark truth became evident. Clearly, these survivors recognized their own inferiority, yet they persisted in their pursuit of He. What motivated them? In simple terms, it was not merely the rewards offered by the Forbidden Zone, but rather a desperate attempt to secure their own survival. The desert's forbidden area was rife with turmoil. One could never tell when a beast might confront them. Without sufficient strength, death would be their inevitable fate. Thus, these survivors clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps if He was wounded while beset by others, they could seize the opportunity to gain from her misfortune. The temptation of substantial power was overwhelming for them, and once their inner desires were ignited, they could not be extinguished. Thus, the ceaseless flow of survivors from various nations met their demise. Upon grasping this reality, Leng Feng fell into a deep silence. As the weakest member of the team, he was more acutely aware of this feeling than Qing and others. Frankly speaking, had it not been for formidable allies like Uncle Jiao and Su Yu, he might have already become a lifeless body within the desert's forbidden zone. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, being weak equates to death. This is a harsh reality and a fundamental survival principle within the Forbidden Zone. At that moment, not only Leng Feng fell silent. Even the billion citizens of Langya were rendered mute. Su Yu's words, though brutal, reflected the stark truth. Upon contemplating the situation, they realized that their choices could very well mirror those of the survivors from other nations. Indeed, reality is perpetually cruel and merciless. There is no such thing as tranquil days. It is merely the burden bearers moving forward. Without figures like Su Xiaoge, the outcome for Langya is unimaginable. Su Xiaoge's understanding of human nature commands my admiration. The clarity of perspective in this world is astounding. Though he longed to retort, he found himself at a loss for words. This is the harsh truth. In the official live broadcast room, Ma Fanchu, while acknowledging Su Yu's words, still found them difficult to accept. Casting a hesitant glance at Wang Lin and Lei Zhan beside him, he inquired, "Do you truly believe Su Xiaoge's words are so absolute?" Upon hearing this, both men's gazes turned to Ma Fanchu. Seeing his vulnerable expression, they felt a twinge of compassion. After a brief silence, Lei Zhan nodded and replied, "Though it's harsh, Su Xiaoge's perspective is indeed the most authentic and fundamental explanation. In my own experiences, I have deeply felt this truth." At that moment, Wang Lin too became unusually serious as he remarked, "I must admit, Su Xiaoge's comprehension of human nature far surpasses my expectations. I am even beginning to wonder about his past experiences. What transformations has he undergone? What enables Su Xiaoge to possess such a profound understanding of human nature?" Chapter 91. Facing the B-rank forbidden beasts, all possess the strength to fight. In the ancient forbidden land, after Su Yu unveiled the harsh reality, the Xuanjia dragon turtle quickened its pace significantly, heading straight towards the location of He. Clearly, they aimed to regroup as swiftly as possible. The Xuanjia dragon turtle relentlessly tapped into its potential, its massive limbs moving with astonishing speed, making it hard to believe this was merely a turtle. Approximately an hour later, the sky gradually darkened, the fiery sunset casting a crimson hue over the entire desert. The once swift Xuanjia dragon turtle now lay exhausted on the sandy ground. Meanwhile, Su Yu and his companions had finally reached He location. Gazing at the silver-haired angel hovering in midair, Leng Feng was instantly captivated. He raised his hand to signal He to descend and join them, only to be abruptly slapped down into the sand by Su Yu, much to his embarrassment. Afterward, he nodded at He, maintaining an air of nonchalance, though his actions betrayed his current emotions. Of course, Su Yu did not mind. After all, he had always harbored a fondness for He. In his eyes, figures like Kaisha and Runing paled in comparison. With silver hair, blue eyes, and alluring legs, who could withstand such temptation? On the other side, He did not rush to the ground. Instead, she confirmed that Su Yu and the others matched the coordinates provided by the Forbidden Zone before feeling at ease. With a graceful sweep of her pristine wings, she descended slowly. Upon landing, she folded her angelic wings, and Su Yu's eyes brightened at the sight of her blue cloak adorned with white fluff. Hesitantly, He spoke. Upon hearing her words, He was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the white-clad man before her. She could not deny that he was indeed quite handsome. At that moment, Leng Feng stood up and said, "Welcome, Miss He, to our team. Allow me to introduce you. This is the Maoshan Taoist, Lin Fengjiao. This is Li Qing. This is Bai Yuekui. And this is Su Yu." After introducing the others, Leng Feng cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "As for me, I am Leng Feng of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade, serving as a sniper, tasked with supporting my teammates in neutralizing potential threats." The group fell silent. With expressions ranging from surprise to amusement, Su was momentarily taken aback, wondering how Leng Feng had suddenly transformed into a show-off. He, looking at everyone, proclaimed, "I am He, the Heavenly Foundation King of the Meluo Celestial Court. As a newcomer, I hope for your kind guidance." With that, she flashed a captivating smile at Su Yu. Among the five, Su Yu's strength was inscrutable to her, clearly the strongest among them. Since they would soon be teammates, it would be wise to engage with him further. However, she did not notice that her smile caused Bai Yuekui's expression to darken. Fortunately, as he had just joined the team, Bai Yuekui refrained from voicing any objections. After some exchanges, He gained a preliminary understanding of the ancient Forbidden Land and her mission. With her return to the team, a cold female voice reverberated in everyone's ears. "Congratulations to the survivors of the Dragon Nation on successfully regrouping with new member He. The number of the Dragon Nation team has been permanently increased. Special limited mission completed. The 6 survivors of the Dragon Nation will receive additional rewards." As the announcement concluded, a brilliant radiance erupted from the floating island, enveloping Su Yu and his companions. In an instant, the previously engaged group felt a surge of power coursing through them. After exchanging glances, they sat down to explore the rewards. The weakest among them, Leng Feng, although he had previously acquired ancient martial arts techniques, found that the crisis-ridden Forbidden Land hindered his progress in power. This was a matter of great urgency for him. However, to his surprise, this reward did not grant him a special ability, but rather further integrated his ancient martial arts, enhancing his strength significantly. At that moment, a grayish glow radiated from Leng Feng as terrifying energy continuously surged forth, dramatically increasing his power. Based on the current trend, it would not be an exaggeration to say that after absorbing the reward, Leng Feng's strength could very well reach B rank or even higher. Nearby, Li Qing also received substantial rewards, not in the form of direct strength enhancement, but by further elevating the power of the Dragon Force, granting him Dragon Might. This special effect held considerable significance in the Forbidden Zone, where beasts roamed freely, effectively weakening opposing creatures. As for Bai Yuekui, she not only received an increase in strength but also amplified her domain abilities. Now, Bai Yuekui could compress her domain to envelop herself, allowing her to remain suspended in the void for a brief period, making her nearly invincible as long as her opponent could not breach the void. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu received an equally impressive enhancement, not only adding another century's worth of cultivation, but also significantly improving his talisman creation abilities, greatly increasing the probability of materializing golden talismans. This brought him immense joy, as previously he had only a 1 in 1,000 chance of creating a golden talisman. On the side, as a newcomer, she also experienced a dramatic boost in her strength. Moreover, each of her avatars now possessed 80% of her original power. While the energy within the flare furnace was further heightened, it could be said that all 5 individuals had achieved comprehensive improvements, with their overall strength having undergone a significant leap. Even the weakest, Leng Feng, now possessed the capability to confront B-rank forbidden beasts. Chapter 92. Settling accounts with those scoundrels from the Dragon Kingdom. As for Su Yu, there is no doubt that he has significantly enhanced his psychic energy and upgraded his astral avatar. With sufficient psychic energy, he can summon 2 avatars. So you can effectively call 4th astral avatars, achieving a super beast god fusion. It is noteworthy that, given Su Yu and Appos as current psychic energy levels, merely summoning the illusory Lin deity would grant him a strength equivalent to 0.8 black holes. The Dragon War god summoned by the astral avatar would yield similar results. When performing the super beast god fusion, the power could soar to 2 black holes. Furthermore, should he entrust the astral locks to Bai Yuekui for a tri-fusion, the strength of the super beast god would reach an astonishing 2.5 black holes. It is important to mention that the modest enhancement is due to Bai Yuekui and Appos' inability to fully synchronize with Tianyu, thus preventing a flawless armament. In essence, Su Yu currently stands as the unequivocal strongest among the team. Following him is the divine-bodied He, unmatched under the black hole, coupled with Jiu, who possesses the unique wind backdoor technique. One could say that the Dragon Kingdom's elite combat force is extravagantly formidable. Even the Xuanjia dragon turtle has reaped significant benefits this time, further elevating its power to the level of a B-class forbidden beast. Simultaneously, it has further activated the dragon bloodline within, resulting in a substantial increase in both defense and agility. Consequently, the elated Xuanjia dragon turtle, upon Su Yu and Appos' signal, promptly set off with the group towards their next resource location. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, countless viewers watched their team with uncontrollable smiles. With such a mighty lion at their helm, sweeping through the forbidden zones was merely a matter of time. Indeed, the depth of our Dragon Kingdom is unfathomable. To be fair, Miss Ishi's strength truly exceeded my expectations. It seems Jiushu harbors considerable apprehension, just as the viewers engaged in enthusiastic discussions. A glaring barrage of comments flashed before everyone's eyes. Extra. The 5 newly joined members of the White Elephant Kingdom have gone completely insane. The situation is spiraling out of control. Brothers, brace yourselves to witness this. Attention, elderly, women, and children, please refrain from watching to avoid psychological trauma. This sudden news instantly captivated countless viewers. Driven by curiosity, a multitude of netizens flocked to the White Elephant Kingdom's live broadcast room. Upon entering the White Elephant Kingdom's live stream, viewers were greeted by the sight of 5 men lined up. In front of the leading man stood a colossal gray lizard. Upon closer inspection, the leading man was engaged in a fierce battle with the massive gray giant lizard. The remaining four, with expressions of intense focus, revealed their yearning to join the fray. Indeed, they too wished to partake in the combat within the ancient Forbidden Zone. The survivors of the White Elephant Kingdom were locked in an exhilarating battle with the giant lizard. The five employed a strategy of rotating combatants to gradually conquer the beast. After a considerable time, everything finally came to an end. Simultaneously, a cold female voice resonated in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the survivors of the White Elephant Kingdom for successfully negotiating with the forbidden beast, satisfying its demands, triggering a special reward. The physical attributes of the five members of the White Elephant Kingdom have been comprehensively enhanced, and they have obtained the artifact, Shiva's Trident. The announcement echoed in everyone's ears. On the floating island, 5 brilliant green beams surged towards the 5 members of the White Elephant Kingdom within the Forbidden Zone. This sudden news left Dragon Kingdom viewers utterly astonished, particularly those who had visited the White Elephant Kingdom's live broadcast room, their faces etched with disbelief. Can this really be happening? One could not help but marvel at the formidable combat prowess of these individuals from the White Elephant Kingdom. Indeed, their efforts led them to triumph over the gigantic lizard, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Did I hear that correctly? What kind of extraordinary reward is this? It has completely upended my worldview. According to the description, the weapon they obtained is incredibly powerful. I wonder if it poses a threat to us in the Dragon Kingdom. It's Shuden and Amp, Oppos. I trust our heroes in the Dragon Kingdom. They are undoubtedly capable of countering such unforeseen developments. I hope the nation can utilize its connections to prepare our heroes in advance. In the official live broadcast room, Ma Fangxu was about to check the replay of the White Elephant Kingdom when he noticed the viewers' comments, particularly some attention-grabbing remarks. This caused his expression to shift awkwardly, prompting him to abandon the idea of reviewing the replay. Meanwhile, Lei Zhan and Wang Lin remained relatively composed, unfazed by the viewers and Amp, Oppos comments, displaying expressions that suggested they were unsurprised. Clearly, they were quite familiar with some of the White Elephant Kingdom and Oppos as peculiar tendencies, so such actions were not shocking. However, the rewards offered by the Forbidden Zone left them somewhat helpless. Within the ancient Forbidden Zone, the 5 members of the White Elephant Kingdom, originally exhausted, felt their strength rejuvenated by the green beams, further amplifying their powers. The leading man now held a shimmering trident in his hands, the exclusive weapon of Shiva, whom the White Elephant Kingdom venerates. The 3 prongs of the trident symbolize goodness, sorrow, and darkness, wielding astonishing power. At this moment, the leading man held the trident between his hands, bowing in reverence. The other 4 followed suit. And even the citizens of the White Elephant Kingdom watching the live stream knelt in worship of their revered deity. After a moment, the leading man rose, gripping the trident firmly, his gaze fixed into the distance, glimmering with a cold intensity. Having acquired Shiva's exclusive weapon, it was now time to settle accounts with those scoundrels from the Dragon Kingdom. I refuse to believe that with Shiva and Oppos as trident in the combined might of the Shiva dance, we cannot annihilate those rascals from the Dragon Kingdom. How many times have they bullied us? Now that we have grown stronger, it is time to reckon both old and new grievances. Chapter 93, Capturing a Wild Rabbit approximately 10 meters in size. Upon uttering these words, the leader of the group was enveloped in a cascade of dark luminescence. An aura of terror subtly permeated the air. These 5 individuals were fervent devotees of Shiva. Although their original strength was not formidable, they intended to confront Suyu and his companions head-on, relying on the unique effects of Shiva and Oppos' dance. Even in the face of defeat, they were determined to make the survivors of the Dragon Kingdom pay a price. Presently, the Forbidden Zone had significantly augmented their power, even bestowing upon them Shiva's exclusive artifact, the Trident. This emboldened them to cast aside all reservations and eagerly seek out Su Yu and his companions. They were intent on vengeance. Even if it meant mutual destruction, they were undeterred. In the White Elephant Kingdom, President San, upon witnessing this, not only refrained from intervention but also lent his full support. Following the previous devastating blow, the population of the White Elephant Kingdom had been halved. The remaining citizens were fiercely vying for dwindling food resources, plunging the entire nation into chaos. Should this continue, even if the Dragon Kingdom refrained from action for a month, they would inevitably face extinction. Consequently, the populace of the White Elephant Kingdom had long since cast aside their fears of death. United in purpose, the military and civilians alike fervently supported the decision of the 5 survivors from the Forbidden Zone. Even those reluctant to lend support found themselves yielding to the supremacy of religious faith. In their eyes, faith surpassed all else. This scene did not escape the notice of netizens. Aware that the target of the White Elephant Kingdom survivors was their own kin, they regrettably found themselves unable to forewarn them. They could only hope that Su Yu and his companions would not be caught off guard. After all, on paper, even with the additional enhancements, it was still improbable for the 5 from the White Elephant Kingdom to contend with Su Yu and his companions. This was a conviction firmly held by the netizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Within the ancient Forbidden Zone, the armored dragon turtle raced through the desert. Above its shell, Jiu and others sat cross-legged in leisurely meditation, entirely unaware that the denizens of the White Elephant Kingdom sought to stir trouble once more. Ugh, He languidly stretched, her curvaceous form unmistakably on display. Siu skillfully opened his eyes, capturing the enchanting sight before him, only to close them again. Noticing this, Hishi's lips curled into a slight smile as she gracefully approached Suyu. An alluring fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Suyu to instinctively open his eyes. Narrowing his pupils at the sight before him, Hishi's mature and alluring face was mere inches away, her captivating blue eyes surveying him intently. A peculiar atmosphere began to envelop them. Under the influence of instinct, Siyu and Appo's gaze faltered, drifting downward to the magnificent curves that subtly pressed against his chest. His eyes suddenly brightened. "Is it beautiful?" Hishi inquired, her smile unfaltering. "Quite so," Siyu acknowledged with a nod. "Would you like to touch?" "Really?" "Of course not." Just as Siyu leaned slightly forward, Hishi silently stepped back, widening the distance between them, her expression a blend of amusement and mischief. This moment evoked a myriad of emotions among the onlookers. Li Qing silently recited a mantra, bowing his head with closed eyes. Jiu remarked, "The Tao abides by nature. Let us not dwell on it." Cold Feng, although curious, was forcibly restrained by Jiu, who simply believed that it would not be appropriate to let Cold Feng witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Bai Yuekui observed Hishi and Su Yu and Appo's intimate interaction, her expression darkening with discontent as she scrutinized both Hishi and Su Yu, seemingly consumed by jealousy. With a smile, Hishi gently spoke. "It seems someone is feeling envious." Su Yu, acutely aware of Bai Yuekui's demeanor, addressed her directly. "It's merely a trivial matter." "Now, what brings you here?" Hishi, sensing the shift in tone, responded earnestly, "You appear to know much about me, yet I have not encountered you before. I wish to know who you truly are." At this, Siyu fell momentarily silent before softly uttering 3 words. "Your king." These simple words caused Hishi and Appo's expression to shift dramatically, her gaze on Siyu turning icy for a fleeting moment before dissipating into a smile. "To aspire to be my king is not so simple." In response, Siyu coolly replied, "Similarly, to uncover certain truths requires a price. Perhaps when you have taken me for a ride on your motorcycle, we may discuss this further." Hishi, taken aback, appeared puzzled. However, she did not dwell on it, knowing that time was on her side to inquire further. Meanwhile, Bai Yuekui's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly envisioning something inappropriate, plunging the atmosphere into a sudden silence. As the strange tension evaporated, Jiu and the others returned to their usual state. Cold Feng discreetly turned to observe Bai Yuekui seated cross-legged on Su Yu and Appo's left, and Hishi reclining on his right. He felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. At that moment, a wave of uncontainable bitterness washed over him. If they were merely ordinary beauties, it would be one thing. However, both Bai Yuekui and Hishi possessed an ineffable beauty coupled with formidable strength. Having these 2 dreamlike figures nestled beside Su Yu was enough to evoke jealousy in anyone. Even the countless netizens in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream felt their envy boil over. "Wow, I simply cannot endure this. Why is the focal character not me? Brother Su is truly enviable. If I were him, I would definitely take action. Who can resist such a temptation?" In the face of the netizens and Appo's fervent remarks, Ma Fanshu felt rather embarrassed. Yet, had the circumstances been different, she would have wished to be one of them, lying beside Su Yu. Such is the nature of youthful infatuation. Meanwhile, the White Elephant Kingdom was fervently searching for Su Yu and his companions, exhibiting an unwavering resolve to find them. On the other hand, guided by Jiu, the armored dragon turtle continued to gather resources, blissfully unaware of the pursuit by the inconsequential figures from the White Elephant Kingdom. Even if they were aware, they would not concern themselves, as these 5 individuals posed little threat. Soon enough, night descended. After Jiu identified a sheltered resting place, the group began to set up camp for the night. The newly empowered Cold Feng volunteered to venture out in search of prey and returned with a wild rabbit nearly 10 meters in length. After satisfying their hunger, everyone retired to their respective quarters for rest. It is worth noting that Xie and Bai Yuekui sequentially visited Suyu and Amp, Apos, Estint, and lingered there for a while before returning to their respective quarters. What transpired during that time remains a mystery to all.